Chapter 1. Arrival. The stars stretched into endless ribbons of light through the transparestial viewport as the wayfarer emerged from hyperspace. The sleek-looking silver transport ship shuddered slightly, its engines humming with a steady cadence that echoed through its durasteel corridors and became noticeable within its passenger cabin. Besides the beautiful view, it was the other telling sign that we had left hyperspace, breaking the quiet tension hanging in the air. For a moment I heard shuffling, knowing that the others were also noticing the change. A dozen young faces sat scattered among the rows of seats, their expressions a mixture of awe and anxiety. Some clung to small satchels of belongings, relics of their lives that they had to leave behind. I had barely any of that. I came with just a satchel. Others gazed wide-eyed at the exotic ship's interior, unsure whether they were awake or dreaming. For some of them, this was their very first journey through space, making them think that what they were hearing may be a sign of the ship suddenly coming apart. The thought alone made me smile. As for me, this feeling was natural. What I didn't know was that someone else was also sensing our feelings and thoughts while watching over us. Up in the front, Ben Skywalker couldn't help but smile while seated near the cockpit, keeping a watchful eye on us. The faint glow of the console illuminated his calm, serene features as he adjusted the Navy computer, sending our vessel's encrypted identifying signal to the Jedi Temple. He had been in our shoes once, thrust into the galaxy's mysteries earlier than we would be, as he was born in an era of sundering. He knew better than to overwhelm us, so he let our emotions play out and let us experience everything naturally, with him overseeing the start of our journey. The voyage to Yavin 4 was as much about transition as it was about arrival. Of course, we didn't know it back then, but we had to come to grasp the fact that the life we knew was now behind us. I sat stiffly in my seat near the back of the cabin. I was amongst the last to get picked up, and while walking down the aisle, I noticed that I may be the oldest one. I was already 11 years old, older than many of the other children on board, but I felt no less unsure of myself than they did. I could feel it. I ran my fingers through my dark hair, trying to mask my nervousness while I stared out of the viewport, watching the stars outside return to pinpricks of light when we exited hyperspace. While doing it, I noticed my fingers shaking a little, so I tried resting them on my knees, tightening occasionally as if bracing for something unseen. Damn nerves! "Are you scared?" The voice entering my left ear startled me. Turning, I found myself looking into the deep violet eyes of a twi'lek girl seated right beside me. I had already forgotten that I wasn't alone in my room, mainly because we didn't exchange any words. Which wasn't an accident. She was asleep when I was picked up and led to my spot here. Looking at her, her leku draped gracefully over her shoulders, the ends twitching slightly as she spoke. Finally, I managed to blink my eyes, uncertain how to respond to her question. The girl's purplish skin shimmered faintly in the dim cabin light, and her expression held an odd mix of curiosity and challenge, still waiting for my answer, which I should give soon, or I will look like an idiot. "No," I responded eventually, my voice steady despite the knot in my stomach. My training within my family kicked in as I spoke, keeping my composure on all occasions. Why would I be scared? Because this is all new. Leaving everything behind, going to a Jedi Temple, it's a lot to take in. The girl shrugged in answer, leaning back in her seat, yawning and stretching. I couldn't help but frown, unsure if she was mocking me or just being blunt. Hearing her tone, probably the latter. "So, I take that you're not scared? I asked back. Not scared, just ready. Ready for something better. She smiled faintly after hearing my question. Her words were strong, her tone more mature than her face suggested, which made me pause. The same was true of her eyes. They were grown, even more grown up than mine, which gave me goosebumps on my hands. Something was out of place, so I glanced at her again, noticing the scars along her wrists, partially hidden beneath the fabric of her simple, sand-coloured tunic. I'm Vila, by the way. She spoke, extending a hand after she noticed my look. She didn't hide it from me, but she didn't comment on it either. Kael, I reacted, hesitating briefly before shaking it. Her grip was firm and her palm warm despite the chill of the cabin. Kael Varo. Before either of us could say more, the ship jolted slightly as it adjusted course. Before someone could yelp out, thinking we hit something, which would be silly in space, Ben Skywalker's calm and reassuring voice carried over the hum of the engines. Don't worry, just a minor course correction. We'll be arriving at Yavin 4 soon. This is your perfect chance to ask questions before we land. A few of the younger children shifted in their seats, murmuring quietly to one another. As I let her hand go, Vila glanced toward the front of the cabin, while some others started questioning our guide. Her expression softened briefly as she watched Ben, becoming as if she were looking at a savior. Is he the one in charge of us? She asked me, her eyes fixated on our guardian. At least during this trip, I replied. He's a Jedi Knight. See the blue stripes on his shoulder pads? It is the symbol of his rank within the Order. Also, if I remember correctly, you were asleep when he introduced himself. I added with a slight smile. I may have been. She blushed, but made no excuses, even if she was indeed so exhausted by the time she got on the ship. She didn't remember how she ended up in her chair. It happens, I continued, not wanting her to feel as if I was mocking her. He is Ben Skywalker, which, if I am right, makes him the son of Luke Skywalker. Her eyes immediately widened at the mention of Luke Skywalker, but she quickly masked her reaction, but not quick enough for me to miss it. Huh. Guess that makes him important, she stated, trying to sound uninterested. I simply nodded, though I wasn't sure how much I believed her. But I wouldn't try to push the issue. Important people were a complicated topic in my life, figures of authority who often carried shadows of ambition or deceit. I had enough of those. Still, Ben seemed and felt different, though. Why do you think they brought us here? Vila asked, her tone even quieter now. Hearing her, I paused, then shrugged. Is she testing me? Or she doesn't know it? Both reasons were ridiculous. Because we're different. Because of the will of the Force. Vila's gaze lingered on me for a moment, as if weighing my answer. Finally, she nodded, looking satisfied. Yeah, I guess we'll find out soon enough. What do you mean by that? Find out soon? Find out what? Why else would we be here? I wanted to ask so many things, but no matter. Watching her, I saw her shift slightly beside me, her presence oddly flickering in the unfamiliar environment, her eyes moving around, scanning the room as if measuring possible escape routes. I don't know if it was something she did consciously. It didn't feel like it. Well, it turns out someone is even more nervous than I am. None of us was entirely forthcoming, huh? It's not a good start for a Jedi if I thought about it for a moment, so to make sure I wasn't starting out with a lie, for the first time in what felt like ages, I allowed myself to relax, if only slightly. The wayfarer descended through the atmosphere of Yavin 4. The jungle moon's lush greenery coming into view below us. The ship's stabilizers hummed as it maneuvered through the dense air currents, the sprawling Jedi Temple growing larger with each passing moment. Whoever was piloting this ship was good. I could feel it, or in this case, barely feel it, as I wasn't being thrown around in my seat. What made me look away from the windows was Ben, who stood and turned to face us, his expression calm but firm. "All right, listen up. We're about to land at the Jedi Temple. This will be your home from now on. It's a place of learning and growth, but it's also a place of discipline. The Jedi Order is about more than just using the Force. It's about understanding it and living by its principles. You'll have time to adjust, but remember, this is a new beginning for all of you. A clean slate." All of us, by reflex, nodded, some more eagerly than others. Vila glanced at me, her expression unreadable, turning away the moment I moved my eyes towards her. "New beginning, huh?" she murmured. The wayfarer touched down gently on the landing platform, its landing gear hissing as it settled into place. It was a perfect end for our trip because I barely felt any shakes, only hearing the engines whine down. Superb piloting. Walking forward to the exit door, we watched as the ramp extended with a low whir, revealing the expansive courtyard of the Jedi Temple before our eyes. It was probably morning on this side of the moon, the air fresh but a bit humid to my taste. No matter, I will be used to it in no time. The first ones filed out hesitantly, their eyes sweeping left and right as they took in the towering stone structures and the lush jungle beyond, giving me more time to take it all in. When I stepped onto the platform, the warm, humid air became even more potent than what I sensed from the ship. Vila was walking close beside me, her gaze scanning the surroundings with a mix of awe and a deep wariness. Was she afraid something would come out from between the trees? Still, unlike me, she was more used to these types of environments, not even twitching her nose or frowning her brows. Turning forward, I looked at Ben Skywalker, who stood at the foot of the ramp, his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for us to gather before him. "Welcome to Yavin 4, he said, officially welcoming us, his voice carrying over the rustle of the jungle. "This is where your journey as Jedi begins." Hearing it, I felt a flicker of something deep within me, a spark of expectancy tempered by the sudden weight of the voice of my family resurfacing in the depths of my mind. I heard similar words once, but this is different. Chasing the thoughts away, I glanced at Vila again, who caught my eye this time and gave me a faint smile. "It seems you were right. Ready for this?" she asked out of the blue. Of course I was. Did she doubt it? Until now. Well, I wasn't sure if I was, but I nodded anyway. "Yeah." "Ready." Together we followed the others into the temple, an ancient but massive pyramid-looking building bearing the Jedi Order's symbol on its side. Becoming a Jedi. I must not fail. Chapter 2. Settling in. The interior of the Jedi Temple was unlike anything I had imagined, unlike our place in my home world, Iskandar. The corridors were vast, lined with carved stone reliefs depicting ancient battles and serene figures, Jedi masters of past years. I was used to trotting through grey plasteel walkways and rooms, all built in the name of uniformity and function. The two experiences can't be compared. Even if the temple was made out of stone here, it was still less dull than back home. It was more real. The air was also cooler in here, carrying a faint scent of moss and lime. Just as the heat, the rustling sounds of the moon's jungle were muted, replaced by serenity, shielding our senses from being overwhelmed by too many stimuli. As we walked, we followed Ben Skywalker in a loose line, and I began listening to the whispers between the others, occasionally breaking the silence. There was not much said between them, only about what I was also seeing, the ancient sensation the temple was giving us, trying to guess who was who on the memorials decorating the walls. Vila walked just ahead of me, her violet leku twitching slightly as her eyes darted across every detail, making me smile a little. She was starting to remind me of the Vornsker my mother raised. She also twitched her tail when she was focusing on something, switching into her hunting mode. Moving my eyes before she could sense it, I leaned out of the line, watching as the hall opened into a vast chamber, the light of Yavin's sun filtering through high-set windows. At the center of the room stood a group of Jedi Masters already waiting for us, their robes blending into the muted hues of the stonework of the temple. Although I couldn't see it, deep inside, I felt how they radiated a collective, calm authority. Especially the one on an elevated platform, the center figure of them all, Grandmaster Luke Skywalker, a living legend. Even if I had never seen his portraits, recordings, or speeches, I would still recognize him from anywhere. It was simply his presence. I can't describe it. You would have to feel it for yourself. He stood tall, his simple brown robe and weathered face as unassuming as the jungle itself. Yet his presence filled the entirety of this grand hall. His gaze moved over us with an intensity that wasn't intimidating but reassuring, as if he could see through every doubt and fear we had. And despite our thoughts, we could feel that he still believed in us. I had a feeling that he could even read our minds, revealing our secrets without us speaking about it. After we were lined up by Ben Skywalker, our future Grandmaster began speaking. It was then I gulped and noticed how sweaty my palms were. "Welcome," he declared, his voice steady and easily carried through the room, reaching everyone. "You've traveled far to be here. Each of you has left behind a life that will never truly be forgotten. It must not be forgotten, as it is part of us and part of what makes us up. You must respect it, but this is also the beginning of something greater. The Force brought you to this moment, and now it will guide you to what lies ahead." I stood straighter, his words pressing on me in a way that felt less like weight and more like a challenge, not the kind that my parents put on me or what my father put me through. No, the Grandmaster's words weren't anything like that. He wasn't forceful. He simply stated the truth and the option to face it when we were ready. As I tore my eyes away, scanning the others, all the masters beside him nodded in silent agreement. I recognized a few of them, people who were famous enough that I had to memorize their faces and names. There was Master Jaina Solo, her sharp features the same as on the datapads, yet in person they were softened slightly by the approving smile she gave us. Her presence was commanding, and the stories I'd heard about the Sword of the Jedi suddenly seemed all too real, especially because everyone knew she was to be the next Grandmaster. Something nobody would bring up, but everyone knew would happen one day. Next to her stood Master Kael Valtherion, his stance relaxed, arms crossed over his chest. His short-cropped beard and slightly weathered look gave him the air of someone who'd seen a lot and lived to tell the tale. Still, his eyes carried a mischievous spark, though, as if he saw potential troublemakers among us and relished the thought of it. Or was I just imagining things? I quickly moved my eyes before I caused a scene. These were Jedi Masters, after all. Then there was someone I recognized because of my family's dealings. Master Vaylin Cadrin, a Mirialan with intricate tattoos tracing her cheeks, stood calmly, a row down below, to Grandmaster Luke's left. Her demeanor was serene, almost meditative, but her gaze was sharp, assessing us as if searching for something deeper beneath the surface. I know of her because she once commanded my father, fighting against the Yuuzhan Vong. Beside her was Knight Aaron Solara, a noticeably younger human than the others. He had a subtle energy about him that contrasted with the calm gravitas of the senior masters. He seemed intrigued, leaning slightly as if trying to gauge our reactions to the moment. What I know of him was that he was with Master Vaylin, acting as her second-in-command back then, but nothing more. While putting the faces to what I knew, the Grandmaster continued speaking. "We know this is a new life for many of you." Luke exhaled, his gaze sweeping over us. "It may be challenging, even daunting at times, but you are not alone. The Jedi Order is a family, bound not just by the Force, but by our shared purpose. To be guardians of peace, to understand the Force, and to live by its principles, we must work together, exist together, and live as brothers and sisters." I felt my chest tighten slightly. Family. The word carried a weight I wasn't sure I could handle, but I nodded along with the others. Somehow I never had a chance to understand that word. I used it, and I knew its definition, but one thing I realized since I was little was that my family was not a real one. Not back home. As I thought about it, Luke gestured toward Master Jaina, who stepped forward. "You will each receive guidance from the Masters and Knights here," she said, her voice steady and confident. "Your training will be demanding, and there will be moments when you question your path. Don't be afraid to do that, and seek the help of any of us when that happens. Those moments are where you'll find the strength to persevere, and we will be there to reach out with a hand when you fall down and pull you back up." Hearing her, we stood there awed by her voice. Master Kyle Keatarn's soft chuckle brought us out of it, breaking the solemn tone for a moment. "And if you don't, we've got plenty of rocks that need moving. The Force is excellent for manual labor." A ripple of laughter moved through the group, lightening the tension while Master Jaina shot him a sudden glare. Even I felt a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. "You'll also find your own space within the temple," Grandmaster Luke added. "A place to rest, to meditate, and to grow. Your abodes are small, but yours. They will be your sanctuary as you walk the path of becoming a Jedi. Now follow Knight Skywalker, he will show you to your quarters." And that was it. With a wave of his hand, the Masters moved as one, while Grandmaster Luke departed from the hall. We also acted as one, following Ben through a series of winding corridors. The deeper we went, the quieter the sounds of the jungle became, until it felt like we were stepping into the very heart of the temple. Each turn seemed to carry new weight, as if the stones themselves remembered every Jedi who had walked here before us, placing their burden on our shoulders. While walking, we passed small alcoves where older Padawans meditated, their eyes closed, their faces serene. The faint hum of the Force seemed to ripple through the air, a gentle current that pressed against my senses. I knew this feeling, but I never felt it so strongly before. When I first discovered it, I was very little. It was faint, but it was warm. It was warmer than my bed or the arms of my parents, not that they hugged me much. I always found that interacting with it brought me peace. Maybe my thoughts had some effect on my surroundings because Vila glanced back at me briefly, her expression unreadable. I could see the tension in her shoulders and catch a glimpse of the way her hands tightened into tiny fists. Was she still nervous? Before I could ask, Ben stopped in a circular hall lined with doorways. Each was marked with a simple symbol, and a faint light glowed from within. "These will be your abodes," he said, still smiling. "Each one has been prepared for you. Inside, you'll find a place to sleep, a small meditation alcove and storage for your belongings. It's a space for you to make your own. Respect it, and it will serve you well." Finishing, he stepped forward then, his gaze warmly sweeping over us one last time. "Take a moment to settle in. Your training will begin tomorrow. For now, rest. Get to know each other, explore the temple grounds, and begin to feel the presence of the Force here. It's stronger than you might imagine. And don't worry, you won't be able to enter into places you shouldn't." One by one, the children around me stepped toward their assigned doors, hesitant but curious. Vila was one of the first, disappearing into her room without a word like a spooked creature finding its hidey hole. When my turn came, I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the panel that would open the door. The symbol etched into it, a simple spiral, seemed to pulse faintly as I stared at it. "Kael!" Ben's voice came softly behind me without me realizing he was standing there. I turned to see him standing a few steps away, his expression unreadable but kind. "Trust yourself," he said simply, something that nobody told me before. I nodded, swallowing the knot of uncertainty in my throat, and pressed my hand to the panel. The door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a small but comfortable space. A low bed was carved into the wall, and a raised platform near the window served as a meditation alcove. A single shelf lined the opposite wall, empty save for a small holodisc resting at its center, while a table was standing below it. When I stepped inside, the door slid shut behind me at once. The air was more relaxed here, and the faint hum of the Force seemed to resonate more clearly. I sensed it without focusing on it. I set my satchel, my mostly empty bag, down near the bed and sat on its edge, letting out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding in until now. For the first time in what felt like years, I felt a flicker of something I couldn't quite name. It wasn't the usual trepidation I felt at home when I had to do another test. Was this what excitement truly feels like? All the giddiness without fear. I am starting to like it. Chapter 3. Tenets. After I was left alone in my future abode, the faint hum of the temple's ventilation system could be heard if I concentrated hard enough. It was a gentle sound that reminded me of the starships I had grown up around. My home planet of Iskandar was a critical world within the Remnants' borders, producing a fair portion of their fleet and numerous well-trained naval officers. It was a noise that soothed my mind. Maybe they already took this into consideration? No. I guess I am just thinking too hard about it. Shaking my head, I turned to inspect my new room once again. It was modest. Bare stone walls, a single bed carved into it, and a small desk with a shelf also built into the wall above it. A chest was constructed under my bed that I could open by swiping my finger over its metallic interface, but it held nothing for the moment. Emptying my bag, all of my belongings now rested at the foot of the bed, though it was not much, so they were not enough to fill the trunk at all. I had brought so little with me, just a few items from my old life. Mementos, really. Maybe the most meaningful thing amongst them was my Pazak deck. Although, I don't know if anyone knows how to play that ancient game besides my family. For a long time, I just sat on the edge of the bed, running my fingers over the coarse material of the folded Padawan robes placed neatly next to me. I have yet to bear the courage to change into it. The fabric felt foreign, a stark contrast to the tailored, pristine uniforms I was forced to wear on multiple occasions. I knew that there was no rank insignia placed on this one, no house crest, no sign of lineage, only the unadorned simplicity of the Jedi. It was different, yet similar. After what felt like an hour, I knew I could not hesitate anymore. Wearing the robes would mark a new beginning, and I came here for this. The moment I understood what it was that I had always felt within me, I walked away from my family and heritage without a second thought. Come on, Kael. Fear. Fear leads to the dark side. Isn't that what I heard once? I chuckled, finally deciding it was time to strip naked and start anew. With a deep breath, I stood and unbuckled the belt of my tunic, letting it drop to the floor. My boots followed suit, clunking against the hard surface as I let them fall. One by one, I peeled away the layers of my old identity, folding them neatly and placing them in the chest. Although it was my past, as we were just told by our future masters, we cannot forget it, can't ignore it. I won't. I was Kael Valtherion. But from now on, I will be Kael Varo, a Jedi Padawan. After unfolding my new uniform, it was simpler than I expected. A loose tunic and trousers in light brown tones paired with an off-white sash. Slipping into them felt strange, like donning someone else's clothes or identity. But it only lasted for a brief moment. After I tightened the sash and looked down at myself, I caught my reflection faintly in the polished steel of the open chest's inner plating. I hardly recognized the boy staring back at me. But it immediately felt natural. Yes, this was me, Kael Varo. Closing the open compartment, I turned my attention to the shelf above my desk. On it sat a single holodisc, its surface engraved with the Jedi Order's emblem, a simple starburst surrounded by two crescent-like wings. Of course, my curiosity got the better of me, and I quickly reached up and took it. One day I will be able to do this without moving my hand. But before I fell into dreaming about it, I continued examining the holodisc. It was lighter than I expected, and its metallic surface was cool to the touch. It wasn't my first time holding one, of course. Maybe I thought it would be different. It wasn't. Not that it disappointed me. Looking around, I quickly found its place, so I slotted the disc into the holo projector embedded in the left side of my desk. The machine built within it hummed softly, then cast a blue glow across the room as a holographic figure materialized before me. It was Grandmaster Luke Skywalker. I did not expect it to be him. His holographic figure wore the same simple robes, his hands folded neatly in front of him, and his aura was still just as powerful as I felt in the auditorium. It didn't feel like it was a hologram, not at that moment. Looking at him this close, he looked older than I expected. His face was lined with the weight of years and battles, but his expression radiated a type of calm and wisdom I had never seen before. I knew of his exploits. Everyone did. And I knew nobody who could have survived what he did. And I knew no one who could remain who they were after it all. Even my father admitted that the Grandmaster was someone who would have been a fine emperor. "Welcome," the hologram said, the voice warm and catching my attention at once. "If you're watching this, it means you've taken your first steps on the path of the Jedi. Know that this path is not an easy one, but it is rewarding, not because of the power it grants, but because of the peace and understanding it brings. Let us begin your very first lesson, young Padawan." I quickly kneeled before the hologram, as if he was there in person. all my senses focusing on nothing else but on the words of the Grandmaster. The Jedi are more than warriors or keepers of peace, Grandmaster Luke continued. We are students of the Force, bound by its will and dedicated to its harmony. This holodisc contains the core tenets of the Jedi Order as it has been reformed in the wake of the Empire's fall. You will learn the history of the Jedi and the Sith in the coming years, as history is part of the present and the foundation of the future. The Sith, I asked myself, but there was no time to think about it as he continued without pause. To understand why the Jedi failed, why the Sith ruled the Galactic Empire, why all of it came to be, we must understand ourselves, our collective past. We must understand the Force and the mistakes of our predecessors. These tenets are not rigid rules, but guides meant to help you navigate the challenges you will face. The Force is a powerful ally, but power can corrupt, and corruption can take place even in the purest of hearts. Only ourselves can stave it off, and to be able to do that, we must understand the whys. For that, you must first understand our principles and what it means to be a Jedi. The hologram then shifted, and a list of tenets appeared in glowing blue text, each accompanied by a brief explanation. The core of the Jedi Order. Balance above all. Strive for balance in all things, within yourself, with others, and with the Force. Balance is not about rejecting emotion, but understanding and mastering it. Fear and anger can cloud judgment, but they are not to be ignored. Confront them, learn from them, and let them go. Heroes are not without fear. They are heroes because they conquer their fears and do what is right even when they are frightened. Not rejecting emotion? That didn't match what I had heard about Jedi from the stories back home. Weren't they supposed to be emotionless monks? Well, everything I learned about them was from old texts, from a time when the Old Republic was still the dominant force within the galaxy. So, I could be wrong. Serve the greater good. Jedi do not serve governments, ideologies, or factions. We serve life itself, guided by the will of the Force. Our duty is to protect the weak, mediate conflicts, and uphold peace wherever we are called to act. This, at least, seemed straightforward, and I nodded as I read it, though I couldn't help but wonder how often this ideal clashed with reality. I knew of many places that were very anti-Jedi after what happened over and over throughout galactic history. Seek understanding. The galaxy is vast, and the Force is infinite in its complexity. Never stop learning, whether from ancient texts, other Force-sensitive traditions, or even those who do not wield the Force. Knowledge is the foundation of wisdom, and wisdom is the key to understanding knowledge. I couldn't help but think back to my father's teachings, which had always emphasized tradition over innovation. This idea of seeking new knowledge wherever it could be found felt refreshingly open. Protect life, defend peace. Violence is a last resort. A Jedi does not seek conflict but is prepared for it. A lightsaber is not a weapon of aggression, but a tool of defense, a symbol of hope. To take a life is a grave act, never to be done lightly. Reading the passage, I felt the weight of these words. I had seen death before, not in person, but on the holodiscs my family had access to. I was made to rewatch battles of the Yuuzhan Vong War to learn strategies from the moment I could read. I was forced to study my family's recordings when the Galactic Alliance was transformed under the rule of Darth Caedus and initiated the Second Galactic Civil War. I saw millions die, lists of names filling hundreds of pages of death tolls. I was made to memorize everything that happened, and culminated in the Galactic Alliance's failure and in the galaxy that was now before us. From the Alliance's core, the New Republic was born. It was now surrounded by different, smaller and bigger alliances, trying to rebuild something that had been broken too many times. Something I knew the Imperial Remnants eyed with desire. I heard my father talk about it and how there may be a chance for the return of the true Empire. No, I muttered, seeing enough death, even if it was only through hollow projections. Another war, after so many bloody decades, is not what the galaxy needs. The Jedi will make sure it won't happen, and I will help them in it. As if the hologram heard my words, Luke's image reappeared once again. These tenets are not chains but guides, the Grandmaster stated. There will be times when you must choose between them, times when the path forward is unclear. In those moments, trust in the Force and in your own sense of right. Being a Jedi is not about perfection. It is about striving to do what is right, even when it is difficult. Then, his image faded, leaving me in silence. I kept kneeling there, staring at the now ejected holodisc. The tenets were simple enough, but living by them. That was a different matter. But nobody said being a Jedi would be easy. Why would it be? Finally, after standing up, I retrieved the holodisc and placed it back on the empty shelf carefully and respectfully. I didn't know how much time had passed, but as we were told, we could explore a little. I couldn't refuse such an opportunity, so before I could finish my thoughts, I was already halfway out of my room. Chapter 4. Exploring the Temple. The air in the corridor was similar to that in my cabin, and it also carried a serene stillness that made me hesitant to disturb it with the sound of my footsteps. Yet my curiosity tugged at me, pulling me forward. I didn't know if that was just my imagination or if this was what they meant by letting the Force lead me. I had left my room intending to explore its immediate vicinity, to at least find my way around the temple, when I was inevitably called for something. Though there was no clear path, I allowed my instincts, or perhaps the Force itself, to guide me. I hoped it was the latter. I knew this feeling from before, and it wasn't the first time I had relied on my feelings to find my way through unfamiliar places. Each turn brought something new. I saw tapestries depicting ancient battles, alcoves where soft chants echoed from hidden meditation chambers, and walls etched with intricate carvings that seemed to shimmer faintly when touched by the light. I barely recognized any of them. The temple was old, far older than I had imagined, but alive in its own way. I was intrigued, and I wanted to find out its history. While walking, I found myself drawn toward a faint hum resonating somewhere within the temple. As I moved toward it, the sound grew clearer, like a chorus of whispers blending into a harmonious tone. Not singing, but close. The hallway I took after a few turns opened into a vast, circular chamber where light streamed down from an oculus above, casting intricate patterns on the floor and creating natural symbols scattering about. Some of those spots were occupied by multiple people, sitting, kneeling, and meditating. Their robes pooled around them as they knelt on their own little symbols throughout the chamber, each one surrounded by softly glowing lines, etched into the stone floor, lit up by the sunlight. The patterns were unlike anything I had ever learned about, and they swirled and spiraled like the currents in a flowing river. I approached cautiously, my steps silent and slow. The moment I got closer, the hum intensified, resonating within me, calming my thoughts and softening the lingering tension in my chest. The fear of disturbing them gradually disappeared, making me stop and listen to the hum that I realized was not really present, only a feeling within my mind. I paused near the edge of the room, watching. I never meditated before, so I wasn't prepared to fully enter the room as I didn't know what it really meant to meditate. One of the Jedi, a human woman, suddenly opened her green eyes and glanced at me. She quickly assessed my look and my robes and offered a small smile before returning to her meditative state. The moment our eyes met, I stiffened, and when hers closed back down, I exhaled quietly. For a moment, I was afraid I still managed to disturb them, but none of them seemed to be angry about it. Ha! Move on, Kael, before you start annoying them. That was the only thing I could think of afterward, so I left the meditation chamber, a place that I was sure to visit multiple times in the future. A few minutes later, following the path towards the left, the buzz of activity greeted me. I recognized the atmosphere as I stepped into an open courtyard surrounded by tall stone columns. The training grounds. This was something I was acquainted with, and they were alive with activity, just like back home. I watched as older Padawans sparred with yellow training sabers, their movements fluid and deliberate, guided by the stern instructions of a Zabrak Jedi who observed from the sidelines. The air was filled with the rhythmic drone and crackle of sabers clashing, each blow measured and precise, following a pattern that was clearly part of some kind of learned form. I could recognize that much from watching. I lingered at the edge of the grounds a little longer than in the meditation chambers, my eyes wide as I watched the duelists. Their movements were mesmerizing, each one blending grace and power in perfect harmony. I was familiar with fencing, but that was nothing like this, and deep inside I couldn't wait to learn their techniques. One of the Padawans, a Zabrak girl with striking red and black skin, executed a flawless spin, her training saber arcing through the air before coming to a halt inches from her opponent's chest. The other Padawan, a human boy about her age, raised his hands in surrender, laughing as he stepped back, rubbing the back of his head. I never once felt either arrogance or anger in the two, unlike when I was sparring with my seniors or brothers at my family's training grounds. Whenever I lost, I felt the mocking glee behind their smiles. Or when I won, the anger that boiled inside of them. Maybe I got a bit too excited, as I could almost feel the weight of a saber in his own hands, the anticipation of a duel, the thrill of honing my skills while wielding a lightsaber. I wondered when I would get my chance to train like this, to wield the famed weapon and truly feel like a Jedi, and that probably got noticed by others. Impressive, isn't it? I shuddered and blushed at the same time when I heard the voice and turned to see a tall Togruta Jedi standing nearby, walking up to me. She smiled knowingly, her expression kind but reading me as an open book. They make it look easy, but it takes years of practice to get there, she continued. I know, I replied, trying to be polite, though my voice betrayed my eagerness. I can't wait to start. Patience, Padawan. The Force will guide you when the time is right. She chuckled, reaching out and rubbing my head, further intensifying the blush on my face. I was totally busted. There was no opportunity to mask it, so I just nodded, letting my excitement show, making her nod with satisfaction. I stayed a little longer, letting her describe the Jedi lightsaber forms the Padawans were practicing, telling me that one day I would also find my own form. When she was called away, I also decided to continue my exploration. The corridors grew quieter as I wandered deeper into the temple, the sound of training sabers fading away behind me, replaced by the soft buzz of machinery and the soothing rustle of pages being turned. Following it, I finally entered a grand auditorium lined with towering shelves, each one filled with holobooks, datacrons, and hundreds of ancient texts. The Jedi archives. I didn't need anyone to tell me where I stumbled into. The space was vast, almost overwhelming, with light filtering in through massive windows placed high above, casting its golden beams onto the polished floor that was decorated with names, events, even dates. Huh. After looking at them, I shook my head to refocus my senses, and I took a hesitant step forward, my eyes wide as I took in the sheer scale of the library. It was more than a collection of knowledge. It was a monument to the Jedi's legacy. It had to take an incredible effort to collect all of this, especially after they were almost wiped out once. "Ah! A new visitor?" The sudden, somewhat mechanical voice startled me once again. I will need to hone my senses, really. I am making myself look bad here, am I not? As I turned to see who it was, I noticed a golden protocol droid coming towards me. Protocol droids are nothing exquisite, but this one, with Grandmaster Luke around, only the clueless would not know his name. "Welcome to the Jedi Archives," he exclaimed, his photoreceptors glowing as he gestured grandly. "I am C-3PO, human-cyborg relations and temporary caretaker of these sacred halls while Master Luke is present on the planet. How may I assist you, young Padawan?" Hearing him introduce himself, I was still surprised, so I had to blink my eyes, momentarily stunned by the droid's exuberance. "I was just exploring." "Well, you've come to the right place. The Archives is a treasure trove of Jedi history, philosophy, and—" "Oh dear, I suppose I should let Master Pennin explain. He is far better suited to teaching than I am." Before I could respond or ask who he was talking about, a figure emerged from between the shelves. This human, named Pennin, was of average height. His frame was lean, and his face and eyes carried a kind of understanding that only experience would bring with it. His dark hair was streaked with grey, and I saw that one of his hands was gloved, a sign of an artificial arm, something that I had learned to notice. He wore the simple robes of a Jedi consular, a green sash tied neatly around his waist, signifying his rank within the Order, just as Ben Skywalker's blue stripes told of his knighthood. "C-3PO, I think our young friend might be overwhelmed by your enthusiasm." He spoke with a wry smile, making the droid tilt his head. "Oh dear, I do hope I wasn't too forward." No, I wasn't troubled." I stuttered a little, wanting to make sure they knew I wasn't annoyed at all. "Don't mind him. He's been a tremendous help in organising the archives, though he does have a tendency to over-explain. My name is Rosh Pennin, caretaker of the archives." He introduced himself, and I also answered by giving him my name. "Kael Varo." I bowed towards them. "It's fine. I'm just trying to find my way around." "Well, you found one of the most important places in the temple," Rosh continued. "The archives aren't just a library. They're a gateway to understanding the Force and the Jedi's place in the galaxy. Everything you need to know about the Jedi, past and present, is here." "Everything?" I asked, looking at the rows upon rows of knowledge. "Almost," he admitted, his expression turning thoughtful. "The galaxy is vast, and the Force is infinite. There's always more to learn. But that's the beauty of it, isn't it? The pursuit of knowledge never ends." "That? I see. You must know a lot, Master Pennin." "No," he answered as his smile faltered slightly, but his gaze remained steady. "And that caused me to fail when I was in your shoes. There was a time when I lost my way. I thought power and recognition were what mattered. But I was wrong. I made mistakes that cost me dearly. But I was given a second chance, and I've spent every day since trying to make sure others don't fall into the same traps I did. It isn't a secret, and you can read about my folly yourselves and learn from the mistakes I made. I'm sorry, I muttered, not knowing what to say to him for being so blunt and open right off the bat. Come, Rosh chuckled, gesturing for me to follow. Let me show you something as your first venture into the library. Following along, he led me to a section of the archives where holobooks and datacrons glowed faintly in their alcoves. He picked up a small, cylindrical device and activated it. A hologram of a galaxy map appeared, with countless points of light representing stars and planets, descriptions and names of who and when visited it, documenting its status. To understand how vast our world is, how much there is to learn, look at this, Master Rosh Penin said, pointing at it. This is a map of the known galaxy. Every star, every world is a part of the Force, just as you are. You will visit many of these worlds, and all of them will hold an experience that will shape you. Whatever happens, one of your stories will be added here to the archives. Because we must learn from each other, be it our successes or failures. Young Kael, you must learn that failing is never something to be ashamed of. We all fail, but then we get up and do better. I stared at the hologram, taking in the myriad lights and listening to his words. It felt overwhelming, but I also felt like I understood something. I don't know what it was yet, but I was sure that I would know when I came face to face with it. Thank you, I said quietly while I felt as he placed a hand on my shoulder. You have a long journey ahead of you, young Kael, but I can tell you're on the right path. Remember, the Force will always be with you, if you let it. When you are unsure, feel free to come here or to any of our masters and talk about it. Help is always given to those who ask for it. I looked up at him as I nodded again, a faint smile crossing my lips. For the first time since, well, maybe forever, I did feel at home. Chapter 5. The Beast. The jungle air was thick, suffocating in its humidity, clinging to Vila's skin as she ran. She couldn't see the stars through the dense canopy, and the moon's faint light barely filtered through the thick, tangled web of leaves and vines above her. Her bare, bleeding feet left behind a bloody trail, each step of hers glinting with red. It was a pathway, an invitation laid out to the thing pursuing her. Somewhere behind her, the guttural growls of a predator echoed through the trees, growing louder with each passing moment, clearly following the sweet aroma of her fresh blood. Her lungs burned as she pushed herself forward, dodging low-hanging branches and gnarled roots that clawed at her like skeletal fingers, wanting to trip her and force her to stay with them forever. Still, her body moved with unnatural agility while running, avoiding them, always looking ahead because she simply didn't dare glance back over her shoulders. Looking back always made it worse. A moment later, the faint outline of a trap came into view as she burst through a thorny bush to reach her goal. It was a sturdy metal cage hidden beneath a cluster of overgrown foliage, ready to be sprung. Vila's stomach twisted as she saw it because this was the worst part of it all. She hated it, the anticipation, the waiting, the fear, but she knew what would happen if she didn't follow orders. She would be abandoned, and the creature would be captured while it was gorging on her body. The growling was closer now, accompanied by the snapping of branches and the hiss of disturbed leaves. She couldn't see the creature yet, but she could feel it. Its oppressive presence, the primal hunger radiating from the darkness. It was the ruler of this jungle, and its aura was pressing down on her like a weight she couldn't shake off. Skidding to a halt, she was just a step away from the activation tile, but the beast had to be standing on the trap. Precisely, her heart pounded in her ears, drowning out every other sound except the predator's approaching steps. Her small purple hands clutched the edge of the tattered clothes she was wearing, her knuckles whitening as she tried to steady herself, turning around and watching the jungle rustle. "Stay calm. Don't scream. Let it get close," she repeated in her mind, trying to push down the rising tide of panic. She did her best to draw on her inner strength, something that somehow always found a way to help her out of tricky situations. She could trust nobody, but she could trust herself. The beast emerged from the shadows, its glowing yellow cat-like eyes fixed on her body. It was massive, taller than her, its muscular frame covered in sleek black fur that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Jagged fangs protruded from its snarling maw, and its long tail lashed out at the air behind it. Looking into its eyes, Vila froze, her breath catching in her throat as it prowled closer, its body low to the ground, its every movement deliberate and lethal. Something was not right. The monster's aura was strange. It dispelled all her courage and washed her over with fear that completely paralyzed her body. She wanted to run. She tried to scream, but she couldn't. She couldn't do anything, not even breathe. She was now entirely under its powers. The beast paused, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. It snarled at her, a deep, rumbling sound that made Vila's entire body shake. It was then that her master's voice echoed in her ear, this time for real, coming from the earpiece she had in it. "Snap out of it! Wait until it's on the trap! Trigger it right then!" The trap. Yes, the trap. She was just the bait, not the dinner. She knew it, but the thought didn't bring much comfort to her. The beast inched closer, its eyes scanning its surroundings as if looking for others, looking for something being out of place. Its breath was hot and rancid like a rancor's, and Vila could feel it hit her body as it leaned forward, sniffing at the air between them. Her entire body trembled, but she didn't move. She didn't dare. No. Once again, she couldn't. The moment she looked into the eyes of the apex predator, it was as if she had been hypnotized. Her body answered to her. No longer. The cage's release mechanism was behind her, hidden by leaves and branches. All it would take was one step, a single, tiny step backward, and the trap would spring, the cage would fall, and she would be safe. But her muscles refused to obey her. "Just one step. Move!" She groaned, biting her lips, drawing blood, trying to use the pain to force herself. But her legs refused to cooperate. The beast growled again, louder this time, and it crossed the distance between them in an instant, faster than she could react. She felt as the creature pushed her to the ground, its paws pressing against her chest, yet its claws remained retracted. It was dissatisfied. She could feel it. It wanted to hunt. It wanted more. "Please," she whispered, though she wasn't sure who she was begging, her master, the beast, or the powers of the unknown themselves. Still, it was the beast who answered her, its jaws opening wide, and Vila squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. And then came a loud whip crack, filling the air with electricity, striking the animal. The animal recoiled with a startled roar, and Vila felt the pressure on her body vanish. She opened her eyes to see her master standing a few paces away, the long, electrified whip in his hands, flickering under the faint moonlight. His expression was one of cold disdain as he snapped the whip again, driving the creature back, herding it to the perfect spot, and arousing its anger. It was now excited again, wanting to tear the newcomer apart, refusing to leave. "You're pathetic!" Her master spat, his voice dripping with contempt. "You can't even do this right." Vila didn't respond. She couldn't. Her body was half frozen, her limbs heavy and unresponsive. The beast snarled and lunged forward again, but this time her master was ready. The whip cracked once more, and the creature yelped as the lash struck its side. It hesitated, its glowing eyes darting between Vila and her master, jumping back, realizing that this fight was an uneven one. "Get up!" her owner barked, his command overriding her exhaustion. "Get up, or I'll leave you here with it!" Vila scrambled to her feet, her legs wobbling beneath her. She knew why. The beast was in its perfect position. She took a shaky step backward, then another, until she felt the edge of the activator beneath her heel. The cage mechanism clicked, the metal bars springing up around the beast just as it lunged toward her again, deciding that it would have its trophy, no matter what. The creature's roar of rage shook the air after it banged against the cage, but it was trapped now, clawing futilely at the bars. Vila's chest heaved as she stumbled away, her back colliding with a tree as she slid back to the ground, wanting to cry but having no tears to shed. Seeing her state, her master loomed over her, the whip coiled in his hand, finally deactivated. Before saying anything, he whistled as more of his men appeared, ready to sedate the beast and transfer it back to their ship. Watching her, his eyes were cold, ruthless and uncaring. "You're lucky I was here," he said, his voice low. "If there is a next time where you fuck up, I won't save you." Vila felt a kind of anger that made her vision swim. But it was more than that. As her anger grew, the jungle blurred, the edges of the world twisting and warping like a reflection in a suddenly disturbed pond. She tried to stand, but her body refused to follow her will. The creature's growls returned and reverberated around her, multiplying and coming from every direction, making her vision swim. Her master was gone. The cage was gone. She was now alone. Then the growling grew louder and closer. What happened? Did the beast escape? Vila turned around frantically, her eyes darting through the darkness, but she couldn't see them. No trees, people, or the cage. What surrounded her were the shadows themselves. But where is her master? Where is the jungle? What is happening? And then, one by one, the same predatory creature emerged from the darkness, bringing along its entire pack. They were larger than before, their glowing eyes more numerous and intense, their fangs sharper and glinting from drool. Their bodies seemed to shimmer and shift, becoming more monstrous with each passing moment. Their aura was also different, menacing, wild, and bloodthirsty. Vila screamed as the first beast lunged toward her. She scrambled backward, but her hands and legs found no purchase on the slippery, muddy ground, making her fall multiple times. The beast's jaws snapped shut inches from her face, and she felt the rush of its hot breath, the stench of death assaulting her senses. Another one pounced, its claws raking through the air, and Vila rolled to the side just in time to avoid it. She tried to crawl away, but they were everywhere, circling her, closing in. There was no escape. "Please!" she cried, her voice breaking. "Somebody, help me!" But no one came. The largest of the beasts stepped on her like before, its eyes burning like twin red giants, pushing her to her back. It growled low, leaning close to her face, huffing at her. Vila's body was pressed against the ground, her hands trying to force the paw off of her chest, tears streaming down her face. And then it bit down. She woke with a start, her body jerking violently as she sat upright in her bed. Her heart hammered in her chest, almost bursting through it while her breath came in short, ragged gasps. For a moment, she didn't know where she was. The darkness of the room felt oppressive, closing in on her like the jungle had in her dream. But then her senses returned. She wasn't in the jungle anymore. She wasn't bait. She wasn't a slave. Not anymore. She was in the Jedi Temple on Yavin 4. The realization hit her like a wave, and she clutched the coarse fabric of her blanket, her hands trembling, pulling it before her face, wanting to hide the fact she was crying. The room was silent, save for the faint hum of the temple's ventilation system. There were no growls, no whips, no owners and no chains around her wrists and ankles. She was safe, at least, she was repeating it to herself in her head. In the end, she swung her legs over the edge of the bed, her bare feet touching the cool stone floor without hurting, without fresh cuts that would bleed and lead a monster to her masters. She ran a hand over her face, wiping away the sweat and tears that clung to her skin. Her leku twitched faintly as she took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing calmness upon herself. "It's over," she whispered. "It's over. I'm safe. Relax, Vila, stop crying." But even as she said the words, her body refused to fully believe them. Her muscles were tense, her hands shaking, her chest still tight. The memories of her past were not so easily left behind. She closed her eyes and focused on her breathing. It was advice that Ben Skywalker had taught her earlier that day when she was exploring the temple, memorizing its layout and searching for possible escape routes. She couldn't help it. It was in her nature. When she ran into him, he decided to invite her for a quick lecture, wanting her to try it out. He probably felt her thoughts, her constant nervousness, being on the edge, and she wouldn't refuse him, not after saving her from the clutch of his masters. "In through my nose, out through my mouth, slowly, deliberately." She repeated his instructions aloud, starting to try and follow it. With each breath, the tension in her body began to ease. The shadows of the nightmare still lingered at the edges of her mind, but they felt distant now, like echoes of a world that no longer held her in its grasp. "I'm safe," she said again, more firmly this time. After a few more breaths, she finally stood up, wrapping her arms around herself as she paced within the small room. The air was cool against her damp skin, grounding her and pulling her further away from the effects of her dream. In the end, her eyes drifted to the window of her abode. Through the narrow opening, she could see the faint glow of Yavin 4's moonlight filtering through the trees, entering her room and her eyes. "I'm not there anymore," she thought. "I'm here. I'm free." She didn't know how long she stood there, staring out at the moonlit jungle beyond the temple. But when she finally returned to bed, her body felt lighter. The nightmares would come again. She was sure of that. But for now, at least, she was safe. And that was enough. Chapter 6. The First Lesson. The soft hum of the Jedi Temple's ventilation system fought to keep the humid air out, while it also blended with the rustle of wind through the trees' canopies, surrounding us, creating a serene backdrop in the chamber. All of us freshly recruited Padawans sat in loose rows of 4, including me, my seat right in the middle of them, right behind Vila. Looking around, the room was simple and unadorned. The stone walls were bare except for faint etchings of ancient Jedi symbols that shimmered in the morning sunlight. Right before us all, standing with calm authority, was Master Rosh Pinin, our teacher who would let us experience what Jedi meditation entailed. This was our very first lesson in the Order, and maybe the most important one. Before we begin, Master Rosh spoke, his voice warm as the morning sun, let me tell you what this lesson is not about. We glanced at one another, unsure how to react. I wasn't going to miss anything, not now, so I straightened my back and focused on his words, following him with my eyes as he paced before us. In front of me, Vila shifted uncomfortably, her leku, as usual, twitching with nervous energy. I don't think she was used to staying still like this, at least not for a long time. This is not about lifting rocks with your mind, Master Rosh continued, pacing slowly, his steps deliberate and measured. It's not about duels or visions or mastering the secrets of the galaxy. Today we begin with the most basic and most difficult skill for any Jedi, feeling the Force. Then he paused, letting his words settle over our group. He studied our faces, noting our ideas, feelings and thoughts, probably ranking which of us understood his lesson. The Force, he explained, his tone softening, is not something to be grasped or conquered. It's something you become part of. And to do that, you must first learn to listen for it. Finishing, he gracefully lowered himself onto the floor, taking a cross-legged position, giving us an example. Now, close your eyes, he instructed. Focus on your breathing, in through your nose, out through your mouth, slow and steady. If you find it hard, concentrate on mine and mimic it. Copy my rhythm. I obeyed immediately, closing my eyes and following our master's lead. The temple's ambient sounds faded into the background as I focused on the rhythm of his breath, in, out. Slow and steady. I not only felt it almost immediately, but I felt something that wasn't mine. I knew it instantly. That other thing, that wasn't my feelings. These were not my thoughts. It was Vila's. She was struggling. I could sense how her eyes fluttered while closed, and then I felt how she opened them again, as if expecting something to happen. The silence felt oppressive for her, sending her thoughts racing and making it impossible to properly meditate. What am I supposed to feel? What if I'm doing it wrong? I almost spoke up myself, hearing her thinking as whispers in my ear, when Master Rosh's voice interrupted her spiraling thoughts. Don't force it, Vila. Just breathe. Let the world fade away. She tried again, but the unfamiliar stillness gnawed at her. I could sense something within her stir. I didn't know then that they were memories of sleepless nights on cold jungle floors that resurfaced in her mind. These were heavy experiences that nobody should have gone through. I didn't know that she could hear distant growls of predators echoing in her mind when trying to meditate. What I could feel, sitting so close to her, was that her breathing quickened, and she clenched her fists to steady herself. Let your awareness expand beyond yourself. Master Rosh led us, his voice echoing in our mind. Feel the air around you, the ground beneath you, the energy flowing through this room. Separating my feelings from Vila's, I took a deep breath, my focus sharpening, trying to block out everything that was not related to me. I imagined the air vibrating faintly with energy, as if the room itself were alive. At first there was nothing, just my own thoughts and the sound of my breath. But then, like a faint whisper on the edge of my hearing, I felt it, a gentle pulse. It was rhythmic, but it wasn't the ventilation. It was different, like the heartbeat of something infinite, something living but more. My chest tightened with awe, But I didn't let it distract or jolt me out of this weird state. Instead, I leaned into the sensation, letting it envelop my consciousness. It was warm and constant, a comforting presence that seemed to reach out and welcome me with open arms. "I feel it," I murmured subconsciously, my voice barely above a whisper yet still escaping my throat. "Good, Kael. Stay with it. Let it guide you." Master Rosh turned to me, nodding approvingly as I heard his voice in my head. By then I wasn't paying attention to anybody else. I did not even realize that a Nautolan Padawan sitting next to me frowned in concentration. His headtails twitched as he scrunched his face, clearly struggling to follow Master Rosh's instructions. I don't feel anything," he admitted, frustration creeping into his voice. "That's okay," our teacher said calmly. "The Force reveals itself differently to everyone. For some, it comes as a whisper. For others, it may feel like a breeze or a wave, a faint scent of something familiar, a hug giving you safety. Be patient. It will come to you if you don't give up." Vila once again opened her eyes, biting her lip. She wasn't feeling anything either. Not a whisper, not a wave, not even a faint flicker. All she felt was the tightness in her chest and the restless urge to move. Sitting still like this wasn't natural and could mean that something could get to her. She needed to do something, anything, to break the tension. "You're not competing with each other," Master Rosh reminded her and others who were failing on their first try, his gaze sweeping over our group. "This is not a race. The Force isn't a prize you can win. It's a connection you build over time." By then, I missed it all happening. I instead let out a slow breath, my awareness deepening. The pulse I had felt earlier grew stronger, more defined. As I let it sweep over me, my consciousness returned to the room, but it was different. This time, I wasn't just sitting in the room. I was sensing it now in a much more vivid way, along with everyone else in it. I began feeling their thoughts. Their emotions were brushing against me like the ocean on a beach, washing against the sand. I could feel the Nautolan's frustration, Vila's unease, and Master Rosh's calm, guiding presence, all of them at once. "Good," our master said again, his voice soothing those who failed. "Those of you who can feel it, stay with it. Those who cannot, don't worry. The Force is always there, even when it feels distant. Trust that it will come to you in time." The lesson continued in silence, each Padawan grappling with their own experience. I started feeling guilty. It was as if I were eavesdropping on their thoughts. For me, the Force felt tangible, a presence I could almost touch. And through it, I could touch my fellow students. But after a time, Master Rosh spoke again, his voice powerful enough to sever the feeling within me, forcing me out of my meditation. "Open your eyes." All of us obeyed, not that we could say no to him. "Tell me," he continued after we all collected ourselves, "what did you feel?" Nobody said anything at first, so after waiting a few seconds, I raised my hand hesitantly. I think I felt the Force. It was like a heartbeat or maybe a current. It was everywhere, but it felt gentle, warm." Master Rosh nodded, his expression pleased, which in turn made me smile. "Excellent, Kael. That's a good start. The Force often reveals itself as a sense of connection, an awareness of the world around you." Hearing him, the Nautolan boy shook his head, and I could feel he was very disappointed with himself. "I tried, but I didn't feel anything. It's like I don't know what I'm looking for." "You're not alone in that," Master Rosh assured him. "Many Jedi struggle at first, As I told you all, the Force isn't something you look for, it's something you let yourself feel. It takes time and practice. Don't force it, as forcing it is a step towards failure. It was then that Vila hesitated, looking at me once over her shoulders and then turning forward, speaking up. I couldn't feel it either, she admitted, her voice quiet. I tried, but it's like there's this wall in my head. I can't get past it. Rosh turned to her, his gaze kind but probing. He clearly felt her attempts and wondered what had cut it short. If I could feel it, a master would recognize it too. That's not uncommon, he stated. Sometimes our past experiences create barriers that make it harder to connect with the Force. But those barriers can be overcome. I experienced it myself, Padawan Vila. It can be overcome. You must trust in yourself and in the Force. I watched as her body shifted. Although I couldn't see it, I was sure she frowned while looking down at her hands. I had guessed what she was thinking, that she wasn't sure she believed Master Rosh's words. The idea of a barrier felt too easy, too simple to explain the gnawing emptiness she'd felt during the exercise, or the roars she could hear as if coming from the jungle around the temple. But I understood our master's implication. It wasn't a physical barrier, it was a mental one. Vila, Rosh said gently, drawing her attention, the Force isn't something you earn or something that any of us deserve. It is not an object of desire because feeling like those can corrupt it. It's already within you, as much a part of you as your breath or your heartbeat. It flows through every living being. It holds us and the universe together. Vila, you have the gift to experience its effect consciously. It will come to you. I looked away when she nodded reluctantly, though I knew she wasn't convinced. Remember, Master Rosh declared, addressing the group. This is only the beginning. Feeling the Force is not something you master in a single lesson, nor in a single year. It's a lifelong journey. Some of you will connect with it more easily than others, but that doesn't mean anyone is stronger or weaker. Each of you has a unique path, and the Force will guide you on it. Most of us nodded, some more enthusiastically than others. I was amongst the former as I sat straighter, feeling a modest sense of accomplishment. It was different from when I did something well back home. This was a task I completed because I wanted to complete it. It was my own desire, and it felt wonderful. I wanted to do it again, right now, and right there, looking towards Vila without trying to burn her back with my gaze. She kept her look fixed on the floor. I could feel the frustration gnawing at her. If the Force was really within her, why couldn't she feel it? I knew that look. I hope she can overcome it. When our first lesson ended, we began filing out of the chamber while Master Rosh gently caught Vila's arm, stopping her. I made sure to slow my steps enough not to be obvious, but to delay enough so I could hear their words. You're not failing, Vila, he said softly. You're learning, and learning often begins with struggle. She met his gaze bravely, but she was unsure how to respond. Finally, she nodded. I'll keep trying, she murmured, though her voice lacked conviction. That's all I ask. Chapter 7. The Second Lesson. The midday sun was stronger here than what I was used to as we were led to the courtyard. Its rays were casting long shadows from the towering stone columns surrounding the grounds, but we weren't standing under them for long, as we had to gather out in the open. What was worse than the heat was the extreme humidity, making it hard for me to breathe the same way I was used to. Still, I never once thought about complaining, as I was just as excited as the others. We were standing in 2 rows facing the sparring circle at the center of the grounds. The sound of faint alien animal calls from the jungle not far from us added a natural rhythm to the moment, amplifying the weight of our coming exercise and giving me the feeling we had spectators amongst the trees, as if they were watching us all. It was making me nervous, although I should be used to it. When our teacher, Master Kael Valtherion, arrived, looking at him up close, he was tall and carried himself as a warrior, even though he was clearly older, maybe even older than the Grandmaster. Without showing his age in his movements, he stepped into the center of the circle before us, his stance casual but commanding. The brown robe he was wearing was pushed back, revealing a practical tunic and utility belt under it. His lightsaber, more weathered than our training sabers, hung at his side, and I could sense the history within it. I knew of him. He was a legend or a headache if you would ask my father for opinions. His short beard and the creases on his face gave him a slightly weathered look, but his sharp eyes twinkled with a more rebellious energy. It was what set him apart from the other masters, I think. "All right, listen up," he began, his voice rich, mixed with a natural kind of authority, but not devoid of closeness. "If you think today's lesson is all about swinging these glowing sticks around, you're in for a surprise. Lightsaber combat is more than just flashy moves or jumping around like a wort. It's about control, discipline, and strategy. Start stringing together nonsense sequences, and you will find your head separated from your neck quicker than you can say Pazak." Oh. I blinked my eyes, realizing, so someone did play that game besides me, huh? "So," I listened as he continued, "from today on, you're going to start learning Form I, Shicho, until I say you are ready to experience the rest and choose your own style." I reflexively glanced at Vila, who stood beside me. Her violet eyes narrowed slightly, her leku twitching as they always did when she was tensing up. I couldn't tell if she was excited or anxious, or both. "Pick a saber. One for each of you. No fancy dual-wielding yet." Master Caedus gestured toward a rack of training sabers placed nearby as he instructed us. "Don't worry. These are practice models with low-power settings. You won't lose any limbs, unless you're really careless." He added with a grin, right as we were to take the identical-looking weapons for ourselves. His last comment drew a nervous laugh from some of the younger Padawans, but I noticed Vila's lips tighten, her breathing just slightly quicker than mine. I stepped forward with the others, retrieving one of the simple hilts, my heart pounding. This was a weapon of a Jedi. It was lighter than I expected, the weight evenly distributed, and its design was stripped of any unnecessary ornamentation. It was nothing like I was used to, as when I was taught fencing, it was with a vibroblade, which was much heavier. Once we had all returned to our spots, Master Caedus continued. "Form 1 is the foundation. It's the most basic, yes, but also the most universal. It's not about flair, it's about survival. It is the perfect one to start with and build upon. You master this, and you've got the groundwork for every other form. Now, let's start with the stance." He moved fluidly into position, his feet shoulder-width apart, one foot slightly back, knees bent. He waited like that until we copied him, holding the position as long as he needed to. Then, he held his saber horizontally at chest height, both hands gripping the hilt firmly, his fingers wrapping around it. This is the ready stance. It gives you balance, stability, and the ability to react quickly. Your feet are your anchor. Without them, you're nothing. We mimicked his stance, some of us wobbling as we adjusted, trying to copy him down to every twitch of his muscles. I found myself instinctively leaning forward too much, an old habit from fencing practice at home, something I picked up to compensate for the weight of the blade, which was much lighter now. I had to correct myself 3 times. "Not bad. Now hold it." Master Catan said as he straightened and walked down the line, inspecting us one by one. When he reached Vila, he tilted his head slightly. Straighten your back. Keep your weight balanced. You're leaning forward too much. She adjusted immediately, her expression determined, unlike when it was about meditation. Yes, Master. Good. He returned to his spot after he finished inspecting the rest of us. Now the first movement, the horizontal sweep. It's the simplest attack, designed to push back your opponents. Active, and hold your saber steady and sweep from left to right in a controlled motion. He demonstrated with his actual blue lightsaber, humming loudly as it cut through the air. Don't swing wildly. A controlled strike is a powerful strike. We followed suit, imitating his movement. The drone of our sabers filled the courtyard as we all flicked them on. It was making me feel goosebumps all over my body. It was a sensation I can't describe, but it was the most incredible experience I had here yet. As we practiced, the sound of our swings grew louder with each pass, creating a kind of weird music. I felt my muscles adjust to the rhythm, the motion becoming smoother with each attempt. Vila, however, was ahead of everyone else. Her strikes were sharp and precise. Her grip was tight, but loose enough to not hinder her movements. And her sweeps always ended at the same momentum and started anew, expending the least energy possible. Very good, Vila, Master Catan called out, his tone firm, filled with encouragement. But you need to ease up. This form is all about control, not aggression. Your saber is an extension of yourself. Your swings tell everything to your enemy, and right now, you are telling me that your movements are too aggressive. It can be exploited as you would overreach, giving me the opportunity to counter you and finish you in one move. She exhaled sharply and nodded, modifying her grip slightly. Her next attempt was better, smoother, and more deliberate. I didn't even notice the issues with her style. In my eyes, she was doing it perfectly from the start. Not that I had enough time to look at the others, as I had to focus on my own swings. Nice, Master Catan said with a faint smile. See? You're getting it. Vila didn't respond, but I noticed a flicker of satisfaction cross her face. When our eyes met, I smiled a little, nodding at her. After several repetitions of the horizontal sweep, we moved on to learn the form's defensive blocks and basic counter. Our master demonstrated each technique with precision, his movements fluid and effortless. Defense is just as important as offense, he explained. If you can't block, you won't last long. Form I emphasizes simplicity. Step into the strike, absorb the impact, and redirect. For this to work, we paired up to practice, and I found myself facing Vila. Her expression was unreadable as we took our stances. Her eyes were not looking at my face, but at my legs and arms, and her muscles were tensed, ready to react to anything I may throw at her. Ready? I asked. She nodded in answer, raising her saber. She did not answer me with words, but only invited me to start. We began slowly, taking turns attacking and blocking. When it was my turn to block, Vila's strikes were fast and sharp, giving me barely any time to raise my saber and redirect her attacks as instructed. Many times, I could only block her because I already learned fencing. If I was an absolute beginner, I would be disarmed already. She was a dangerous opponent. But I also noticed her anxiety returning when it was about blocking my offense. Her blocks were effective, yes, but she often overcompensated, leaving herself open to counters that I held back from exploiting. This was training. I reminded myself every time my instincts told me to push on. Focus on balance, I reminded her, parrying one of the strikes she launched, trying to counter me after blocking my first swing. Don't overextend. I know what I'm doing. She frowned when she heard me, but adjusted her stance nonetheless. Good. That's what I like to see. Helping each other improve. But remember, this isn't a sparring match, but a training exercise. Save the grandiloquent moves for later. Master Caeton's voice interrupted us. We both nodded respectfully, refocusing on the basics. As the lesson progressed, the sun climbed higher, its rays filtering through the jungle canopy. Sweat dripped down my brow, but I felt a growing sense of accomplishment. This was nothing like the fencing drills back home. This was much more real. I could feel the weight of the saber in my hands, and I mean the weight of its significance. I felt the hum of its energy resonating with the pulse of the Force, inviting me in as if it wanted me to become one with it. It was exhilarating. By the end of the lesson, Master Katarn had us form a circle around him. "Not bad for your first time," he spoke, his voice carrying a rare note of approval. "But remember, this is just the start. Mastery takes years and decades of hard work, not just some swish-swash exercise every morning, no. So don't think you can face off against anybody yet. C-3PO would beat you all up." He chuckled, making some of us giggle. Shicho may be the simplest form, but it's also the most enduring. Don't underestimate it. Then he scanned our faces, his gaze settling briefly on Vila before moving on. "You'll practice these moves daily. The basics aren't just for beginners, they're for life. Got it?" We all nodded, some more eagerly than others. Who wouldn't want to wield a lightsaber every day? That was not even a question. "Good," Master Caeton said with a grin. "Now, go get cleaned up. You've earned it. But don't get too comfortable. Tomorrow, we move on to sparring with those of you who have enough confidence." As we filed out of the training grounds, Vila walked beside me, her expression thoughtful. "You did well," I said, offering her a smile and breaking the silence between us. "I could have done better." She shrugged, her eyes fixed ahead. "You will," I replied, confident in her determination and that it will bring her success. For the first time since I'd met her, she smiled faintly, glancing at me. "Thanks, Kael." I felt a sense of happiness. She seemed more open, even if just a little bit. Maybe she needed to feel she was good at something after the failure with meditation. I was glad for her. I really was. Also, I couldn't wait to learn more, to be tomorrow so we can study once again. If every day was like our first, I never wanted to stop learning. Chapter 8. Council Meeting. The Jedi Council's chamber was a quiet place, established on the temple's topmost level, seemingly removed from the noise of the students and the jungle down below. Its wide windows offered a sweeping view of Yavin 4's dense forestation, the occasional massive birds flying over the treetops before disappearing, either down below or high up within the clouds. The soft light of the setting sun filtered through the chamber, casting elongated shadows across the circle of Jedi Masters seated in their simple chairs without adorning gold fittings or luxurious cushions. Though the room was seemingly still, it thrummed with the constant pulse of the Force, a living presence that connected all within, thanks to the presence of the Jedi Council and its powerful members. Seated at the head of the circle was Jaina Solo, the Sword of the Jedi. Her dark brown robes were unadorned, but her sharp eyes and commanding presence filled the space more powerfully than any ornate uniform ever could. She leaned forward slightly, her hands clasped in front of her, as she listened to the reports being presented by her fellow masters. On her right sat Luke Skywalker, calm and serene. Though he no longer directly led the council itself, he was still the Jedi Order's figurehead. His presence was magnetic, and his wisdom was sought in every discussion. The other masters stole occasional glances in his direction, even as they debated amongst themselves, wanting to see and feel his reaction. Still, he only spoke when he truly needed to. As their current discussion continued, Jaina raised a hand to signal to move on to the next topic, her tone steady but firm. Now that we've addressed the recent disturbances along the mid-rim, let's turn our attention to the new generation of Padawans. They are past their first month. We all observed them at least once. I want to hear your thoughts. The future of the Jedi Order rests on their shoulders, and we must ensure their training is both comprehensive and individualized. At her words, the Mirialan Jedi Master, Valin Kadrin, a figure of serene elegance with elaborate tattoos marking her spiritual milestones achieved in the Force, adjusted her posture and spoke. She was someone who always approached the problem through force before anything else. The new group is promising, but their experiences vary widely. They come from places torn apart by war, tyranny, and loss. This batch is going to need more overview from us. Some of them carry burdens heavier than we might realize. I agree, added Kael Valtherion, his rugged features softened slightly by a rare note of concern, especially towards one particular youngster. I am most concerned about the twi'lek girl, Vila Saresh. Her history as a slave has left her deeply scarred, and it shows in her every movement. She is twitchy and always on edge. When in training, she shows savage tendencies, and she lacks the ability to work in a group. She has potential, but her past is a dark cloud hanging over her head. Its shadows, as we all know, have a way of growing and turning into tendrils that could burrow into her mind when not addressed. His words were taken seriously, especially as someone who experienced it through his own past and through his own Padawans once. The fall of Rosh Pinin and subsequent redemption by his other student Jaden Kaur was something that was a warning sign for future masters on what to look for when training the young, their experiences helping the current Jedi to take proper care of their Padawans. Master Aaron Solara, a human Jedi seated to Jaina's left, nodded thoughtfully. His role in developing new technologies, always tinkering with machinery, made him pragmatic and forward-thinking, and he agreed with Master Katarn's words. Vila's unclear connection to the Forces is undeniable, but it's yet to solidify into darkness and is still unstable. The danger is that she could mistake power for control. If we fail her, she could fall, and the consequences could be disastrous. A faint murmur of agreement rippled through the chamber. Jaina tapped her finger lightly against the table, considering their words and their future steps to prevent it from happening. Vila isn't the only one we need to watch, Master Rosh Penin interjected. His tone was cautious, his gaze fixed on Master Jaina. Kael Varo shows remarkable promise, but his natural empathy and the way he connects with other Force users make him vulnerable. He's already picking up on the emotions of others, Vila in particular, and that connection could either anchor him or drag him down if we're not careful. Luke shifted slightly, his gaze warm but piercing. The moment he did so, everybody stopped, and all the eyes turned towards the Grandmaster, waiting for his assessment. What do you suggest, then? His soft voice carried a gravity that left the room in silence for a moment. In the end, it was Jaina Solo who took a breath, meeting her uncle's gaze. When they're ready, they should become Ben's Padawans. His experience and temperament make him uniquely suited to guide them. They'll challenge him, especially the girl, but I believe he'll rise to the task and guide her well. He learned a lot from my brother, and even under his tutelage he remained steadfast in his own convictions. It could be the best choice for all three of them. Ben's training is strong, and his understanding of the forces is nuanced. I trust he will guide them well, and it is indeed time for him to take the next step in his training. He needs to learn how to teach others. Luke agreed after hearing his niece's explanation. The room seemed to exhale collectively, the decision solidifying among the masters the moment Luex stopped speaking. Jaina quickly led the conversation forward, not letting the silence fall back onto them. Now, to the other matter at hand. Her expression hardened slightly. A faint unease crept into the chamber as she leaned back in her chair, collecting her words to be less blunt than her instincts wanted her to be. A way of speaking she inherited from her father and was unfit for a Jedi Master. Well, unfit for a council meeting, that is. The Sith are no longer just whispers in the dark. Reports indicate they're attempting to consolidate power, establishing their own dominion under the leadership of Vestara Kai. They are trying to replicate an empire that resembles their legends, stretching back to more than 4,000 years into the past. Vestara Kai, Kyle Katarn muttered, his hand rubbing his beard thoughtfully. The lost tribe of the Sith's most promising leader, trained, resourceful, and ambitious. He mumbled, remembering what Luke told him, how she helped him and Ben defeat Abeloth, but also how she betrayed them at the end. Not to mention leaving Ben behind, even when his son was so sure he could redeem the woman. And dangerous, added Vaylin, her voice low. The galaxy has seen enough destruction. The Sith can't be allowed to rise again. We must find them and eliminate this threat before it grows. A ripple of agreement moved through the council. Even Aaron Solara, usually the voice of moderation amongst the masters, seemed inclined to agree. The Jedi are guardians of peace, but peace doesn't mean ignoring a wildfire when it's still smouldering. Master Rosh Pinin hesitated before speaking, adding his own thoughts to the discussion. If we strike first, we risk becoming the reason for what we seek to prevent. War. The Sith thrive on conflict. We could be playing directly into their hands by confronting them on their terms. They grow from battles, be the ones they win or lose. If they survive, they will grow and return as an even bigger threat. If we fail, they will not just become more powerful. There is an even worse possibility, that they scatter and start hiding again. The debate grew more fervent, voices overlapping as the masters weighed the risk of action versus inaction. Some argued for decisive strikes to cripple the Sith's momentum. In contrast, others cautioned against the potential fallout of an aggressive approach, especially in a galaxy that was still wary and could see the Jedi as the aggressors, pushing them further into the Sith's hands. In many worlds' eyes, the Sith and Jedi were the same. It was Luke who finally spoke up again, his voice cutting through the din like a lightsaber igniting in the dark. We cannot eliminate the Sith simply because we fear what they might become. The chamber fell silent at once as Luke rose from his chair, his presence filling the room, his hands held behind his back. The Sith thrive in darkness. They hide, they manipulate, and they strike when we least expect it. If we drive them into the light, force them to reveal themselves, we strip them of that advantage. Let them claim their dominion if that is what they seek. We will watch and wait. Wait? Master Vaylin's voice was incredulous. Grandmaster, are you suggesting we allow the Sith to consolidate their power? I'm suggesting we allow them to expose themselves, Luke replied calmly, walking towards the windows. A dominion of the Sith cannot sustain itself for long. Their nature is rooted in conflict and betrayal. They will fracture under their own weight. Their empires always followed the same pattern: find a home, consolidate power, and then start fighting within themselves for the right to wield that power. It is the essence of the dark side. Power. Always the fight for more power. There is no peace in their tenets. But what of the damage they'll cause in the meantime? Jaina asked, her voice steady but her eyes questioning. She was on the side of striking them down without question. Luke turned to her, looking back over his shoulder, his expression softening. We will intervene if they strike against the innocent, but if we move too soon, we risk reigniting a war that the galaxy isn't ready to survive. Trust in the Force, Jaina. It will guide us. Our priority is peace. And, she asked the only person who would dare interrupt the Grandmaster's thoughts, Ben believes that he can redeem Vestara. Nonsense! Jaina spoke out by reflex, her voice carrying a patch of roguish tint in it. She was already standing and opening her mouth to speak, but then she simply sat back, reining in her sudden outburst, saying in a calm tone that wasn't merely an act. My apologies. She indeed already calmed down, thinking it through and remembering the last time she saw her brother, when she defeated him. How, before his death, he acted like a proper Jedi once again, caring not for his own fate but for that of his wife and daughter, willing to accept death just to save them. I can't, and I won't stop Ben from trying, Luke continued, looking back out of the window, watching the sunset, remembering how it felt to do the same back home, on Tatooine. What he is believing is the same idea that I always held most precious. The council sat in contemplative silence, the weight of Luke's words settling over them. I believed in my father's redemption too. After what felt like an hour of silence, Jaina finally inclined her head, no longer trying to convince her uncle of a different approach. We'll monitor their movements closely, but we will need to keep tabs on them, know where they are, and know where they are trying to get a foothold. When the Sith reveal themselves as a local power, we must be ready. Luke didn't say anything more. With a peaceful gaze, he simply returned to his seat, and the discussion shifted to logistical matters, pleas for help from nearby and faraway systems. Yet, the lingering tension remained, a reminder of the delicate balance the Jedi Order sought to maintain in a galaxy still healing from its scars. They knew their Grandmaster was right. A war between Jedi and Sith would be something that very easily could break the galaxy. Chapter 9. History. I couldn't believe how much my life had changed in just a mere 2 months. Yes, it had an organized feel to it, just like back home. Learning and training those parts were the same, yet they were not. Back home, I did it because I had to. Here, I wanted to. When I first arrived at the Jedi Temple, the thought of wielding a lightsaber or feeling the Force as a living presence had been something that none of my dreams could live up to. Actually, doing it was indescribable. Now, my days were filled with meditation, training, and lessons that stretched my mind and body to their limits, differently than analyzing old battle tapes or conditioning my body to withstand piloting a spacecraft. The Jedi training was exhausting, sure, but it was also exhilarating. The others had settled in as well. Vila, despite her rough start, was slowly finding her footing. She'd come to the temple with more scars than most, many of them invisible, but I could feel them the more we sparred. Her body had old scars in many places, but I think her spirit was even more scarred. I wanted to help her, but I had no idea how. I just hoped that our masters knew a way. Still, her dictionary didn't contain the word giving up, as she was trying, no matter how many times she failed something. I'd catch glimpses of her during lessons, her violet eyes narrowed with determination, her hand raised to ask questions when she didn't understand something. At first, she hesitated to ask about anything, but we all were told multiple times that there were no questions. and since then, she never held back from asking them. That was something I admired about her. She didn't let the gaps in her knowledge stop her from moving forward. Vila had come from nothing. I was sure by now that she was a slave, and now she was here, struggling to master not just the Force, but also the basic skills most of us took for granted: reading, writing, or math. Yes, the Jedi didn't just teach us to use the Force or fight with lightsabers. They wanted us to be well-rounded. Masters like Valen Kaedrin and Aren Solara believed that education was just as important as training. So, in addition to practicing the basics of Form Y, as Padawans, we also were made to take on other lessons. Those of us who had a stronger foundation, like me, we were tasked to help those who didn't. I wasn't sure how much of a teacher I was, if I could explain things as well as our masters, but Vila often ended up sitting beside me during language or arithmetic lessons. She was stubborn, asking questions until she understood the answer completely. And I found myself respecting that determination more and more, wanting to imitate it. Still, she had her moments when she didn't need help or explanation. When let's just say she involuntarily demonstrated her Force powers. There was one time during a math lesson when she got so frustrated she nearly crushed her datapad with the Force. Master Rosh Peenin didn't seem to mind, calming her down with words and trying to guide her toward relaxation through Force. When Master Katan had learned of it in our following dueling bout, he laughed it off, saying something about how raw emotion wasn't all bad, it just needed to be tempered. Vila hadn't laughed. She realized that was something that a Jedi should have never done. Even if she didn't crush the datapad, the intent was there. I counted that as progress. The rest of us were finding our own challenges too. Jalo Vreek, a Rhodian Padawan I had spent a few spars with when we were grouped up differently, had a talent for lightsaber combat but struggled to sit still during meditation sessions. I think he once fell asleep trying to connect with the Force. I don't know why, but I teased him about it for a week, which only made him try harder. Somehow, I felt like I had to, and the result was evident at once, catching up to us all very quickly. As for me, well, I was still figuring things out for myself. I'd gotten the basics of Shicho down, at least. The wide, sweeping motions felt natural after a while, and I'd stopped bruising myself with the training saber when overextending and letting my partners counter my moves. But the Force, that was harder. It was like trying to grasp something just out of reach, always there but always slipping through my fingers. I could feel so many things that they felt overwhelming, making it hard to focus on only one aspect and start manipulating objects. Tonight, though, wasn't about training. It was about answers. I was about to do the same thing I did back home when I felt overwhelmed and wanted to relax a little. Read. As I made my way to the archives, the temple was quieter than usual. Most of the Padawans were asleep, and the only sounds were the faint drone of the ventilation systems and the occasional rustle of leaves outside when the wind picked up, or maybe some animals walked by. The light from the massive gas giant filling the sky above us filtered through the windows, deepening the shadows across the walkways. The archives were one of my favorite places in the temple. Rows upon rows of actual books and holographic datapads lined the shelves, each one a piece of history, carrying knowledge from thousands of years before my time. Entering it, the air always smelled faintly of dust and old leather, something the others apparently never noticed. Well, maybe I was imagining it, but there was a stillness here that felt sacred. As I headed deeper in, the sound of a familiar voice greeted me. "Oh, hello there! Late night, I see." C3PO stood near the central console, his golden plating gleaming as if he was recently polished. I swear I could see my reflection in his chest. As far as I knew, the protocol droid had been assigned to the archives for the midnight shift, and he took his role very seriously. "Good evening, C-3PO," I said, keeping my voice low. "Just here to study." "Ah, excellent. The pursuit of knowledge is the hallmark of any Jedi, you know. Master Luke himself spent countless hours here, establishing the base of this wonderful collection and reading all of the tomes housed here. If you need assistance, I'd be delighted to help. My databanks contain over 6 million forms of communication, historical records, and I'll let you know if I need anything," I interrupted gently, not wanting to offend him. I just knew that if I didn't, he would never stop. C-3PO nodded, or at least tilted his head in a way that approximated a nod, and returned to his task of cataloguing holobooks. I made my way to one of the reading alcoves, settling into a chair with a datapad. Tonight, I wasn't here for just any history. I was here to hear Luke Skywalker's story. I could have asked C-3PO, but that felt wrong, and if I were in the Grandmaster's shoes, I would have placed some kind of security on my droid's mouth to prevent it from divulging sensitive information. Growing up in an Imperial household, I'd heard the name Luke Skywalker plenty of times, but the stories were always the same. He was a terrorist, a rebel, someone who had betrayed the galaxy by aiding the destruction of the Empire. My father once said that he was a celebrated mass murderer, ending hundreds of thousands of lives, and that only counted the destruction of the 2 Death Stars. In truth, my parents rarely spoke about him in detail, but the disdain in their voices whenever his name came up was enough to shape my perception in my early years. It wasn't until I understood more about the galaxy that I realized there was more to the story. I learned that some places outside of our region revered Luke, and many masters of countless worlds treated him like a living legend. But even with all the admiration, no one ever really talked about his past a certain point. Who was he before he was the savior of the galaxy? So here I was, trying to piece it together for myself. The datapad lit up with an index of historical recordings and transcripts. I selected one marked The Rebel Alliance and the Hero of Endor and settled back to read. The story unfolded slowly, painting a picture of a man very different from the one I'd been taught to hate. This Luke Skywalker wasn't a terrorist. He was a boy from Tatooine who'd gotten swept up in a war he never wanted to fight. He'd joined the rebellion not out of hatred, but out of a desire to protect the innocent and stand against oppression. As I read, the pieces began to fall into place. The destruction of the Death Star, the rescue of Leia Organa, and the training on Dagobah with Master Yoda. It all felt larger than life, like a legend. It contained information I knew he had put in there to teach us Padawans. It felt like it, at least, because every chapter ended with thoughts I felt were coming from the Grandmasters, giving us lessons through his life. What struck me the most was the way Luke faced his enemies. He hadn't killed Darth Vader out of vengeance. He'd redeemed him. He'd stood before the Emperor, unarmed, and refused to turn to the dark side, even when it would have saved his own life. He would have died if not for Darth Vader's interference. I couldn't believe it. Nobody even talked about it back home. Did they even know? Or would they believe something like that? I sat back, letting the datapad rest in my hands. The Luke Skywalker I was reading about wasn't the villain my parents had described. And now I had proof in my hands. He was something else entirely, something greater. Quite inspiring, isn't it? I looked up to see C-3PO standing nearby, his photoreceptors glowing softly. Yeah, I admitted. It's more than what I expected. Master Luke's journey was filled with trials, but his dedication to the Jedi Code and the light side of the Force remained unwavering. You know, I was there for much of it. C-3PO added, his voice tinged with pride. I smiled faintly, my thoughts still on the story. He was indeed, and right now I felt like I would love to hear it from his perspective and see how it fares against the possibly curated words of this datapad. So I did something I wouldn't have otherwise, and asked him if he would be willing to retell it. And oh boy, he was more than willing. Still, it was like listening to a theatre play unfold, as he not only recounted what he knew, but I could hear the voices of the Grandmaster and his companions, along with his enemies. By the time I left the library, it was dawn the next day. I did not feel tired or anything. On the contrary, I was filled with energy. As I walked, I bumped into Jalo, smiling at him. "Early training again?" I asked, knowing he was heading toward the meditation chambers. "I can't let you call me Snorri again, Kael," he answered in his heavy, Rhodian accent, playfully jabbing my shoulders. "See you at saber training?" "No, I'm upgrading." "Oh, are you going to pick your own style already?" "I'm not even the first or second to do that." I chuckled, which was true. Some, like Vila, had already begun learning a different form than the first. "Any ideas which one?" "Yeah." I nodded my head, feeling excited. It had been evident since the moment I learned about all the forms. I already had fencing as a background anyway. "I'm going to start learning Form 2. Makashi. Chapter 10. Makashi." The training hall was still empty and unused, as most Padawans were spending their mornings in meditation. The whole room was missing its usual activity and focused feeling, letting it be replaced with serenity, the kind that perceived a duel. It was the type of peace I'd come to associate with the Jedi Temple, a quiet moment before something big, before the storm hit the shores. I stood in the center of the room, my training saber in hand, waiting for Master Aren Solara. I'd been assigned to learn Form 2, Makashi, the dueling form from him. Apparently, he was the most trained within it. I was hoping that it would go well, especially because of all the lightsaber styles. It was the one that felt the most familiar to me. Before making my decision, I watched the hollows of all of them, studying the records before feeling myself connecting with them and ranking that connection in my head. Back home, fencing had been more than just a skill. It was a tradition in every imperial noble family. Mine, with its obsession with its own heritage, had valued the art of the blade for generations. In an age of blasters, it was always weird, but I never questioned it. I could still hear my instructor's voice, my uncle correcting my stance, and feel the weight of the vibroblade in my hand. And his wooden instructor's rod, how it landed on my back whenever I made a mistake. Those lessons had been one of the few things I'd loved and hated at the same time about my old life. The door to the hall slid open, interrupting my thoughts while Master Solara entered. His strides were measured, and his aura felt like the embodiment of precision. I already had a guess as to why he would be the one teaching me. There was no wasted movement in anything his body did. His dark brown robes didn't even sway as he walked, and his lightsaber hung loosely from his belt, swinging just like a metronome for his legs. His calm, analytical gaze swept over me as he approached, while I was doing the same to him, albeit with as much respect as possible. "Padawan Kael," he greeted, his tone unperturbed and composed. "I trust you've reviewed the basics of Makashi in the archives." "Yes, Master," I replied, straightening my posture. "It's different from what we've been learning with Form 1, more precise." Listening to me, Master Solara nodded, crossing his arms as he stopped in front of me. Precisely, Form 2, also known as Makashi, is the most elegant and refined of the lightsaber styles. It was developed specifically for lightsaber-to-lightsaber combat, excelling in precision, footwork, and control. It's no surprise you gravitated toward it given your background. It will come in handy if you ever run into the acolytes of the new Sith resurgence. That comment made me blink my eyes. Was there such a thing? We haven't learned about it yet, but I began wondering if it was true. Still, I couldn't just ask, as he had already unclipped his own lightsaber and activated it. The pale blue blade hummed softly, its glow casting faint reflections on the polished floor. I wonder when I will get mine, and what color it will be. Makashi requires discipline, he continued. It's not about power, but finesse. Every strike, every parry, is deliberate. There's no room for wasted movement, no room for brute strength. The lightsaber is an extension of your will, not a hammer. If you wish to learn Form 2, you must use it as a scalpel. He stepped back, taking a stance that was both graceful and intimidating. One foot slid forward, his blade angled downward in a salute before he brought it up into a ready position. This is Makashi's opening stance. Notice how it minimizes your profile, making you a smaller target. Your blade is held lightly but firmly, ready to respond to an opponent's strike. I mirrored his stance, adjusting my grip on the training saber. It felt right, like slipping into an old pair of boots. It wasn't identical to what I had already learned once, but that knowledge allowed me to mimic my instructor well. Good, Master Solara expressed, his sharp eyes watching my movements. You have a natural feel for it, but Makashi is not just about instinct. It's about control. Hold it. He didn't joke. I had to hold it for an hour. He periodically walked around me, correcting my body, which began to lean and go out of line. I involuntarily tensed when he touched me, expecting a hit landing on me, yet it never came. Well, old habits. I think he also noticed but never mentioned it, which wasn't surprising. It wasn't necessary for our training. After I felt my muscles burning from standing still for so long, he finally nodded, letting me deactivate my saber and allowing me to rest. We will repeat this with every movement, stance, and part of Makashi until it burns into your subconscious and into your muscles so you can pull it off without thinking about it. But before we begin, there's something you should understand about Makashi's legacy. I tilted my head, curious because he sounded cautious. Why? Makashi fell out of favor long ago, he continued, his tone growing somber. The rise of blaster technology and the decline of lightsaber dueling made it seem obsolete, too aggressive for the Jedi, as there were no enemies wielding a lightsaber. Only other Jedi. But it wasn't just the galaxy's changing weaponry, the disappearance of the Sith Empire that caused its decline. Makashi's most infamous practitioner, Count Dooku, or as the Sith knows him, Darth Tyrannus, played no small role in tarnishing its reputation. The name made me recall something I had come across while once looking for information on how the old Jedi Order fell into ruins. I'd read about Dooku in the archives, how he'd once been a Jedi, a master of diplomacy and refinement, only to become Darth Tyrannus, one of the architects of the Clone Wars, defeated by none other than the Grand Master's father, Anakin Skywalker. While thinking about it, Master Solara continued, his voice turning into a teacher's, lecturing me about something of utmost importance. The Jedi Master, once known as Dooku, was a master of Makashi, and his skill with the blade was unmatched. But his mastery came with arrogance. It didn't originate from the form, but it caused it to solidify and fester in his mind. He believed that his elegance and precision made him superior to others, and that pride was his downfall. Like you, he came from a noble origin, young Padawan. I wanted to say that it is not the same, but could I? I didn't know. So, I remained silent and listened. He abandoned the Jedi, fell to the dark side, and became a pawn of the Sith. Yes, he was just a pawn, playing a role that his superior ego refused to acknowledge. He was blinded by his arrogance. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Makashi is a tool, Padawan Kael, a means to an end. Never let it become your identity. Remember why you fight, and never let your skill blind you to the wisdom of humility. Elegance paired with pride turns into vanity. Do you understand? I momentarily closed my eyes, repeating his words before I nodded, sensing the seriousness of his warning. I understand, Master. Good. Now let's begin. For real, this time. We started with the basics. It was not easy, and it took me 6 months to get the form down to a level he agreed to label as a beginner. When I reached that accolade, it was after he tested me. Makashi thrives on 3 pillars, Master Solara explained. Footwork, precision, and timing. Without these, you're just waving a blade around, hoping to hit something. He made me demonstrate the first sequence, a series of measured steps and thrusts, each movement supposedly flowing seamlessly into the next. While doing it, I could compare his previous demonstration to what I was doing now. His blade seemed to dance in his hand, a blur of blue light that moved with effortless grace, something I knew I was still far off to match. Your feet are your foundation, he said, repeating a move I did, pausing mid-sequence, looking as if time had suddenly stopped for his body. If your stance is weak, your blade will falter. Always keep your balance and remember to adjust with your opponent's movements. I followed his lead, repeating the sequence where I made a big enough mistake for him to demonstrate. I did it slowly this time. The movements felt natural, but I struggled to match his fluidity. My footwork was stiff and my strikes were a fraction off balance, off target. Relax, Master Solara said, his voice calm but firm. Makashi isn't about speed, it's about control. Let the Force guide you. I took a deep breath, centering myself as I'd been taught during meditation. This time, the sequence felt smoother, and my strikes were more precise. It wasn't good yet, but it was okay. Better, he stated, nodding his head a little. Now, let's test your control. He raised his saber, gesturing for me to do the same. A simple sparring exercise. Focus on your blade and your balance. Don't worry about winning, just maintain your form. I activated my training saber, the yellowish blade humming to life. I was afraid. He had his real one out. I tried not to show it. He was a master and he had perfect control. I knew that much already. Still, I watched him take his stance, his posture relaxed but ready. He struck first, a precise thrust aimed at my shoulder. I parried instinctively, the clash of our blades sending a vibration up my arm, making me groan. Good, he exhaled, stepping back. But don't just react. Anticipate. I nodded, pushing down my fear and adjusting my stance. I incorporated what I learned in meditation to put myself into a state where my fears wouldn't influence my decision. This time, when he attacked, I saw the strike coming a split second before it landed, and I moved to intercept, deflecting his blade and countering it with a cautious thrust of my own. It was, of course, deflected, and his saber stopped right before chopping off my arm. I think it was the first time I cursed out loudly. Damn! But he didn't mind it, and the spar continued. with each exchange teaching me something new where my form was still lacking discipline. Solara's strikes were deliberate, each one testing a different aspect of my understanding. Some I blocked, others I missed, but with each pass, I felt myself improving. "Excellent," Master Solara said after a final exchange. He deactivated his saber, a faint smile on his lips. "You are worthy of being called a beginner in Form 2. You have a talent for this, Kael. But remember, Makashi is a path, not a destination. It will take years to master." Listening to him through my heavy breathing, I powered down my blade, feeling a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. Finally, after half a year, I did not miss training on any day throughout, and I finally could say I learned Makashi. What remained is perfecting my knowledge of the form. "Thank you, Master. I'll do my best." "I know you will," he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. "And remember, the Force is your greatest ally. Makashi is an instrument, but the Force is what makes it come alive and sing." As I left the training hall, the lessons still echoed in my mind. Makashi wasn't just a fighting style, it was a philosophy that required discipline, precision, and humility. I made sure to always remember that. Chapter 11, Ataru versus Makashi. The training courtyard, as always, was packed by the time I arrived. Padawans, not just our latest group, but people who had already been training here for years, were doing their routine exercises. It was easy to tell the difference between them and us, as we were still restricted to using only the training sabers. As for when we could ditch it, I didn't know. None of us did, and when they pressured me to ask the masters, I never got a straight answer. When the Force wills it, when it's time. Those were the usual responses. Oh, and of course, impatience is not a virtue, and certainly not something a Jedi should flaunt so openly. With a half smile, I tightened my grip on the hilt of my practice saber. The cool metal steadied my thoughts as I stood near the edge of the sparring ring, making me focus on my moves rather than letting my mind wander. I didn't become a beginner Makashi practitioner to then get the title stripped from me already. I had a feeling that if Master Solara saw me daydream while practicing, he would make me restart from the beginning. The past 8 months since coming to Yavin the Fourther had been grueling in a way, but it was also rewarding, and today marked my first genuine attempt at integrating Form 2 into my practice openly and not in one of the training rooms. Across the courtyard, Vila quickly noticed my presence, and she approached me with a swagger that seemed almost exaggerated. I knew that posture. She wants to spar. Turns out, the moment she considers you someone she can trust, she opens up and acts as close as if we already knew each other for years. Plus, her intentions were displayed through her body's movement. Her leku twitched with barely contained energy, and her violet eyes sparkled with excitement. I didn't even need to let the Force point out her feelings for me. I knew it without tapping into it. "Kael!" she called, her voice cutting through the din. A few heads turned, but they quickly went back to their own training. "I heard you're trying out Form 2 now. It was about time. Without a proper dueling partner, it was becoming boring to come here." I smiled awkwardly after hearing her, watching her grin at me, her fingers playing on her training saber's hilt. Vila's enthusiasm was always contagious, even if it came with an intensity that made others hesitate and think she was way too brash for a Jedi. She was, but not because she was rude. It was just how she acted. What I could feel was that she liked expressing herself, relishing in the freedom of her emotions, something that had been shackled for a long time, just as her body was. Maybe because I felt it better than the others, I managed to become friends with her in the past months, and because nobody else besides the masters had the patience to help her learn meditation. I can't lie. It sometimes even tested my own limits. But we made progress. A lot of it, in fact, especially when I tried to help her out after my daily lessons of lightsaber training. That's right. I nodded before she thought I was ignoring her. I was just starting to stretch a little, though. I know you want to have a duel, but don't expect anything impressive yet. You began learning an advanced form before me. Her grin widened, and I could already tell where this was headed. Vila was never one to waste time. Good, she said, spinning and activating her practice saber deftly in her hand before pointing it at me. Then let's see it. Spar with me. I hesitated with a wry smile, glancing toward our collective instructor overseeing the saber training of every Padawan, but it was futile. Master Katan stood at the far side of the courtyard, his arms crossed as he monitored another pair in their duel with actual lightsabers. I knew we were in his vision, but he acted as if he didn't even notice us. Maybe he really didn't. Are you sure? I asked, watching her face illuminated by the yellow glow as I raised an eyebrow. You've been training in Form 4, Ataru. Pretty aggressive strikes and fast movements. That's a lot to throw at someone just starting out with Makashi. I tried my last idea to escape, but Vila simply smirked, her tone turning to tease me. What's the matter, Kael? Afraid I'll run circles around you. Isn't Form 2 stronger than my Ataru? I sighed one last time, knowing there was no getting out of it. Fine, I declared, stepping into the designated ring and raising my saber into the classic Makashi salute. But no complaints if I actually managed to hold my ground. Complaints? I want you to beat me? She laughed way too excitedly. Well, I can somewhat understand. From what I heard, she really hasn't had any good spar lately. The other Padawans of our group began refusing her after she beat down everybody, while the older ones declined her because she didn't have her own lightsaber yet. The other Padawans nearby glanced our way, their attention drawn to us by Vila's loud challenge, quickly beginning to call over the others, wanting to watch our impromptu match. I tried not to let their attention bother me as Vila squared up across the other side of the ring. Her stance was bold, ready to unleash her natural agility and the one boosted by the Force. She held her practice saber high and angled forward, prepared to lunge at a moment's notice. Ready? She asked, her voice practically buzzing with anticipation. I nodded, keeping my stance calm and measured. With a deep breath, I put myself into the same trance-like state when training with Master Solara. Makashi was all about precision, control, and maintaining an unyielding defense. Vila, on the other hand, thrived on overwhelming force and speed. I had to deflect and wait until I could counter her and finish this duel with a clean strike. The moment the sparring match began, she darted forward with a burst of energy, amplified by the Force, her saber flashing toward my right side. I sidestepped, pivoting on my heel to deflect the first attack. Her movements were quick, almost unpredictable, but I managed to keep her at bay with deliberate parries and smooth footwork. Of course, from the outside, it looked like she was chasing me back in the arena. Maybe they even thought I would lose the next moment, becoming another easy win for Vila. Not bad, she admitted, her strikes coming faster now, but you'll have to do better than that. I could feel she wasn't holding back by now. She spun into a wide slash aimed at my shoulder, and I countered with a Makashi thrust that forced her to disengage, stopping her combo. My saber's tip hovered dangerously close to her midsection before she darted back, her leku twitching in frustration, but it wasn't a hit. She dodged in time. You've got the defense part down, she said, grinning, licking her lips. But where's the flair? The aggression? Come on, Kael, show me what you've got. Hearing her, I frowned, keeping my focus sharp. It could be a trick, trying to distract me and my form. Makashi isn't about aggression. It's about control. And if I recall right, Ataru isn't either. Then control this! Vila's grin turned feral the next moment. She lunged again, her strikes relentless. Her saber swept in wide arcs, forcing me to retreat toward the edge of the ring. Each time I countered, she adapted, pressing harder, her Form 4 training evident in every move. There was no thought of defense, only overwhelming attacks, not allowing me to think of anything else but defending myself. But that is where she made a mistake. Makashi wasn't just about defense either. Otherwise, I would have picked up Form 3. Mine was also about efficiency. Don't exert more power than needed. Always stay in control. This is why, although my chosen discipline was considered one of the most offensive in nature, it had to be one that was most suited to Jedi warriors. To utilize it completely, I had to stay calm, unperturbed by aggression or fear. I had to remain in control of my senses and my feelings. I was waiting for the right moment, when Vila's momentum carried her just a fraction too far forward. And my patience paid out. With a subtle shift, I sidestepped her next swing and angled my blade in a smooth riposte. My saber caught hers and pushed it aside, leaving her open for a counter-thrust. She stumbled back, her violet eyes widening in surprise as the tip of my practice saber stopped just short of the middle of her chest. "Point," I said, lowering my blade with a small, satisfied smile. For a moment, Vila just stared at me, her expression unreadable. Then she laughed, a bright, genuine sound that caught me off guard. I honestly thought that she would be annoyed that she lost. "All right, Kael," she declared, spinning her saber and deactivating it. "You're better than I thought." "Ah, that was so refreshing." "Thanks," I replied, panting slightly as my focus finally wore off. "You're not so bad yourself." Hearing me, she smirked, brushing off imaginary dust from her tunic. "Don't get cocky. Next time, I'm taking you down. I was already in my 3rd hour of training, so I got a bit slower than usual." I couldn't help but laugh too, shaking my head as we stepped out of the ring. Despite Vila's fierce demeanor and relentless energy, moments like these reminded me why I valued her friendship. She pushed me to be better, not just as a Jedi, but as a person. And for that, I was grateful. Maybe I felt like this because the Force was telling me I was also something like this to her. If I could feel the aggression in her, I knew our masters could too. Maybe that is why I was paired up with her more than anyone else. "So, what's next? Going in? Meditating?" I asked, glancing at her from the side. "The archives?" She shrugged, her smile turning into a frown. "Ha. I'm going to need to go through a test soon, proving I caught up with the fancy pants like you." "Reading and the ability to multiply isn't a fancy capability." I chuckled, catching an elbow between my ribs. "Ugh!" "I knew you were a fancy pants," she harumphed, looking at me with just one eye. "The way you carry yourself says enough, plus you are buddy-buddy with everyone." "Am I that popular?" "I don't think so." "Sure," she answered instantly. Master perfection. "Hey, unfair," I moaned, finally easing the pain in my side. "I am far from the best student." "But you didn't deny you are from a noble family." She harpooned back on the topic, and whatever some of the others may think, she wasn't stupid. She caught on to clues very quickly. She just didn't mention it until she was asked. "Because I am not," I answered after a momentary pause. "Not anymore." Vila only studied my face for a slight second before stretching her arms, moaning, "I'm hungry. Want to grab a bite?" "I came to practice. I think I saw some nice food in the cafeteria while coming past it," she continued, holding my arm and pulling me along. Ha, there it is. I couldn't help but smile and follow along, postponing my training a little. She understood I wasn't in the mood to talk about it, and she never tried pressing it. It was a mutual thing between us because I also never asked about her past either. I noticed the signs, both physical and those emanating from her through the Force, but never brought it up. We both knew there were things that people just didn't want to talk about. Chapter 12. Just Helping. It was a particularly lazy afternoon, something that would be counted amongst the rare days within the temple, at least in light of the past year. I think one of the reasons why it felt like that was that half of the masters were away, taking their Padawans along with them. I realized this was the norm, usually, as Jedi were mostly out in the galaxy, helping where they could and going away, doing their own missions. They simply returned when we arrived, primarily to teach us the basics and probably to examine us, even if we never talked to many of them. They would have watched us without us realizing before leaving again, committing us to memory. I was sure of it. Leaving the library, I made my way toward the common area, and I couldn't help but notice how the remaining groups of Padawans naturally clustered. It wasn't intentional, but the longer we were at the temple, the clearer it became. Everyone had their little circles. Some formed bonds over shared interests, like sparring techniques or love for starship mechanics. Others seemed united by little more than their shared homeworlds. And then there was Vila. She wasn't hard to spot. Leaning against a tree at the edge of the training field, arms crossed, her violet eyes scanning the crowd, probably waiting for me so she could drag me away to spar with her. Others weren't really interested in substituting me as her opponent. She wasn't the kind of person to join a group anyway, but that didn't mean she was entirely alone either. Plus, over the past months of daily battles, we'd become something close to actual close friends. I paused for a moment, feeling her gaze land on me, and I offered a small wave, watching her posture shift. "Here we go," I thought to myself. She smirked back, throwing her leku behind her back, almost shouting something before she stopped herself, and then looked away. "Oh, holding back?" I hummed to myself, surprised. Well, maybe she heard that some of the people began asking me if I was being bullied, dragged away by her to fight in some kind of death battle every day. Maybe she tried holding herself back because of it. I almost laughed out, finding it hilarious. I didn't mind our sparring bouts at all, on the contrary. It was helping me get better much quicker, and I already told her this 1,000,000 times. Well, that doesn't mean I don't appreciate a day when I can rest a little. As I continued walking, knowing today's lightsaber duel wouldn't last 4 hours, a familiar voice called out behind me, "Kael, wait up!" I turned to see Jarlo Vreek, the Rhodian Padawan with a knack for dramatics and a hero complex that could fill the Jedi archives, catch up to me. His rush turned into jogging, and his bright green skin was especially vivid in the sunlight. Since I helped him break through his fundamental meditation problem, he also was someone who opened up to me completely. And he was a walking history encyclopedia. When he learned, I spent a night in the library reading about our Grandmaster. He just started stating facts, facts, more facts, and then his ideas on how certain events could have or should have played out, followed by dozens of what-if scenarios. "J-Lo," I greeted with a smile. "Let me guess, you've got another bold plan to save the galaxy?" He chortled, adjusting the strap of his utility belt and tucking something back into one of its compartments. Not today. I need a hand with meditation practice. I can't get the rhythm right for revitalization to forego sleeping. You've got that knack for it. Figured you might help me out. Sure, I shrugged, keeping up my smile. I've got some time. Maybe Vila saw him approach me. That was why she didn't come over to me? Wait, was I some kind of training dummy? Being passed around between the other Padawans? Oh well, I am happy they asked me for help, so it doesn't matter. We found a quiet corner near the garden paths, where the chatter of the other Padawans faded into the background. Gilos settled into a cross-legged position, his brows furrowing as he tried to focus. For a brief training session, it should be peaceful enough out here. Breathe in, I said, lowering myself onto the grass across from him. Feel the air filling your lungs, like waves flowing in and out. He closed his eyes, following my lead. I extended my senses, reaching out with the Force to subtly guide him. I wasn't trying to influence his mind directly. That would be invasive. Instead, I was trying to create an atmosphere of calm that he could latch onto. That's better, I said after a few moments. Jalo's breathing steadied, and his tension began to ease. A faint smile crept onto his face as he followed my guidance. It didn't take long, only half an hour, for him to feel the improvement, his mind and muscles refreshing thanks to the meditation technique we were taught. A moment later, he carefully cancelled it and opened one eye to glance at me. How do you do it, Kael? He asked, sighing. You always know exactly what to do. It's like you can just tell what people need. I shrugged, not wanting to explain the truth. My Force sensitivity made it easy, too easy sometimes, to pick up on others' emotions. There were moments when I felt that I was intruding on them without being invited. Occasionally, I felt I was doing something wrong because it wasn't just about reading body language or guessing their moods. I could sense their doubts, frustrations, and hopes, and I knew instinctively how to respond without thinking about it. It's just practice, I said, deflecting. Jalo nodded, seemingly satisfied with my answer, and we returned to meditation. After a while, he seemed to find his own rhythm, deviating from what I was showing, which was good. Everyone had their own ways, so I left him to it and made my way back toward the common area. As I rounded the corner, I nearly collided with Iowi Murtak, a senior Padawan who had been at the temple for years. He looked down at me, his expression unreadable, though his presence in the Force felt sharp, like a blade hovering just out of reach, drawn out of its sheath. Kael, he said, his tone neutral. Iowi, I replied, stepping aside to let him pass. But he paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. You're quite the popular one these days. I blinked, caught off guard by his words. What does that mean? Older students rarely talked with us. They had their own studies to focus on and their own groups of friends, and I could feel that he wasn't harbouring friendly emotions toward me. Quite the opposite, in fact. I just try to help where I can, I answered, trying to diffuse the situation. He studied me for a moment longer before walking away, his footsteps echoing against the stone floor. The encounter left a strange weight in the air. His words weren't outright hostile, but they had an edge that lingered in the air. Shaking it off, I continued to the common area, where a group of younger Padawans had gathered around a table, laughing and chatting. Among them was Vila, too, sitting on the edge of a bench, her arms resting on the table as she listened to the conversation, with a faint smile. Hey, Vila, I said, sliding onto the bench beside her. Kael, she greeted, her tone casual but warm. One of the younger Padawans, a Zabrok boy named Tina, looked up from the conversation and grinned. "Kael! Vila was just telling us how you beat her in sparring yesterday." I shot Vila a surprised look, and she shrugged, her smile widening, finally opening up to others. It was about time. And wait, telling them about how I won, not about how she won more. Our current score was 51-64 and 4 ties. "I told them it was a fluke," she said, her tone teasing. "But yeah, he got me, just once." The group laughed, hearing her say it like that, and I felt a flicker of pride mixed with embarrassment. "Well, don't get used to it," Vila added, poking me in the arm. "Next time, I'm taking you down. Again." "I want to see that match," the Nautolan boy laughed. As the conversation continued, I couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging. The other Padawans' laughter and fellowship were genuine, and for a moment it felt like I finally was amongst genuine family members, part of a proper clan. But even as I sat among them, I felt a faint ripple of unease through the force. Glancing around, I noticed Iowi appear, standing in the doorway, his arms crossed as he watched us. No. He was watching me? His presence was heavy, his emotions clouded with something I couldn't quite place. When our eyes met, he turned and walked away once again, leaving a strange tension in his wake. Was he following me? Observing me? What the hell? Vila also noticed as she nudged me, drawing my attention back to the group. What's with the face? You look like you've seen a ghost. Nothing. Just thinking. I shook my head, offering a slight smile. She studied me for a moment before letting it drop, turning her attention back to the others. As the afternoon wore on, the group began to disperse, some heading to the archives, others to their rooms. Only Vila remained, leaning against the table as the sun dipped lower in the sky. "You're always thinking," she said after we sat there for about 10 minutes, saying nothing. Her tone was much softer now than how she acted when others were around. It was just how she was, only showing her vulnerable and caring side to those she truly felt a connection with. "What do you mean?" I glanced at her, surprised by the shift. "You're good with people," she stated clearly, her eyes meeting mine. "Better than most. But sometimes it's like you're trying too hard. Like you're trying to fix everything or help everybody. You can't. Not even the Grandmaster can. I think," she added just barely audibly at the end. Her words caught me off guard. Vila wasn't the type to mince her remarks, and her honesty always cut straight to the point, even if sometimes people found it insulting. "I just want to help," I said, struggling to find the right explanation. "Yeah, I get that," she nodded, her expression thoughtful. "But not everyone wants to be helped, you know? Sometimes people just need space. Try to help too much, you will appear to be pushy, looking like a snob-noble prick who knows it better than they do. Lecture too much, and people will think you are a prideful bastard." I frowned, her words sinking in deeper than I expected. She wasn't wrong. My sensitivity to others' emotions sometimes made me overstep without realizing it. Was I truly like that? Ugh, I need to control myself if that's the case, or else I will turn into my father. "I'll keep that in mind," I shrugged, feeling a bit weird. "Good," she chuckled, her usual energy returning. "Now, let's go. I'm starving and you're buying. The prize of my invaluable consultation." "Sure?" I laughed, shaking my head as I followed her toward the cafeteria. It's not like we were paying with money for anything here anyway. For all the connections I'd made, Vila remained the one constant. As much as I tried to help others, her blunt honesty, never really asking for my help, but accepting my suggestions when I gave them. In turn, she always told me what she was thinking, even if it was something I may not like. Well, wasn't honesty a trait of the Jedi? I believed so. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that not everyone shared her perspective. Yowi's lingering gaze, his sharp presence towards me in the Force, it almost felt like he was making sure to keep me away from him. It wasn't the first time I'd sensed it, and I doubted it would be the last. Chapter 13. A Jedi Trial. 1. The morning sunlight filtered through the towering trees of Yavin 4, their leaves casting shifting patterns on the temple's stone floor as I walked towards the training grounds. The air was fresh but heavy with humidity, a sensation I had grown used to over the months, no longer bothered by it. Still, today was different because excitement and a bit of nervous energy dominated the Padawans and, of course, my feelings. Arriving, I already noticed that not all of us were there, only a handful. So, not everyone was invited, huh? I wasn't the last to arrive, luckily. But even when everyone was there, we were only 8 people. And of course, the one who sent us the message the previous night, Ben Skywalker. He waited until we were all assembled before speaking, his presence almost unnoticeable until he moved. But then, he was the focus of all of our attention. Vila stood next to me, her violet eyes narrowed in curiosity, fidgeting a little out of pure excitement. We gathered around him in a loose semicircle, standing straight the moment he finally moved. I quickly stole a glance to memorize who was invited, noting a mix of familiar faces and a few I didn't interact with much. Today marks an important step in your journey, Ben said, his voice steady and with a surprising intensity. Through it, I managed to pick up on the fact that he was also excited. Huh. You've all made progress in your training, both in the Force and in your studies, and now the time has come for your first true trial, the construction of your own lightsaber. A collective murmur swept through the group at once. I felt my chest tighten and my heart quicken. This was it, the moment we'd been waiting for, so this is why not everyone was here. Only those who were ready. To wield a lightsaber wasn't just a symbol of being a Jedi, it was an extension of oneself, a mark of trust and responsibility, and the proof we were indeed skilled enough to be chosen for this trial. You will travel with me, Ben continued, his piercing blue eyes sweeping over us, to a place known only to us, to the Jedi. It is a world untouched by the galaxy's conflicts, a world where the Force is strong and the kyber crystals you need for your lightsabers grow in abundance. It is called Kirinas. I tried to think back to the planets I learned about, although it was futile. He said enough. It is an untouched world, so of course nobody would have mapped it. We leave this afternoon, he continued, so take the next few hours to prepare. Bring only what you need. This will not be an easy journey, but it will be one of the most important steps in your training. How long will we be gone? Vila asked suddenly, but Ben just smiled, answering with something that was not an answer. As long as everyone passes, or fails. With that, he turned around, leaving us there a bit gobsmacked. As our group dispersed, the energy among us shifted. The previous pure excitement was now mixed with tension and apprehension of the upcoming trial. So, we could fail. Vila nudged me as we walked back toward the living quarters, her leku twitching as she whispered. A lightsaber, she murmured, her tone caught between disbelief and anticipation. I thought they'd make us wait years for this. Guess they think we're ready, I replied. though the weight of the announcement hadn't fully settled on me yet. But I pushed the fear of failing down deep, trying to ignore it. It seems like, I was worried I wouldn't be. Phew! Thanks, she chuckled, punching my shoulder. For what? I asked with surprise, but she just rolled her eyes, entering her room and closing the door behind her. I wasn't alone for long. I was about to open mine when J-Lo jogged up to me, panting, his voice so excited I could barely understand him through his accent. Can you believe it? A lightsaber. This is going to be epic. Epic if we succeed, I muttered, shaking my head. I doubt they'll just hand us a crystal and say good job. Prepare yourself, J-Lo. I don't know of Jedi trials and their nature yet, but I had my own trials back home. The normal ones, designed by and for humans, were dangerous enough. So, Dot. You think? Even worse? He asked, gulping. Really? But if we can work together. If we can. I stopped him, patting his shoulders. There is a high chance it will be an individualistic test, and one that is dangerous. They wouldn't put us in danger, no? They will, I said, finally opening the door to my room. It's not just about finding a crystal. It's about proving we're ready to wield the weapon. I am sure that the test starts the moment we leave the temple. Or, I faced him before closing the door. It had already begun. By mid-morning, I had packed what I thought I would need on an alien planet. Only the essentials, a change of robes, some rations and a datapad, fit neatly into a small satchel that wouldn't slow me down. It felt surreal to think that I was preparing for something as monumental as this. By now, all my fears were gone, replaced by pure excitement, as this would be different than the tests back home. The thought of crafting my own lightsaber filled me with a desire, the first actual step of becoming a Jedi. With that thought, I flung the satchel over my shoulder and left for the meeting point. Being amongst the first to return, I watched the faces coming after me, recalling their names as they arrived. There was Rani Kael, the Nautolan boy who had struggled with meditation during our first lesson. His head sails jerked almost the same way as Vila's Leku while he quietly sorted through his things, his usual energetic demeanor subdued, double and triple checking his belongings. Then there was Tinar Tivrin, a Zabrak boy with striking red and black skin, one of the few who was also close to me and Vila. He quickly sat down cross-legged nearby, sharpening his focus with a meditative exercise. He was similar yet different from Vila, as he was known for his disciplined nature and skill in combat, although he was less aggressive than her. Just after he arrived, Jarin Sedran, a quiet human boy with sandy hair, adjusted the straps of his pack, masking his nervousness as best as he could. He rarely spoke during training, but had a knack for problem-solving that often surprised the rest of us. I think I only exchanged a few words with him since arriving, but we did nod at each other as our gazes met. Not everyone was eager, though. I caught Aren Drelis, a Corellian Padawan, throwing a skeptical glance my way when arriving. Aren wasn't unfriendly, but he often kept his distance, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't trust me. Since I had my talk with Vila, I guessed he disliked the way I acted, and I wouldn't blame him for it. So, I never tried pushing it, keeping a respectful but distant attitude towards him. Ready for the big adventure, Varo? Aren asked as he walked past me. His tone was light, but there was an edge to it that made me tilt my head. I didn't expect him to say anything to me, so I blinked my eyes, remaining silent for a moment or two. As ready as I'll ever be, I answered, keeping my voice even. In response, he smirked, shifting his pack over from one shoulder to the other. We'll see. It would be funny if you, the most helping one of all people, fail. Failure is never the end, I answered instantly, something that just came out of my mouth without thinking as I watched his face darken and his smile disappear. Ha. I think my thoughts reacted to his feelings automatically. I quickly learned that even though I can attune myself to others and be naturally friendly, when I wanted to insult someone, I knew exactly how to do it with just a few words, to speak in a way they would find most irritating. No wonder he said nothing back, just scoffed, walking to an empty spot. The hours passed quickly and soon we were all assembled. It was C-3PO who led us to the landing platform, where a sleek Jedi transport waited for us. The ship glistened in the sunlight, its design minimal but elegant, looking like a polished silver arrowhead. It wasn't the same ship we had come in, and this one looked much faster and more elegant. Ben Skywalker stood at the base of the ramp, his hands clasped behind his back. This journey is as much about the process as the destination, he said as we filed onto the ship. Trust in the Force and trust in yourselves. Only then will you pass it. Vila nudged me as we stepped aboard, her expression showing a brief nervousness before she managed to hide it, even from me. I still can't believe this is happening, she whispered. Start doing so, I answered in a hushed voice. We are already boarding the ship. The interior of the vessel was spacious but utilitarian. Ben led us to a central seating area where we secured ourselves for takeoff in multiple rows. I ended up between Vila and Jalo, with Tinar and Irissa sitting across from us. The hum of the engines vibrated beneath us as the ship lifted off, and I couldn't help but glance out the viewport as Yavin 4's lush jungle receded into the distance. It only took us a few seconds, and the temple was no more, while the moon became invisible a second later as we flew away at a neck-breaking speed. Kirina's is a sacred place. As the ship was getting ready to jump to hyperspace, Ben came in and stood in the center of the room, steady even as the ship shifted, settling into course. I didn't see anyone else coming along, so who was driving it? Was it automated? I had no time to think about it because he continued his explanation. When Father rediscovered it, he described it as a sanctuary, a world strong in the Force, hidden from the galaxy's chaos. Since its discovery 18 years ago, every Jedi coming to the temple has sought Kyber crystals there, each one unique to its bearer. Why hasn't anyone else found it? Tenar suddenly asked, his curiosity cutting through the moment. The Force hides it, Ben explained. Its location isn't charted on any standard galactic maps. It exists outside of conventional hyperplanes, so it remained obscured. Only those attuned to the Force can navigate there, so it will take time for us to reach it. Sounds dangerous, Vila muttered under her breath. Of course, Ben Skywalker was still the son of our Grandmaster, catching her comment. It can be, but that's why you're ready. This isn't just about finding a crystal, it's about listening to the Force, trusting it to guide you. The crystal chooses the Jedi, not the other way around. That statement settled over us like a weight. The idea that a piece of this journey was out of our control was unnerving. The travel through hyperspace stretched into hours, giving us plenty of time to reflect. Our group's usual chatter faded as everyone turned inward, preparing themselves for what may lay ahead. Vila leaned back in her seat, staring at the ceiling, while Jilo fiddled nervously with a small trinket he always carried with himself. I tried asking him once what it was, but he avoided the topic. So I never brought it up again. His feelings were hurtful when my question reminded him of its origin. Trying to ignore the silence, I found myself lost in thought, the hum of the ship lulling me into quiet contemplation. Previously, I thought I was simply used to it, growing up the way I did. But no. I guess I really like space travel and being on a ship. It gave me a sense of familiarity. The Force felt closer here, its presence more tangible, as if I was closer to it out here in the vastness of space than on a planet. When I glanced toward Vila, she caught my eye. Or she was watching me. One of the two. "What do you think it's going to be like?" she asked softly. "The planet?" I asked, and she nodded. "I don't know," I admitted. "But I think it's going to test us in ways we don't expect." "Great," she muttered, crossing her arms. "I have been running away, chased by monsters my whole life. I am not fond of the idea of repeating it." Despite her words, I could sense her resolve beneath the surface. Vila might have her doubts, but she wouldn't back down. Neither would I. "I don't know how it was before," I said, touching her shoulder and gently squeezing it. Although she usually brushed away anybody who dared touch her, even me, this time she didn't. "But now you won't be alone. Only if you can keep up." She joked, and I didn't mind her dark little jab. I was about to say something when the ship's comm system crackled to life, and Ben's voice came through. "We're approaching Kyrina's. Everyone, secure yourselves and prepare for descent." Excitement rippled through the cabin as we buckled in. Vila and I exchanged a glance, a subtle understanding in our eyes, knowing each other well enough to work together as an efficient team. As the ship broke out of hyperspace, the viewport revealed a world unlike any I had ever seen. Kyrina's was a tapestry of color. Vivid green forests blanketed the surface, interspersed with crystalline, almost sparkling or glowing mountains that shimmered in the light of its blue sun. A sense of serenity radiated from the planet, yet beneath it, I felt something deeper. Something waiting. For us all. Chapter 14, A Jedi Trial 2. As the ship cut through the atmosphere, I could feel it shaking and trembling a little, but the dampeners within it very quickly absorbed it all. A moment later, we cut through a layer of soft, white clouds, approaching a massive continent from the direction of a calm blue ocean. It didn't take long to reach it and fly over beautiful and dense jungles until we arrived at a mountain range and a wide clearing before it. Looking out of the viewport, there was clearly a landing pad built here, bearing our Order's emblem. The ship took one descending round around it before it touched down with a gentle hiss, the engines powering down as we gathered our belongings, ready to disembark, following Ben Skywalker out into the open. The airlock opened with a pressurized release, and the ramp descended with a mechanical whine, connecting us to this faraway planet. To my surprise, it wasn't Ben who descended first, but a blue-white R2 unit. Now I knew who flew the ship while Ben was talking to us. Following them, the first step off the ship was like entering another world, or maybe another realm entirely. The air was crisp and tinged, with an almost imperceptible hum, as if the Force itself whispered through every particle floating around us, visible in the sun's thick rays filtering through the clouds. The trees here were unlike anything I'd ever seen, their bark shimmering faintly, as if partially made of crystallized material, catching and holding the light of the blue sun. That was not all. Crystals jutted out from the ground almost wherever I looked, around or in the trees, probably down in the ground below the mountains too. I could feel it immediately. The Force was much more alive here, flowing freely and unimpeded as if boosted by some kind of unseen power. It wasn't like Yavin 4, With its wild, untamed energy, Karina's felt purposeful, harmonious, and aware, although I was unsure of the last bit. "This place," Vila whispered beside me, her violet eyes wide in shock. "It feels like it's watching us." So, it wasn't just me. Every step forward felt like a test in itself. The planet's gaze, or more precisely, the force weighing us, measuring us. I tightened my grip on my satchel, pushing the unease of being watched aside, trying to ignore it. This was part of the trial, I reminded myself. This was what we came for. Ben led us down a winding path from the landing pad, the crystals lining it glowing brighter and in more color variants as we moved deeper into the forest. He didn't speak, and neither did we. The only sound was the R2 unit's wheels rolling on the stone-paved road, sometimes whistling something in its binary language, something I didn't understand. After 10 minutes of walking, the path opened into a circular clearing, the forest canopy above it framing the blue sun like a perfect halo. This wasn't just a natural formation. Maybe it was, but not at the same time. I can't really explain why I felt like that. Shaking my head and refocusing, I noticed that not that far from us, in the center of the clearing, were small, flat stones arranged in a ring, each one large enough for someone to sit on. Exactly enough stone for our group to stand or sit on. "Take a seat," Ben said, his voice low but firm. Serious even. We obeyed, each of us taking a spot on the stones. I chose one near the edge of the circle, the crystalline ground beneath me cool to the touch even through my robes. Vila settled a few stones away, her leku twitching as she cast a nervous glance my way, his eyes darting back and forth. I could feel her instincts nagging at her, some bad experiences from her past. So I nodded at her with a reassuring smile, offering what comfort I could. After we took our spots, Ben stood in the center of the circle, his gaze sweeping over us. "This is where your journey begins. Close your eyes. Breathe. Feel the force around you, not just within yourselves, but within this place. Kyrenas will guide you if you let it. This is as far as I can take you. From here on, it is up to you. Young Padawans." With a gulp that was maybe louder than I intended, I closed my eyes, exhaling slowly as I let the noise of the forest wash over me. The droning sound of the crystals, the rustle of the trees, the faint whispers of the wind, it all blended together, pulling me deeper into the moment. The force flowed around us, through us, binding us to this place in a way I'd never experienced before. It wasn't just a presence, it was an entity to itself, each of its trembles resonating with the crystals, the planet, and even the smallest life forms present here. Yes, the moment I slipped into my meditation, I could feel it. There were animals living in this world. Of course, in such a lively feeling place, there would be a living, breathing ecosystem. Yet they were all different from normal animals, and I knew that they were just as attuned to the Force as each and every one of us. I felt my thoughts quieting, pulling myself away from them, not wanting to draw their attention. The tension in my chest eased as I did so, and I sank into a deeper, more profound meditation. The world around me faded, replaced by the endless expanse of the Force. It was like floating in the vastness of space, weightless and free, with no barriers between myself and the galaxy. And then I felt it. There was a sudden pull, faint at first but growing stronger with each passing moment and becoming apparent as I focused on it. It wasn't a sound or a vision, but a sensation, a deep, resonating call that tugged at the edges of my awareness. My eyes snapped open a moment later, the clearing coming back into focus. The others were still in meditation, their faces calm and serene, It looked like I was the only one awake, but one sensation remained with me. The pull was insistent now, guiding me toward the edge of the clearing, leading me beyond. "Kael!" Ben's voice cut through the silence, quiet but clear. I turned to him, unsure of what to say, but his eyes were encouraging me. "You felt it," he said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It wasn't a question. I nodded, understanding what he meant. I knew what was calling for me, my own Kyber crystal. "Go," he instructed, stepping aside to let me pass. "The crystal calls to you. Follow it, and trust the Force." My heart raced as I stood, hesitating for a moment before stepping out of the circle. The path ahead seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, guiding me forward into the unknown. I had to go alone. "Don't be afraid, Kael," Ben said, watching me. "Let the Force guide you. We all have our paths, and if the Force wills it, it crosses with others' paths. Sometimes it may merge with theirs, then diverge again to become one once more in the future. Or maybe it won't. However, in the end, it is ours to walk it, and ours alone." I cast one last glance at the group, but none of them stirred. Vila's face was peaceful, her usual energy subdued in the depth of her meditation. Even J-Lo was lost in it, which, in his case, was a wonder. Taking a deep sigh and nodding at Ben, I turned back to the path and took a step that soon became a brisk walk. This was it. My path. The forest seemed different now as I moved through it, the hum of the crystals growing louder and more distinct. I don't know how much time has passed, but I managed to identify different buzzing sounds coming from the crystals I passed. They echoed differently and plucked at different strings of the Force. Some were more peaceful, some wilder, darker, but not evil. At least, I don't think so. Each step I took felt purposeful. The pull of the crystal dragged me forward with an almost magnetic force, making me unable to deviate at all. The trail I was cutting through the jungle twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the heart of Caedus, where the air grew cooler and the light of the blue sun dimmed under the thick canopy. Unlike Yavin, the air wasn't humid. It was dry yet refreshing. Despite the strangeness of the place, I felt no fear. The Force was with me, steering my steps and filling me with a sense of calm determination. Whatever lay ahead, I was ready to face it. The feeling alone made me forget that I had no weapon on me if I did run into the local wildlife. Looking back at it, it was for the best, or I would indeed fear taking a step forward. After what felt like hours, I passed a point that suddenly made me lurch forward. The pull grew more potent and more urgent, and I quickened my pace, my breath fogging in the crisp air. The path narrowed, and the trees gave way to jagged crystal formations that jutted out of the ground like lightning, frozen in time and space. I rounded a final bend in the crystal forest and stopped, my breath catching in my throat. Before me was a small cave, its entrance glowing faintly with a soft, pulsing light of iridescent colors. The pull was overwhelming now, the call of the crystal resonating in my very bones. I didn't even question myself before entering. This was the place. I stepped forward, the cave's glow bathing me in its light as I crossed the last threshold. The air inside was cold and still, and the walls were lined with clusters of kyber crystals that shimmered like stars. These were no longer ones that could be used in a lightsaber, at least, not until they were broken apart. They were huge, massive even, starting from as big as my fists to as big as a human. And then, in the center of the cave, I saw it. A single crystal glowing with a pale blue light. embedded into a stalactite, connecting the ground and the ceiling. It was small and unassuming, but its presence filled the space, its energy resonating with mine in perfect harmony, overshadowing everything around it, even the ones that were 100 times bigger. I took a deep breath and reached out, my hand trembling as I drew closer. The crystal seemed to respond, its light growing brighter as I touched it. The moment my fingers brushed its surface, a surge of warmth and clarity flowed through me, the force singing in my mind. This crystal was mine, my partner. I closed my fingers around it, holding it close, and it broke free of the stalactite as if it were made of paper, coming free at once. The moment I held it in my palm, the pull that was overwhelming suddenly faded, replaced by a profound sense of connection and purpose. And then, everything went dark. Chapter 15, A Jedi Trial, 3. When I opened my eyes, the world felt heavy, the air thick with a stifling weight. As always, I was lying in my bed, greeted by the grey ceiling of my room. Slowly, I sat up, and the light came on automatically, illuminating the bare-bone hole that served as my personal chamber. I was home. I blinked my eyes, trying to make sense of the sudden shift that was giving me a strong sense of vertigo. Standing up and looking out the window, it was early morning. Was I dreaming of something? I don't remember. But whatever it was gone as I opened my eyes. And I was here. Home. Dressing up and exiting my room, I walked the polished marble floors, watched the high arched ceilings, and looked out through the towering windows that framed the ever-cloudy skies of Iskandar. Why did I feel as if it should be different? This was the estate of House Valtherion and it stood around me as if I'd never left. Yet something was off. Wait. Leaving, I muttered after hearing my own thoughts. I never left. Did I? The weight I felt before was pressed on my chest again, a dull ache that radiated through the force. It wasn't the physical sensation of being smothered. It was something deeper tied to this place. Memories, expectations, and my family's stringent demands. Kael! The voice jolted me. It was sharp, commanding, and impossibly familiar. No, it was more than that. It was similar to mine. I turned, and there he was. Yuuzhan, my eldest brother. He was clad in the pristine uniform of an Imperial officer, looming over me like the absolute manifestation of authority. His golden blonde hair was perfectly combed, and his sharp blue eyes were cold and unrelenting, used to issue orders to everyone around him. "What are you doing, standing there like a fool?" Yuuzhan barked, his tone razor-sharp. "You're late for training." My voice faltered. I couldn't find the words. Facing him, I always felt a heavy air of oppression washing over me, and I could barely find the proper words to speak and answer him. "Father won't tolerate another failure," he continued, stepping closer. "Or have you already forgotten yesterday's punishment?" My heart sank. No, I did not. I couldn't forget no matter how hard I tried. The bruises from the training rod still ached beneath my tunic, but that pain was nothing compared to the suffocating disappointment I felt through the force. My father's judgment, my brother's scorn, it clung to this place and through it to my skin like an unwashable mucus, inescapable. Since my gift became as strong as it is, living here has caused me physical pain. I will not be able to hide it for long. I have to learn how to control it. "Move, Kael!" Yuuzhan snapped, shoving me toward the training arena. The halls blurred as I stumbled forward, my body moving on instinct. The weight of my family's expectations mounted on my senses with every step. each breath harder to take than the last. By the time I reached the entrance, my hands were trembling. The training hall was vast and cold, its walls lined with racks of swords and blunted sabres. The floor was polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the rigid forms of my father and two older brothers standing at its centre, here to oversee my training. Father was as imposing as ever, his silver hair swept back, his harsh gaze sharp enough to cut steel. He didn't speak as I entered, but his disappointment was palpable, a wave of disdain that crashed over me through the force. Was it about yesterday? Or how I appeared now? "You're late," he said finally, his voice low and measured. Again. To his words I bowed my head, swallowing hard. "I'm sorry, Father." "Sorry doesn't matter," he replied. "Results do. Edrin and Zarin have already completed their drills. Your instructor is waiting. Don't embarrass me further." I nodded, stepping onto the mat where my fencing instructor waited. Instructor Vong was a tall, wiry man with lean features and a perpetually grim expression. If I recall correctly, he fought in the Yuuzhan-Vong Wars, was injured in one engagement, and missed out on the final push. As for what his injury was, I didn't know because he was still a ruthless swordsman. He held a blunted practice blade, the tip resting lightly against the floor as he watched me approach. "Take your position," Vong ordered, his tone clipped. Unlike when teaching my brothers, he never used honorifics when addressing me. I couldn't argue, not that I wanted. So I obeyed, gripping the hilt of my practice sword tightly as I faced him. The blade felt heavy in my hand, its weight a constant reminder of my inadequacy. That was the feeling I got from everyone around me. Then the bout began with a sharp clang of steel on steel. Vong was relentless, his strikes straightforward and punishing. My movements were clumsy in comparison, lacking his fluidity, and my attempts to parry were weak and uncoordinated in the eyes of a war veteran. "You're hesitating!" Vong barked, his blade slicing through my defense and landing a hard strike against my side. "Do you want to lose? Again? On the battlefield, there is only one loss permitted to everyone because it will mean their death." The sting of the blow sent me stumbling back, my breathing ragged already. I could feel my father's and brother's stares, their judgment like a vice around my chest, not helping with my concentration at all. "Focus, Kael!" Vong snapped, advancing again. But I couldn't. The force was a storm within me, churning with every emotion I tried to suppress. Fear, anger, misery. It swirled just beneath the surface, begging to be released. But I couldn't let it show. Not here. Not now. Trying to calm myself, Vong's blade came at me again, faster this time, aiming for my shoulder. I raised my sword to block, but my arms were too slow, too weak, and my muscles locked in a perpetual stiffness, while I was trying to keep myself steady. "Enough!" My father's voice cut through the hall like a whip. The bout stopped immediately, Vong lowering his blade as my father approached. His disappointment hit me like a physical blow, his piercing gaze drilling into me, making my heart ache as if needles were being pressed against it. "You're pathetic," he said, his voice stony. "You'll never amount to anything if you continue like this. You disgrace this family with your weakness." The words were not new, but somehow every time I heard it, each one cut deeper than the last. I could feel tears burning at the corners of my eyes, but I refused to let them fall, not here. "I'm sorry, Father," I whispered. "Sorry won't make you strong," he snapped, repeating the same idealistic mantra. "And strength is the only thing that matters. You have one more chance to prove yourself, just because you are my offspring." "So, not even a son?" I wanted to ask, but held back. "Fail again, and you'll face the consequences." He turned to Von, nodding once. Push him harder. The bout resumed, but something inside me had shifted. The storm within the force grew stronger, no longer a gentle whisper but a deafening roar. Not even a sun anymore. So, what am I? Every strike from Von pushed me closer to the edge, every failure fueling the fire within me. Was I being expelled? If so, then who I am? And then it happened. Von's blade came at me in a rapid arc, aimed directly at my chest. Panic surged through me, and I acted without thinking. The force exploded outward, and I used a technique that I was familiar with, yet not at the same time. I knew that it was a saber-wielding stance, a move that I learned, but when, without thinking, I managed to catch and redirect Von's blade mid-swing, wrenching it from his grip by rebounding the force behind his attack. The weapon flew across the room, clattering against the far wall, leaving me there as the victor. The silence that followed was deafening. Everyone stared at me, Von, my brothers, my father. The intensity of their gazes was suffocating, but the force was still surging through me, wild and untamed. You! My father began, his voice low and dangerous. What did you do? My voice faltered. I don't know. You used it, he spat, his expression twisting with anger. The blur. The speed behind your hands, I saw it once. The force. I should have known. Your irregularities now lay bare, Kael. It now makes sense. His words were like a death sentence. The truth was out, and there was no taking it back. The hatred towards anything connected to the force in my family was maybe the biggest among all of the Imperial nobles. You are no son of mine, he said coldly, his words cutting deeper than any blade. Get out of my sight. I'll deal with you later. My vision shifted, the edges of the room blurring as the hall melted away into darkness, and my world came crashing down. I was left standing in the void, the weight of my father's words pressing down on me like a crushing tide. You are no son of mine. The words echoed over and over, each repetition louder and more distorted. I fell to my knees, clutching my head as the darkness closed in around me. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone. I gasped, my eyes snapping open, as I found myself back in the cave on Quirinus. The crystal in my hand glowed softly, its warmth anchoring me to the present that was real and pulling me out of the dream. No, it wasn't a dream. It was a memory. My heart was pounding, my breathing ragged, but the oppressive weight of the memory of how it felt to be with my family was gone. It wasn't real, I told myself. Not anymore, at least. Though the pain lingered like a phantom, receding ever so slowly. I stared at the crystal in my hand, its light constant, unyielding and warm. It had called me here. Why? To remind me of my past? Something I wanted to forget forever? No, I answered my own question, feeling that it wasn't the case. It led me here not to torment me, but to remind me of who I was and who I could become. I was sure of it. I felt it. Ignoring the past is not the Jedi way. The Grand Master's words were very clear in his teachings and notes in the library. We must accept our past and use it to better the future. If I keep it buried and just ignore it, it will be a problem for me later. Isn't that true? I asked the crystal in my hand. Thank you, I whispered, clutching it tightly as I rose to my feet. Let's head back. A long walk will help me clear my thoughts. Chapter 16. Crossing Paths. The crystal's soft glow barely lit the cave as I turned to leave, deciding to head back to the ship. I was still dizzy after the illusion it put me through, especially as my old memories returned, mixing with what I saw. The reality was quite different after all. On that day, I didn't know any Makashi techniques, so I was beaten. So much so that I ended up in a Bacta tank before being told that I was being stricken out of the family registry and I would be only an asset that the family would use to gain ties with other powers. It was then that I lashed out with force and for the first time threw my father through the room over his table. I didn't wait for him to regain consciousness. I simply left. I headed out into the galaxy without any care, only bringing things with me, and I remembered to pack. I didn't know back then, but I let the Force guide me that day. It was why I ended up in the hands of Ben Skywalker. It was, well, as many would say, destiny. Exiting the cave, chasing away my sadder thoughts, the warmth it offered was a small comfort against the growing realization that I had no idea how long I'd been here or how far I had wandered. Standing there, the way back wasn't clear for me anymore. The path I had taken to the crystal, once so obvious and undeniable, now seemed missing. The Force, which had guided me so strongly before, was now silent, like a song abruptly ending. Oh, this is not good. I tightened my grip on the crystal, its presence a faint hope in the overwhelming shadows creeping over me as the sun was clearly on the trajectory of going down. Taking a deep breath, I tried to focus, to summon the Force to guide me once more. Nothing. It was as if Kirina's itself had gone dormant, its vibrant energy fading with the waning light of the sun. No, it wasn't dormant. It just left me alone after uniting me with my Kyber crystal. You've got this, I muttered to myself, trying to shake the rising doubt. One step at a time. I retraced my way as best I could, scanning the forest for familiar landmarks. The shape of a twisted tree and the jagged crystal formations jutting from the ground, my steps in the ground, marks on the vegetation as I pushed through it, or anything else. At first, I thought I was making progress, but the more I walked, the more unfamiliar everything seemed. I was lost. The light from the blue sun dimmed rapidly, and the shadows around me lengthened and merged as the day faded into twilight. I glanced up, watching the sky turn a deep indigo. It would be beautiful, but not when I'm alone in the jungle. I watched as tiny stars began to pierce the darkening canvas, their cold light offering little comfort and making me hurry up my steps. With each passing moment, the jungle around me grew ever darker, and the crystal's soft glow was barely enough to illuminate the immediate area as I held it up. The shimmering trees and crystal-laden ground now felt eerie and alien, and with the sun disappearing, they have become just as dark as my surroundings. Then the sounds began. At first it was a low grumble, faint and distant, like the rustling of leaves in an unseen wind. Then came the chittering, a rapid staccato clicking that echoed through the forest, bouncing off the crystalline formations like whispers in the dark. No matter how well I listened, the sound was coming from everywhere, and I couldn't pinpoint it. When I first heard it, I froze, clutching the crystal tightly, my heart beating rapidly in my chest. These sounds weren't just noise. They were alive, charged with the same strange force energy I had felt earlier. These were the noises of animals coming out at night, probably hungry after sleeping through the day. I knew that something was watching me. No, not something. Many things. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and the air seemed to thrum with energy as if the jungle had just become a new entity. I turned slowly, scanning the shadows, but saw nothing. It was way too dark, And even if there was something, I couldn't spot its eyes. Yet I could feel them, creatures hidden in the vegetation, their presence pressing against my senses like an unrelenting tide, ready to jump and devour me. Calm down, I told myself, repeating our breathing exercises and using the force to calm my emotions. Fear was an enemy. I had to be in control or it would cause my fall and death. "I am going to be a Jedi," I whispered, closing my eyes, seeing not with my senses but with the force. My breathing slowed as I forced myself to keep moving, fighting back my rising panic. Each step felt heavier than the last, but I fought against the oppressive atmosphere, determined to see through it. The forest came alive as night fully descended. The chittering grew louder, joined by more guttural growls and distant howls. Shadows shifted in the corner of my vision, fleeting shapes that disappeared the moment I turned my head. Maybe they weren't even there, perhaps they were, but for now I was making my way wherever it led me. As Ben Skywalker said, my road may cross with others one day. I hoped he was right. As the night continued, and it was hours since the sun disappeared, it wasn't just the animals that unnerved me anymore. It was the Force itself. The once harmonious energy of Kirinas now felt wild, untamed, and preying on us. Force sensitives. It clawed at the edges of my mind as if testing me, daring me to falter. Provoking. By the time I realized how dark the night had become, I could barely see 2 feet in front of me. The crystal's light was my only guide, its glow faint but steady, even in this ungodly situation. Still, I wasn't stupid. I had no choice but to stop and wait for the morning. Setting my satchel down, I cleared a small area near a cluster of trees and arranged some stones into a crude circle. Gathering fallen branches and leaves, I managed to ignite a small fire with the emergency kit I had packed. The flickering flames cast lengthy shadows across the trees, their movements unnervingly similar to living beings I could swear I was seeing while traveling. However, with its orange light, I was somewhat more optimistic. I sat close to the fire, hugging my knees as the night continued, knowing sleep was out of the question. The sounds of the forest were constant now, a symphony of growls, chattering teeth, and howls. Who could sleep while listening to something like this? Every so often I swore I could hear something moving just beyond the edge of the firelight, but it never rustled the nearest leaves, and it never jumped onto me. At least my back was protected thanks to the massive tree trunk behind me. "Stay calm," I whispered, trying to steady my breathing once again. But staying calm was easier said than done. My force sensitivity, usually a gift, felt like a curse here. I could feel everything, every presence, every movement, every pulse of the world around me. The creatures weren't just animals. They were force-attuned, their energy wild and primal, so I could sense their intentions, their presence. One such creature stood out among the rest. It was distant at first, just another ripple through the chaos, assaulting my senses, but it grew stronger as the night wore on. It wasn't like the others. It was more rabid, and it was getting closer. I stared into the darkness, my hand instinctively reaching for the training saber that wasn't there. Yet whatever was out there, it was coming towards me. The hours dragged by, each one more suffocating than the last. The fire kept crackling softly, its light my only shield against the darkness and unknown creatures hiding in it. The presence that was, by now, clearly honed in on me through the force grew stronger and nearer, its energy pressing against mine with an elemental ferocity. I couldn't sit anymore, so I stood, clutching the crystal in one hand and a sturdy branch I had sharpened into a crude sword in the other. My heart pounded as I scanned the shadows. every instinct screaming that an attack was imminent, and I reflexively dropped into Makashi's opening style. Then, the growls and chittering stopped. The sudden silence was deafening, more alarming than the noise. Whatever was out there, its arrival was immediate. My pulse raced as I braced myself, the crystal's glow casting eerie patterns across the trees while I spread out my senses to find the beast. Then, a branch snapped behind me. I spun around, raising my makeshift weapon, but nothing emerged from the darkness. Another crunch came from my left, a soft rustle of leaves followed by rapid, uneven footsteps. "Come on," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Stop toying with me." The presence, answering my wishes, burst into my awareness, wild and overwhelming. I turned again, ready to face whatever it was that was stalking me, only to see a figure stumble into the firelight. It wasn't an animal. Not really. It was Vila. Her violet eyes were wide with panic, and her face was pale and streaked with dirt and tiny cuts caused by this planet's crystalline nature. She stumbled forward, collapsing onto her knees, and her leku twitched uncontrollably as she struggled to catch her breath, coughing. "Vila!" I dropped the branch and rushed to her side. "What's wrong?" Her hands clutched at her head, her breathing rapid and shallow. She didn't answer, her eyes darting around wildly as if expecting something to attack at any moment, barely recognizing my face, only registering that I was a human and not a monster. "It's okay," I said, kneeling beside her and placing a hand on her shoulder. "You're safe now. Just breathe, as we learned. Follow my lead," I continued, using the force to calm her down. She flinched at my touch, but didn't pull away. Listening to me, doing her best to follow my lead, her breathing began to steady, though the terror in her eyes didn't fade at all. They were everywhere," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "The noises, the monsters, it's like they were hunting me. Again." I frowned, my concern deepening. Vila was strong and tougher than most of the Padawans. For her to be this shaken meant whatever she had experienced was beyond anything I could imagine. Yet when I tried looking around, I could feel no other presence, which didn't mean they were not there. "They weren't hunting you," I said softly, trying to reassure her. "It's this place, the forest, the Force. It's testing us. It probably draws on our own connection, on our experiences." "No," she said sharply, shaking her head. "I heard the monsters. They were hunting me. I had to run. I... Relax, breathe." I supported her before she could collapse, spending almost an hour calming her down and making her realize nothing was going to jump on us. By then, I totally forgot about my own fear, only focusing on keeping Vila calm and collected, realizing there was nothing hunting us. Not really, only our own fears. Her voice broke when she finally spoke again, and I felt a surge of emotion through the Force, fear, shame, and something deeper, a wound that hadn't healed yet. "I. She hesitated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "They used me," she whispered. "Back when I was a slave, they used me as bait, to lure predators, to trap them. I was..." She trailed off, her voice choked with emotion. I stared at her, the importance of her words sinking in. It was the first time she truly opened up to me. And now I had an understanding of Vila's strength, her aggression, her refusal to show weakness. It all made sense now. "You're not there anymore," I said firmly, meeting her gaze. "You're here, with me, with the Jedi, and we won't let anything happen to you." Her lip trembled, but she nodded, clutching her arms tightly around herself. The tyrannical weight of the night seemed to lessen around her a little as the fire crackled softly between us, its warmth pushing back the darkness. Watching her, I leaned back a little, kneeling there calmly, my eyes wandering around the forest, feeling it was different than before. It was calmer. It was as if our test was finished for the day, leaving us be, at least for now. Chapter 17. Vila's Find. The soft crackling of the fire had long since become the only sound between us as we sat there, watching it keep the night away. Even with the forest calming down and easing my own mind, none of us were in a headspace to just rest and sleep. Vila sat closer to the dwindling flames than I, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. I watched her from my position, not even a meter away, my fingers juggling my crystal as my mind was thinking about what she told me about herself. I almost chuckled because the contrast between her current appearance and how she was while we sparred was day and night. But I understood why. I don't think I would be any better off in her place, either. When the first sign of morning was coming, the sky lightening and our fire going out, I stood up, stretching, jolting Vila out of her stupor. "We should start moving," I said, my voice calm and still hushed. "If we follow the Force, it'll lead us back to the others." I watched as her leku twitched, but she didn't move. Leaning forward, I saw that her violet eyes remained fixed on the dying fire, a storm of emotions swirling within them. It wasn't about fearing the forest anymore. This was something different, so I sat down beside her, touching her shoulders. "Vila," I began, my tone as gentle as possible. "What's wrong?" "I haven't found it yet," she admitted, her voice barely audible. "My own Kyber crystal. Everyone else is finding theirs, I am sure of it. Just look at you, but not me. It's not a race. The Force guides us in its own time. Maybe your crystal just hasn't revealed itself yet." I murmured, trying to soothe her mood. "Maybe you were too afraid to pick up on it until now. ... Let's try it while we walk, shall we? I am sure it will show itself to you." "What if it never does?" Her voice rose, tinged with frustration and fear. "What if I'm not meant to be a Jedi? What if there's nothing for me out here?" She buried her face in her knees, her words muffled. "What if I fail?" Hearing her desperate voice and how she spoke, my heart ached at her vulnerability. I didn't know she could be like this, but I understood it. Being a slave, she built up a strong front to not allow her to doubt herself or show weakness. So, to reassure her once more, I gently squeezed my hand on her shoulder, my voice steady but kind. "You won't fail. The fact that you're here, that you've made it this far, and that Ben Skywalker chose you to come with us means the Force has a path for you. We'll find it together." She didn't respond immediately, but I felt some of the tension leave her body. After another silent moment, she finally nodded, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, and stood up, letting me pull her to her full height. "Okay," she said softly. "Let's go." We extinguished the fire, stamping out the last embers before setting off, the sun quickly rising on the horizon. The jungle was less foreboding in the pre-dawn light that was chasing away the darkness and replacing it with a much calmer mood. I led the way, stopping occasionally and trying to get a feel for our path, or maybe lock onto Ben Skywalker's presence in the Force, without much success yet. Vila followed closely, her gaze darting nervously to the shifting shadows around us, snapping her head toward every foreign noise. The path we soon found ourselves on was treacherous, overgrown with roots and vines that seemed intent on tripping us at every step. I kept moving carefully, using my training to sense the safest route through the dense undergrowth. Vila, though still shaken a little, finally began to focus on her movements, her natural agility helping her navigate the terrain much better than I did. Hours passed as we trudged through the jungle, and no matter which direction I took her, the path became increasingly harder as we travelled. It was as if the Force was putting us through another test, guiding us into another obstacle to show how well prepared we were. I paused at a clearing at the end, scanning the area for any signs of danger. We're heading, I think. We should be going towards where we landed. At least from what I remember when I left, we were towards the north, but we may have managed to take a big detour because I don't remember the terrain being this difficult when I was travelling. Following my call, I said, glancing back at Vila. However, I think A sudden rumble interrupted me, the ground beneath our feet shaking violently. Both of us stumbled, grabbing onto nearby trees for support. Earthquake? Or… The tremor subsided as quickly as it had begun, but the sound of cracking earth persisted. Following its origin, I turned toward the source, my eyes widening in disbelief at what I was seeing. "Oh no," I muttered. Just ahead of us, the ground had given way to reveal a massive chasm, separating, its edges jagged and unstable. The gap stretched wide, cutting our path into two with one swift motion. This was either a joke or, indeed, a test by the Force. Or by the planet? I couldn't tell. A bit wary of another quake, I approached cautiously, peering over the edge, surveying our sudden obstruction. The chasm plunged deep into the earth, its bottom obscured by shadows and faintly glowing crystals embedded in the walls. "We need to cross it," I shrugged, scanning the area for a potential route. But this bastardly change came out of nowhere and stretched in both directions without an end. "There's no other way." "How?" she asked, grimacing. "It's too wide to jump and the edges don't look stable." She was right, so I nodded, my mind racing. Turning back and finding a new route could take us all day again. While searching, I spotted a fallen tree nearby, most likely knocked out by the previous quake. Its trunk was long and sturdy, inlaid with thick crystalline rocks. "We can use that," I exclaimed, pointing at it. "It's not perfect, but it will hold until we cross it." Together, we worked to maneuver the tree into place, dragging it upright with great effort before letting it fall a second time to connect the two sides of the chasm. It was heavier than it looked, probably thanks to the crystals growing around and inside of it. But we managed to finish the work using all our strength and force. When finished, and it didn't fall into the massive hole in the ground, it took us at least 15 minutes to just sit there panting, regaining our strength before we even tried to cross over it. Stepping onto it, the trunk groaned under its own weight, and I watched cracks appear on its barks. "I don't like the sound of that," Vila grunted, and I had to agree, but it should be fine. To ease her mood, I tested it first, stepping cautiously onto the makeshift bridge and pushing my leg down on it. It held firm, though it creaked ominously with each step. Then I noticed it. Since the tree was embedded with crystals connected to the planet, the moment it was torn out of its place, it lost that kind of connection. The organic part of it was disintegrating, visible to the naked eye if you looked hard enough. This won't hold for long. That was now evident. "I'll go first," I said, looking back at Vila. "We need to hurry because it is coming apart. Stay close, but not too close. If something happens, we need to be ready, and I don't want to drag you down if I fall." "You won't fall," she corrected me, and there was a bit of anger in her voice because of my suggestion. Still, she nodded, her fingers balling up into a fist, following along. With a long, calming breath, I began to cross, my movements slow, yet firm. I took measured steps, trying to stand on where crystals jutted out of the tree, knowing those parts had to be more sturdy than the flaking barks. "Pace your steps exactly where I do," I yelled back to her while continuing over the chasm. The tree swayed slightly under my weight when I had to stand on parts of it where no crystals were visible, but I kept my focus, using the force to maintain my balance. It felt like hours, but it was barely a minute until I reached the other side, allowing myself to let out a long, relieved sigh. She was a few steps behind me, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She moved cautiously, her eyes fixed on the other side, on me, not daring to look down. Then, just as she was at arm's length, the tree shifted slightly and she froze, her body tensing while quickly keeping her balance atop it. "You're okay," I said at once, my voice steady, ready to jump and try to grab her if the trunk snapped. "Just a little further." She nodded, chasing out her fears and taking another step, then another. Suddenly, the air around us seemed to shift, picking up speed for a moment. "Wind? Right now? Really?" I almost said something nasty when I saw Vila's eyes widen as a wave of energy surged through her. Unlike anything she had felt before, I could tell it. It was raw, powerful, and undeniable. She stopped, her gaze drawn downward, without any apprehension visible on her face this time around. "Kael," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "Do you feel that?" I frowned at the answer because I did. Although I felt it through her, not by myself. Stepping closer to the edge, looking down, trying to see and feel what she was locked onto like a hawk. But it was kept vague before me. "Only for a moment," I muttered. "The Force," Vila continued, her voice trembling. It's calling me." Before I could respond, she knelt on the trunk, causing it to creak while peering deeper into the chasm. This made my heart jump because she was almost falling over its edge. Finally, after many long feeling seconds, her eyes locked onto a faint glow far below, a light pulsing with an unnatural rhythm, one that only she could sense. "It's there," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "My crystal. It's down there." My eyes followed hers, spotting the faint glow amidst the darkness, but I wasn't. Sure, there were many like it, but if I ignored what she was feeling, I would ignore all of our teachings. "Can you get to it?" I asked, concern lacing my tone, but Vila nodded, determination replacing her fear. "I have to." "That's a long way down," I said again, my worry evident this time. "We'll need to find a safe way for you to descend." Vila's gaze remained fixed on the crystal, not answering for another few seconds, almost making me repeat myself. "I'll do it," she said firmly. "I can feel it. The Force will guide me." "Isn't that true?" She smiled, finally glancing at me. What could I say to that? Except agreeing. But if the Force put me together on this path, I am not going to let her do it alone. "Okay, but we do this together." She didn't refute my offer, not out of pride or any other stupid reason. She excitedly ran over to my side, just so when she jumped off, the tree finally crumbled and fell apart, plunging into the chasm, making us look at each other, gulping at the same time. Pushing down what just happened, we worked quickly, using vines and roots to fashion a makeshift harness and rope so she wouldn't need to descend without anything there to catch her. I had trust in her abilities, But I did not trust the land that just cracked apart under our feet. Not after the tree's disintegration. I secured one end to a sturdy-looking crystal while Vila prepared herself for the descent. As she lowered herself into the chasm, I held the rope tightly, my heart pounding with every inch she sank into the abyss. I did my best to make it into a smooth descent, careful so the edge of the chasm wouldn't cut our makeshift rope. The air grew colder as Vila plunged into the earth, her breath becoming visible, and the glow of her crystal grew brighter with each meter she neared it. I could feel through her how the force surged around her body, and her crystal's presence became a comforting embrace. Reaching the correct altitude, she landed softly on a patch of crystalline shards sticking out of the earth's wall, the light of her kyber crystal twinkling in her eyes. I felt it as if I was there with her, watching her approach it slowly, her heart pounding. As she reached out, her fingers brushed its surface, and a surge of energy coursed through her. I just hoped she wouldn't faint as I did. "I found it," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "It's mine." "Are you okay?" I shouted down, knowing she had said something, but I couldn't hear her. "I'm fine," she called back, her voice happy beyond question. "I've got it!" I sighed in relief before shouting again. "Let's get you back up here before something unexpected happens again." "On it!" she yelled as she began climbing. I kept pulling, speeding up her ascension, matching her rhythm. As she reached the top, warm rays of sunlight broke through the jungle canopy, bathing us in a golden light just at the right moment. It felt as if this was indeed preordained. I watched as Vila held up her crystal, its warm glow reflecting the strong light. "Thank you," she said softly, her eyes meeting mine. "For everything." "That's what friends are for," I answered with a grin, feeling just as happy as she did. I couldn't help but compare this feeling to my own success, and it felt just as good. I just wish my family could also understand how it feels when you succeed in helping someone. Chapter 18. Return. The sunlight filtering through the dense jungle canopy felt much friendlier than before as Vila and I left the chasm behind us. I couldn't help but smile as I could feel her happiness after finally finding her own crystal, knowing she didn't fail. I could understand it well, as I was also gripping mine just the same. Despite the fatigue weighing down my limbs after helping pull her up, the sense of accomplishment quickly raised my spirits, chasing the tiredness away. "We should keep moving," I said, gesturing toward the forest ahead. "The others are probably back by now, and we need to return before they leave us here." "They wouldn't." Vila nodded, but then became a bit uncertain, thinking about it more. "Wouldn't they?" "Probably not. Still, best not to risk it," I added in a joking manner. "Ugh. True," she muttered, looking one more time at the deep orange kyber crystal. "Yeah, let's go," slapping her face, shaking away her remaining doubts. Her voice was steadier now, the earlier worries and fears replaced by her usual determination. As we walked, I relied on the Force to guide us once again, and this time I was sure where I was heading. It was as if the jungle was no longer obstructing my senses. Instead, it started guiding me. It wasn't long before I began to recognize familiar landmarks, a peculiar tree with twisting roots and a shallow stream cutting through the undergrowth. Vila's pace quickened behind me, and her steps grew bolder, picking up on my lightening mood just the same. After nearly an hour, the jungle began to thin, and we heard familiar voices ahead. Relief surged through me that I was right as we stepped into the clearing, where the rest of our group had started our journey. A handful of Padawans were already back, milling about, some practicing basic maneuvers of their finished lightsabers, others meditating, still in the middle of building them. Watching their parts float before their chests, slotting into places, putting it together via the Force. I knew I was going to do the same only a moment later. The thought alone sent a thrill through me. I couldn't wait to start. "Kael Vila!" a familiar voice called out, and I turned to see Jalo Vreek bounding toward us, his green skin gleaming in the sunlight. "You made it!" "Of course we did," I replied with a grin, patting Vila on the shoulder. "We had a few detours, but we found what we came for." Vila held up her crystal, its orange glow catching the light. Jalo's eyes widened, and he let out an impressed whistle. "Nice! That's going to make one incredible lightsaber." He chuckled, showing his own greenish-coloured to us. "Where's Master Skywalker?" I asked, scanning the clearing. "Over there," Jalo said, pointing to a figure seated beneath a large tree. The moment I noticed him, our current master's calm presence stood out amidst the bustling Padawans, yet previously it was hidden until I looked directly at him. As if he had timed it, his blue eyes snapped open while meeting mine. With one fluid motion, he rose to greet us, walking up to us in only a few steps despite the fact that he was about 100 meters away a moment ago. "Kael, Vila," he said warmly. "I'm glad to see you both returned safely. Were you successful?" I nodded, holding up my crystal. Its cool, mostly bluish hue shimmered in the sunlight. Vila followed suit, showing hers with a small, proud smile. "Excellent work," Ben said, his voice filled with genuine pride. "You've taken an important step on your journey. Now, it's time to take the next one." He gestured toward a set of supplies laid out on a nearby table. "Everything you need to build your lightsabers is here. Take your time and let the Force guide you by choosing the appropriate materials." Vila and I exchanged a glance, excitement sparking between us. It was not a race, but the feeling was similar. We approached the table simultaneously, which was covered with various components, emitters, power cells, focusing lenses, and more. Each piece seemed to have been created with care, pristine, and waiting to be brought together into something greater. To be a lifelong companion of a Jedi. I selected my parts carefully, feeling the subtle pull of the Force, letting it guide my hand in picking them out one by one. As I worked, I couldn't help but glance over at Vila. Her movements were straightforward, her expression one of deep concentration, and the determination in her eyes was inspiring. I almost chuckled, as while I was taking them slowly, she was snapping her hand out and back, like a fishing bird, standing still until its prey got close enough to grab the correct part. "What do you think yours will look like?" I asked, breaking the silence. She flinched but didn't look up at me while answering. "Strong, practical, something that feels right in my hands." She held up a reinforced emitter, turning it over thoughtfully. "What about you?" "I'm not sure yet," I admitted. "I want it to feel balanced, something that reflects who I'm becoming." She nodded, her gaze looking at the side of my face before returning to her selection process. Then came the crucial part. Parting, we found a place to sit, placed the components into our laps, and began meditating. When we were taught about the procedure of making a lightsaber, it was more intricate than I'd expected, each component needing to fit perfectly with the others. But our masters taught us that a Jedi lets the Force guide their hand when building their lightsaber. It isn't like the manufacturing of a blaster rifle. It is part of a Jedi's being, after all. I didn't know what to expect, but as I slumped into my meditation, everything became clear and obvious, as if I always knew perfectly how to do it. While I assembled my lightsaber, I felt a sense of clarity I hadn't really experienced before. The Force flowed through me, guiding my hands and filling me with the required confidence in slotting the pieces at the right place, floating right before me. Without thinking about it, it seems like I copied the holovids I watched, and my lightsaber had a slightly curved hilt. I just hoped that the masters wouldn't chide me for it. Taking a deep breath, it was for the last part. Finally, I placed my kyber crystal into the chamber. As I secured it, locking it into place, a surge of energy coursed through the hilt, and I knew it was ready. I glanced over at Vila, who was just finishing her own at the same time. Of course, she immediately caught my eye and gave me a slight nod. "Ready?" I asked. "Ready?" she replied. Together we stepped back into the clearing, the anticipation palpable. The other Padawans also paused their activities, as it was also a moment of curiosity for them too. Even if they didn't do it obviously, they still turned to watch as we ignited our lightsabers for the very first time. I pressed the activation switch, and a brilliant blue blade sprang to life with a resonant hum. It was perfect. The weight, the balance, the way it felt like an extension of myself. I couldn't help but grin, the excitement bubbling over. As I began testing it, I noticed that it wasn't exactly a clear blue. It had a pinkish afterhue, or was my eyes playing tricks on me? No, it had a pinkish blue, almost violet gradient to the blade. Was my crystal defective? I quickly glanced at Ben Skywalker, but he didn't seem troubled, so it should be fine. Still, I will have to ask him for advice. To mask my sudden uncertainty, I chased the thoughts out of my head, glancing at Vila. She had also activated hers beside me, and her deep orange blade lit up the clearing. The color was striking, a vivid contrast to the other sabers around us, including mine. She was right. It would be strong as its color and power were clearly palpable. She stared at it for a moment, her expression a mixture of awe and pride, giggling. Then she gave the blade a few experimental swings, its hum cutting through the air. While smiling to myself, J-Lo was the first to approach, his own green saber already ignited. "Nice work, you two. Let's see how well you can handle it." "Oh? You asking us for a duel?" Vila raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. "You want to spar already?" "Why not?" J-Lo replied, twirling his blade. "It seems finding my crystal gave me the courage, and we've got time before everyone is back." "Do you hear him?" Vila looked at me, chortling, and I couldn't help but shrug. "Might as well give them a test run. Just be careful. These are no longer training sabers," I quickly added, finally making J-Lo realize who he challenged in his sudden, courage-filled excitement. There was no backing out of it, not when Vila's Leku was twitching in such excitement. So, the three of us moved to a cleared area, and the sparring began. Her movements were swift and precise, and her natural agility gave her an absolute edge over J-Lo. Her orange blade clashed against the Rhodian's green saber, the two of them exchanging a rapid series of strikes. It didn't take long for Jaro to be on his back feet, not against Vila. Heh! I watched for another moment before jumping in, my bluish blade intercepting Vila as she tried to press her advantage against J-Lo's Form 3, Sorisu. J-Lo's defenses were still not impenetrable as the form would suggest, and Vila was about to be too much for him to handle. Tagging him out, Vila didn't even flinch. She kept pressing on even stronger as I began dueling her in earnest. It was different. With my own saber, I felt that it was part of my hand, part of my body. Every move came out much more fluently, stringing my counters in rapid succession, just as Vila's strikes were also much more fierce than ever before. The mock duel was exhilarating. Each of us pushed the other to improve, ending when we separated for the 7th time. We were just standing there, gasping for air, facing each other without a clear winner decided yet. Before we could continue, it was Ben Skywalker's voice who snapped us out of the weird battle meditation-like feeling, powering our sabers down. "Excellent work today," he said as we gathered around him, and by now everyone was back, holding their own lightsabers. Building your lightsabers is a significant milestone, but it's only the beginning. From here, you'll learn to wield them with skill and responsibility. Remember, a Jedi's strength comes not from their weapon, but from the Force and their connection to it. We all nodded, his words reminding us of the lessons we were taught. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I looked down at my lightsaber. It indeed felt like more than just a weapon. It was a symbol of everything I had accomplished and everything I still had to learn. "Thank you," Vila said quietly, her gaze fixed on her own blade, "for helping me back there, for believing in me." "That's what friends are for," I replied the same way as I did before, smiling at her. "And besides, I couldn't let you have all the fun." "Sure," she chuckled, punching my shoulder. "But back at the academy, we still need to finish our duel." "I knew it!" I grunted, making her laugh, and I couldn't help but also let myself show a wide smile. Chapter 19. Duel. The clearing buzzed with excitement as we gathered our belongings and prepared to board the ship to head back to the academy. The jungle's towering trees swayed gently in the wind, their crystalline leaves shimmering in the strong sunlight, making me look at them and think back on everything that had happened since arriving, not just since coming here, but in the past year or so since I came to the Jedi Order to learn. I knew I still had a long way to go and that I had to improve myself, but I felt happy and satisfied, just like everyone else around me. I could feel it. Still, there was something else, but what? After chasing away my thoughts, unable to find the source, drowned out by the excitement, Vila and I stood to one side, checking our packs and ensuring everything was in order. "Looks like we're all accounted for," Ben Skywalker said, his calm voice cutting through the chatter as he stood near the ship's boarding ramp. His presence was filled with authority, and I knew he may have been silently guiding or at least overseeing us while we were away. I firmly believed that I found my way back to the starting point by locking onto his presence, and that he was keeping the group focused despite the lingering excitement from our Kyber crystal journey, knowing when to pull back to let us gain experience and when to gently nudge us toward the correct path through the Force. As I tied the last strap on my bag, a different figure stepped forward from the crowd. Aaron Drillis. I wondered since leaving what his deal was because his words to me at the start of our journey were still ringing weirdly in my mind, although I did forget about it until now. His posture was rigid and his face looked severe. Subconsciously, I could read his mood. He was a bit disappointed. In what? Ah, I get it. It was him who I felt a moment before. He believed I would fail. I was somehow sure of it. Sensing his unfriendly disposition, a ripple of tension spread through me. But then I straightened my back, not wanting to back down. Vila's Leku twitched beside me, her posture immediately bristling with suspicion, noticing the change in the air too. "Kael Varo," Aaron began, his voice loud enough to carry over the group. As if using the Force to make everyone notice him, all eyes turned toward us, and I felt the weight of their gazes settle on the two of us. Aaron's tone was formal, almost ceremonial, and my heart sank as I realized what was coming. It wasn't going to be a simple insult or something trivial. "I, Aaron Dreelis, challenge you to a duel," he said, his words hanging in the air like a thunderclap out of the blue sky. "Here? Right now? Right after we got our lightsabers?" "Of course." A murmur ran through the group at once. Some of the Padawans exchanged uncertain glances, while others leaned forward, their interest piqued. While dueling was not rare, everyone knew Vila and I were going at it constantly while training. Both of us knew this was something different. This was an official challenge. Vila's eyes widened as she stood next to me. She was about to take a step forward, her hands curling into fists when I spoke up. "A duel?" I asked, keeping my voice calm despite the knot forming in my stomach. Aaron's blue eyes were unwavering as he met my gaze, nodding. "Yes, here, in the presence of our peers and under the judgment of Master Skywalker, it's time we determine the truth about you, about your fake smiles and feigned friendships, of your manipulations. Are you serious?" Well, I knew exactly what he meant, though. Aaron probably had always been skeptical of me, viewing my natural attunement to the Force and through it to others as a form of manipulation. To him, my ability to make connections and gain the trust of others wasn't genuine, but a calculated exploitation of my inborn gift. I'd sensed his unease before, but I could only put it into thought after Vila also explained it to me. Still, this was a public declaration, and I would lie if I said I wasn't annoyed by it. "You think a duel will prove that?" I asked, my tone steady. "It will show everyone who you truly are," Aaron replied, his voice sharp. "Whether you're as sincere as you appear or if you've been hiding behind the Force to win us over." He exclaimed in a calm tone, glancing at my lightsaber, and I knew he was also meaning my lightsaber's color. With its underlying hue, I knew it wasn't normal. We learned that most sabers are blue or green, but that there are many other variants depending on the Jedi and their attunement in the Force. As for mine, I knew not what it may really mean. Even I was unsure of it. "That's ridiculous!" Vila interjected, finally stepping in front of me. Her voice was filled with genuine anger, her eyes blazing, just like his lightsaber would when activated. "Kael isn't hiding anything. You're just making excuses because you can't stand that people like him." Aaron's gaze flicked to Vila, his expression unmoved. He scanned her face rather than her body, which was a bit of a mistake, as her twitching leku was telling more of her feelings than her face would, which was icy. "This isn't about popularity, Saresh. It's about integrity. And if he has nothing to hide, then he won't object to this duel." "It's okay," I said softly as I placed a hand on Vila's shoulder, gently guiding her back. She quickly turned to me, her frustration evident in her eyes, but I shook my head. "I'm not angry. Aaron has his reasons, and I understand them. You do too, because I understand them because of what you told me. Plus, Master Katan said that by exchanging moves one can understand the other better." "Kael," Vila began, her voice filled with disbelief, but I gave her a reassuring look. "I accept your challenge," I stated, meeting Aaron's gaze. The words came easily, and I meant them. I was confident in my skills anyway, and I didn't see this as a personal attack, but as an opportunity to address his doubts, and perhaps my own too. In answer, Aaron inclined his head slightly, his expression unreadable. He turned to Ben Skywalker, who had been watching the exchange wordlessly, arms folded before his chest, letting it play out. "Master Skywalker, will you preside over this duel?" Ben stepped forward, his hands slowly unfurling, falling to his sides. His gaze swept over the group, ensuring everyone's attention was on him, before addressing us. "A duel like this is a serious matter," he began, his voice firm. "It is not a game or a means to settle petty disputes. It must serve a purpose beyond personal grievances." His eyes settled on Aaron. "Are you certain this is necessary?" "I am, Master," Aaron replied. "This is about clarity and truth, not anger or revenge." Hearing him speak and watching his eyes, Ben nodded slowly and turned to me. "And you, Kael, do you understand the gravity of what you've agreed to?" "I do," I said, my voice steady. "I have no ill will toward Aaron. If this duel will bring understanding for him, I'm willing to go through with it. I will hold no grudges, whatever outcome is reached at the end of it." Master Skywalker studied me for a moment longer, his expression unreadable, but I never drew my eyes away or blinked, not until he nodded. "Very well. We will hold the duel here before we leave this planet. I will serve as judge, and the contest will follow the standard rules of sparring. Sabers only, no using the Force for tricks or secondary attacks. Understood?" "Understood," Aaron and I said in unison. Ben glanced at the group of Padawans, his gaze lingering on each of them, thinking a little before continuing. "Let this be a lesson for all of you. This duel is not about victory or defeat. It is about understanding one another and strengthening our bond as Jedi." With that, Ben stepped back, gesturing for Aaron and me to take our positions. The Padawans formed a loose circle around us, their expressions ranging from curiosity to unease. Vila stood at the edge of the group, her arms crossed and her face set in a foul, tempestuous glare, ready to blow at any moment. I could feel she wanted to join the dueling circle and batter Aaron into the ground. Whatever the outcome will be, I had a feeling she would challenge him later anyway. As I stepped into the clearing, I unclipped my newly built saber from my belt, its weight settling perfectly in my hand. Aaron did the same. His movements were precise and practiced. I surveyed his stance and identified it quickly. It was Form 5, Gemso, made for dueling. Well, not in a way like mine, but by overpowering his enemies. While mine was for deflection and redirection, his was for raw power. If I recall right, it was this form that ended the last Makashi master's life, separating his head from his shoulders. Thankfully, this was not a life or death duel. "Whenever you're ready," Ben said, his voice calm but commanding, his senses enveloping both of us through the Force. I took a deep breath, centering myself, shutting the outside world out. The Force quickly flowed through me, steady and unyielding, and I allowed it to guide my movements. I could sense Aaron's focus, his determination, and beneath it all, a flicker of doubt. As for what for, I couldn't read it. Still, Master Kaetarn was right. Sometimes clashing is a form of exchanging ideas. The first move was Aaron's. His blade came down with a powerful vertical strike, his blue saber humming loudly as it cut through the air. I sidestepped, pivoting on my heel and angling my own saber to redirect the blow away from me. The energy of his attack traveled harmlessly into the ground, but the sheer force of it made my arms tremble. Gem. So was no joke. He followed up immediately, pressing the advantage with a series of heavy, deliberate overhead strikes. Each one was meant to overpower me, to break through my defenses. I gave ground, letting him chase me, his aggression becoming our rhythm. I focused on the flow of his movements and the tempo of his strikes. High, low, mid, high, low, mid, high. It was a pattern, and once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. I waited for the right moment, forcing my mind to be calm and calculating. to not let his aggression provoke me into a panicked move he could exploit. When his blade came down in another heavy arc, I stepped inside his swing, letting his momentum carry him forward. My blade flicked up, aiming at his exposed side lightly but decisively. Yet before I could scorch his clothes and signal my victory, he managed to dodge, twisting his body at the last moment. With an unnatural spin, putting strain on his legs, he recovered quickly, his eyes narrowing as he adjusted his stance, trying his aching ankles facing me once again. His attacks became more calculated this time around, and his movements tightened. He was adapting, and so was I. I let my instincts guide me, my saber moving in fluid arcs that matched and countered his relentless strikes at its weakest moments. Even then, each clash of our blades sent a jolt up my arm, but I stayed grounded, attuned to his energy and flow. It wasn't just about reacting, it was about feeling it out. His emotions were like ripples in the Force, and I could sense the frustration creeping into his focus. He wanted to dominate, to prove his point and forcefully break through, but the more he pushed, the more he exposed himself. I knew he felt like he was fighting against a current. The harder he pushed, the more elusive I became. Finally, I stepped forward, my blade weaving in a defensive arc to catch his next strike. Our sabers locked, the hum of the energy blades filling the clearing. For a moment, we were frozen, my strength against his strength. Then, knowing that I would lose if I kept it up, I shifted my weight, spinning to his side and breaking the lock. With the sudden disengagement, I directed his saber away from his body, while mine darted forward, grazing his right shoulder ever so lightly. "Point!" Ben's voice called out, calm and authoritative, breaking us off for a moment with the Force surveying Aaron's injuries. But it was only his clothes that got singed. Aaron's frustration was palpable now for everyone else too, but he didn't let it overwhelm him. With a sharp breath, he came at me again, faster this time, his strikes a blur of controlled aggression. I matched his pace once again, our sabers flashing as we moved in a deadly dance. The Force was my ally, guiding my movements, whispering the rhythm of the fight, feeling my saber move fluently in my palm, utilizing my curved hilt and its advantages to the maximum. This was no longer like practicing with the training saber. This was an entirely different level, and I could only achieve it because this saber had my kyber crystal in it. Then I felt it, a shift. His strikes became slightly erratic, his rhythm faltering. He was trying to anticipate me, but in doing so he was losing his own flow, abandoning his form, the stance he studied. It was a mistake. We are still Padawans. One thing I understand is that if, as a beginner, we think we can just create something new in the middle of a duel, we think way too much about our gifts. I seized the moment without hesitation, stepping inside his guard once more, quickly exploiting his now messy form. My saber traced a line across his torso, a light touch that ended the duel. I opened his shirt, slightly scorching his chest, but not deep enough to leave a scar behind. "Match," Ben said, stepping forward as the hum of our sabers faded into silence. Our hands pulled away via the Force as if he were holding our wrists. Firm, but not painful. I deactivated my saber while I kept looking at Aaron. His chest rose and fell as he caught his breath, his expression a mix of frustration and begrudging respect. Whatever he wanted to say was now no longer able to leave his mouth. I bowed slightly, acknowledging his effort but also signaling that I won this round. The duel was over, but I knew that it was not the last time he or maybe others would approach me about this again. Chapter 20. Friends. The academy was alive with activity, especially the training fields where most of us were testing our new sabers. dueling with each other under the watchful eyes of Master Katarn. For many, the recent Kyber Crystal expedition had been an experience they would not forget. Ever. We were now armed with our own lightsabers. And more than that, by speaking to many of the others, I also learned that it wasn't just me who had an experience. Although it made Vila frown, why didn't she have a weird dream? Not everyone had. Like Jarlo, he also missed out on getting knocked out by the Force and reliving something from their past. They didn't ask about my experience, and to be honest, I didn't want to speak about it either. I could somehow sense that most people here were not really fond of the Remnants, even if they were no longer at war with the Republic or their other neighbours. Today, Vila and I stood at one end of the sparring arena, our sabres ignited and casting a bright, vibrant glow across our faces as we charged at each other. My blue blade met Vila's deep orange in a flurry of strikes and parries, clashing multiple times before separating once again. I could feel that our movements were fluid and focused, probably a showing of our growing bond as partners in training. I could feel what she would do next and anticipate her move, but unable to counterattack her because she did the same with me. Since coming back, all of our matches were an actual draw. "You're holding back again," Vila said, her voice sharp as our sabres locked once again. The clash of energy illuminated her fierce expression, making me smile wryly at her stubborn pouting. "Stop doing that!" "I'm not holding back. You're just that good," I grunted, letting my smirk show because it was the truth. Vila's Leku twitched in irritation when she saw my grin as she spun into another attack, her strikes swift and precise. "I mean it, Kael. Fight me properly or this won't mean anything." "Damn it, girl." I am doing exactly that. Of course, I didn't say that out loud. Instead, I met her strike with equal force, our blades clashing in a burst of light once again. Vila's aggression was unrelenting, her style bold and fiery. I could only rely on my instincts, redirecting her power with measured precision, using my form to its fullest. Once again, the intensity of our sparring drew the attention of a few other Padawans. Still, we remained focused on each other, pushing ourselves to the limit, unable to care about who was watching. When our session ended, it was because Master Katarn separated us via the Force, pushing us to our corners from far away, signalling it should be enough, and that it was another draw. Tsk. Another draw. Vila grunted, though her gaze flicked toward the far side of the arena. I should be pummeling Aren to release this frustration. "Are you trying to let the dark side in?" I asked jokingly, watching her roll her eyes while I also followed her gaze to where Aren stood, deep in conversation with a few other Padawans. Aren had been avoiding Vila since our return, refusing her repeated challenges. I could sense her frustration, her desire to prove herself against him simmering beneath the surface. No. It wasn't to prove anything. She just disliked him and wanted to beat him. "He'll have to face you eventually," I said, placing a hand on her shoulder, trying to placate her feelings. "Give it time." "Yeah, maybe." Vila huffed, but she nodded, letting out a calming breath. "Let's go and eat something. I'm starving." "Let me take a shower first." I chuckled, wiping my forehead. "You don't smell bad." She ignored my protest, grabbing my hand and dragging me along like a pet. "Come. Let's try something spicy this time around." Across the academy, in a quieter section of the training halls, Iowi Murtak was gathering his group of followers. They sat in a semicircle around him, occupying one of the meditation alcoves, their expressions attentive and respectful. Iowi's charisma was undeniable. He was a Padawan who arrived 5 years ago, and since then, he has established a small group of others who believed in the Jedi Code of old. His presence commanded attention, and his words carried the weight of someone who believed sincerely in what he said. The Jedi Order stands for discipline and control, Iowi began, his tone measured and deliberate. Our emotions must serve the light, not dictate our actions. Yet there are those among us who forget this truth. His gaze swept over his group, lingering on each of them. Among them was its youngest member, Aren Drellis, his arms crossed as he listened intently. Another was Lyra Sindel, a Mirialan Padawan whose calm demeanor belied her firm belief in Iowi's ideals. Just like them, the others nodded in agreement, their trust in Iowi evident and growing stronger with each passing year. Kael Valtherion, Iowi continued, his voice steady but carrying an edge. His ability to influence others is unnatural. It's not connection, it's manipulation, especially because I can feel he is hiding something. He speaks about being honest while he himself is lying. A hypocrite. Then there is Vila Saresh. Her aggression clouds her judgment. They are risks to the Order, and if we fail to act, those risks will grow. Our Order suffered a lot, and we were even exiled from the Republic once. We can't risk what the Grandmaster built, the peace we worked so hard for. But the Masters must see it too, Lyra said, her voice quiet but firm. Surely they're aware. Iowi's jaw tightened, his frustration flickering for a moment after hearing her words. Perhaps they do. But they're allowing it to continue, thinking it's a lesson for us all. They're wrong. It's dangerous. Kael defeated me in the duel, but there's something about him. Aren spoke as he shifted in his seat, his gaze meeting Iowi's. Something I can't shake. It's like he's always one step ahead, but not in a natural way. While we fought, it was as if he was in my head. Exactly, Iowi said, his voice gaining momentum. He doesn't fight like us. He doesn't act like us. The Force is not a tool to be used for personal gain, yet he wields it as if it is. What can we do? Lyra frowned. The Masters won't act unless there's proof. Then we give them proof, Iowi said, his eyes narrowing. We show them what Kael and Vila are capable of, not through lies or manipulation, but by letting their actions speak for themselves. To disperse the darkness, we must shed light upon it. How? Aren asked, leaning forward. They're careful, Kael especially. He's too measured, too calculated. That is the issue, is it not? Everyone makes mistakes. Iowi's expression hardened. We just need to be there when they do. And if they don't, we create the conditions that reveal their true nature. Listening to Iowi, the group exchanged glances, a mixture of uncertainty and resolve to pass between them. Iowi's confidence was infectious, his belief in their cause unshakable. Without realizing it, he was influencing them in the same way Kael influenced his friends. Still, to Iowi, this wasn't about rivalry or jealousy. It was about protecting the Jedi Order from what he perceived as threats from within. In his mind, the Masters were too preoccupied with focusing on the outside, welcoming anyone who was gifted in the Force, creating and fostering danger inside the Order. This isn't about harming them, Iowi said, softening his tone. It's about the truth. The Masters will thank us when they see what we see. Their weakness is that we are too numerous for every Master to watch every one of us individually. We must help them out. And Kael and Vila will either adapt or face the consequences of their actions. We'll follow your lead, Iowi. Lyra nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. But we have to be careful. If we're wrong, we're not wrong, Iowi said firmly. Trust in the Force. It will guide us. The group fell silent, and their decision to commit to their strategy finally sank in as Ioe's words sank in. The seeds of their plan were planted, and Ioe's confidence in their mission fueled their resolve. In his mind, he wasn't acting out of arrogance, but out of duty. He honestly believed he was doing what was best for the Order. It was the same day, the same night, and the same main training field. I stood at the edge of the arena, watching Vila practice her Form 4 techniques, this time alone. Her movements were sharp and aggressive, a stark contrast to my more fluid style. She caught my eye, of course, and smirked, twirling her saber before deactivating it. "Want to go around? A quickie?" she teased, walking over. "Not tonight. You know we are forbidden to do it without supervision, so you'll have to wait until morning to test me again. I'm done for now. You've gotten better, you know. I can no longer push you down. Aren't you proud of yourself?" Vila's smirk softened into a genuine smile. "It's not about pride," I mumbled, pursing my lips as she was speaking if she had always won in our previous bouts. She did not. "Humph. It's about getting better for the right reasons." "Good answer." Her expression turned more serious all of a sudden. "But don't forget, you're not alone in this. Whatever Aaron or anyone else thinks, we've got each other's backs. I trust you, Kael. And you can trust me. I'll stand with you." "Same." I nodded, the weight of her words settling over me, making me feel warm. I didn't know what would happen in the future, but I knew one thing for certain. Vila would be my truest friend, my first friend, really. Whatever happens, I'll back you up too. Chapter 21. Meddling. The Academy's training grounds, as usual, after a group of Padawans created their own sabers, were filled with activity once again. Almost all of them were present and practicing their techniques, enjoying it to the fullest. Colourful blades were swinging through the air with different Jedi forms clashing against each other, honing their wielders' senses and bringing them closer to their perfect form. Among them, probably the most well-known duelist pair was Kael and Vila, whose usual intense sparring sessions continued to draw the attention of others, though this attention was on the way of turning into something unwanted. Ioe Murtuck watched from the sidelines, his calm, serene-looking eyes following the force-guided movements of the two younger Padawans. Even though he thought the two were a possible danger to the Order, he acknowledged the fact that they were talented, both of them, but also, because of their talent, they are just as dangerous. Hopefully the Masters will see it too, and after he makes sure they reveal their darkness, they will be led back to the fold of proper Jedi. He could feel they would be a strong addition to the Order, and also a dangerous enemy. Reinforcing his decision to nip this possible issue of two powerful, dark Jedi in the bud, a small smile played on his lips, but it was one of determination rather than the joy of doing what he must do. Around him stood his group of followers, including Arendrelis and Lyra Sindel. The two had already begun their subtle campaign, planting seeds of doubt among the other Padawans. Today, they were simply here to continue doing so, making sure Kael loses his advantage of manipulating his impressionable companions. "They're good," Lyra said quietly, nodding toward Kael and Vila as their sparring session concluded, ending in a draw. "Too good for Padawans who've only just built their lightsabers." That's because they established a harmonical force loop between themselves. Against each other, they are moving only via the force. Conscious decisions don't hamper their bodies. That's why it looks like they are fighting like masters. Well, more precisely, it wasn't built by the two, only by Kael. I think the girl is already stuck in his web, and there is no proof strong enough that would change her mind about the boy. Ioe replied, his tone calm and measured. That is a fate the others must avoid. Are you sure? She asked, looking at Iowi, who gently nodded his head. Iowi watched for a bit longer, letting himself feel the two and how their connection in battle dissolved before finally leaving. Later that day, when Vila and Kael were both away, meditating and catching up on their different studies, Iowi's group approached several Padawans scattered across the training fields. Their first stop was a batch of students who were still practicing basic drills with training sabers, those Padawans who were yet to be taken away to their first trial. Surprisingly, they were now under the helpful guidance of Jilo Vreek, who, after receiving so much help from Kael, decided to follow his example and try to help others just the same. The green-skinned Rhodian was just as enthusiastic as always, his voice carrying encouragement and hopefully teasing the others, making them push themselves to the limit. He was making sure they wouldn't get disheartened if they failed. He knew exactly how that felt. Good! Good! Keep your stance low and don't forget to keep your blade angled for deflection, Jalo exclaimed, demonstrating a move with his green lightsaber. The younger Padawans mirrored his motions, their focus on his body, copying his movements from Form 1. Jalo, Iowi called out, his voice warm. Mind if we join you? Oh, no, not at all. Jalo turned, his wide eyes lighting up. Of course, the more the merrier, especially if such experienced seniors are willing to help us out. Iowi smiled at him, and with a wave of his hand, his group stepped in, offering guidance to everyone personally and demonstrating the techniques of Shicho, coming from multiple years of training. Their presence was greatly welcomed, and their advice, delivered with a learned mix of authority and encouragement, quickly earned the younger Padawan's attention. Even Jalo was amazed at how much better they were. It was no wonder. They have been Padawans for a much longer time than he was. You've been training with Kael and Vila, haven't you? Iowi asked Jalo casually as they helped a Padawan correct her grip. Yeah, they're great, the Rhodian boy replied without hesitation. Kael's got this way of reading you in a duel like he knows your next move, and Vila's just a force of nature. Sparring with them has made me better. Though, I don't think I will catch up to them any time soon. Ah ha ha ha. Interesting, Iowi said, his tone thoughtful. You don't find it unusual? What do you mean? Jalo's forehead creased, hearing his question and suddenly feeling that something was off. Kael's ability to read people. It's not exactly typical. And Vila's aggression. Don't you think it's a little risky? We are Jedi, after all. We are not warriors, but peacekeepers. You can't keep the peace without stepping up. Evil won't back down if you only ask nicely, Jalo said firmly. And Kael's just attuned to the Force. Like all of us, he is simply better at it. And Vila, she is passionate, not reckless. Okay, maybe a bit reckless, but not aggressive like you are trying to insinuate here. They're good friends and great Jedi in the making. Fair enough. Iowi smiled faintly but didn't press further, knowing it would be counterproductive. It's always good to have faith in your friends. With that, he quickly dropped the issue and offered some tips and help to Jalo, who readily accepted them and thanked him right before the group of Iowi decided it was time to leave. Jalo seems to be infected too. As they moved on, Lyra leaned in to whisper, "He won't be easy to snap out of it." "We don't need to convince everyone," Iowi replied. "We just need enough to start them on the road of questioning Kael's influence. But you can now see what I meant. People falling into Kael's manipulation don't even notice it." Their next stop was a group of Padawans working on advanced sequences. They were part of the Order for almost as long as Iowi, arriving with or right after him. Among them were Mirren Kael, a human with a knack for precision with both the saber and a blaster, and Thala Vryn, a Togruta known for her acute intuition. Iowe approached them with a friendly demeanor, offering tips and engaging in light conversation as equals. "You've both come a long way since we started," Iowe said, watching their practice. "Your control and focus are impressive." "You could say that." Mirren grinned, wiping sweat from her brow. "But thanks, Iowe. It's all about discipline, right?" "Exactly," Iowe agreed. "Discipline is what separates us from those who lose their way. It's why we must always strive for balance." "I already know what you want to say." Thala nodded, her expression thoughtful. "Like that twi'lek girl, yes? One of your men found me about the last batch of Padawans." "You can't say you didn't notice. You are also one of those who always keep an eye out for the newcomers to help them gather their bearings." ... Thala remained silent at first before finally sighing. "She's strong, but sometimes I wonder if she lets her emotions take over a bit too much. But I don't think she is a danger to anyone, only to herself." "It's a fair observation," Iowe spoke carefully. "Passion can be a strength, but unchecked, it can lead to mistakes. And the other one, Kael, well, he's skilled, but have you noticed how he always seems to have the upper hand? It's almost like he's anticipating your thoughts." "We have yet to fight with them as they are younger." Myron's brow furrowed, looking at Iowe. "But now that you mention it—" "But," she corrected himself, shaking his head, "that is not enough, Iowe. Our gifts are ours to utilize. It does not mean we are nefarious if we rely on our natural attunement to the Force." "Perhaps," Iowe spoke, his tone neutral. "But it also could build up a personality that will start using it in every occasion, not only in battle, but in conversation. He could later on want to sway everything to happen in a way he thinks it should. The Force is powerful, but it's not meant to be used to control others." The two Padawans exchanged glances, doubt flickering in their eyes. Iowe's words made sense, but not enough for the two to personally join in whatever Iowe was planning to do. But it was enough to cause the younger Padawan's peers to start paying closer attention to Kael and Vila. By the end of the day, Iowe and his group had engaged with nearly every Padawan in the training fields. Each interaction was short, blending genuine advice with subtle implications about Kael and Vila. Nobody within Iowe's clique ever accused them outright. They only suggested, nudged, and left room for interpretation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Iowe gathered his closest friends in a secluded meditation room within the temple. They sat in a circle, their expressions a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. With so many eyes turning onto the two dangerous Padawans, everyone should start noticing what Iowe felt the first time he walked past Kael. "Today was a success," Iowe began, his voice hiding his satisfaction behind a calm facade. "We've put them into the spotlight, and now everyone will be more alert and less likely to fall under the boy's influence." "What if Kael or Vila notices?" Aaron asked, his arms crossed. "They're not oblivious. Kael for sure will pick up on it." "It doesn't matter," Iowe replied. "We're not lying. We're simply encouraging others to see the truth for themselves. If Kael and Vila have nothing to hide, then there's nothing to worry about. But if they do, the others will no longer be blind to it," Lyra finished, a determined glint in her eyes. "Exactly," Iowe nodded. "If I am right, when that happens, and Kael no longer can manipulate them, he will show his true colors and start using his powers in a way that will be obvious. The Masters will have no choice but to act when the evidence is clear. This isn't about undermining them, It's about protecting the Order." The group fell silent, feeling that Ioe was right. In their minds, they were not doing anything wrong. They were studying to be the guardians of the future galaxy, of the Jedi's future. They believed they were doing what was right, even if it meant walking a precarious line. They had to expose those who could be the next group of dark Jedi, or worse, the next Darth. For Ioe, his path was clear since he got his yellow lightsaber. He was to be the protector of the Grandmaster's vision for the Jedi. He will protect the Order with his life and do anything to make sure the Jedi will never fall. Not again. Not on his watch. Chapter 22. Shifting Mood. I think I had felt the subtle shift in the Academy's atmosphere almost immediately. It wasn't the kind of change anyone would be able to pinpoint easily. There were no outright confrontations, no accusing stares or sharp words. However, the way the other Padawans responded to my presence during training, meals, and study sessions had altered. And it altered enough that my abilities allowed me to pick up on it, feeling it like a tingle in the back of my head. It showed itself in the little things at first: shorter conversations, fewer invitations to join group exercises, and a general sense of hesitance that lingered like a faint smell of smoke after a fire. In addition, I sometimes sensed as if those I spoke to were using the Force to keep their minds clear, probably to make sure I wasn't influencing them. Ha! I guessed it immediately the first time I noticed it and realized the angel of attack coming my way. It was similar to how my brothers used to deal with opposition within the family hierarchy. Being sensitive to the emotions of those around me, I caught it most when I was sparring with my peers. They were even better at using the Force, and they used it not to read or predict my moves, but to shield their own senses before me. The usual casual exchange of techniques now felt undermined by an unspoken wariness on their part. Others acted more reservedly when helping me out with training. Their movements were restrained, and they were afraid to let their guard down while interacting with me, no matter when. At first, I wanted to chalk it up to everyone settling into their routines after the Kyber Crystal expedition. It made sense. Constructing lightsabers was a monumental milestone, and everyone was likely feeling the importance of their progress now that the initial wonder had subsided. Yet, as the days passed, the feeling only deepened, and when I sensed it appearing in the older Padawans, I couldn't chalk it up to coincidence anymore, and I couldn't do anything about it because if I brought it up to them, that would just make it even more awkward. My first thought was to push through it and let it subside by itself. But no matter how calm I wanted to be, it was still bothering me. I had to realize that it hurt. It was turning the Academy into something that felt like I was back home again, and I hated the feeling. "Something's different," I sighed, deciding to talk about it with Vila as we walked towards the training grounds. The early morning sun was just up, casting shadows across the courtyard. Our sabers hung at our belts, ready for another session, something I didn't know if I was in the mood to do. I just didn't want to say no to Vila and ruin her morning. "What do you mean?" Her leku twitched and she frowned, gazing at me, scrutinizing my face. She asked a few days ago if something was bothering me, but because I deflected her question, she didn't press on it. Now that I was the one bringing it up, she was 1 foot already in my mind, ready to get to the bottom of the issue. "I don't know." I hesitated, searching for the right words to put my thoughts into proper sentences. "It's like they're avoiding me, in some way. Avoiding eye contact, keeping conversations short, things like that." "That?" "Yeah, I noticed it too." Vila snorted. "Maybe they're just intimidated by how much better we've gotten." Most of the others are preoccupied with other things, so, of course, they couldn't keep up with us even if they tried. Because I am the only idiot who is willing to entertain you every morning. I smiled faintly, but shook my head, watching her grin. It's not that. It's something else. Like they're unsure about us. Or me, at least. Vila stopped walking, her expression hardening. Unsure? What's that supposed to mean? We've been training together for a year now. They know us. We've got nothing to prove or hide. What, getting their sabers got their brains screwed up? Probably. They just think more about the Force and how it could be used. I shrugged as I raised my hands in a calming gesture. Don't get angry. Shh, I cut in, still in the middle of trying to prevent her from exploding. I know. I'm not saying it's fair, but I can feel it. Something's changed. Well, if they've got a problem, they can say it to our face, she growled, her hands balling into fists. I'm not playing guessing games. I don't care if they dislike me, but then say it so instead of slinking and fake smiling at me. I don't think they know what they feel either. I shrugged, shaking my head, and pulled her along so we could start training, which now sounded right. At least I didn't need to think in a duel. I just emptied out my brain, only focusing on our movements. Over the next few days, the shift in the mood of the others became more apparent, this time even to Vila. During group training sessions, Padawans, who once joked with her, now offered only polite nods. My other sparring partners, looking for my advice a week before, grew less enthusiastic, our duels lacking the same camaraderie we once shared. It was more like if they had already asked me for assistance, it would be weird to suddenly turn my help down. The change wasn't universal, though. J-Lo remained as friendly and supportive as ever, and a handful of others seemed oblivious to the tension developing between me and the others. But it was enough to gnaw at Vila's patience until she could take it no longer. Did you see the way that Lyra girl looked at me today? Vila muttered during our evening meditation session, interrupting my attempt at it. We sat cross-legged in one of the quieter alcoves, the soft glow of orange lamps illuminating the space around us. Like I was about to rip someone's head off. She barely said 2 words to me, and when she did, it was like she was testing me, goading me, wanting me to go feral on her, like some animal. Humph. I almost did. I just didn't want to give her the satisfaction. I noticed. I shrugged as I opened my eyes, my brow furrowing. Lyra's usually pretty reserved, from what I gathered. Maybe she's just having a bad day. She's not the only one, Vila snapped. Thala brushed me off earlier when I asked if she wanted to train together. I am good enough to challenge older Padawans, but they keep coming up with excuses. Tsk. And Aaron, don't get me started. He's been dodging me like I've got the plague, the coward. You have too much energy. I sighed with a chuckle, but my smile quickly faded. The anxiety I had been feeling for the past few days was now constant, and it was making me unwell. It was making me unable to sleep, and I was tossing and turning instead. I wasn't feeling good. I've noticed. It's frustrating. But getting angry about it won't help. We just have to focus on what we can control. What we can control. Vila's voice rose again, and her saber suddenly clattered on her belt as her force powers trembled just as her mood. Kael, they're treating us, especially you, like we don't belong here. After everything you have done to help them? It's not right. It is unfair. Vila, relax. Keep your cool. I reached out, placing a hand on her arm. I know, believe me, I know. But if we push back too hard, it'll only make things worse, especially in your case. They want to anger you. Don't give in to them. We have to stay calm. Let them see who we really are, not who they think we might be. Then the others will come to their senses. and all this will blow over. I don't like it! Vila shook her head, her leku twitching with irritation with every breath. You're too forgiving. If they don't trust us, that's on them, not us. You should stop helping them then. Maybe, but I don't want them to think what they think is true. They shouldn't think then. She snorted again. It has been working for me. Just trust the Force, no? Sometimes our brains must be used, I joked, flicking her forehead and making her pout, which somewhat eased the anxiety in my heart. But only until I got back to my room, and I was alone once again. Then it came back in full force. The breaking point came during a group exercise designed to test teamwork. Master Katarn had split us into small teams, assigning each group a mock mission to retrieve an artifact from a simulated enemy base. Vila and I were paired with Miran, Thala and Aren, an arrangement that felt anything but coincidental. But I don't think it was on Master Katarn. Instead, I saw Myron and Thala volunteer, and as senior Padawans, of course, their words had more weight. From the start, the tension was palpable. Miran and Thala exchanged wary glances whenever I suggested a strategy, and Aren's responses were curt and dismissive. Was this their way of testing us? Or was this just a petty move on their part? Whatever it was, Vila's frustration simmered just beneath the surface, her movements sharp and precise as she carried out her tasks, their orders without a word. Until we reached the last hurdle, arriving at the enemy base. We need to secure the perimeter before moving in, I said, my tone calm despite the growing tension, forcing myself to ignore the squeezing feeling in my chest. If we can draw their attention to the west side, Vila and I can slip in through the east and grab the artifact. We could be out before the simulated guardians realize it. Sure. Aren crossed his arms, his expression skeptical. And how do we know you won't just use us as a sacrifice so you collect all the points? You've got a habit of doing things your way and have been suggesting plans since we started. You do think you lead this group, huh? Why aren't you the one distracting them then? Miran and Thala can sneak in then. If you think so, I blinked, taken aback at the intensity he was saying it. I've always worked with the team's decision. If you want, we can do it that way. I agreed before Vila would blow a gasket and rain down on him. Forget it, Aren muttered, turning to Myron and Thala. Let's ask the seniors, as we should have done. He smirked, looking at me with one eye. It isn't a bad plan, Thala mused, scratching her chin. But I don't like the idea of this kind of risky action. For now, we will stick to the original plan. We'll cover both sides equally. No special maneuvers. Before we go, Vila stepped forward, her orange saber igniting with a sharp hiss. You've got something to say, Aren. Because if you have, then say it. Don't hide behind half-baked excuses or these two seniors. Otherwise, I will assume you are going to stab us in the back in the middle of the operation. Vila, I said quietly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Don't. Not now. Let's win this. Please. She hesitated, her breathing heavy as she deactivated her saber, watching Aren's surprised and somewhat fearful look. The silence that followed was deafening, the unspoken tension becoming thicker than ever before. It tasted like spoiled cough syrup. Still, we somehow managed to do it. The senior Padawans were experienced enough to focus on the task at hand and ignore the rest. When the exercise finally concluded, our team's performance was passable but far from cohesive, which Master Katarn quickly brought up to us, giving us pointers without any scolding. That evening, Vila paced the length of our shared study room, her frustration bubbling over, making her growl. They're treating us like we're the enemy, like we've done something wrong just by existing. That is a bit harsh. I looked at her while I sat at one of the desks, my hands clasped in front of me. It's not everyone. JLo's still the same. And some of the others. They're just confused. They don't know what to think. Confused? Vila scoffed. Number, they've already made up their minds. They're just waiting for us to slip up so they can say, I told you so. We are alone in this, Kael. Not all of them, I repeated firmly. And even if that's true for some, we can't let it change who we are. If we let their doubts define us, we've already lost. What I noticed is that those who really openly dislike us are all connected to Aaron and Iowi. We can't blame others if they fall for multiple, more experienced senior Padawans advise them. Humph, fuck them. Vila stopped pacing with a curse, making me shrug. I watched her, seeing her gaze softening as she looked at me. You're too soft, Kael. You see the best in people even when they don't deserve it. I'll be your balance then. Maybe, I admitted. But I'd rather be that way than let anger or bitterness take over. Same for you, Vila. Don't give in too much to anger, okay? We've got enough to deal with without turning on each other. Yeah, she sighed, sitting down beside me. Fine, I'll try to keep it together. But if Aaron or anyone else crosses the line again, don't expect me to stay quiet. I will punch, kick, bite, maybe even scratch. Don't go for the eye. I smiled faintly. But I won't hold you back either. Good, because you wouldn't be able to. She answered by sticking her tongue out, making me sigh. I decided that this was an issue I wouldn't be able to deal with. So I was going to speak with one of the masters. They will have to step in before something terrible happens. I'm not prideful enough to not ask for help when I clearly need it. Chapter 23. Kael's Lesson. The Academy's meditation chambers and their usual silence stood in stark contrast to the turmoil happening within my mind. No wonder I couldn't concentrate. So instead of trying to force it, I walked out, heading to do what I decided to do earlier. After a brisk walk, I stood outside the door to Ben Skywalker's quarters, my hands clasped tightly, rubbing knuckles, feeling nervous as I hesitated to knock. Seeking help wasn't something I was used to. Back home, it was looked down upon if I couldn't solve something by myself. Still, this place was different, and I knew that I couldn't keep this to myself any longer. Taking a steadying breath, I tapped lightly on the door. It slid open almost immediately, revealing Ben seated cross-legged on a simple mat, his blue eyes serenely observing me. I had a feeling he already knew I was there before I even knocked. Kael, he said, motioning for me to step inside. I've been expecting you. I blinked in surprise, but then I took control of my emotions and entered, bowing slightly before sitting across from him. The room was surprisingly sparse, with only a few personal touches. I noticed a small holoprojector displaying a serene mountain range on the back wall, a weathered datapad on a low table, and Ben's lightsaber resting beside it. You knew I was coming? I asked hesitantly. Well, Ben's lips curved into a faint smile. Not precisely, but I've sensed your unrest these past few days. I thought you might come to me or any of the other masters when you were ready to open up about it. I see? I nodded, my shoulders relaxing slightly. Of course, they noticed it. That's good. I don't know where to start. Something's been happening, the way the others look at Vila and me. It's different, and I don't know what to do about it. I know why, I just don't know how to deal with it. Looking at his face, his eyes studied me for a long moment before leaning forward, resting his hands lightly on his knees, speaking in a quiet, calming voice. You're perceptive, Kael. That's part of what makes you unique. With your natural ability in the Force, this was bound to happen. It is best to let it play out in a controlled environment where we can help. Controlled environment? I asked as I frowned. What do you mean? The Masters are aware of what's happening, Ben continued calmly. We've seen Ioe's influence growing in the past years. We were letting it happen, testing his capabilities as a leader, but so far it seems like he will fail his last test, especially after organizing his group's subtle attempts to plant doubt against you. Wait. My heart sank suddenly, remembering how my father loved to teach me and my brothers back home, setting up ploys and pitting us against each other. You've allowed it? Why? Looking at him, Ben's expression softened, and he sat back, folding his arms before his chest, probably sensing my emotions fluctuate back and forth. Because this is an important lesson, Kael, for everyone involved. The Jedi path isn't just about mastering the Force or learning combat. It's about navigating the complexities of trust, deception, and self-awareness. Everything that we, as Jedi, will face when we travel the galaxy. This situation is a crucible, for you and Vila, for the other Padawans, and especially for Ioe. A test, I repeated, the word feeling heavy on my tongue. It didn't taste right. But it feels so personal, like they're judging me for something I didn't do. And that's part of the lesson, Ben said gently, responding to my raised voice without matching it. The doubts they feel come from within themselves. It's easy to trust when everything is clear and simple. But when uncertainty clouds their perceptions, that trust is tested to its limit. As Jedi, we can tell when someone who can't use the Force lies to us, when they deceive us. We are used to the fact that other Force users can't read us, only if they are stronger than us in the Force. But before you, they are laid bare open like regular people before us, and they can't handle it. As for you, it's an opportunity to learn to deal with it now instead of letting it fester until much later when you are older and unable to adapt to it in time. This is the time to learn, Kael. You must show them who you are through your actions, not just your words, so they no longer fear your ability, and they won't harbour doubts towards you in the future when your powers bloom to their fullest. I looked down at my hands, turning the explanation over in my mind. It made sense. I could understand it, and Vila? I looked back up at him. She's taking this hard. She feels like it's a betrayal, I exclaimed, worried. That's her test, Ben answered, to find a balance between her passion and her patience. She has issues with trust, and it is a given, knowing her background. But she can't react to all negativity with aggression. She needs to learn to deal with it, to channel her frustration into something constructive. And for Ioe, Ben paused, his gaze growing distant. He's on his own path, trying to reconcile his sense of duty with his need for control. Whether he succeeds or fails will depend on his ability to see beyond his own perspective. So far, he shrugged, it doesn't look good. But Master Skywalker ... I took a deep breath after a minute of silence, playing his words back in my mind, starting to see the lesson behind them. I just don't know if I'm strong enough to handle this. And you don't need to. Ben leaned forward again, his voice kind, looking to hold my gaze while explaining. You've already proven your strength, Kael. Coming to me for help is a sign of it. Being too proud to ask for support. That's not the Jedi way. By seeking me out, you've shown humility and courage. Those are traits of a true Jedi. The words settled over me like a warm blanket, easing some of the tension in my chest that refused to leave in the past days. I felt relieved, and it was such a good feeling. Thank you, Master Skywalker. You don't have to. Ben nodded. Now, let's talk about your gift and how to master it. Your ability to sense emotions, to connect with others so naturally. It's powerful, but it can also be a burden if left unchecked. I understand what that's like. Really? Suddenly, after feeling relieved, my curiosity was instantly piqued. You do? Yes, he whispered, closing his eyes for a moment as he straightened his back slightly. When I was your age, I struggled with something similar. During the Yuuzhan Vong and then the Second Galactic Civil War, I was often surrounded by turmoil, family conflicts, battles, and the betrayal of people I trusted. I was sensitive to it all, and it almost overwhelmed me. I had to learn to control it, to separate my feelings from the emotions of those around me. There was a time in my early years when I fully cut off myself from the Force, before my cousin helped me reopen to the galaxy. How did you do it? I asked, leaning forward, wanting to know more. It wasn't easy. Ben's smile returned, faint but encouraging. Through focus and discipline. Meditation was key. I had to train myself to recognize what I was feeling versus what I was picking up from others. I learned to control it, to contain it, and to focus it on one point and not let it be active all the time. I'll teach you the same techniques, but it will take time and practice. Are you ready for that? Yes! I nodded firmly. Yes, Master, I'm ready. Good! Ben said, standing up and motioning for me to follow him. We'll start now. Come with me. Ben led me to one of the smaller meditation chambers, one that was separated from the others, its circular walls adorned with calming murals of flowing rivers and open skies. The air was cool and still, the perfect environment for focusing one's mind. Sit, he instructed, settling onto the floor before me. Without hesitation, I mirrored him, crossing my legs and resting my hands on my knees in the usual, learned position. Close your eyes, he continued, his voice firm. Breathe deeply, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Let the force flow through you, but don't try to grasp it. Just let it flow. I obeyed, without thinking, my breath slowing as I settled into the rhythm dictated by him. At first, the noise of my thoughts about the whole incident was overwhelming, threatening that I would fail to meditate again, but with Master here, I felt that gradually the stillness of the room began to seep into me. Then, my awareness expanded outward, a steady tide of sensation flowing through my body. Now, Ben continued, focus on yourself. What are you feeling? Angst. I hesitated before answering, but honesty was a must right now. Worry, confusion, a little anger. Good, Ben spoke. Acknowledge those feelings, but don't hold on to them. Let them pass like leaves on a river. Now, reach out to the Force. What do you feel around you? Listening, I took another breath, extending my awareness outward farther than ever before. The emotions around me were subtle, like faint ripples on a calm pond. I feel calm. Stillness, I answered quietly. And you, Master Skywalker? You're steady, grounded. That's right, Ben whispered, his tone approving. But remember, when you're sensing others, it's not about absorbing their emotions. It's about understanding them without letting them overwhelm you. Currently, your senses are brash and without control, and you are intruding on others' feelings. That is why the others feel you are trying to manipulate them. You need to learn how to use your ability so they don't perceive it that way. Let's go deeper. This time, I want you to feel the difference between my presence and yours. Separate them. Where does yours end and mine begin? When you manage that, your own won't rush into the others, forcing them to start resisting yours. As a Jedi, we must respect every living being's boundaries. Listening to him, I suddenly understood. No wonder they felt like that if my presence was like being pushed on them, like being bumped into in a crowded corridor. Wanting to do well, I furrowed my brow, focusing more intently. Ben's steady presence in the Force was a reassuring beacon, and as I tried and examined it, I began to notice the subtle boundary between our energies. My own presence felt lighter and more uncertain, while Ben's was firm and unwavering, deep like an ocean. "I can feel it," I murmured. "There's a difference. You're solid, and I'm shifting," Ben finished for me. "Your awareness is strong, but it's unfocused. That's normal for someone still learning. With time, you'll learn to anchor yourself without losing that sensitivity. Now, let's try something new. Focus inward again. Find that shifting energy within you and try to hold it steady." Following his instructions, my breaths became deep and more even as I turned my focus inward. The shifting energy Ben described was like a restless current running through me, unlike his. Very much so. Slowly, I tried to visualize it settling down, becoming calm and centered. The process was difficult, my concentration wavering on multiple occasions, but Ben's steady guidance brought me back each time I faltered. By the end of the session, I felt a newfound clarity, as though the weight I felt carrying had been lifted. The restless current within me had not stilled entirely yet, but even now I managed to sense a kind of peace I hadn't felt in weeks. "You've made a strong start," Ben said as we finished. "But this is just the beginning. Keep practicing, and you'll find your balance." I murmured before standing up and bowing deeply. "Thank you, Master. I won't let you down." "Don't let yourself down." He smiled as he placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "You've already shown you're on the right path, Kael. Trust in the Force. It will guide you. As for Ioe and your situation, if the others think it has to stop, the Masters will step in. Until then, it is up to you and the Padawans to experience it and learn from it." "I understand." I nodded my head, looking into his eyes, and I meant it. Chapter 24, Confrontation. I was sitting cross-legged in a quiet meditation chamber, my breathing slow and steady as I directed my senses and focused them to look inward. The stillness of the room enveloped me like an insulating cocoon, shutting out the Academy's bustling training grounds and any other Padawan. I could no longer feel them as I focused on myself, learning to control my ability and let it only work when I willed it to do so. For the past 3 days, I have devoted my mornings to meditation instead of sparring, the same as in the afternoons. I knew Vila wasn't happy about it, but it had to be done. Master Skywalker's guidance echoed in my mind, reminding me of the importance of stabilizing my presence in the Force, and I had to succeed before I worked on anything else. It would be fundamental for my future. Inhale, exhale, let the Force flow through me. At first it had been a struggle. The shifting energy within and around me felt like a chaotic current resisting my attempts to calm it. But with each session, I could also sense the changes happening to it. My efforts were not in vain. The current was less chaotic now, more like a fast-flowing stream than a raging, flooding river. I tried to visualize it settling down further, grounding myself in the moment until all of it turned into a calm lake. Around me, I could feel the Force pulsing quietly, a harmonious rhythm that came from the world itself, something I had the ability to tap into. Finally, it began to feel more natural as I made the connection in my mind. When I felt more in control, I tried to extend my awareness outward, careful to keep my presence steady. First, I must feel myself, and then learn to control it to touch others. The lesson from Ben was clear. My ability to sense their thoughts and feelings shouldn't feel intrusive. I had to maintain the boundaries of my own energy, ensuring it didn't overwhelm those around me, and only do it on my command. "What are you feeling?" Ben's voice echoed in my memory. My thoughts answered without thinking. Calm, stillness, clarity. A mantra that I kept repeating. I exhaled slowly, opening my eyes. The meditation chamber's soft light greeted my eyes, making me squint. I couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride at the progress I had made. It wasn't perfect yet, but I was learning to control my gift slowly but surely, to manage the sensitivity that I was gifted by the Force. Soon I can return to normalcy, I told myself, smiling, thinking about Vila and our sparring matches that had to pause for now. She had been surprisingly understanding of my absence from our usual sparring sessions. She'd teased me once or twice, but when she saw how seriously I was taking my training, she didn't press the issue. She'd simply smirked and said, "You'd better be ready to duel when you're done meditating, or I'll make you regret it. I won't wait for you to catch up." Once again, I chuckled at the memory, her laughter echoing softly in my memory. Vila's fiery spirit was something I seemed to get very used to, and I began missing it nowadays. I also realized that I trusted her implicitly, but I also knew how easily her temper could get the better of her. Being absent right when Iowi is still doing his best to get to us, I could only hope that she'd keep it in check while I focused on my own growth. No, she will be fine, I told myself, stretching a little before repeating my meditation routine one more time. The training grounds were, as usual, noise from the shouts of Padawans exchanging techniques, their sabers clashing as they sharpened their mastery of their chosen forms. Vila, standing amongst the others, twirled her orange blade with practiced ease, her movements sharp and aggressive as she sparred with the only other Padawan who was up for being her partner, Jalo Vreek. The Rhodian, despite being battered and pushed back at every possible moment, chuckled, his green saber clashing against hers in a flurry of strikes, trying his best to hold it together longer than yesterday. "Getting better, J-Lo," Vila said, grinning slightly as she parried his attack. "But you're still too predictable with those overhead strikes." "Predictable?" J-Lo moaned, feinting left before sweeping low with a rapid spin. Even with this trick, she quickly managed to block and push back, making J-Lo stumble back as she pressed the attack and the sudden opening. "Whoa, whoa, you win, you win!" He laughed, raising his free hand in mock surrender. "You win this round!" "Too easy! Don't give up so quickly!" Vila shrugged while she deactivated her saber, offering him a hand. "Good match, though. You're improving." "Thanks." J-Lo accepted the hand, but before he could say anything more, a sharp voice cut through the noise. "Well, that was spirited," Iowi Murtak said, his tone laced with an underlying condescension. He stood at the edge of the training area, flanked by Aaron Drellis and Lyra Sindel. Their expressions mirrored Iowi's. It was calm, controlled, and only faintly judgmental, just enough for Vila to notice it. "Huh?" Vila's Leku twitched as she turned to face them, her eyes twitching, and she was already feeling her anger rising. "Got something to say, Senior Padawan Iowi?" "Only some of my heartfelt advice." Iowi smiled faintly. "Only that your form lacks discipline, all that energy, yet so little refinement. It's no wonder some Padawans question whether you're fit to wield a lightsaber. You need to go back to the basics and fix your foundation. Padawan Vila. Hearing him speak, Vila stiffened. Although to many it may sound like advice, she knew it better. No wonder her orange blade snapped to life again. Say that again. J-Lo stepped between them, his hands raised in a placating gesture. Hey, let's all calm down. No need to… Stay out of it, J-Lo. Vila snapped at him, her voice tinged with anger. Her gaze locked onto Iowi, who remained unfazed, a kind of "I told you so" expression plastered on his face. I don't need to repeat myself, Iowi said smoothly. Your aggression speaks for itself. It's exactly what the Masters warn us about, letting our emotions cloud judgment. It leads us astray, to the dark side. I'm not the one clouded by anything, Vila shot back, her voice rising. But she wasn't helping herself, not in that moment. You and your little group have been spreading lies about Kael and me, twisting everyone's opinions. Don't think I haven't noticed. Lies? Aaron stepped forward, his expression cool. Maybe you should take a look at your own behavior before making accusations. You're proving our point right now. We don't lie. We are Jedi, unlike some others. You… Vila's saber hissed like her voice as she took a step forward, her anger palpable by everyone around her. It was radiating from her body through the Force. You don't get to judge me, or Kael. You don't know anything about us. You are not a Jedi Knight, especially not a Master Padawan. Vila, J-Lo tried again, his voice more urgent, but she was beyond reason. You think you're so perfect, Iowi, she continued, her voice trembling with emotion. You think your little clique gets to decide who's worthy of being a Jedi. While speaking, she couldn't help but remember her master and how he thought he could determine which of his slaves lived or died, or how they were used. It just made her fingers wrap around her saber's hilt with a reinforced strength. You're just a bunch of cowards hiding behind rules and pretending it makes you better than everyone else. The surrounding Padawans had stopped their training, forming a loose circle around the confrontation by now. It was rare to see something like this happen, but it was not something they wanted to miss. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as Vila's words hung in the air. Iowi's calm demeanor cracked slightly after listening to her, a flicker of irritation crossing his face because he had nothing to openly refute her with. He quickly tried to take a breath, refocusing his thoughts and not let Vila anger him. You're out of control, he said, his voice low but firm. And you're proving everything we've said about you. You are unfit to be a Jedi. Enough! A commanding voice rang out the moment Iowi said those last words. Master Katan strode into the circle, his presence immediately silencing the crowd and forcing both parties to take a step back. His gaze swept over the group, lingering on Vila and Iowi, reading them and their feelings. What is going on here? A confrontation, Vila said first as she deactivated her saber, her chest heaving as she struggled to rein in her emotions. They've been spreading lies, she continued, her voice shaky but defiant even in the face of Master Katan. About Kael, about me, trying to turn everyone against us, and I had enough. Master Katan's expression remained unreadable as he turned to Iowi. Is this true? He asked, but Ewoi could feel it was done out of necessity. He had to know about it. That was what Iowi felt. We've only been encouraging our peers to consider the traits of a true Jedi. Iowi replied smoothly, choosing his words carefully. If that has caused discord, it was never our intention. Wasn't it? Katan's gaze hardened. Encouraging self-reflection is one thing. Sowing division is another. This ends now. Yes. Iowy bowed his head slightly. Of course, Master. The crowd began to disperse under Katan's watchful eye, none of them daring to stay after Iowy's group hastily retreated. Still, Vila remained rooted in place, her fists clenched at her sides, her saber trembling within it. Master Katan noticed it and slowly stepped closer, his voice softening. Vila, walk with me. She hesitated but eventually followed, her head bowed a little. She clearly wasn't in the mood to speak, but she couldn't say no to one of the masters of the academy. J-Lo cast a worried glance towards the academy, trying to see into Kael's usual meditation chamber, then back at Vila as she disappeared with Master Katan. In the end, he couldn't help but let out a long shrug. Suddenly, feeling something troubling, I opened my eyes. Refocusing, trying to catch it, I began sensing the faint echo of Vila's anger through the Force. So they went for her. I sighed, knowing that my friend's fiery spirit had once again set events into motion. So much so that one of the Jedi Masters took action. Maybe this farce is coming to an end. I do hope so. Chapter 25. Vila's Lesson. The Jedi Temple's corridors were quiet as Master Kael Katan led Vila away from the training grounds and its noise. They said nothing for the past 5 minutes, only walking side by side, entering the ancient temple's depths as the young twi'lek followed the old Jedi Master. She was still frustrated. Her previous anger was only subsiding, but it was still present, simmering under her violet-coloured skin, turning it almost pinkish. Master Katan's steps were measured, neither hurried nor slow, and Vila followed begrudgingly, her leku twitching in her frustration. She wanted to fight, but her encounter with Iowy was cut short. Even then, what the older Padawan did was the last straw. Though she respected Master Katan, she was in no mood for a lecture, and she knew she would find him again and challenge him to a duel. As many times as it took, right until he accepted, and she made him kneel before her feet. While thinking about her victory, they entered a smaller training chamber, one used for more intimate lessons, surprising Vila after she recognized the arrangement within the chamber. The room was sparsely furnished. Only a few meditation cushions and a simple rack of training sabers lined the walls, holding old, maybe even decades-old hilts. Master Katan gestured for Vila to sit, and after a moment's hesitation, she dropped down cross-legged, arms crossed over her chest, still showing her indignant mood. The old Jedi remained standing for a moment, observing her with an unreadable expression behind her grey beard. Then, with a slight exhale, he settled onto one of the cushions across from her. Their silence continued, stretched between them, slowly becoming heavy and slightly uncomfortable for Vila. She was about to speak when Master Katan opened his mouth. "You're angry," he said finally, his voice level, without accusations or edge. "Humph." Vila snorted. "You think?" "I do." Katan studied her, his piercing gaze assessing, not judging. "And you have every right to be." "Wait, what?" That one sentence caught Vila off guard completely. She blinked her eyes, her defensive posture faltering, her hands lowering to her sides. "Padawan Vila." Katan leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Anger isn't inherently wrong. It's an emotion, and we are all made of them. Every living being has emotions because if we don't, we are nothing but droids. And emotions aren't good or evil, they just are. They turn good or evil by us, by how we use them. Vila narrowed her eyes, That's not Ioe, who has been spewing whenever I hear his mouth opening. True, Katarn admitted, but he is not a master, so don't take his words as our teachings. Still, there is truth in what Ioe believes in. Really? Vila scoffed with sarcasm. Yes, because unchecked anger leads to reckless actions. As I said, it depends on how we use our emotions. It's what you do with that anger that matters. I understand. She exhaled sharply, looking away, feeling her cheeks blush because deep down, he understood Katarn's words. He was provoking me, Ioe, doing so for weeks. He and his little clique, they've been twisting things, turning people against me and Kael. If you ask me, Master, they are more evil than me when I get angry. I know, Katarn said simply, and I know why it makes you angry. I know why it feels familiar to you too. We all know because we are testing you all. Being a Padawan means learning and going through experiences that can twist and turn a Jedi. To go through emotions under our watch so you don't get confounded and end up in a way that you would regret yourself in the future. Vila stiffened at his words, slowly blinking, glancing at his face, but never for long, unable to keep eye contact with him. We all are aware, Padawan Vila, Katarn continued. You spent your childhood being judged, being controlled, told what you were worth and who you could be, a slave. Now, you're finally free. And here comes Ioe, trying to put you in another little box, telling you what you are and what you aren't. ... She clenched her fists. Exactly. Vila. Katarn's expression softened. That anger. It's justified, but if you let it control you, you're letting him win. Vila swallowed, her grip on her emotions wavering, her fists balling up and relaxing, switching between emotions constantly. So what? I'm just supposed to let it go? No, Master Katarn continued, shaking his head. You're supposed to understand it, and then direct it. Make it serve you instead of the other way around. Anger will lead you to make decisions that can ruin you and everything around you. Anger doesn't tolerate friends. It only wants you to be alone, abandoned, forever. That ... Vila frowned. That sounds dangerous. Of course, Katarn chuckled. That's why the old Jedi liked their answers simple. Anger bad, serenity good. But life isn't that clean-cut. You should know this. I certainly do. ... She hesitated, feeling she knew a few things, or should, as she accompanied Kael a few times to the library. Yet at that moment she was drawing blanks, so she opened her mouth and asked, Because of your past? Yes. Master Katarn nodded. I didn't grow up as a Jedi, Vila. I was trained as a soldier, a spy. I fought because I hated the Empire for what it did to my family. That hatred, that anger drove me forward. It made me strong. His gaze darkened slightly, recalling those years. Then I learned the Force, and for a time, I walked the same dangerous line you're walking now. I let my emotions drive me, and you know what? What? Vila swallowed, asking without thinking. It worked for a while. Katarn exhaled through his nose while answering. My anger made me powerful, but it also made me reckless. I hurt people I shouldn't have, made choices that led me too close to the dark side. Really? Vila's eyes widened slightly. But you never fell. No, Katarn agreed. Because I learned. The dark side isn't about feeling anger. It's about surrendering to it, letting it dictate your actions, just like you almost did back there. Vila remained silent, processing his words. Her eyes looked at the old man's aged visage, the decades of hard-earned experience visible in his every movement. Anger gives you energy, Vila, but you have to channel it. He tapped his temple. You stay in control, not your emotions. That is the key to balancing it within you. But Vila stared at the ground, absorbing the lesson she was being given, but she still felt angry the moment she thought back and saw Iowe's face before her mind's eye. So, what do I do next time? Remember my words. Katarn smiled faintly. Breathe. Center yourself. Use your anger, but don't let it use you. I will. Try. She nodded slowly, then looked up, asking with a hardened gaze. What about Iowe? That ... Katarn sighed. He thinks he's right, and that makes him dangerous in his own way. But you? You don't have to prove anything to him. Isn't that true, Padawan Vila? You just be better. ... Vila let out a breath, some of her tension fading, making her whisper an answer. I'll try. That's all I ask, Katarn said, standing. As for Iowe, when his time comes, he will also have a visit from one of the masters. We all are watching, even if you don't notice us, Vila. Now, get some rest. You'll need it. Elsewhere in the temple, Iowe sat alone in quiet meditation. He should have felt satisfied. He had said his piece. He had exposed Vila's instability in front of everyone. And yet, something gnawed at him. The last-minute intervention. Something about it made him worried. The way Master Katarn had stopped him. The way his words carried weight made it seem as if he knew more than he let on. Iowe had expected a simple reprimand, but the respected master had looked at him like he was the one who needed to reflect. He frowned, folding his arms. I was right, he muttered to himself. Wasn't I? I was. I know. Seeking clarity, Iowe closed his eyes once again and reached out with the force. He sought balance and a sense of certainty and wanted to follow the Jedi code, the old Jedi way. But as he stretched his awareness, the currents of the force around him seemed clouded and muddled. They missed their usual clarity, obfuscating the answer he was looking for, something that reminded him of his early years when he first came to the academy. Instead of affirming his beliefs, the force offered only uncertainty. His brow furrowed at the experience. He had meditated many times before, and in the past 2 years, it had always happened with perfect clarity. But now, his mind flickered between different moments, unfocused. Sometimes it showed him the way Vila had reacted, the tension in her voice, and the pain behind her anger. He wanted to see only recklessness and instability, yet there was something deeper. That girl. She carried something with her that was hurting her, and in turn, it began hurting Iowe, making him wince. Was I wrong? He asked, realizing what was obscuring his vision. Doubt. It was doubt. His breathing, coming to an understanding, became slightly more rapid, and his focus wavered. He shouldn't feel this way. He had trained longer than Vila, than Kael. He was the one who understood discipline. He was the one in control. He read them right, and he should be correct. But was he? The force remained silent, offering no easy answer. No vision came, no premonition, and for the first time a sliver of uncertainty settled deep in his heart. And he hated it. Hate. His eyes snapped open, sweat rolling down his forehead. No, there is no emotion. There is only the force. Yet the more he mumbled the mantra, the more anxious he became. Chapter 26. Uncertain. Vila, right at the start of the next day, stood at the edge of the training grounds, her boots sinking slightly into the softer, sandy soil. At the moment, she didn't wear any shoes or socks, letting the natural feeling travel up through her feet, feeling herself much more in sync with the world. Something she tried to pay more attention to. Since talking with Master Kaetarn, something had been nagging her mind, a certain feeling that she was still unsure of. However, the moment she decided to walk barefoot once again, just when she was still a slave, the feeling became clearer. Maybe it was simply how she felt the closest to her surroundings, because she could feel everything much more clearly. Standing there, for now alone, she gripped the hilt of her saber tightly, the familiar and comforting feeling pressing against her palm. Suddenly, she realized she was much more attuned to the Force this way than trying to meditate in an alcove. The warmth of the hilt anchored her much better, grounding her thoughts as she collected them, focusing on the lesson Master Kaetarn bestowed upon her, even if she was unsure if she truly understood it. "My emotions," she muttered to herself, twitching her leku once as Ioe's face and words resurfaced in her mind. Quickly, she replayed Master Kaetarn's words in her mind, the lesson in them hidden somewhere, subconsciously pressing against her stubborn instincts and flaring anger. Control isn't about suppressing who you are. It's about channeling your strength, not letting it control you. She repeated out loud, but she still wasn't used to holding her emotions back. Keeping them in check wasn't easy. Her passion had always been the fuel that kept her from falling into despair. It was her fire, the thing that set her apart from her master's other broken slaves. But that was then. If she wanted to prove herself, to show the others and herself that she was more than just a reckless, uncontrollable savage, she needed to learn. Even she could understand that, although she would never say it out loud. Not even to Kael. "Hoi! Vila!" echoed a voice, making Vila flinch, returning from her sudden meditative state. It was Jilo, sounding ever eager, standing before her, waving his hand before her face. The faint glow of the morning sun was reflected in his large eyes, and his green skin was reflecting it into Vila's face as he stood way too close. "Finally! I have been calling out to you for minutes. What were you doing? Some kind of battle meditation? You looked way too serious, Vila." He sighed, spinning the hilt of his saber around his hand, using the force to do so. "Something like that. Yes." She rolled her shoulders with a simple smile, exhaling slowly through her nose. "I guess you are here to fight me." "Ugh, not really." He flinched, stopping spinning his weapon, but he already knew it was too late to back out. "Just a quick morning exercise." Vila grinned, and a minute later they faced each other. As they moved, Vila's body was faster than ever, her bare feet carrying her through the air, letting her adjust to the force much better, making her feel much more free, even if it reminded her of the time she was a slave. Their blades clashed with a sharp crack, sending blinding sparks skittering into the air. Normally, she would have thrown herself into the fight with raw, relentless aggression, forcing Jilo onto the defensive with a flurry of strikes just as usual. But today, she tried something different. She parried carefully, following the instincts she had picked up from the countless duels against Kael. This time, she measured her strikes and took brief pauses instead of lunging at every opening, incorporating bits and pieces from Kael's Makashi. Jalo, sensing the change since the start, frowned as he tried to hold on and adjusted his stance in a hurry. "Okay, what's going on?" he asked, deflecting her next strike with a quick twist of his wrist, gasping for air. "This isn't you. This is even scarier." "Nothing." Vila clenched her jaw in answer, Her muscles taut as she resisted the urge to press the attack, but she tried to keep herself back. I'm trying something new. Trying not to hit me too hard? J-Lo chuckled, his tone light but his eyes sharp, knowing he was pressing her buttons for sure. That's sweet of you, really. The moment she heard him, she fainted left, catching him off guard, and smacked her elbows into his side, sending the young Rodian reeling backward. He yelped sharply, stumbling back a step and rubbing the spot where the blow had left a mark on his skin under his tunic. Less talking, more fighting, Vila said, though her lips twitched slightly, her temper rising once again. But it seemed that it was working. If she learned to control it and release it in bursts, she could gain a surprising advantage over her opponent, who gets used to her restrained rhythm, making them unable to react when she switches from a measured form to an explosive and more passionate one. Me and my mouth, J-Lo grunted, struggling to breathe properly. A lesson for me. Should we stop? Vila asked, feeling a bit awkward now, blushing a little. She didn't want to really hurt him. Nah, I'm fine, J-Lo shuddered, shaking his body. Let's go. He nodded, retaking his dueling posture. As the match continued, she noticed something else. She could remain in control. She was still strong, still fast, but she wasn't just reacting anymore. She was thinking ahead, watching J-Lo adapting to his movement. It felt strange, like wearing a new set of armor that didn't quite fit yet. But it was working because she could direct J-Lo in the direction she felt would give her the advantage to disarm him again. So this is how Kael feels when we duel, she thought to herself, before remembering Master Katan's words, "You stay in control, not your emotions asterisk." Then, with a sudden smile, she finished the duel with a decisive strike, forcing J-Lo's saber from his hands and letting it fly out to the left of the dueling circle. It clattered to the ground, while the young Rodian just huffed, hands on his hips as he caught his breath. Okay, that should be fine. Whatever you're doing, it's working. Ugh. Exceptional, was the only thing I could say, clapping happily. I have been watching from the sidelines since their duel started. Having just finished my meditations for real, I had returned to the training grounds feeling more in control of my presence in the Force than I had in weeks, and I was hoping to find Vila here, knowing I have been ignoring our usual dueling routine. Seeing her fight with more restraint was a surprise, though not an unwelcome one. Now, I was also looking forward to our spar once more. Did I miss something? I asked, stepping up beside J-Lo and giving his saber back to him. Not much. J-Lo rubbed his ribs, still wincing slightly. She's become civilized. What? Vila shot him a glare, her saber deactivating with a sharp hiss. Or was it coming from her mouth? Maybe both. I'm trying something new, that's all. I was always civilized. Oh? I grinned playfully, crossing my arms over my chest. Well, whatever it is, you do feel calmer. Vila looked away, pretending to pout. Don't get used to it. Still, my gaze lingered on her for a moment. There was something different about her, all right, not just in her fighting style, but in the way she carried herself. The usual tension in her shoulders was softer, and the fire in her eyes burned a little steadier. It was a small change, but one that spoke volumes and probably would be only noticed by those who knew her as well as I did. Are you tired? I asked. Me? She glanced back at me, her fingers already tapping on her saber's hilt. Please. Elsewhere in the temple, Ioe was alone, sitting in quiet contemplation. The dim light of his chamber created a fuzzy shadow across the floor, signaling the fact that the sun had risen on the outside. He had tried to meditate at night, but the unease from his last attempt hadn't faded at all. The force, usually a steady current guiding his thoughts to the correct path, felt distant and unresponsive. It was as if the force itself was holding its breath out on him, waiting for something he couldn't see. For a change he didn't foresee yet. That thought disturbed him. He needed affirmation, so he turned to his usual source. His followers, Arendrillis and Lyra Sindel. If they can reinforce him, everything should be good again. They met in one of the study halls, a place typically reserved for quiet reading and reflection, only disturbed by the occasional shuffle of C3PO. The shelves around them were lined with ancient holodiscs and scrolls, their titles etched in Aurebesh script, something that Lyra had studied the previous night. It was she who told him where to meet, and Iowe wasted no time by honestly explaining his troubles and thoughts when they met up. "You did the right thing," Aaron said with certainty, his voice low but firm, believing in Iowe. "Vila lacks control. If she can't handle her emotions, she shouldn't be wielding a saber. I have no doubts." "Master Ketan doesn't seem to think so," Iowe countered, his fingers tracing the edge of the table. "Anxious." "Maybe," Lyra scoffed, leaning back in her chair. "But Master Ketan is one of those who count as unorthodox. He's not like the others. He lets things slide that shouldn't be ignored. No wonder he stepped in like that." Yowie wanted to agree, but something held him back. He thought that he wanted that to be true because it would validate him. Yet, the Force wasn't answering him the same way this time around. Usually their validation reassured him and reaffirmed his beliefs, bringing him peace. But this time, it felt hollow, forced. Could Master Ketan be right? He clenched his fists and quickly released them. Number He wouldn't entertain that thought. He had trained harder and longer than most Padawans. He was disciplined. The Force had guided him well until now. Then why was the Force not showing him certainty? As Iowa sat in his own doubts, it was as if a shadow loomed over him. Then he realized it wasn't just his mind playing a trick on him. When he looked up, he saw Master Vylin Cadrin, the calm, diplomatic Jedi Master, standing next to him. She rarely raised her voice, but always carried an air of quiet authority wherever she went. Her robes were a deep, earthy brown, and her presence in the Force was like a steady flame, warm but unyielding. "Iowe," Master Valen said smoothly, her hands clasped behind her back. "Walk with me." Iowe hesitated, looking at the others only once before he obeyed the half-request, half-order. They strolled through the temple halls in silence for a few moments, the soft tap of their boots echoing against the stone floors and walls. The surroundings around them were lined with mosaics depicting the history of the Jedi Order, their colors muted a bit, but still vibrant in the low light coming through the slits high above them. "You're troubled," Master Valen said finally, her tone gentle but probing. "I'm fine, Master," Iowe replied automatically, his gaze fixed on the floor. "Don't lie to yourself." Vylin gave him a knowing look, her pale eyes piercing Iowe's defenses. "The Force says otherwise." Iowe tensed at once, his shoulders stiffening. He opened his mouth to argue but stopped himself. There was no point in lying to a Jedi Master, and not to himself. "I've watched you train," Valen continued, her voice calm and measured like her steps. Every syllable was another step, giving her tone that of a meditative metronome. You are dedicated, disciplined. You want to be a Jedi of principle. I do, Iowy said, his voice firm. He did believe in his ideals. Then tell me, Vaylin said, stopping to look at him. Her voice was more impactful with the sudden pause and became more weighted with the absence of the rhythm of her steps. Why are you so troubled by your own actions? He flinched, suddenly thinking about the young twi'lek. She's reckless, Iowy said quickly, the words spilling out before he could stop them. She lets her emotions rule her. That's dangerous. And yet, Vaylin said, her gaze unchanging, she is learning. Master Katan believes she can grow. You do not. Is the same true about the boy and of your thoughts? He is, but he stopped. He couldn't help but swallow, his throat tight all of a sudden. I've seen this before. I know where it leads. We all should know by just looking at our past. Or, Vaylin countered, her tone softening, you're afraid of being wrong. Iowy flinched, his breath caught in his lungs, tightening his chest. The words struck a chord deep within him, resonating in a way he couldn't ignore. Through the Force. Master Vaylin studied him for a moment before nodding. Think on this, Iowy. The Jedi Code teaches control, yes, but if you cannot question yourself, are you truly in control? With that, she patted his shoulder and left him standing alone, uncertainty clawing at his mind more than ever before. Chapter 27. Quest. It was nice being on a ship again. I would just be happier if I were alone or only with Vila. It wasn't Ben Skywalker who was the issue either. It was the fact that Iowy was assigned to our group too when we were dispatched from the academy. My discomfort came not from the fact that I had to work with Iowy, but from the fact I had to worry if Vila would blow her top or not. But surprisingly, for now, she restrained herself pretty well. Aren't you cold? I asked, trying to break the uncomfortable silence in the seating area of the ship, looking at Vila, watching her be barefooted. Nah, I am used to it, and it feels nice. I feel more connected. She answered in a pretty good mood while I quickly glanced at Iowy in the other row, opposite us. But he just sat there, looking past us as if we weren't there. Just don't complain if you step into something. I shrugged, making her punch my shoulders. I am a Jedi. I can sense if I would, idiot. Just then I felt the familiar change as we exited hyperspace, gliding toward the verdant planet of Valkis, our current destination, ruled by humans. It was a world nestled in the Tyrallian sector, far beyond the borders of the New Republic, close to the space where Yavin 4 was, remaining independent. Unlike the stabilized and bureaucratic core of galactic politics, Corellian worlds or the Remnants sectors, this region of space was a patchwork of independent systems, each vying for their own influence and autonomy. Valkis itself was a planet of vast green fields, endless farmlands, and a sprawling trade hub above the planet. Still, at its heart, it was a world on the verge of internal collapse as its trade had been frozen for the past year or so. According to our briefing, two powerful factions of the planet, the agricultural guilds and the trade consortium, were locked in a bitter dispute over export rights, taxation policies, and labor conditions. Feeling it to be an impossible knot to solve by themselves, and without an intergalactic governing body to intervene, the local government had turned to the only neutral power they could trust, our Jedi Order. I don't know why, but in the end, it was left to Ben Skywalker to come and try to solve the issue, or at least to start the talks toward a peaceful solution. And he chose Vila, me. and, well, Ioe to come with him, to gain experience. Ha! But with my current abilities, I knew better. I could feel it. It was for us to solve our issues on this mission while he solved the Valkis's problems. Remember, Ben spoke, turning to us, this isn't a battlefield. Our role here is to mediate, not to take sides. Don't go overboard. We are not here to dictate. We are here to mediate. ... Vila crossed her arms, frowning slightly as she listened. And if one side is obviously in the wrong? Vila, Ben regarded her evenly. Then we guide them toward resolution, not punishment. We are here to ensure peace, not impose it. Forced peace is not going to last. Master, I asked thoughtfully, furrowing my brows, do they actually want peace? Or do they just want us to justify their claims in the name of profit? A little of both, Ben admitted, offering a small, knowing smile. That's why this will be a test, not just for them, but for you three as well. I understand. Ioe's voice cut in before ours and his arms were rigid at his sides. But with all due respect, Master Skywalker, the Jedi are not politicians. Why are we involved in trade disputes? Because war doesn't always start with blasters, Ben replied. It starts with grievances, issues that are left unresolved. Then it festers, and it may do nothing for centuries. But after that, it becomes something unresolvable. Jedi don't just fight wars, Ioe. We prevent them. Prevention is always the better option than finding a solution to an overgrown problem. I watched as he fell silent, his thoughts swirling, but I remained in control, not trying to touch it. I knew he had spent years training to be a Jedi Knight, believing that actual control came from unwavering discipline. Yet here he was, about to walk into a crisis of politics and economics, a battlefield where strength meant nothing, and words meant everything. Will his old-fashioned outlook help him now? I was curious. For once, I was pretty confident. I had learned about things like this back home. I studied cases like this a lot. I was simply unsure if solving it was something I could do because the things I learned were not always aligned with the Jedi's virtue. Exiting our ship at the space station, we were then brought down to the surface and welcomed to Tarlin City, Valkis's de facto capital. It was connected to the station above via a space elevator, turning it into a bustling trade center built at the crossroads of the planet's sprawling agricultural plains and the home of the merchant districts. Our stop was at a grand hall, the chosen neutral ground for both factions. They were already there, waiting as the space had been arranged for the negotiations days before our arrival. As we entered, we were met by the representatives from both sides, jostling against each other to be the first to welcome us. It felt weird. My senses could pick up on the heavy, fake smiles, the nasty-feeling lies told to paint their side to be the victim. Turning my thoughts away, I kept watching and listening as they spoke with Ben. On one end stood Chairman Derris Tharn, head of the agricultural guilds. He was a broad-shouldered, weathered old man who had spent decades working the fields before rising to power. On the other end stood Administrator Valis Taurine. Even being a human, he was tall, well above 2 meters, with a slightly elongated, bald head. By feeling alone, he was a calculating leader of the trade consortium, flanked by his impeccably dressed aides, looking high and mighty. After the initial introductions, Tharn wasted no time, speaking the moment we sat down next to Ben, facing the 2 sides in front of us, as we were the honored judges. Well, we were. Kind of. The farmers of Valkis are the backbone of this planet. Without us, there would be no food to trade. Without trading, how are they making money? I'd like to ask, and yet the consortium seeks to dictate our prices and bleed us dry. Tariffs? Against us? Their own. We are on the same planet, even if they mostly live up on their station. We are tethered, aren't we? Please! Taurine raised an eyebrow, his expression mockingly calm. The guilds have already increased prices of raw and completed products beyond reason. If we allow this to continue, other worlds in the sector will suffer from food shortages because they can't afford the price the guild wants. You call us exploiters, yet you hoard your resources as if starving children are a fair price for your greed. Hearing it, Vila tensed beside me, and I could feel why. We could feel the emotions radiating from both sides. Anger, frustration, and desperation. I could even taste it. These people had suffered in the past, probably under the Vong days. Yet since they survived and now rebuilt, becoming a slightly more powerful force in their vicinity, neither was willing to see beyond their own struggle. No need to shout, Ben motioned for calm. I hear you all without raising your voices. And we are not here to listen to accusations. That is between you two to settle as the rulers of this planet. We are here to find a solution. Hearing him speak so nonchalantly yet so forcefully, both leaders sat down, though the tension in the air remained thick. The negotiations began once again, and I knew it. This will take some time. Hours passed. Discussions became arguments multiple times. Then the arguments turned into veiled threats. It was like an endless whirlpool. I think Vila got bored of it first while I kept focusing. It was such good training, not for my political knowledge, but to control my gift. The emotions in this chamber were wild, and they helped me further my studies. It was, honestly, fantastic. Of course, I kept it between a specific range and control because Iowi, seated beside Ben, observed the process unfold, half of his attention barely leaving me. Or Vila. He had tried to listen and analyze, but the clear, disciplined order he had always relied upon was absent in this chaos. This wasn't like training at the temple or juggling theories. This was disorder in its natural, human form. It was petty and emotional, beneath what he thought the Jedi should be handling, I guess. Well, we were the guardians of peace, no? Then he should be happy to exercise it now. Still, I tried not to focus on him unless he took it the wrong way. So, when Ben spoke, reprimanding the delegation the 100th time, I looked at Vila. To my surprise, and to hers too, despite her instincts screaming to call out the consortium's tactics multiple times, she had exercised restraint. Instead of shouting, she listened. Instead of attacking, when Ben noticed her fidgeting, he let her stand up and speak. In those times, she asked questions that forced the leaders to reconsider their own words. I couldn't help but grin proudly, floored by how good she was, and watched the surprise and shock on Iowi's face. A farmer's exploitation under a merchant's contract. A trader's struggles under sudden price hikes out of the blue despite a pre-made agreement. Both sides had valid grievances, and Vila instinctively pointed it out for everyone to see. On the other hand, I mostly remained quiet, watching more than speaking. My presence in the Force was focused on reading the emotions in the room, and sometimes I felt Master Ben's consciousness nudging mine, directing me towards certain figures amongst the two groups. He asked me my opinions not via words, but via his own Force powers. He was leading the negotiation, and his insights were whispered through the Force, guiding me along. Then, as tempers flared once more, an aide hurried into the chamber, whispering something to Taurine. The administrator's face darkened, and I kept my focus directly on him. Someone tried to sabotage our supply depots last night, he said sharply. They tried to burn one down. Nonsense. Tharn's face turned red. You think we would do that? I think someone on your side would. Yes. Stop, Ben said, and he did not shout. But it felt like he did. There was an instant silence as the air grew colder. Find out the truth, he said, not to them but to us. Ioe led the investigation alongside us, taking it upon himself as the senior Padawan in our group. Vila grunted, but then, taking a deep breath, she just nodded, her face impassive, as best as he could force it to be. To cover more ground, we split up and started by questioning workers, reviewing security footage, and analysing evidence left behind at the destroyed depot. As I was talking with witnesses, I got a strange feeling. No matter who I asked or which party I talked with, none of them lied. None was trying to deceive me or hide something. Both sides believed in what they said, and the truth was only revealed in their recounts. Then, Ioe called us over our comms to check on a security recording. I thought it was disabled, Vila asked, squinting at the holo recording. They were? Ioe spoke with a slight annoyance. This one was hidden, off the grid and private, because the owner thought one of his subordinates was skimming from the top of his goods. What we found changed everything. The saboteur wasn't from the agricultural guilds, nor from the consortium. How did we know it? From the fact that we got his face, and after we ran it over the record of citizens, it matched none of them. Not until Vila's suggestion did we spread it out to incoming and outgoing trade. And there he was. He came to the planet only a day before the incident and left right after the fire was started. Whoever it was, the man was clearly only a mercenary hired by an unknown third party. Someone wanted these talks to fail, Ewoi concluded, and for the first time all three of us agreed on the fact. As we gathered their findings, I noticed that Ioe sometimes furrowed his brows. I could tell that he felt something he hadn't before, a kind of surge of clarity. As for what? I tried easing closer with my mind without alerting him, and it worked. I could feel it, being gentle without enforcing myself on him. I knew that, at the moment, this wasn't about proving himself right or proving Vila or me wrong. This was about justice. The moment demanded action, not ideology. It demanded the intervention of the Jedi to preserve the peace. I think even Vila agreed. Because we never argued and compiled everything we found calmly and cleanly, straight into a comprehensive and proven report. Returning to the negotiating table, Ioe presented the evidence, and, to add another surprise, he didn't take full credit for it, clearly mentioning how we worked together. Of course, it was not for the two opposing sides. It was for Ben. The revelation forced both sides to take a step back, redirecting their anger at a common enemy rather than each other. I don't know how Master Skywalker will react to the fact that we didn't disperse their anger, we just refocused it. But at least it was a start, and a good one. Well, I hoped. Chapter 28. Private Debate. The guest quarters that were assigned to us were simple but functional. It was a neutral ground designed to accommodate visiting dignitaries or mediators, guests, and anyone important coming here off-world. The room's design was a blend of practicality with a touch of subtle elegance. The walls were smooth, carved from a pale, iridescent stone that shimmered faintly under the soft glow of recessed lighting coming from the fixtures on the ceiling. A large, circular table occupied the center of the room, its polished wooden surface reflecting the light coming from above, as if waiting for us. The table's edges were etched with intricate patterns, something that probably made sense for those who knew the planet's past. But for me, it was just nice. Still, it also showed me that they weren't poor. The fact that soft cushions lined the floor and the back of every chair was telling. They were made of rich, woven fabric, their colours softened but strong enough to remain warm, a mix of deep blues and earthy browns that seemed to absorb the room's quiet energy. I don't know what they were made out of, but they were clearly luxurious by the touch, something that would only be present in my parents' abode. Looking outside through a large panoramic window, the horizon was now a mix of fading oranges and purples, the last rays of daylight giving way to the imminent night descending onto us. For a moment, I just watched the city, its streets illuminated by the flickering lights coming on, the different speeders going past, and the occasional flare of a departing shuttle. Above us, covered by clouds, I could almost feel the orbital station filled with just as many lives as down here on the planet. The whole experience helped me smooth out my senses, realizing I felt my powers reach a new height for some reason. "Come, sit with me," Master Skywalker said, pulling me out of my strange trance. He had already sat at the table, his presence as calm as ever. Even after today's tiring and somewhat tumultuous experience, he looked unbothered and full of energy. Still, there was something more to him. He looked at us as if he was more interested in our performance than the issue at hand. My thoughts were reinforced at once when he just smiled, meeting my eye as if hearing my thoughts. Yeah. His role was clear. He was there to listen, to watch how we would handle this moment ourselves. I was the first to sit, easing onto one of the cushions with an unreadable expression, at least as best as I could manage it. My mind was still turning over everything from the negotiations and from what we had learned. Seeing this place and feeling the soft cushion, I was now sure that the people of this planet did enjoy some large profits, something they failed to mention to us. It also could be that they didn't and built this room to impress guests. But from what I gathered from them via my powers, it said otherwise. So, thinking it through, I leaned back slightly, my fingers tracing the edge of the table as I waited for the others. Vila followed soon after, though her movements were less controlled than mine or Iowe's, enjoying the feeling as she was still barefooted. Maybe it was her first time in such a place as she was momentarily lost in it, exploring the room to its fullest. Finally, she plopped onto the chair next to me with a slight huff, her leku swaying slightly with the motion. Her arms crossed briefly before her chest, pursing her lips, probably annoyed that others could have it this good. Then she let them rest on her lap, her fingers drumming an absent rhythm against her thigh. Her expression quickly smoothened out, throwing away her somewhat jealous thoughts as she glanced at me, then at Iowe, her sharp eyes narrowing for a moment as if she were trying to read his thoughts. But for once, she didn't say anything. She simply exhaled, her shoulders slumping as she let the annoyance leave her body, especially as it turned out we did work as a good team today. Iowe was the last to sit down. He hesitated before finally lowering himself to sit opposite us, his back remaining straight, his hands pressed together in a meditative stance. His breathing was slow and measured, a deliberate attempt to center himself as he probably experienced the most shock among us three. His eyes were closed for only a moment, his brow furrowed as if he were wrestling with something. Probably the same kind of thoughts that were in Vila's mind only a moment ago, yet when he opened them, his gaze was steady. But there was a flicker of uncertainty there, a crack in the armor of his usual composure, which I could pick up on immediately. He glanced at Ben, then at us, his lips pressing into a thin line as if he were holding back words he wasn't ready to say. Maybe they are more alike with Vila than I first thought so. So, Vila started, rolling her shoulders. We actually did something right today. We did find something interesting. I snorted lightly. And I was starting to think we'd be stuck in that chamber listening to old men shout at each other for the rest of our lives. I added, with a slight joke. It was annoying. Vila smirked, but then grew more serious. I could feel their jealousy, anger. Ewoy nodded, and they were right. I felt it maybe more than they did. The two parties were arguing because they were afraid the others would get more profit than they and then become their master. It was stupid. So stupid. They were wrecking a symbiotic existence because of paranoia. Just look at this room. They had something great going on. But Leah leaned forward slightly, her leku twitching. What's with this foreign stuff? Even though we found the saboteur, even though we gave them proof, neither side backed down today. They just shifted their anger somewhere else. Anger has to go somewhere, and it is not that easy to let go of it. Iowie exhaled through his nose, finally meeting her gaze as if lecturing her. That's because anger is easier to hold on to than reason. They don't want to be wrong. Oh, Vila arched an eyebrow. And you do? Oh boy, don't start it. Today was going so well. Trying to caution her, I gave her a warning glance. But to my surprise, Iowie didn't rise to meet her bait. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, considering. I'm starting to understand that being right isn't always the same as doing what's best. His voice was low, but there was a vulnerability to it that hadn't been there before. Interesting. Today, I saw what happens when people cling too tightly to their own ideals. And it was thought-provoking. Huh. A brief silence followed before I leaned back slightly, rubbing his chin. Well, that's progress. ... Iowie didn't react to the tease, but Vila, surprisingly, didn't let the moment pass without a jab. Instead, she glanced at me, speaking. All right, genius. Since you're enjoying this, what's your read on the situation? Well, I let out a long breath, drumming my fingers against the table before speaking. Look around us. This is luxurious. I don't know how well you know it, but to build something like this is not cheap. Just to put it into perspective, this room could be worth of a small ship. No way! Vila gasped, but Iowie simply nodded, agreeing with me. Yeah, Master. I looked at Ben. Valkis. If my conjecture is right, does this planet feed the nearby systems? ... Master. Ben, still silent, gave an almost imperceptible nod to my question. Then, I continued, the dispute that started within them was enough for one of their clients to strike. Why? Vila asked first. I glanced at Iowie, who was considering it, and I waited for him to speak, but he just signaled with his gaze that I could continue. It is clear Valkis has been selling their products for a high price. As the dominant agricultural planet, they can put other sectors under their rule via proxy, via selling food. Many planets were ravaged in the Vong Wars, Iowie agreed. Some had their ecosystems ravaged by the battles. It is highly possible that those worlds can't feed their population by themselves, and must import food from planets like this. And then they pursue profits. I nodded. They keep raising prices, chasing bigger and bigger margins. Then we get to a spot where they start arguing with each other because of it. A third party, who was exploited by the need to buy food from Valkis, smells the powder keg and then goes to ignite it. But wouldn't that hurt them? Wouldn't them make them unable to buy the food? Vila asked. and her question was valid. On the short term, Iowie hummed, crossing his arms. Maybe, but maybe they are desperate, angry, hateful. Those can cloud their judgment. ... Listening to him, Vila tapped a finger against her thigh, squinting a little before speaking. So, what's the next move? Find the saboteur and expose which world paid for it, so these two get together in the name of protecting their planet? No, I shook my head. We don't want to ignite a war. We must not, Iowie agreed firmly. You have an idea? Maybe. My gaze flickered between them. The origin of this issue is still that they both want to hold power. They don't trust each other. My bet is that even if they show they would stand up to outside threats, I bet they are looking into if the saboteur was hired by them. If we can push them towards solving that problem together, it might open up a path for them to negotiate their own grievances later without needing us. But we also must make them come to the realization that the root of it all is their own greed. Easier said than done, Vila exhaled, listening to me. Get them working together so they stop seeing each other as the problem? Why does this sound familiar? ... Iowie gave a slow nod, glancing at Master Ben for a moment. It's risky but logical. Interesting, Master Ben finally spoke, his voice breaking the conversation. And who among you is going to try and convince them of this? The question hung in the air, each of us looking at one another. Then Vila grinned. Kael should do it. What? I blinked my eyes. Why me? Because, Vila said, stretching her arms behind her head, you're annoyingly good at getting into people's heads without them realizing it. You can plant the idea before they even know it was yours. That would be a bit too much, but I concur with the rest. Iowie, to our collective surprise, gave a small nod. Kael should do it. ... I raised an eyebrow. I wanted to ask if this was just another way for him to test me, to make my trip, but I didn't feel like it. Looking at him, Iowie met my gaze with something that almost resembled respect. No. Acceptance. Maybe. You've proven you can read the room better than any of us. He conceded. If there's a way to turn their focus onto a shared goal without going to war, you're the one who can make them see it without pushing too hard. ... I studied him for a moment, looking at Master Ben, but he just smiled before giving a slight nod at me. So, I wasn't going to skip this, huh? All right, I'll try. Hearing me say it, Ben leaned back, his expression remaining unreadable. But there was a quiet satisfaction in the way he observed us. You all did well today, he finally spoke more than a few words. And you just proved you can work together when it counts. Remember that. True. Thinking about it, the conversation naturally faded, the tension that had long been present between us slowly subsiding. I knew it was not entirely gone, but it was no longer such a dividing wall. Of course, Vila or Iowie would never say it out loud, but something had shifted between us towards a bit more positive direction. Our dispute wasn't over, though, but maybe it improved a little. Let's get some rest, Ben said, standing up. As we prepared for some shut-eye, Vila gave me a nudge. Hey, don't mess this up tomorrow. Break out a war, and Iowie won't let it go. Ugh. Kael shivered, flinching. No pressure, right? I heard that, Iowie muttered, not that far from us, simply crossing his arms and shaking a head before walking past us to go and meditate. Chapter 29. Kael's Speech. I woke from my meditation early when the next day arrived. Letting my senses out a little, I could taste the feelings of the people like a tinge on the tip of my tongue. It was slightly metallic, like the tang of ionized air escaping from a repulsor lift. Still, I felt fine. Even when we entered the grand chamber with its towering arches and polished stone floors, there were dozens of eyes and feelings. Yet to me, right now, it was clear as the Force reinforced my mind, and I could separate every thought and feeling brushing up against me. I could taste the slightly spicy tinge of stubborn pride and the sour, deep-seated resentment that was only buried yesterday, but not forgotten. I could feel all of it in the Force, and I didn't feel overstimulated, which made me proud. I was growing. Keeping myself focused, I took my seat at the table, my fingers tapping idly against its surface, trying to establish a sequence within myself so I could keep my mind working and make it harder for it to falter. The rhythmic sound had a grounding effect too, a constant anchor in the storm of emotions swirling around me. Master Ben sat silently beside me, his presence spreading, watching. But I knew he wouldn't interfere. This was my test and my moment to prove I could navigate these wilder waters of diplomacy without losing myself to the currents or to my own powers. Vila's gaze flickered as I looked at her, her arms resting on his knees as she leaned back in her chair, her expression a mix of skepticism towards the locals, but she did flash an encouraging thumbs up towards me under the table. Iowi, looking to be unreadable, was a statue of calm, his face serene, but I could sense the faintest ripple of caution in the Force around him. He was focused on me, examining me. My gift. It is showtime, I said to myself, taking a deep, calming breath because, despite everything, a kind of stage fright was creeping up on me. The leaders of Valkis sat across from one another, their postures rigid, their eyes looking at Ben, expecting him to speak and continue from yesterday. Probing them, I could see they were not really in the mood to listen to solutions. They were here to argue, to continue pushing blame, now instead on each other, onto this saboteur third party. No matter if they didn't even know who it was, I could feel the heat of their frustration simmering just beneath the surface, already blazing, and it wouldn't be easy to calm it. I continued to take slow breaths, closing my eyes for a heartbeat, and reached out for real this time around, doing it in understanding. The Force was a gentle current, and I let it flow through me, touching the hearts and minds in this room. Not everybody's, but those who were the most flustered, the angriest and skemmiest of them all. Then, opening my eyes, I stood, and when I spoke, my voice carried not just my words, but mixed multiple feelings, allowing the listeners to subconsciously be connected to each other, through me. Before we begin, I said, my tone calm yet firm, surprising them that it was me who began, and not Ben. I want to ask you both something. A child? The murmuring stopped, a lone question rising. He speaks for me, Ben said calmly, suddenly silencing every bubbling question in their minds. Then, their eyes returned to me, wary, some of them feeling like predators sizing up a potential threat. I almost smirked. If you want, think up strange ideas. I would let them wonder what I was up to. Do you remember? I continued, my voice a little softer, infused with the intangible essence of the Force, nudging at the edges of their consciousness so they actually heard and felt what I was saying. Do you remember what it was like before? Silence. Of course, I didn't know much myself, but that was not the point. Through the Force, by that alone, I brought up memories within them, tales that went back far, back to the Imperial days, more than 50 years ago. It was precisely my goal. I didn't need to know this world's history. I just had to pull the memories out of them and let them be shared through the Force. Via that, I could read it like a picture book. Then I let my words settle and let them sink in before continuing. I am talking about before Valkis rose to where it is now, before the wars left systems in ruin, before your people could count on any prosperity. Do you remember the hunger this world experienced when the Imperium took all the food to feed its manufacturing worlds? The struggle? The nights spent wondering if tomorrow would bring ruin. Then, remember the isolation caused by the Vong, when you were cut off from the greater galaxy and left alone, without important resources? The essence of the Force was now wholly seeped into my words. It was not overpowering, but a type of guiding presence. The people before us didn't speak, but I saw it in their eyes and felt it in my own mind. The flickers of memories, the angry ghosts of the past resurfacing. Catching it, I pressed further, letting the Force stir those memories more, bringing it up in their mind and then distributing it amongst everyone present to remind them how it was for them before peace returned. By now, I was also feeling the taste of stale rations, the ache of empty stomachs, and the desperation in a mother's eyes as she tried to soothe a crying child with promises of a better tomorrow. I made sure to let them feel it too, even if just for a moment. When I thought it was enough, I leaned forward slightly, my fingers brushing the table's edge, a sound to make them focus back on me. You survived that. You built something out of that hardship, and now you have power, a kind of power to sustain not just yourselves, but entire systems that depend on you. My gaze flickered between them, one by one, measuring them, holding eye contact until they looked away. And yet, instead of using that power to lead, to unite more worlds, you fight amongst yourselves, grasping for more. Worse, you forgot how it was and became the new oppressors. There are many worlds that are still trying to rebuild, still not whole and healthy, and you take advantage of them. I could feel their resistance, the instinct to deny, to push back against what I was accusing them of, so I pressed harder, not with power but with undeniable truth and clarity. I focused on their sudden feelings of guilt and made sure they were unable to silence them. I made sure they were unable to ignore their own feelings and hide behind the thought of profit or survival. Those were lies in their position. If you continue this path, I expressed clearly, my voice unwavering, you will not just be competitors. You will not just be rivals in business. You will be seen as something else entirely, and not by you, but by everyone you deal with. I paused, letting the thoughts settle like a stone sinking into the water. You are already viewed by some of them as oppressors. The word sent a ripple through the room without me needing to push it. I saw one of the leaders stiffen, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the edge of the table. He recalled how he felt when he was just a young boy watching her grandparents starve under Imperial rule. Another clenched his jaw, his eyes darting to the side as if avoiding an uncomfortable truth, not wanting to hear more from me. Yet he couldn't ignore it. Good. I won't let you keep ignoring the obvious. You think you are secure because you provide food because entire systems rely on you and would come to save you if something happens. Would they? Really? I smiled. You know, this type of reliance can turn into resentment. When people are pushed far enough and made to feel like beggars at your feet, they will not bow lower. They will start to rise up. With a minuscule touch, I let yesterday's discovery resonate with them. Using the Force to stir their memories of the desperate times they had once been, Then extrapolating it to those who began to sabotage their businesses was the best I could think of at that moment. They won't just look for other suppliers, you know. I continued, my voice steady as a rock. Why should they? You are already here, owning what they need, what they are being sucked dry for. They will seek to break you. They will look for the cracks in your armor. Maybe some of the trade deals you are losing are not because of why you think you do, I murmured, planting the idea further in their hearts. If you give them a reason, if you show them that you care more for your own wealth than for the lives you can sustain, they will find a way to turn that against you. They will find allies between those whose experiences are similar. Then, you will remain alone. No allies. No servants. Only enemies. Falling silent, I let that settle in them. The stillness was thick now, born from not of dismissal, but of contemplation. I could feel the shift, the slow unraveling of their ideas and feelings. Then, I caught as one of the leaders exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples as if trying to dispel a headache. Another glanced at his counterpart, something uncertain in his gaze. But I could feel that all the anger or jealousy that was present at the start was no longer present. No, it was subsiding, calming down, replaced with something more malleable, something that can be worked with. For the first time since this whole thing started, they were thinking beyond themselves, which was a good change. I waited a little longer, letting the room breathe. I was about to speak when Vila, of all people, broke the silence. Well, she yawned, stretching lazily in her chair, her voice dripping with sarcasm. That was dramatic. Then, a scoff, a quiet chuckle, but the tension had shifted, transformed into something less hostile, something more open, as the mood was much, much calmer this time around. I felt my face get a bit redder, a sudden shyness overcoming me as I redrew my force powers. Turning to the side, Master Ben gave me a look, just the faintest nod, but I could feel the approval behind it. Moving my eyes, Iowe's lips twitched a little, but in the end he simply nodded too, with tangibly less frustration and aversion towards me. Thinking about it, the first steps were always the hardest, but they had heard me, truly heard me. And I think it wasn't just them who did, but maybe Iowe too. Chapter 30. Returning to Yavin, end of Volume 1. The hum of our ship's engines vibrated through the hull as we left Valkis's space elevator, ascending away from it, heading towards the edge of the system to jump to light speed. It was good to sit there and feel the ship traveling. Knowing we were about to head back home, I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding back, watching through the viewport as the planet shrank behind us. All that color, the swirling blues and greens of its surface, makes me think about their future. Will they be able to adhere to the change they need and to their promise? I didn't know, nor did I have any force vision of it. But according to Ben, if it felt right, it would work out in the long run. Or it would be what the Force deemed good, a kind of balance. I didn't feel that either, but there was no sense of unease or danger in me. All things considered, the mission was done, finished. The last few days had been filled with long and tumultuous negotiations, with Master Ben taking the lead while we observed, learning from his well-placed words and patient mediation between the parties. He never forced them into anything, but he always knew how to lay out the options in a way that showed which was the correct path to take. In the end, the leaders of Valkis had left the final meeting with a reluctant but fundamental understanding that couldn't be denied. Change was coming, and they would have to decide how they would embrace it. Ben had assured them that he would return, continuing to guide them as they worked with their neighboring systems, working towards preventing a bloody war. I never realized they were so close to it, but the sabotage was almost a perfect spark to set a fire so close to the academy. In the end, it didn't happen, but these sectors would need to start working it out and smooth things over. If there was one thing I understood, it was that if they erupted in a war, there was a huge chance for another party to jump in, offering order and swallowing these independent systems. For now, though, it wasn't something I had to worry about. We were headed home, and my focus should be on improving myself. Keep growing as a Jedi. With that in mind, I leaned back in my seat, trying to shake off the weight of the past days and instead turning it into experience, something that I can mull over and learn from. With that in mind, my muscles relaxed from the tension I had barely noticed. Following it, I managed to trace it back to my speech, realizing that I had been on edge since that, only relaxing now, listening to the ship's engines. I couldn't help but smile at the realization while my mind buzzed with the echoes of the conversations, decisions and suggestions of the Force interwoven into their feelings. When I reopened my eyes, I saw Vila sitting across from me, arms crossed behind her head, eyes half-lidded in a similar kind of exhaustion. She caught me looking and smirked, winking at me. "Told you it would be fine." I huffed. "You had your doubts. I felt it." "Well, yeah, I still do," she teased, but there was no real bite to it. "But it is up to them to solve it. I think we did plenty." "Yes, I think so." And blinking my eyes, I knew that she was satisfied with the trip. I could feel it in the Force without trying to tap into her feelings. Then, there was Iowie. He was sitting close to us and had been silent for most of the journey so far. I think he was lost in thought for most of the time, not just now, but also when the talks were taking place. Before this mission, he would have wasted no time dissecting my every move, criticizing my methods and gifts, and warning me about the dangers of those abilities. He would have probably gone after Vila for being nothing like a Jedi, at least not a Jedi he thought we all should be. But now, he was a bit different. His usual sharp edges on his face, especially when looking at us, were gone. He seems more softened, as if the mission had sanded his features down, or simply he found a bit of peace. ... Noticing my gaze, he finally spoke up since we left the planet. "You handled yourself well." "Oh!" I turned to him, raising a brow. That was a surprise. "Yes." He met my gaze and remained unflinching, but without reaching out, I knew he was no longer carrying that recoiling distrust he had for me before. "I misjudged you both," he admitted, which now surprised not only me, but Vila too. "I assumed your emotions would be your downfall," he said straight to her before looking back at me. "That your gifts would lead you down a dangerous path." He shook his head slightly. "I see now that isn't true. Not yet, at least." "Humph." Vila snorted. "High praise. Thanks," she added with tangible sarcasm. Iowie gave her a flat look before faintly smiling and continuing. "I still believe you must be cautious. Vila, your temper will get you into trouble if you let it." That part did not change, and Kael... He met my eyes again, considering his following words a bit longer before speaking them. "The way you used the Force back there. It was effective, but it was also dangerous. I know now that you can control it. But you must never forget how easy it is to cross the line from persuasion to manipulation." He wasn't wrong. I knew that. So I nodded, absorbing his remarks and viewing them as not attacks, but genuine warnings from a senior. It made me think a little, imagining what else I could have done. What if I had less guidance from Master Skywalker? What if I indeed crossed a certain point? If I thought it had been necessary to do so? Yes, it could have happened even if I had been careful with it. If I ever let myself push too far, if I ever justified it beyond what was right. I won't, I said firmly. I know the risk, I answered. Not just to him, but speaking to myself. Iowai studied me for a moment longer, then nodded. Good. After our brief exchange, a quiet calmness settled over us. It was not tense like when we left Yavin 4, but peaceful. All three of us knew that something had shifted, and hopefully, for the better, returning to the academy felt right. The temple was just as we had left it, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. As we stepped onto the landing platform, I didn't realize how much of a home this place had become after only a year. The air was thick with the Force, something I could taste much better now than when I first arrived, following Ben Skywalker down from the ship. It was so much livelier, and even with everything that had happened in the past months, it was much more welcoming than my old home ever was. It was nice to head back to my alcove, rest for real, and sleep unbothered. Honestly, just that one trip made me appreciate this return even more. But there was something neither Vila nor I expected to happen the next day. When we walked through the halls heading to the cafeteria, the wary glances that had previously followed us were fewer and softer. This time, no one turned away when I passed or avoided my eyes, fearing I would suggest something they didn't want to. Some nodded in greeting, just as before, as if nothing had happened. Vila noticed the change too, her usual guarded posture easing slightly as she caught sight of a few younglings who used to flinch in our presence. Of course, she wasn't ready to just forgive and forget, but at least she wasn't throwing a tantrum either or calling them out. But I knew that most of the others, except Jilo, would have to try hard to regain her trust or friendship. And then, in the main dining hall, Iowi made it official. A moment, please. I must say something before everyone. He stood before the gathered Padawans, his voice steady, apparent. I was wrong. The room quieted in an instant, and my jaws slightly opened while Vila's even dropped to the ground. This I did not anticipate. Even Master Katan, who had been observing from the side, tilted his head slightly, intrigued, proud even. The air seemed to be still, as if the temple itself was holding its breath, watching on with curiosity. Or was that the feeling of the other masters and their senses locking on us all? I judged too harshly, Iowi continued. I let my own fears cloud my judgment that I was late to realize. I mean, my previous ideas of Kael and Vila. I believed they could not control their emotions and that their abilities were dangerous to us all. But I have seen them tested, and I have seen them endure. I was mistaken when I made a judgment. I am sorry. It's okay, I answered, trying to ask with my eyes and tone about what was going on. I didn't expect him to make this thing so public. But Iowi simply continued, his voice collected and firm, making Vila click her tongue after hearing his following words. I do not take back my advice of caution, but I will no longer stand against them. His gaze swept across the room, looking at those who he called his own followers. And neither should you. A wave moved through the gathered students, especially among his friends. Some were exchanging uncertain looks, others nodding in quiet acceptance. Thanks. A lot had happened, I guess. Master Caedus watched with a slight, approving nod before turning to me. "Welcome back, Kael." I stood a little taller, hearing him speak, returning the nod. As the crowd began to disperse, Vila nudged me with her elbow, finally coming back to her senses. "Don't let it go to your head," she said, not really knowing how to handle the current situation. "Wouldn't dream of it," I replied, smiling faintly, not about to tease her. As we continued towards why we were here, to eat something before going to train, the meaning of Iowe's warning stayed with me. Yes, the Force was a powerful ally, but it was also a dangerous tool. I had read a lot about what it could do in the wrong hands. I had to be conscious about not giving in to those temptations. The mission had proven I could handle it for now, that is. I must strive to keep it that way. Now and in the future. Chapter 31. A Signal. I was sitting in the pilot's chair, my fingers resting lightly on the controls of the small cruiser as the countdown to real space ticked away. I was ready to pull the hyperdrive's lever to kick us back to normal space when the numbers reached 0, making me smile without thinking about it. The familiar hum of the ship's systems was giving me a comforting presence, making my left hand reach over to the comm panel and key it on. "Master, we're almost there. You might want to come up to the cockpit. ... For a brief moment there was only static, and then my master, Ben Skywalker's voice crackled over the comm. "On my way." Keying the comms off, I exhaled and looked back at the computer, then at the front, gazing out at the tunnel of hyperspace stretching endlessly ahead. It had been 6 years since the mission on Valkis, 6 years of training, development, and different trials. For the past 4 years, I had been Ben Skywalker's Padawan, and I had seen more of the galaxy than I had ever done while growing up back home. We were rarely staying at the academy for more than a few months at a time. I never knew Master would be so busy, but I wasn't complaining. It was the most exciting part of being his Padawan. Each mission had tested not only my resolve, but also sharpened my instincts and honed my direct connection to the Force. And yet, no matter how wild these past years were, how much I thought I learned, there was always more to discover right around the next corner. Ben's training regiment had been rigorous from the start, pushing me to confront my fears and insecurities whenever we encountered something that made me uncomfortable. Luckily, the son of Grandmaster Luke Skywalker turned out to be a patient but demanding teacher. Someone who was emphasizing the importance of balance, not just in the Force, but in my personal life too, giving me enough time between missions to relax. Which was something I was looking forward to when we left the spaceport we were at previously. We were about to head home, and if everything went right, I would meet up with Vila. I hadn't seen her for about a year now, as she was also travelling with Master Kael Valtherion, who took her under his wings at the same time when my master claimed me as his Padawan. But it seemed that moment would need to wait because right before jumping to hyperspace, my last scan, which was done on a whim, spurred by a strange feeling, made me pick up a very weak distress signal. So, instead of heading home to Yavin 4, we were heading to investigate its origins. However, as my master always said, there are no coincidences when it comes to a Jedi. Maybe my connection to the Force had deepened significantly, and it was he who said it, not me. It turns out that I had developed a knack for sensing the emotions and intentions of others, sometimes even if I were far away. Very far away, integrated into my intuition on a subconscious level. Maybe it was why my piloting skills had also improved tremendously, knowing everyone's move before they even did it. And of course, thanks to countless hours spent at the controls of our ships when traveling, navigating through asteroid fields, dodging and outrunning pirates. My thoughts were interrupted as the ship's Navy computer beeped its arrival warning, and Ben entered the cockpit, his presence as steady as ever. I watched from the reflection of the screens before me as his gaze flicked to me before settling on the displays. "I'm dropping us out now, Master," I told him, pulling the hyperspace lever instead of a greeting. I watched the blue swirl outside turn into mottled starlight and then back to little pinpoint, glowing gems. The ship shuddered as it reverted to real space, welcoming us in, well, nowhere, really. Before us was the Talus Minor system, a forgotten corner of the outer rim. The system's dim, aging star was casting a weak light over the 3 planets orbiting it, none of which were capable of supporting life. The outermost, Talus Tertius, was a barren rock with no atmosphere, its surface pockmarked with craters and ancient mining facilities. The middle planet, Talus Secundus, was a gas giant with swirling storms of ochre and grey, not something that would be worthy of mining at all. Then, lastly, the innermost planet, Talus Prime, was the one we were approaching. A small, rocky world with a thin, methane atmosphere and a single moon. Talus Prime, from the records I managed to dig up, had once been home to a modest mining colony established way before the Clone Wars to extract rare minerals for one of the CIS supporting systems nearby. But, other than that, nothing. The colony itself had been abandoned shortly when the war broke out, and its inhabitants were either killed or forced to flee during the rise of the Empire, never to return. Not that it mattered now, anyway. The planet was a ghost of its former self, its surface dotted with crumbling structures and rusted machinery, lost, forgotten forever. However, the distress signal was coming from this direction, and after entering the system I managed to pick it up once again. Following it, I watched as the Navy computer showed that it led us not to the planet itself, but to its moon. Huh. I frowned as I checked the scanners. I don't see any active settlements down the surface, not from the planet or the moon, but that distress signal is still repeating. It isn't coming from them. Ben stepped forward, peering at the readings. "There," he said, pointing toward the edge of the horizon and not on the ship's computers. When I looked up from the scanners, I could also see it. A massive shape drifted through the void, silhouetted against the distant stars, becoming visible when the sun's rays hit it from the right angle, making it shine against the backdrop of the rocky moon. Its long, dagger-like frame was unmistakable, even after decades of abandonment. At first, I thought it was an Imperial I or II, but no. The shape was different. Quickly running through my memory, I quickly found the answer. A Venator-class Star Destroyer. A relic from the Clone Wars era. The ship was dark, its engines long dead and gone cold, yet the signal was coming from within it. It was left on a stable orbit. Otherwise, it would have already crashed. No life signs, I murmured, adjusting the ship's sensors to scan the derelict ship. But the beacon is still active, and it is coming from inside. "It indeed does," Master said as he crossed his arms, becoming thoughtful for a moment. 80 years adrift, and now of all times the signal is reaching us. A bit late, if you ask me. Very late. I nodded while I glanced at my master. "We have to check it out, though." "Of course." Ben nodded, his expression showing a faint smile. "Let's move in, but stay sharp. It could also be a trap. We are close to Hutt space, after all. We are broadcasting Jedi identifications. If the Hutts are stupid enough to hit us..." I muttered, shaking my head as I guided our vessel toward the derelict warship. Getting close to it, a shiver ran down my spine, making my eyes tremble for a moment. Something about this didn't sit right. "Trouble?" he asked, stretching out with the force. But I was unsure. And that was never a good sign. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "Just a weird feeling." "I see?" He nodded, asking no more, but I knew from that alone that he felt nothing. "I'm getting a match," I muttered, glancing at the computer, distracting my thoughts a little. The Venator was named Resolute Valor, which went missing in the middle of the Clone Wars. Missing until now, huh? Just by looking at it, it was a haunting sight. Its once pristine white hull was now a patchwork of rust and scorch marks, a clear sign of battle, missing 2 of its engines from the back. The ship's massive hangar bay was wedged open, becoming a graveyard of old Republic starfighters, their cockpits shattered and wings broken. This ship was hit, and hard. It was a miracle that it was still in one piece. To see better as we neared it with our small vessel, I switched on the forward-facing floodlights, their beams cutting through the void to illuminate the jagged edges of a massive gash along the starboard side. "This thing's been through hell," I exhaled. "How is the signal still running after all these years? It can't be coming from anything organic, as the hull is compromised. There is a vacuum inside." "Good question." Ben studied the wreck with narrowed eyes. "Could be an automated distress beacon that's only just now gotten strong enough to reach hyperspace lanes. Or something, or someone reactivated it." Thinking about that, I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. The latter possibility was the more troubling of the two. Was this what was giving me a bad feeling? "Get us closer." "Yes, Master." I obeyed at once. I brought our vessel in close, searching for a docking point. The Venator's hangar bay doors were partially blasted open, so it was as good as any, leaving just enough room to maneuver inside. Without flinching, I piloted the ship through the gap, setting it down amidst the skeletal remains of long-abandoned starfighters. Dust and debris floated weightlessly in the microgravity of the vessel and the moon, casting eerie shadows across the hangar deck, illuminated by our ship's lights. Interesting. As the landing struts engaged, Master reached over and activated the ship's external scanners once more. "Still no signs of life," he confirmed, "but that doesn't mean we're alone." "Droids?" I asked as I unclipped my harness and stood, taking a deep breath to steady myself. I was no stranger to danger, but something about this place made my skin crawl. Spooky. So I grabbed my lightsaber from my belt, letting its weight calm me down while I followed Ben toward the airlock, dressing up in our spacesuits. A minute later, the doors hissed open, and the silence of the vacuum greeted us as we stepped onto the Venator's hangar floor. Our boots clanked against the metal surface. But there was no air to carry the sound, which only resonated in my mind as my brain added the perceived effect. "B-boop! Dwoo-dwoo!" My master's astromech, R2-D2, echoed from behind us, its voice coming from my helmet's audio systems. "Relax, R2." He answered him while I read the translation of what he was saying on the display in my helmet. Apparently, he wasn't picking up anything either. "Stay here and make sure nobody gets on the ship." "Dwoo!" While they were talking, I reached out with the Force, feeling for any presence beyond our own. Nothing. Just the echo of something long forgotten, a distant whisper of memories left behind by those who lived aboard the ship, probably haunting the empty corridors. "Kael," Ben gestured ahead of me. "Come, let's find the source of that signal. If nothing else, we need to turn it off so it won't bother others." "Yes, Master." We moved cautiously, our lightsabers unlit, but ready in our hands. Weird, I added after we entered deeper into the ship, leaving the hangar bay that was running through its middle behind us. To be a signal, some power has to be present, Master answered, unsurprised by what we were seeing. The weird part was that emergency lights flickered weakly along the walls, casting long and eerie red shadows that seemed to shift in the periphery of my vision. Without thinking about it, my grip tightened around my saber's hilt as we passed more and more rusted doors and shattered consoles. I could swear my suit was picking up the sound of distant creaks and groans that echoed through the ship as if the hull itself were protesting our intrusion. But that should be impossible. Focusing on the task ahead, we followed the signal deeper into the ship, stepping over fallen debris and the remnants of a battle fought aboard the ship. We even found skeletal remains of clone troopers scattered throughout the corridors, some still in their armor, their helmets cracked and visors dark. Others were little more than dust and bones, their weapons floating around them, accompanying multiple wrecked battle droids. So they were also boarded, I muttered, seeing the destruction. That they were. Keep alert. We are nearing our goal. I stopped as we reached a central command room within the ship's secondary bridge. A control panel flickered weakly inside, the distress signal still looping across its cracked display. This is it, I said, stepping forward and checking the frequency. Now I also feel weird, Master said so calmly that it took me a few seconds to register the warning in his voice while he examined the console. The signal was manually activated, he noted out loud. Not automated, someone turned this on. ... I swallowed hard while turning around, trying to feel or see anybody. Anything. But where are they? That, my Padawan, he muttered, doing the same, is the question. Chapter 32. A Strange Droid. Watching the console before us, I knew what had to be done. Nodding at my master, I readied myself as he reached out, and after a few clicks, turned off the signal. Almost immediately after it happened, a metallic clank interrupted us, echoing through the corridors. And then the sudden warning of the Force. As I brought it up, I also realized I wasn't really hearing the clanking. I was feeling it through the Force, watching as the magnetized frame of the intruders headed towards us in the eerie, dark vacuum, now illuminated in our lightsabers' glowing light. I watched, calming myself with our Jedi techniques, as multiple droids emerged from the darkness. Their rusted skeletal frames glowed faintly from deteriorating power cells spurring them on, but their blasters were still functional as they began shooting at us. Deflecting their bolts, I ran their frames through my memories, trying to identify them. They weren't standard B-1 battle droids. These were something else, probably a BX series commando droid, and some hulking B-2 super battle droids. Whichever they really were, their photoreceptors flickered erratically like fireflies struggling to stay lit, their programming probably running haywire as their aim was horrendous. This also made it hard to protect myself because, even with the Force, there was so little time to perceive what they were going to do next. While standing there, waiting for my master's instructions, I continued observing them, trying to see if there were any clues on them or not. As for why they were activating themselves, why now? But I got nothing. Their paint was faded, their chassis battered, looking exactly like how they should, lost and now found in a derelict ship. There are more coming, Master said suddenly, his blue blade swinging to his left, deflecting one of the bolts directly back at the B-1 battle droid, blasting its weapon arm into bits. I think we should leave, Master, I advised. not wanting to get caught by an onslaught of rusting machinery and ground into a meat paste. The droids appearing from different rooms tried to move with their usual mechanical precision, though their degraded frames and fractured programming caused them to stagger at times, twitching as if struggling against the corruption of time. As we began backing out, heading back towards the ship, some of them managed to flank us, appearing from blasted open holes or the cross-sections of other corridors. Just as one tried to ambush me, I pivoted, slicing cleanly through the sneaky commando droid, its head spiraling away as its body collapsed in a heap of sparking wires. But from the same hole, a super battle droid advanced forward, trampling its fallen comrade, its wrist-mounted blaster hammering out the heavy bolts directly at my face. Thanks to the almost zero gravity, it was easy to flip over it, cutting it down as I landed, cleaving it in two. But even then, the droids kept coming, swarming from every possible side corridor as if drawn by the conflict. Did all of them just wake up? Like that? What the Force was going on? I could swear I was smelling the scorched metal and ozone as blaster bolts ricocheted off the walls where I just stood, dodging, following my master as we were now running. This was turning bad, real fast. I felt how my heart pounded as I moved, my training taking over, instinctually reacting, letting my senses be driven by the Force. With another swing, I deflected a bolt back into a droid's photoreceptor, causing it to explode in a shower of sparks, killing another standing next to it. Then, another commando droid lunged at me with a vibroblade of all things, its movements jerky but still precise enough to be a threat. I hurriedly parried the strike, driving my saber through its chest and kicking it back into the advancing line of droids right behind him. "Master! Just go! I will bring up the rear!" Ben fought with calm precision, his blue blade a blur as he cut through the droids with much more ease. He deflected a barrage of blaster fire, sending bolts back into their sources with deadly accuracy. I should have picked up another form besides Makashi, I thought. But then I heard my master's call. "Kael, watch your flank!" he called out. I spun around just in time to block a strike from another bastardly commando droid that had slipped behind me. The droid's electroblade clashed against my saber, the force of the impact driving me back a step while the electricity numbed my grip on my saber. With gritted teeth, I unleashed the force with two hands, pushing it back and sending the droid crashing into a wall. Then, followed up with a quick slash, I severed its head from its body. Something was not right with this ambush. But to learn what, I needed a source. So amidst the chaos, trusting the Force, my eyes locked onto something strange. A single commando droid stood at the edge of the battle, its movements much more hesitant. Unlike the others, it didn't fire. It simply observed, its head twitching slightly as if struggling against something internal. Its armor was severely damaged, and a large gash in its chest exposed sparking circuits. For a moment I felt something from it. Not through the Force. Droids weren't living beings, but there was something around it. It was akin to an echo. And then a blaster bolt struck the droid in the side, reflected from my master's blade. It stumbled, twitching violently, prompting me to act. Quickly I moved to reach it to stop the others from cutting it down, but it was too late. Another commando droid, to get to us, simply slashed through its chassis with a vibro sword, and the strange droid collapsed, its head rolling away. Right to my hand as I grabbed it through the Force. I don't know why, but I indeed scooped it up, slicing the other attacker apart with a quick stroke of my saber. Honestly, I didn't know why, but something about the way the droid had acted unsettled me. Maybe I could deduce something from its head, but I knew that we needed to know more. "Kael!" Ben called out. "We need to move! Come!" Yes! I answered and turned just as the entire ship shuddered under our feet, and it shuddered violently. Even with the low power, the emergency lights flickered erratically, and an ominous groan echoed through the halls. Then, the Venator had begun to tilt, the structure shifting beneath our feet, throwing us off balance. Not good. Ben's face darkened. The droids. This was their failsafe. They destabilized the orbit. I think you are right, Master, I groaned as I checked my helmet's sensor readings. The ship is locked into a terminal descent. It's going to crash into the moon. Hurry! Ben exhaled sharply. We need to get out of here. Now. R2, come in. Start the ship. Aru, came the nervous answer, and we could hear him as he rolled up to our ship's ramp, ready to welcome us back with a prepared ship. There was only one thing to do. We ran. Using the Force, our speed was quicker than any of the droids would be, our sabers illuminating the dark corridors as the ship lurched violently, sending debris tumbling from the ceiling. Even as a Jedi, getting back was not easy. The droids, being erratic and uncontrolled, flailed in confusion as the ship began rolling around them, making them tumble and fall. Then, just like that, the emergency lights flickered out entirely, plunging the halls into total darkness apart from the glow of our blades. Sadly, thanks to the state the Venator was in, the way was blocked ahead of us. Wreckage had collapsed the original passage we came in. Master? I asked while I took a calming breath. Alternative route? Already found one. Ben nodded. Service tunnel. This way. We sprinted through the failing ship, ducking through tight maintenance corridors and cutting our way in if we had to. By now, the vessel constantly groaned as its descent continually accelerated, gravity pulling it downward. The moon's surface was visible now through the shattered viewport glass we passed by. Looking at a barren, lifeless expanse rushing toward us was not what I had in mind for today. Luckily, after cutting a hole into one of the rusted walls, we finally reached an auxiliary docking hatch leading back to the main hangar, where we touched down. Without hesitation, we leapt inside, sealing the airlock behind us just as the Venator shook once again, the moon's surface way too close to us. All green! I yelled as I scrambled to the cockpit, taking the controls. Punching it now! Thanks to R2's preparation, the engines roared to life, propelling us away and out as the massive warship plummeted behind us. It was a bit too close to my taste, slipping out from the enormous carrier's hangar and turning our ship just so we could witness its final moments. Only a second later, the Venator slammed into the moon's surface, erupting into a silent explosion of metal and dust. Ha! I let out a breath, leaning back in the pilot's seat, my hand going to the severed droid head attached to my utility belt before unsealing my helmet. That was too close! Good job, my Padawan. Ben looked at me, making me blush a little, noticing he was glancing at the head I brought back with me. You took that for a reason. Yes, Master. I nodded slowly, hearing R2 beeping something, probably asking about what happened. Something was different about this one. I noticed it. Ben studied it for a moment, then nodded at me. Maybe you'll find out why. Maybe, I answered, furrowing my brows. Kael? He asked, but his gaze was not on me, but looking out of the cockpit into our ship's belly. R2? I asked, trying to focus, closing my eyes. Did anything get on the ship? Dwoo? The ramp was down while you prepared the ship to go, Ben said, making R2 beep again, his antennas extending from its frame, scanning. Dwoo, I didn't need to understand its answer to know we had a stowaway. The feeling I was getting was not organic. It was danger sense ringing alarm bells in my head. This can only mean that a droid was on board our ship, hitching a ride with us. Wordlessly, following Master out, we headed to the middle of our ship, sabers at the ready. The feeling was getting stronger, leading us to the sole small cargo hold in the back. With a nod, Master told me to get ready, and then he used the Force to open the door. What greeted me was a bright flash of red as a blaster bolt headed my way just so I could deflect it at the last minute, back at the assailant. Its weapon exploded as I managed to hit the bolt back directly at it. I couldn't see what it was yet as Master moved next, slicing the head of this droid and letting it fall to the ground. It was over under a second. "Come. Look at this." Master waved at me, and as I got close, I couldn't help but whistle, raising an eyebrow. "It looks like it was cobbled together from different parts," I muttered, noticing how the droid had multiple different limbs. B1, B2, and BX battle droid parts are all put together in a grotesque yet artistic way. "I don't recognize the head, though," Master added, and true enough, looking at it, I didn't either. The droid's head was angular and sleek, its surface a similar patchwork of worn metal plates that hinted at its age and the multiple hastily repairs that were done on it. The optical sensors were exposed, twin red lenses set deep within a narrow, almost predatory visor, making it into horizontal slits. Its faceplate was devoid of any human-like features, giving it an unsettling, utilitarian appearance. Along the sides of its head, I noticed faint grooves and recessed panels that suggested hidden mechanisms under its plating. At the same time, single partial remains of a serial number were etched near the base of its neck, something that had been partially scratched away and now slightly burned as Master cut it off from the cobbled-together body it was put on. There was something unnervingly efficient about its design, and it stood out from the other parts. The head just didn't fit onto the rest. I picked it up, looking at my Master. "I will examine this one too." He nodded, looking at the droid's deactivated head unit. "Make sure you don't let it tap into any computers, though." "You think?" I asked, but Ben just shrugged. "I don't. But an unknown droid sneaking onto our ship? Amidst chaos? I don't believe in such coincidences." "Yes, you are right, Master." "Me neither." Chapter 33. An Old Droid. The battle aboard the derelict Venator had been frantic, but by taking a bit of time, meditating and reviewing the encounter, I gained a lot from it. We had time while we were heading back to Yavin 4, so I was now in my cabin, working on myself, putting every detail into place before I began working on the 2 droid heads sitting on my desk. Let's see. I breathed out loudly as my eyes opened, coming out from my Jedi meditation and looking at the 2. With my head back in the clear and my nerves calm, it was time to get to work. First, I will start with the severed BX commando droid head. Flipping the cold metal in my hands, I looked at the scorch marks from my lightsaber, which marred its metallic surface, melting metal and cables alike from where I cut it off. Flicking my wrist, my tools flew out from their drawer and spread out before me while I was trying to find out why this droid had acted so strangely, why it had hesitated, why it had observed instead of attacking. For the first hour, I examined the basic command protocols stored in the droid's memory banks, going over them twice because something was wrong, way out of how they should be. Yes, the data was corrupted, but not because of its age. It was not a natural degradation. Instead, it was overwritten with erratic input that didn't match standard BX behavior. Digging deeper, my brow furrowed even more as I isolated the controlling input. Now it was undeniable. This droid hadn't been acting autonomously. It had been remotely controlled. Who? I swallowed. Or what? The fact that it was meant that something else had been in the system, puppeteering at least one of the droids, organizing them. And whatever it was, it had been intelligent enough to... I tried tracing the signal just to see if it would tell me anything about where those inputs were coming from. And when I ran a final diagnostic on the command override, the results were baffling. The control signal had originated from... My stomach clenched. I couldn't help but snap my gaze to the other droid head on the table. This one was much older, its rusted chassis lined with scars from an untold number of battles. A droid remote controlling another droid, I whispered, amazed by the possibility. I could be wrong. I am not precisely a droid expert, but... The signal pinged when I ran a diagnostic. Pinged the second droid head. It was certainly not a BX series head, so how was it even managed to do so? I don't know. As for the model number or designation, there was nothing readable on it at all. Maybe back in the temple I would find something, but for now, I had to examine it. A pit formed in my stomach for some reason when I reached for it. I don't know. Was this the feeling of the dark side? I couldn't really tell, but I did feel something weird while holding it in my hand, something I never really did before. Could it be evil? But are droids even capable of being cruel? They are not exactly living beings, and they follow a certain program, no matter how smart they are. I know that my masters R2 and C3PO are examples of unique droids, but this one... Why do you feel so weird? I asked. But of course, nobody answered. Examining it, the neck joint was undoubtedly unique. Even after cutting it off, I could see that it had been heavily modified, as if it was equipped with some kind of universal connection point and data injectors. Was it for taking over other droids? It did sit on a frame it was not built for. Maybe it had been moving between droid bodies. I hesitated a little more, then exhaled, connected it, and pressed the activator on my datapad to feed power back into the droid's system. It was time to boot you up and see who or what you were. However, at first nothing happened. Then, just as I was about to disconnect, slowly, the head unit's photoreceptors flickered in a dim reddish color, its voice crackling to life in a broken, distorted, male-sounding tone, with a bit of quippiness to it. How quaint. Diagnostic, error, memory core, fragmented, rebooting secondary systems. Failed. Data loss is imminent, attempting to restore primary functions. Failure, rerouting dot. I waited, watching it, trying to come back to life before I leaned in, my fingers hovering over the control panel, ready to cut it if it tried to remotely hack the ship's computers. Can you understand me? Finally, the photoreceptors flickered again as if struggling to focus, but they did turn towards me from behind the broken visors. Then, the voice stabilized, becoming a bit more cold, mechanical, and unmistakably calculating behind that previous quippiness. Statement. Query acknowledged. Extrapolating response. There was a long pause before the droid finally continued, its voice oddly sardonic. Observation. Meatbag detected. Wait. What? Secondary observation. You are not the same meatbags as before, but with a lightsaber. Query. Have the Jedi won the Clone Wars? The Clone Wars. My breath was caught in my throat for a moment. It thinks the Clone Wars are still happening. Huh? Was this one from that era? Could be. Well, I want to ask questions too, so the proper exchange would be me answering his, and then maybe he is willing to entertain mine too. The Clone Wars ended a long time ago, I said carefully and calmly. Over 50 years ago. There was another long silence. Then, with a static-laced whir, the droid's voice returned. Processing. Readjusting internal clock. It remained eerily still, only the occasional flicker of its photoreceptors betraying that it was, in some way, thinking. Probably trying to access memories within its processors. I was about to speak up again when I decided he had done enough. Statement. That is unfortunate. Correction. No, that is highly unfortunate. New query. Who won? Ugh. Were you a CIS model? I grimaced, hearing its answer. Sarcastic answer. Of course, only they could make such a great droid as myself. Depressed observation. So the Republic is still standing. Not exactly. The Republic then became the Empire. Then that Empire fell. Then there was the New Republic. Then an alien invasion from a different galaxy. Then a second galactic civil war. And there's a New Republic now. New, in fact. I muttered, trying to squish way too much history into a single sentence. Sarcastic observation. Ah, so the galaxy remains a cesspit of incompetence and squabbling of meatbags. How very expected of inferior organic life. Says the head on my desk. Despite my still present weird feelings, I let out a small breath of amusement. The droid was very much a unique variant, that is for sure. I have never heard of any one model with such a speech pattern or such a strong personality. How interesting. But it was time for my questions. I need to know what happened on that Venator. I pressed on. You were controlling that commando droid, weren't you? Were you trying to lure people in? Proud affirmation, yes. A brilliant tactical maneuver, if I do say so myself. I merely required a suitable meat bag to facilitate my escape. My calculations indicated that a Jedi's arrival would be low. Sarcastic observation. But Jedi are known to appear when one doesn't want to see them. Remorseful observation. I still thought I was adaptable enough to survive long enough for my purposes. My systems may have degraded more than I hoped for. You have a pretty high opinion of yourself, aren't you? I asked as I frowned. So you manipulated the droids into attacking us? Mocking reassurance. Oh no, Jedi meatbag. Those droids were already quite homicidal on their own. I simply gave them motivation. You could have killed others if we weren't the ones picking up on the distress call. I chided him while I folded my arms. Proud affirmation. Yes, that was the plan from the start. What a dangerous droid. Was this an assassin model? Maybe it was. I don't know if I should let it remain online if that is the case, though. Why were you there? How long have you been like this? I asked. The weird droid's voice crackled again as its eyes flickered, trying to access the information. I already knew from a quick scan that its memory banks were in shambles. I don't know how much data was in it or got corrupted, but my scanners couldn't get to the bottom of it, as if there were thousands of years of fragmented data strewn about like a corrupted archive. This was probably a malfunction too, because no droid would be active for such a long time. That was simply not possible. Answer. Inconclusive. He spoke again after coming out of its strange state. My earliest accessible memory log dates back to the Clone Wars. I was reactivated aboard an unidentified vessel, then deactivated once again. Many years passed. I have since survived by transferring myself to whatever functional chassis I could find. So I was right. This droid had been modified in a way that it could integrate into other models. Probably a CIS experiment. Maybe a new prototype that survived, and was now piecing itself together from whatever parts it could salvage, its mind a jumbled mess of forgotten conflicts and incomplete recollections. Maybe it also copied memories of the droids it interacted with. That would explain why it seemingly has thousands of years of corrupted memories. What truly amazed me was its seemingly primary protocol: to survive. So let me guess, you want to get a new body? Eager confirmation. Ah, at last, a meat bag with comprehension. Of course, I muttered, pinching the bridge of my nose. Not that I would do that. Huh. But something in me couldn't help but be intrigued. This droid, this possible prototype artifact, had seen the Clone Wars in person. I wonder what else is in its head. Its knowledge, even fractured, could be invaluable. But was it worth the risk? Persuasive argument. Come now, Jedi meatbag. Surely you see the benefits of our arrangement. I am a wealth of knowledge, a relic of a bygone era, and you are a curious little meatbag, are you not? First, stop calling me a meatbag, I grunted while I raised an eyebrow. Second, curious? That's one way to put it. But I am also cautious. You are clearly weird. Amused observation. Says the meatbag who can lift objects with its meatbag mind. We are both weird. Still, you are the first meatbag in centuries to show even a modicum of interest in my existence. Most would have scrapped me for parts by now, or tried to. Centuries? I whispered, suddenly unsure if this was indeed a CIS model. But it also seemed he had missed the point of what he had just said. He had slipped up and shared a piece of crucial information. Huh. Maybe I still will scrap you. Mock threat. Ah, but then you would miss out on the opportunity to learn from the galaxy's most efficient assassin droid. A shame, really. So, you are an assassin? I sighed as I leaned back, crossing my arms. Efficient, huh? You didn't seem so efficient back on the Venator. Defensive retort. I was operating with subpar equipment, Jedi meatbag. A rusted BX chassis is hardly suitable for my talents. Give me a proper body, and I assure you my efficiency will be unparalleled. Another reason why I am not so eager to do so, I answered, running a hand through my hair. Even if I wanted to help you, I don't exactly have a spare droid body lying around. Optimistic suggestion. Then acquire one. Surely a resourceful meatbag such as yourself can manage that much, but not the astromech. I require legs, not wheels. Try something with my master's droid, and you will be turned into space junk. I shot the droid a flat look. You're not making this easy, you know. Cheerful confirmation. Oh, I am well aware. But where would be the fun in that? For a moment I stared at the droid, torn between exasperation and fascination. This thing was dangerous. I knew that much. But it was also oddly compelling. Its dry wit, fragmented memories, sheer persistence. It was unlike anything I had ever encountered. But was it worth the risk? For now, I powered the droid's head down, staring at it as its photoreceptors dimmed, ignoring him cursing me out one more time. Let the masters talk through it before making a decision. They will know best. Chapter 34. Arriving home. Our ship cut through Yavin 4's thick atmosphere, sunlight streaking across the viewport as I felt the familiar pull of actual gravity return while I guided the ship toward our landing pad. After spending weeks amongst the cold Durasteel corridors and then boarding a ghost ship where droids wanted to kill us, returning home, where it was this green, felt like stepping into another world entirely. As usual, the air was warm and humid as I read the data coming from the sensors, the moon entering something akin to summer on a regular planet. In the distance, the towering Massassi temples loomed on the horizon, amongst them the Jedi Temple, the academy for us, something that was now more my home than where I was actually born. Taking a final lap around the temple, our ship finally touched down on the landing pad. Master wasted no time. He took the ancient droid head, tucked it safely inside a containment case, and turned to me with a firm nod. I am going to bring this to my father first, then to the masters. They'll want a full report on what happened aboard the Venator anyway, so be ready for a meeting later on. Yes. I nodded as I ran a hand through my hair and exhaled. You think they'll let me sit in on the debrief? Or will they only call me in after it ends? You will probably only be summoned after we come to a decision, Ben said with a small smile. Don't worry, you did well, Kael. Get some rest. You earned it. With that, he strode off toward the temple, leaving me standing at the foot of the shuttle ramp, rolling my shoulders. It was good to be back. Not 5 seconds later, barely leaving the ramp behind me, a familiar voice rang through the humid jungle air. Took you long enough! I scarcely had time to turn before Vila collided with me, her arms wrapping around my shoulders in a fierce hug. I only saw a blur of purple before she was already on me, bringing the scent of warm spice and ozone with her, likely from her saber training. Why am I not surprised? Knowing her, that routine had probably been relentlessly followed even when she was on a mission. Caught off guard, I let out a surprised laugh before returning the friendly hug. It had been over a year since I had last seen her, and yet, the second she was there, it felt like no time had passed at all. Huh. She pulled back, eyes scanning me with scrutiny, measuring me from top to bottom. You got taller, she muttered, only reaching up to my chest. So did you, I shot back, only to realize just how much she, too, had changed. Vila had always been athletic, but now she carried herself with a visible confidence that hadn't been there before. Her leku, longer than I remembered, rested over her bare shoulders. Their natural markings were now darker and striking against her vibrant purple skin. Her eyes still held the same fire that I was used to, but there was an additional sharpness to them while she fixed up her training top and shorts around her slim, athletic frame. You smell of battle. Did something happen? She grinned, flashing sharp canines at me. You need to tell me about who was stupid enough to go after you and Master Skywalker. Was it some Sith? I knew you were too stubborn to die before you asked if I was worried or not. Me smelling of battle? I smirked. That's funny. I was just about to say the same about you. Who are you bullying now to train with you? J-Lo? No, he is not back yet. Vila's expression softened slightly, something flickering in her gaze. I was fighting against training droids. You know, they are not the same. I missed our duels. Huh. I felt warmth spread through my chest, patting her shoulders. Yeah, me too. Come, she said, pulling on my hand. Tell me what happened. Sure. I nodded as we fell into step together as we walked toward the training grounds. That's it for going to rest, huh? I should have guessed. For a brief moment, the jungle sounds filled the silence between us, but it wasn't awkward, just comfortable. I listened to how the birds chirped in the canopy above us, and the distant roar of a Massassi predator echoed through the trees. Maybe I was way too silent, so finally Vila nudged me with her elbow. So? You gonna tell me what you've been up to, or am I gonna have to beat it out of you? Sorry, I got lost in nostalgia. I chuckled, shaking my head. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Oh, please, she scoffed. I've been training with my master all year. You barely know half of it. Try me. Ghosts. What? She flinched, stopping, almost stumbling as she looked at me with widening eyes, her mouth falling open. Ghost? Kinda. I laughed, making her pout, realizing it wasn't actual ghosts. So, I told her about the derelict Venator Star Destroyer, the droids aboard it, and the mysterious head unit that I recovered. I also told her about the eerie sense of wrongness aboard the ship and how I had barely made it out before the entire vessel crashed into a moon. Vila listened intently, her eyes narrowing in thought. So, you're telling me you brought back the head of some 1,000-year-old assassin droid that remote controls other droids like a parasite? I don't know if it is that old. Those memories I scanned may be glitches in its damaged systems. Or you found an actual Sith relic, she warned me. When you put it like that, it sounds bad. It is bad. Better to have it here than out in the open, I muttered, making her cross her arms and nod. True. And what is this Sith fixation? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Did you run into some? No. She shrugged. I hoped I would, but no, we didn't. There were some rumors of dark Jedi emerging from their hidden hidey hole that Master and I tried to track down, but there is nothing concrete yet. I asked Master about it. I sighed a little. He only told me that they know the general location where they are, in which sector of the galaxy, but nothing more. Maybe the droid head will give us answers, she guessed, making me think about it. Who knows? I shrugged, shaking my head. Well, Master is handling it now, so I guess we'll find out soon enough if it's a disaster or a useful asset. Fighting old battle droids. Vila crossed her arms. Tsk. I would have had your back. Too bad we weren't even in the vicinity to drop in. I know you would have enjoyed that fight, I said jokingly while she tilted her head to the right. Most likely, she said as she studied me for a moment before shaking her head and grinning. Well, if you're still standing, I suppose that means you haven't gotten soft. How about we find out? I knew it, I moaned, looking around the training field, which was filled with a new batch of Padawans whom I had missed meeting when they were brought here. You're not going to just let me head to my room and rest, are you? Obviously, she nodded, sticking her tongue out. Figures, I smirked and gestured to the training area ahead. All right, just don't cry when I win. That is some prideful bravado. Vila laughed happily. Oh, you're in for it, Kael. The dueling ring she brought me to was empty, and the usual sounds of Padawans sparring were absent as everyone stopped training, probably looking at us. Shutting any external noise and distraction out, I ignited my lightsaber, its slightly pinkish-blue glow illuminating the space around me. Vila drew hers at the exact same time, a deep orange blade humming with powerful energy, just like she was. We circled each other for a few moments, the air thick with anticipation as we began feeling the other out, registering the slightest twitch in our muscles. The duel was already on, and just as two predators, we were waiting for the other's opening move to counter it. Honestly, I expected her to launch into her usual aggressive Ataru form from the get-go, leaping and flipping with relentless speed to dictate the flow of our battle. But instead, she did something unexpected. She ignited a second, slightly shorter orange lightsaber. Oh? I blinked my eyes, slightly surprised. You're dual-wielding now. I am still training with it. Vila's smirk widened. This will be my first actual test using it. And then she finally attacked. Her movements were faster than before, fluid, even more unpredictable. However, where before she had relied on powerful singular strikes, now she weaved between offense and defense effortlessly, her two sabers working in tandem to pressure me. I barely managed to deflect her rapid slashes, stepping back as she forced me onto the defensive, my lone blade having to work twice as hard to keep her from getting through my form. "You've been training hard," I admitted, shifting my stance multiple times to counter her new style and keep up with her increased speed. "Of course," Vila said between strikes. "You think I was just going to wait around for you to catch up? I am aiming to lap you, Kael." Hearing her say that, I smirked and went on the offensive when I finally got her rhythm down. My now advanced Makashi form gave me exceptional precision as I maneuvered through her whirlwind of attacks. I sidestepped a particularly aggressive lunge from her, twisting my saber in a quick counter-strike, but Vila's instincts were ready for it. Without looking, she parried smoothly and flipped over me, landing gracefully at my back before coming at me again. Of course, it wasn't just she who was letting her body be guided by the Force, because I was already countering her before she had a chance to win our duel. The match was fast, intense, and exhilarating. It's so different from blocking blaster bolts. Maybe I feel like it because I am using Makashi, but I never found using my lightsaber either necessary or exciting when I was traveling with Ben, only when I was dueling against her. Only now did I feel I really improved and became better. Master already told me that it is best if our lightsabers remain on our belts and that I should be careful about what I wish for. Fighting another lightsaber user is not the same as training. Still, this was enjoyable. Pushing my master's warnings away, though, I refocused on my current duel. Neither of us was holding back, but neither of us was gaining the upper hand at all. Vila's new form was a challenge, but I had improved too, and my control and footwork were sharper than before. Just as I was about to test a new feint, a voice cut through the sparring. "Kael!" Both Vila and I froze mid-motion, turning to see Ben standing at the edge of the ring. His expression was surprisingly serious. "Yes?" I asked as I lowered my saber. "Master?" Ben's gaze flickered to Vila, apologizing for interrupting us, then back to me. "We need to talk. Now." "Ha!" Vila huffed, deactivating her sabers. "Figures." "Sorry," I sighed too, glancing at her. "We'll finish this later?" "Huh!" she smirked. "Count on it." With a nod, wiping the sweat from my forehead, I followed Ben out of the training grounds, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was coming next was not planned. Not by my master, anyway. Chapter 35. Tainted Droid. It was my first time entering the Grandmaster's private abode. Honestly speaking, it was overwhelming, especially with how strong the Force felt inside there. It was concentrated in such an amount that it made it hard to breathe at first. It was radiant. This meant that the meeting in Luke Skywalker's private chambers carried an importance that I probably hadn't expected at first. The usually always present soft hum of the Jedi Temple systems was droned out by the Grandmaster's aura as he stood at the window, his back facing us as we entered. Even without seeing his face, I knew he was in deep thought. That's why his powers were released so freely, using the Force to look for guidance. I couldn't fathom his powers. It was like looking into the abyss, but instead of seeing darkness, I was blinded by light. Looking away from his body, I began surveying the room instead, feeling the pressure on me lessen the moment I did so. The chamber was sparse, with a few simple furnishings here and there, a shelf of ancient texts, and a small holocron resting on a pedestal in the corner. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment that was then mixed together with the faint, rusting tang of the droid's corroded head resting on the table between us. No, there was more than the smell. I could now feel that it emanated something from the Force that was constantly being wiped away by the Grandmaster's aura. Ben stopped at the table and stood beside me, arms crossed, his expression peaceful but unreadable. We waited patiently while Master Skywalker finished his thoughts, leaving me more time to examine the thing we brought back. The rusted, scarred head of the ancient droid seemed almost alive in the dim light, but its photoreceptors were dark, signaling he was offline. Yet, it was somehow still menacing. I had spent some time with it, but it wasn't until now that I would truly understand what I had found. It was for sure touched by the dark side. That was what I felt emanating from it. "Thank you for coming." Luke finally opened his eyes and exhaled while turning around, his gaze settling on the droid's remains. "This is troubling." "I gathered as much." Ben arched a brow. "But troubling to what degree? I wasn't expecting something so dramatic, Father." "Me neither." Luke allowed a small, tired smile before shaking his head. "It's troubling because of what this droid is. Or rather, what it was." He leaned forward, his fingers tracing the corroded surface. "What you found is the head of an HK series assassin droid, a relic of an age long before the Republic as we know it. No surviving piece should be roaming the galaxy, especially not because their factories were long destroyed, and their schematics were never released." "HK?" I frowned. "I've never heard of HK droids in any reports." "But if they are that ancient," I muttered, now thinking about the thousands of years of memories within that rust bucket. "They are," Luke confirmed. "All of them were destroyed, but traces of their existence remain in some of the oldest holocrons I've recovered. The first of their kind were created in the days of the old Sith Empire over 4,000 years ago. Some even say that the very first was a unique model, made by a powerful Sith Lord, or a Jedi Master. It happened too long ago that the clues as to how it came to be are sparse at best. However, whichever is the true origin of the first one, the others coming after it, they were turned into pure killers. They weren't just advanced killing machines. They were weapons crafted with a singular purpose: to eliminate the enemies of the Sith." "Nice!" Ben let out a low whistle. "I guess we were lucky that we didn't experience its true combat capabilities, "I agree," Luke nodded. "It would have been dangerous. HK droids were designed to be more than mere automatons. They were Jedi killers. They were given a level of autonomy and adaptability that made them uniquely dangerous, including the fact that, unlike any other droid, they were capable of lying. Their programming was designed to learn, to strategize, and to evolve. They were not just tools, they were extensions of their master's will, a deadly knife. I do have a copy of an ancient recollection that tells about how an HK droid masqueraded as a protocol droid, killing a whole asteroid base all alone while also controlling mining droids just to get to a Jedi." "Whoa," I whispered while I eyed the droid's head with renewed wariness. "But it's just a droid, right? I mean, dangerous, sure, but not inherently dark side? Droids can't feel the Force, so why?" "That is the main issue, and..." Luke's expression grew more serious. "That's where you're wrong." He lifted the head slightly, turning it toward us. "Droids are not Force-sensitive, yes, but that doesn't mean they can't be influenced by it. Just take a look at R2. Similar to him, this one, in particular, is different. Quite the opposite of R2. Everything about it, its alloys, its programming, its purpose, was steeped in the dark side. For centuries, it probably served Sith Lords and other dark side users, assassinating Jedi and enforcing their will. I guess this droid was not just a weapon, it was an extension of the Sith themselves. And over time, just like a Sith holocron, it became something more than metal and circuits. I see, I muttered as an involuntary shiver ran through my spine. The strange presence I had felt when I looked at it, basking in the Grandmaster's presence, made sense now. So it's a Sith artifact? In a way, yes. Luke set it down again. It was constructed for death, programmed to think in ways that align with the Sith's philosophy. Violence, deception, and efficiency above all. Even now, with its memory fragmented, its presence still lingers in the Force. It is the actual opposite of R2... Ben muttered while he crossed his arms. So what do we do with it, Father? Lock it away. ... The Grandmaster hesitated, then shook his head. Number, there's something more valuable at play here. He met our gazes, his voice calm, yet carrying an unmistakable weight. I knew I was about to hear something that was probably not for a Padawan's ears. 4 years ago, the Sith disappeared from our sight. They are still present? I blinked my eyes, caught off guard. I guessed there would be Force users who weren't following our teachings, but an actual order? You mean the Sith Order that was forming under Vestara Kai? Ben asked, and I could feel his emotions fluctuate a little before returning to calm once again. Yes, Luke nodded. As we planned, we kept them under surveillance, but after her departure from Kesh, she took the remnants of the Sith she gathered around her and vanished. They used some kind of ritual to blind us, and we haven't been able to track them down again. Not through the Force, not through intelligence reports. It's as if they became ghosts. He explained as he tapped the droid's head lightly. But this might be our key to finding them once again. I see. Ben exhaled sharply, his emotions once again rippling under the calm surface. I could feel it. There was something I was not privy to. Did Master know this Vestara? It felt like it. You think this thing will lead us to them? I do, the Grandmaster said, his gaze steady. Droids like this, steeped in the dark side for so long, gravitate toward it. Even without direct orders, their programming, their very essence, seeks to serve those who embody the power they once followed. If Vestara and her Sith are still out there, then this droid, given the right conditions, might seek them out. ... Listening to him, I felt my stomach tighten, a mix of anticipation and unease swirling within me. You want us to use it as bait? I do. Luke nodded, letting a small smile appear on his face. It's risky, but none of you should be in mortal danger doing it. He continued, glancing at Ben in a way that made me feel my heart squeeze a little. It was a look I always wished my father would give me. But he never did. Quickly, I chased the thoughts away, keeping my face straight, listening to the Grandmaster's following words. It may be our best chance to find the Sith before they go completely underground. You and Ben will take it with you, observe how it reacts, and follow wherever it leads. ... Ben was silent for a long moment, then let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head in the end. This is either the best idea or the worst one, Father. I had to agree. Still, as I looked at the droid's head, I felt that it could also be an incredible opportunity to learn about the past. I found it exciting and really curious. All right, my master said as he met my gaze and nodded. All right. We'll do it. It is how it has to be, and you won't go alone. I will ask Kael to go with you." Luke smiled faintly. "May the Force be with you." "May the Force be with you," we answered. But I was already thinking that this meant I would go on a mission along with Vela. It would be great. It has been multiple years since we did so, and I have always felt that we made a good team. Suddenly, this all seemed even more exciting than before. After the meeting with the Grandmaster, I found Vila exactly where I expected her to be. She was perched on a rock near the jungle's edge, overlooking the temple grounds, a place she visited frequently in the past few years, finding it helpful for her relaxation. The setting sun over Yavin 4 was coming from behind us, shining through the temple's windows. She sat there, swinging her legs leisurely while twirling a small metal cylinder between her fingers. "You look like you're brooding," I said with a chuckle as I approached, making sure I wasn't going to scare her because an embarrassed Vila is more dangerous than an angry one. "No, I'm not," she snorted. "I don't brood, I think. But thanks for assuming the worst." She smirked before tossing the cylinder up and catching it. "What's up?" "A lot, in fact." I shrugged as I sat beside her, stretching my legs out. "I got a mission." "Oh?" That got her attention, of course. She turned to me, her eyes narrowing. "You just got back." "What kind of mission?" "The kind that might take a while." I hesitated, then sighed. "Ben and I are leaving to track down the Sith." "What?" she gasped as she went still, and the cylinder in her hands stopped spinning. "The Sith?" she asked, voice tight. I nodded. For a long moment, Vila didn't say anything. Then she scoffed again, shaking her head. "You've been back for a day, and now you're running off to chase Sith. Typical." She leaned back on her hands, tilting her face toward the sky. "So what? You're gonna just follow some vague trail?" "Not exactly." I chuckled before continuing. "We have a lead. The old droid I brought back. The Grandmaster thinks it can lead us to them as the droid is linked to the dark side." "The droid?" She turned to me, brow furrowing. "Connected to the dark side? A machine?" "Yeah, it's complicated." I rubbed the back of my neck. "Master Luke thinks it, so who am I to argue? It did make sense when he explained." "Tsk," she clicked her tongue. "Of course he does. He is the Grandmaster. Figures." I frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you get pulled into trouble as a Padawan," Vila said, rolling her eyes. "You barely got back, Kael. We haven't even had time to—" She cut herself off, exhaling sharply. "Never mind. Dot, dot, dot." I couldn't help but smile as I studied her carefully. Beneath the frustration, I could sense something else. Worry. "I'll be back," I said, nudging her shoulder. "And you didn't even let me tell you the second news." "Yeah? Which is—" "You are also coming with us. Dot, dot, dot." For a moment, she remained silent before laughing, hitting my shoulders with full force. "Next time, start with that, idiot." Chapter 36. The Search Begins. Hyperspace travel had a peculiar stillness to it. Most people who were unable to spend days, weeks, or even months on the go describe it as an unnatural calmness that wraps around the ship like a thick veil, giving them a sense of claustrophobia. For me, it evokes the feeling of peace, even in a bucket that we were riding on at the moment. It was called the Raven's Crest, an old Barlos-class freighter, actually looking like a rusted bucket. Even considering its age, it was surprisingly well put together as it cut through the blue tunnel of hyperspace without much of an issue. It was an inconspicuous vessel, precisely the kind of ship we needed. We couldn't just take off one of the Academy's vessels or anything that would give away our identities at once. So, the choice had been made, and Master Katan procured this ship for us after we left Yavin 4. Its hull was anything but fresh, bearing the scars of countless missions. Its paint was chipped and faded, and its interior was a patchwork of repairs and modifications. Perfection. To the untrained eye, it was just another junker belonging to nobodies, coming and going, following the trade lanes. Inside, it was just as junky as on the outside. That was the point. Of course, what was under the hood and rusted panels was a different question altogether. For one, when I sat down on the co-pilot's chair and looked over the systems Master Katan was listing, the main drive was clearly upgraded. Its output was punching way above the ship's actual level, the same as its shielding. It could take some heavy hits before anything could get through, and I mean proper turbo laser fire. For weapons, though, well, that was one part we were lacking. We had one laser battery placed at the top of the ship and able to rotate 360 degrees, and 2 torpedo launchers, one facing forward and one backward. That was it. It's not that we were expecting to assault an enemy base, so I guess it made sense. After giving it a few rounds, I quickly got used to how the ship handled itself. Although the engines were powerful, the ship wasn't exactly nimble. It was quick, but not something that could zigzag in and out of an asteroid field. Not that I was going to try it, because, at the moment, I was in the ship's workshop. I sat at a well-lit work table in the freighter's cramped space, which we set up before leaving. My sleeves rolled up as I leaned over the rusted head of the HK droid we had recovered. Tools that I personally asked for were scattered across the workbench. At the same time, my eyes watched the flickering screens displaying diagnostic data, checking my previous 8 hours of work. I was trying to restore some of the information within the droid before turning it back on, and Vila came to see me right away. Hearing I was about to finish, she sat beside me, arms folded, watching with a skeptical glare. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" she muttered, shifting uncomfortably. "I mean, this is essentially a Sith toy, right? The Grandmaster himself said this one is tainted." "Yes, but—" "I don't know." I exhaled, rubbing a bit of grease off my fingers. It was touched by the dark side, but was it really evil? It was one thing, reading about the dark side, hearing the stories. And it was another thing coming face to face with it. "Yeah, I remember," I repeated. "But we need it operational if we're going to track down the actual Sith. Besides, I've rerouted some of its functions, and I think I've disabled its combat protocols for now. It shouldn't be able to attack us, and should recognize me as its new master." "Well, it still doesn't have anybody to fight with. At least that's that." Vila scoffed, shaking her head. "I mean, it shouldn't be able to. That's comforting. But you also said it controlled other droids from afar, so if something happens, I'll disable it." She snorted, having one of his lightsabers in hand. "Trust me, it will be fine," I said, offering her a lopsided grin. "What's the worst that could happen?" "Taking over the ship's systems," Vila said with a deadpan stare. "I could list a few dozen more possibilities, but sure, let's see how this plays out." "Here goes nothing," I muttered as I took a breath, reached over, and pressed the activation switch. The head twitched slightly, a faint hum emanating from within as power coursed through its circuits, coming from a private power bank, because I wasn't going to connect it to the ship's systems, of course. The photoreceptors flickered again, their dull red glow sparking to life before intensifying into a bright, eerie crimson. Then, a second passed. Then another. And then the droid finally spoke again. The same playful, mocking, and somewhat egotistical voice came from its mouthpiece, making its eyes flicker at the tone of his speech. Observation: I appear to be still missing a large portion of my superior chassis. Diagnosis: my mobility is currently non-existent. Sarcastic conclusion: I have been blessed to fall into the hands of an ungrateful meatbag. How unfortunate. Vila flinched, her hand instinctively moving toward her side, ready to slash out at any time, ending the droid's long years of existence. On the other hand, despite myself, I just smirked. Yeah, sorry about that, I said. I haven't decided yet on what kind of body to give you. I thought about putting you on a mouse droid, though. To that, the droid's head tilted slightly toward me. Statement: the meatbag's attempt at humor is at a lower effort than the level my head is sitting at. Observation: well, at least the meatbag with a rudimentary understanding of droid maintenance managed to restore some of my memories. How novel. I would offer my gratitude, but such sentimentality is irrelevant to a Jedi. It is a unique droid, that's for sure, Vila snorted. Charming Sith artifact. The HK unit's photoreceptors locked onto her, hearing her speak, taking a moment to talk again. Observation: and another organic. This one appears agitated. Judging by your body language, I estimate a 73% chance that you are considering violence, a commendable instinct. Great. Vila scowled. I don't need a droid psychoanalyzing me. Reassurance: do not worry, volatile meatbag. I am merely programmed to assess potential threats. You, for instance, display the delightful combination of barely restrained hostility and underlying emotional instability. Were I still fully operational, I would be quite eager to see your combat capabilities firsthand. Really? Vila crossed her arms. Oh yeah? Well, too bad for you. You're just ahead. I guess, even if you were fully assembled, I would still dismantle you before you could speak. Don't let it agitate you. I cut in while I cleared my throat before the droid could retort. Look, we activated you for a reason, I explained, steering the conversation back on track. We're looking for a group of Sith. They disappeared 4 years ago, and we believe you might be able to help us find them. The droid was silent for a moment once again, its eyes turning back to me, clearly thinking. Then, it spoke, its voice laced with intrigue. Statement: ah, the shunned type of Jedi, such wonderful creatures, ruthless, efficient, always in need of a competent assassin droid. I served many of their kind in my operational years. Some were disappointing, some were delightfully sadistic. We guessed as much, I muttered while I exchanged a glance with Vila. So, can you track them? The droid's photoreceptors flickered again. Processing. Analysis. My memory banks remain overwhelmingly corrupted. However, given the Sith's known behavioral patterns, my skills of tracking down meatbags, and my experience of the tricks that you Jedi, no matter which allegiance, employ, I may indeed be able to find them, given I get reasonable resources and data. Ha! Vila arched a brow. And what exactly is reasonable? Clarification. That depends. If they are making use of Sith artifacts, dark side nexuses, or other such delightful sources of corruption, I may be able to research my database, despite its corruption, to locate items or places of interest. Who knows if your information is still valid, I said, making it answer promptly. Mournful acknowledgement. A valid concern. I was out of commission longer than expected. Prideful addendum, but knowing my worth, The rest of my body may qualify as desired replicas for such dark and twisted-minded Jedi as the Sith. What does that mean? Vila asked, but the droid didn't answer her. He means that if we can identify him as a Sith artifact, they can do too, so it is highly possible that the rest of his body is in their possession, or some part of it. I sat back, exhaling slowly. Which he could probably sense or something. Vila nodded, but HK remained silent throughout our conversation. Yeah, and that's better than nothing and flying around blindly. Preemptive warning. However, such tracking methods are imprecise, and without my whole internal system being restored, my efficiency is diminished. Once again, I would require a mobile platform to maximize my capabilities. Heh! Vila smirked. Nice try, Rust Bucket, but we're not giving you a body just so you can run off and start assassinating people again and leave us in some droid-made trap. Thoughtful response. I wouldn't do that. I would kill you first. Then, while I held up a hand for Vila to stay seated, the droid's voice took on a distinctly disappointed tone. Resigned statement. A pity. It is you Jedi meatbags who lose out on me. I'm not so sure about that, I said while I reached for a datapad, linking it to the HK unit systems. For now, we'll start by running some deep scans. If you pick up anything related to the Sith, let us know. Shocked realization. The meatbag has modified my perception, the gall of forcing me to acknowledge him as, Master. The droid let out a low, mechanical groan. Acknowledgement. Very well, meatbags, I shall comply. For now. Yet before either of us could respond, a voice crackled through the ship's intercom. Kael Vila, get up here! Came Master Ben's voice. We just dropped out of hyperspace, and we might have a problem. A problem? I asked as we exchanged looks. Of course we do, Vila muttered. Wouldn't be a mission without a problem. Tsk, I grunted, clicking my tongue, already rising to my feet. Guess we'll have to deal with this later. Affirmation. Of course, meatbag. I mean master. The HK droid's photoreceptors gleamed. Observation. Ah, the chaotic nature of organic existence. How delightfully inefficient. Vila glared at the droid once more before I turned it back off, and we headed toward the cockpit in front of the ship. The ship was already shaking and groaning, signaling that we were, indeed, out of hyperspace. Although we probably were not under attack, there had to be something outside that was shaking the ship as such. Chapter 37, Ketheri Station. Unlike me, Vila had a bit harder time occupying herself while we were traveling the hyperspace lane. Luckily, to prevent her from crashing out and becoming way too grumpy, I had her accompany me in my current task, a very particular, vocal and somewhat problematic project. It was about Hong Kong's newly acquired body. When I say newly acquired, I mean that I was freshly put together from a salvaged pile of droid parts I bought from the small stops we made to build up our background. Master Katan was experienced well enough, explaining that we had to make small stops and detours, so if anyone began looking up our logs, trying to trace where are we coming from, there would be covers upon covers, showing we were indeed travelling freelancers. It gave me the perfect chance to get some salvage wherever we stopped, and start building a body for HK. At the moment, it stood stiffly in the dimly lit workshop, and if a droid could radiate pure indignation, this one absolutely did. The chassis was a standard C3 series protocol droid frame, thin limbs, an elegant, albeit flimsy structure, and a glossy bronze finish. After I polished it for 2 days, that is. Anyway, it also ended up showing the previous damage, as it was already scratched in places where I had hastily patched together the connections under its plating. All in all, it was acceptable, and would sell the fact that our group had been working for a long time. It certainly did not look new. When I was done, it was time to put the head on, giving it a distinct look, especially with those glowing red photoreceptors flickering as if in perpetual outrage. I took a step back, wiping a smudge of grease from my hands onto my work trousers. There. Fully operational. You should be thankful, HK. Most droids don't get a second chance. Statement. Most droids are not forced to endure the indignity of such a grotesque downgrade. Please, just scrap me already. Ha! Vila snorted from her seat on a nearby crate. You look fantastic. Very sophisticated. Stop bitching. Retort. I feel as though I have been skinned alive and shoved into a decorative display model meant to entertain and serve meatbags of low intelligence and of subpar origin. Charming. I rolled my eyes while I crossed my arms. That's the point. We're undercover, HK. No assassin cosplay. No playing being the war machine. No massacre fantasies. I gestured to the gleaming bronze limbs. You're a protocol droid now. Defensive protest. Correction, Master. I am an assassin droid forced into the role of a protocol droid due to your poor decision-making and meager technical expertise. Hopeful coercion. I would serve the mission way better with a proper battle droid frame. There has to be some still floating around the galaxy. No way I am giving you proper combat capabilities. I smirked at him. Even with the modifications I made to your behavioral core, so you have no choice but to obey me, I do believe you will find a way to corrupt the program and break free. I am not stupid, HK. Resigned statement. I despise this existence already. That wasn't a no, huh? Vila snorted before she nearly doubled over laughing. Oh, I am loving this. Does he have to, act like a proper protocol droid, if you order him to? I nodded. For now, I think he absolutely does. From now on, your designation is HK-01, and by these deeds, you, the protocol droid, are assigned to me, Kael Varo. I said, holding up a datapad. Your primary function is to assist in matters of etiquette, translation, and diplomacy. Oh, and you will refer to me as Master in public. No meatbag comments. I watched as the HK droid's optics dimmed, as if contemplating every life choice that had brought him to this moment, or how to kill me in the future. Maybe both. Statement. I now understand the concept of actual suffering. Drama queen. Vila snorted, pushing herself off the crate, walking circles around the droid that was now taller than she was. It is only you who are responsible for ending up like this. If you wanted to escape, you shouldn't have called Kael a meatbag. Serves you right. After a few days of further travel, under which I was giving HK partial free rein to walk around the ship and get used to his new body, we finally docked at our first actual target, Cathari Station. Our arrival at the drifting asteroid, part of a massive ring around a giant blue star, was uneventful, which was precisely how I liked it. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, I watched as it got closer to us while we were given permission to land on one of the outer platforms, but within the shielding, keeping a breathable atmosphere on the barren rock base. The station itself was a sprawling hodgepodge of outer rim architecture. Part of it was a functional trade hub, part shadow port, and I guess the deeper one went, it became entirely the kind of place where people vanished if they weren't careful. As we flew towards our mark, I watched the web of docking platforms, the rusted corridors that connected them, and the flickering signs advertising everything from weapon repairs to questionably legal medical procedures as we touched down. After we landed, We had to wait a little while for the shielding to seal behind us and fill the partial vacuum around our landing pad with air before we were permitted to dismount. As soon as our ship's ramp lowered and we walked down, we were swarmed by junk-looking droids, rushing forward, beeping, and offering their services to maintain our vessel. I knew that because, to my surprise, HK did translate their beeps, making Ben tell R2 to lock down everything on the ship. Safety first. It's been time I was at a place like this, Vila muttered, who, now, had opted for a hooded vest over a tunic that let her leku drape freely. I guess you were dragged around stations like this, huh? I asked, while I wore a simple spacer's jacket and utility belt around my waist, hiding my lightsaber in one of the little compartments. Always stay cautious, my master said, while both he and Kael were dressed similarly, as plain travellers. We are here to look around, and not to draw attention to ourselves. So keep your temper in check, Master Katan said, patting Vila's shoulders, prompting her to nod back at him. Smiling, I looked at HK-01, shuffling behind us in his protocol droid form, looking like every other servile machine on the station. Displeased observation. The air quality of this station is suboptimal. I detect traces of unprocessed fuel vapor and various biological contaminants. It would be best if I remained on the ship. Welcome to the Outer Rim, Vila muttered. Enjoy your stay and stop trying to weasel out of your responsibilities, Rust Bucket. Listen up, Ben turned to us, ignoring HK's protest. Cathari Station was the last place Vestara was reportedly seen. We don't know if she's still here. It is highly unlikely because it was already months ago. But if there's any trace of her, this is where we'll find it. We already discussed the probabilities. Master Katan nodded, continuing. We'll cover more ground if we split up. Ben and I will check the central concourse and see if anyone in the trade sector has heard anything. I inclined my head. That leaves us with the lower levels? Unfortunately, Ben said with a smile, but I knew it was more of a test, a mission for us to see how we fare. Try not to get mugged. We'll be fine, Vila assured him. We have HK. Isn't that true, Master Assassin? Statement. I fail to see how a decorative servant droid will intimidate potential threats. Oh? Now you are staying in character? Well, your charming personality is a weapon all on its own, she continued, grinning. Flat response. If I had my old chassis, I could properly demonstrate the accuracy of that statement. Not happening, I cut in, ending their back and forth, nodding at my master, and we were on our separate ways, meeting back up at the ship 5 hours later. Cathari's lower levels were exactly what one would expect from an outer rim station on the edge of civilized space. Stale air filled with the scent of rust, dim corridors, neon lighting that flickered with power, fluctuations, and the sounds of groaning metal, beeping of droids and a dozen or so alien languages, arguing about something, or just sounding angry all of the time. No wonder the last known Sith leader came here. This felt like the kind of place where people didn't ask questions, which made it the perfect hiding spot for someone like Vestara. We moved carefully through the crowd, keeping our heads down but ears open. Vila walked beside my right, her eyes scanning every corner, while HK trailed behind us too. His pace was unnervingly smooth, despite his constant stream of complaints about his body and situations. He was indeed a good assassin. He was already in perfect control of his new frame. Observation. The inhabitants of this sector appear to have a 76.3% likelihood of engaging in criminal activity. Really? Vila raised an eyebrow. What gave it away? The spice dens or the illegal blaster shop? The slavers we passed 2 minutes ago, or the dead body that had a leg sticking out of the trash compactor? Clarification. No, those are trivial indicators. I meant the general lack of personal hygiene and the aggressive body language, which suggests they are either criminals or exceptionally irritable merchants. Both of you. I sighed, glancing at the two. HK, just try to act normal. Statement. Yes. Let me seamlessly integrate myself into the role of a subservient protocol droid. Oh, esteemed organic beings, how may I be of assistance? Perhaps you would like me to translate your barely coherent grunting into something resembling basic? Pfft. Vila covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Try that, and they will try to disassemble all three of us. I moaned while gazing at Vila. You're enjoying this way too much. Stop it. You have no idea, she answered plainly, not even trying to refute my accusation. As we passed a row of vendors, I suddenly slowed my pace, glancing at a flickering holoboard displaying recent ship logs. It was giving me a sudden idea, a thought that may have been caught not by my subconsciousness but by the Force itself. If Vestara had left, her vessel would have been logged somewhere. We had the report of a ship, or at least a ship type she was supposedly used. If she was still here or operating around this region, someone would know. What is it? Vila nudged me. An idea? Yeah. I nodded while I told her. We could try and find a local information broker. She muttered. She trailed off. Whenever I was brought to places like this, they were always visiting one to trade for a new client. We could find such a place and try our luck there. This is going to take a while, huh? I asked, scratching my chin. Yeah, ... Vila nodded. Probably. Statement. If we are to succeed in this search, I suggest more aggressive methods when the broker has been found. Interrogation, intimidation, perhaps dismemberment? No. I sighed, looking at its red eyes. HK-. Resigned acknowledgement. Yes, yes. Protocol droid behavior. I will suffer in silence. Ha. I exhaled again. This was going to be a long night. Chapter 38. Recognized. After a bit of asking around and covertly searching for a proper source of information, we ended up in a tapcaf called the Oil Change. The cantina itself reeked of stale drinks, the wretched smell of spice being smoked, and the ever-present stench of desperation following it from those who inhaled its fumes. The space was crammed, and the dim, flickering glow panels barely lit up the cracked leather booths and rusted metal tables around the tapcaf, where a mix of smugglers, bounty hunters, and low-life scum nursed their drinks between their hands, claws, paws, whatever they had. I have never been to a place like this, but I didn't let it show. As for Vila, I could feel that she was used to the air, which was thick with the smell of burnt circuitry and the faint metallic undertone of spilled blood that no cleaning could fully erase from a place like this. I even noticed her lekku twitch in a certain rhythm, probably because the cantina's background noise was filled with the rhythmic thrum of a half-functional jukebox blaring out an old twi'lek ballad, as far as I could gather. Many times, it was punctuated by the occasional outburst of wild laughter or the clatter of credits exchanging hands over a high-stakes Sabbacy game we passed by. No wonder we were pointed to this tapcaf, as I could feel it oozing from everyone around me that no one asked questions about what was happening in there, unless they were looking for trouble. In the end, we occupied a booth near the back, our expressions remaining neutral as Vila ordered something to drink. But only after one sip did I have enough of it. Stale blood tasted better than whatever this was. Well, the drink was only the clue, anyway. Not for us, but for the broker, who we were told would come to see us. We just had to ask for the right drink. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a new face joined us at the table. Across from me, a Devaronian man lounged leisurely, introducing himself yet not, never mentioning his name. Not that we gave him ours, either. Focusing, I could feel the straightforward confidence coming from him, being someone who believed he controlled every conversation that he was a part of. His horns gleamed under the cantina lights, and his sharp teeth flashed with every smug grin, enjoying the fact that he had what we wanted. And he could ask for anything in return. For a start, we let him submerge in the thought, so he had been talking for a while, his words dripping with the oily charm of a Hutt's dinner. Small galaxy, eh? He suddenly said something that shocked me so much that I couldn't keep my face from reacting. Didn't expect to run into a Valtherion outside of Iskandar. He tapped the rim of his glass, the sound of his nails as sharp and deliberate as they could be. How? I wanted to ask. But I knew that my reaction had already confirmed his words, even if I hurriedly changed my expression. As for Vila, she also raised an eyebrow, even though he knew of my past. It was just that we had never really talked about it since then. No matter, that wasn't important now. We both knew that the Devaronian was fishing for clues, and that meant he knew some things but wasn't sure of our origin or if he could divulge them to us. But if he recognized me, did that mean someone from my family was involved? While I was in thought, HK, waiting to step in and translate when needed, stood a few paces away, remaining silent and unmoving, as if merely waiting for instructions. Still, even from the corner of my eyes, I saw how his photoreceptors glowed faintly, scanning the room with calculated precision, ready for a fight. "You have something for me?" I asked calmly, not denying his previous assumption. "Do I? Or do you have something for me?" The Devaronian swirled his drink lazily while asking back the same question. "What if I tell you that not everybody at home is fully on the same page? Big family. It happens." He nodded, eyeing me. "Branches of royalty, eh?" "Something like that. Every son has his own ideas," I said with a somewhat much colder voice than I wanted to, something that Vila picked up on, looking at me with apparent curiosity. "Information is not cheap." "Do my family lack funds? Is that how you know us?" I shot back, pulling out a credit chit with all the money that I had saved up since I followed my master around and throwing it at him. Seeing the amount on it, he considered it for a moment, but luckily, I felt that he was pleased with the amount. For now. "You see, I keep my ears open," he began, pocketing the credit chit. "A few cycles back, I helped arrange a rather delicate introduction. If I recall, one party was Unal? Umar? Umbral." I blurted out without thinking, seeing his eyes flash. I realized he was just further testing me, confirming he got me right. Well, he did. Umbral was one of the code names my older brother used when dealing with bounty hunters. The fact that this man recognized my features means he personally knew my family or had dealt with them. Tsk. "Yes. That was it," he muttered, smiling again, raising his mug. "What was the deal about?" Vila asked, leaning back leisurely, crossing her legs with a half-smile, drawing the man's eyes to her thighs. "Oh, it was a real hush-hush deal," he continued, moving his eyes away, and after a few more seconds, he went back to me. "I contacted my client to the Imperials. Your family seemed very interested in what they had to offer." Do we know what they had to offer? I pressed on. Oh, no, no. He laughed, playing the innocent. But I am sure my clients had some very peculiar artifacts, something that would easily draw the attention of a Jedi. Such as, Vila snorted, rolling her eyes, did they steal lightsabers? Maybe. The Devorian nodded, saying no more. ... My money was running dry, it seemed. He began avoiding our further questions, saying he knew nothing more, which was just a different way of asking for another payment to continue our little discussion. It was then, when I refused to produce another credit chit, something that he expected from a noble like me, was when he began catching on that he was being duped. The moment it clicked in his brain, the Devaronian's grin faltered for a moment, his amber-coloured eyes narrowing as he studied my face. Then, he leaned back, his hand casually drifting toward the blaster at his side. I could feel the change in his feelings. Greed was replaced with a very particular feeling. The need for blood. Huh. You're not here on behalf of your family, are you? Of course, I didn't respond. The silence was enough. I was already thinking of how to deal with this without exposing ourselves to everyone else here with our lightsabers. The Devaronian's hand twitched toward his blaster, getting ever so closer, but we still had time. The Force was on our side, but HK-01 moved first. In a surprisingly fluid motion, the droid's servos whirred to life as he reached out, snatching the blaster from the holster of a passing Rodian before the fool even knew it was gone. Without hesitation, he leveled the weapon straight between the Devaronian's horns and pulled the trigger. There was no hesitation in his movements, and I was so surprised that I forgot to act. Or was that just an excuse to myself? I don't know. But Vila also let it happen. There was no time to debate about it. It was already too late. A crimson bolt lanced across the table from HK's blaster. The Devaronian showed his experience, only if a little, though. He had enough reflex in him to lurch backward before the shot was fired, but it only resulted in the fact that it burned through his chest instead of his head. His drink was still toppled, spilling over the table as he slumped against the booth. A look of sheer disbelief frozen on his face. Next, smoke curled from the charred hole in his tunic, mingling with the stale air of the tapcaf. Looking around, the cantina went silent. Then, chaos erupted. Patrons ducked for cover, some scrambling for their own weapons while others bolted for the exits, including the Rodian whose blaster HK took away. I heard the bartender curse loudly while he reached for a hidden slug thrower beneath the counter. There was a Trandoshan bounty hunter one table over to ours, ready to capitalize on the confusion, his clawed hand quickly stealing the pot from the sabak while nobody was looking. ... Finishing surveying the place, I exhaled sharply. This was bad. I could feel that only a moment later everybody would just start shooting. I had to do something, especially because Vila's hands were already moving to fish out her lightsabers. So I stood up, stepping into the center of the chaos, and I let the Force ripple outward. I made it so that it remained subtle and controlled, carrying my thoughts and words, my voice calm and persuasive, unusually persuasive. No one saw anything, just another drunken dispute. You don't want to get involved. I told them, connecting to their minds. The bartender was the first who hesitated, his fingers still hovering near his weapon's trigger, almost pulling on it. Then his eyes glazed for a brief second, and he grumbled, "Damn drunks, always causing trouble, wrecking my place." "Ugh, yeah." Nearby, the Trandoshan blinked in confusion and slurred just the same way. "Yeah, just drunk fight. Happens all the time. Just a moment later, the tension in the cantina eased just as quickly as it had risen to its boiling point. Those who had considered escalating the fight to a massacre suddenly lost their interest, turning back to their drinks or hurrying out before any authorities, if this place had any, could show up. Another patron simply growled low in his throat but holstered his weapon, muttering something about wasted opportunities as he stalked toward the exit. "Nice job," Vila whispered, urging us to leave just the same before she stood up and gave HK a deadpan look. Was that necessary? In response, HK01 simply inclined his head, his voice dripping with mock sincerity. Query: was the meatbag attempting to kill you? Affirmative. Conclusion: precautionary termination ensures optimal survival rate. Even substandard meatbags recognize the validity of my action. He continued, still holding the blaster, not showing any signs of letting it go at all. We can discuss this later. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose, having troubles with my own inactivity, being unable or maybe unwilling to stop HK from murdering him. We need to go. Now, HK... ... Drop it, I ordered him, making the droid stay still but only for a moment. Reluctant acknowledgement. Yes! Master point. Then he tossed the stolen blaster onto the Didvaronian's still-smoking corpse and strode after us as we slipped out into the neon-lit streets beyond the Tapcaf. We had to find Master and find him fast. We just had a possible lead in our hands, one that I wasn't so sure I wanted to follow up with because the Force was telling me, and telling me clearly, I would meet with people from my family, something I wasn't really looking forward to. Chapter 39. Pouring it out. The walk back towards the ship, after we were out of trouble, was a quiet one. I was thinking about what it could mean to me and my family, watching the neon lights of Cathari Station flickering in dull patterns across the Durasteel walkways, unable to calm my thoughts. It made my body stiff, and even if I had my hood drawn over my head, my posture was tight, and my shoulders were squared, making my movements stiff. I was probably looking like HK, who followed behind us, his mechanical joints clicking like a metronome, becoming the only consistent noise in the silence between us. Vila walked beside my left, probably waiting for me to process what we heard so she could start asking the questions bubbling up in her head. She was curious, and I didn't need to focus to tell that. As for what that really meant, I don't know. I was aware that she was a slave once, and although the remnants outlawed keeping slaves, I don't know if my family would report any if they found some, or wouldn't allow smugglers to bribe them, especially if they were moving non-human slaves through their territory. Would Vila think about me differently now? I couldn't help but ask that from myself. While thinking, we had turned a corner, moving past a row of flickering hollow signs advertising ship repairs and cheap fuel. Maybe because it signaled that the docking bay was only a few levels away, she couldn't wait any longer, asking the first question. What was that back there? Her voice was casual, but she was barely able to hide her curiosity. I mean, he clearly recognized you. He didn't call you out directly, but for sure called you a name you never really mentioned to me before. Is that your actual family name? Yes, I said, not hiding it. And yes, I didn't know him, I continued. He just made assumptions. But he wasn't wrong because he mentioned the code name of my older brother. It seems I began looking like him more as the years passed. Siblings tend to do that, even if they aren't twins. Vila hummed, stepping into the turbo lift with me, leaning against its rusty side panel. HK paused, too, his glowing optics silently watching, and I could somewhat tell he was enjoying the questioning. Maybe he was also curious. to learn something that he could throw into my face later on. I get that it's not something you wanted to talk about before, and I never pushed you on it. Neither did you, relating to my past, so... She took a step closer, lowering her voice. I really appreciate that. But this... I think it's about time you told me the truth. Master Katan and Master Ben will also want to know it all. They already know. I exhaled through my nose, looking past her, gazing into my own past, into a life that I escaped from. The images I was seeing felt heavy in my chest, something that I buried inside of me. Blinking my eyes, returning to the moment, I glanced at HK, who said nothing, simply looking at me like a statue, maybe even recording the conversation. When the turbolift's door opened and we were back in the hangar bay, seeing the ship we came with, I knew she was right. Time to lay it out for her. My name, I said finally, my voice sounding tired, is Kael Valtherion. Although I discarded the last one, and I am probably also pronounced dead in my family. As for Vila's expression, it didn't shift at all, probably not recognizing the family name. Which isn't that weird, even if some of the leading families who were amongst the old Imperials had a way of leaving scars on those they touched. The Valtherion family, she asked, her voice still just as curious. Are they big? The shipwrights of Iskandar, the nobles of Velkaris. I took another slow breath. It is as of an imperial blood as it gets. They were lesser ones through the reign of Emperor Palpatine. After his death, in the Warlord era, they were part of the Pentastar alignment. They were pushing to support the returning Grand Admiral Thrawn, to stand behind him wholly, but before they could make any moves, the Admiral died. That doesn't tell me much, Vila shrugged, but it sounds important. Was it then that your family became important? After that? I continued, retelling the same history lesson that was beaten into me at an early age. Long story short, when Supreme Commander Pelion created the Imperial Remnants, our sector became part of it, and we have been, since then, one of the most significant ship-producing sectors within its territory. We are a Navy family, through and through. I smiled lopsidedly before looking away, my hands curling into fists. Well, not me. Not anymore. Who I see? Vila hummed, crossing her arms, nodding her head, bobbing her leku. Do you think that makes a difference? You were one of them by blood, so... You are still one of them, no? It isn't how it works in a family like mine. Plus, I don't know. I never wanted to be, I think. I answered honestly, saying my actual thoughts. I was born into a family that saw itself as part of the Empire's last true legacy, a group that even within the Remnitans is looking to uphold some of Emperor Palpatine's ideals. My father and my uncles believed that the only way to bring Imperial strength back to the galaxy is through its fleet, discipline, and tradition, something that my elder brothers also share. I shook my head with a sigh. I was raised on stories of war and duty, taught to think of myself as a future officer, someone who would carry the family's banner or maybe even command my own ship or strike force. If not a Star Destroyer, then at least to be an ace pilot in the TIE Fighter Corps, I said as my lips twisted, glancing at her. Then they found out I was having different thoughts. I guess they didn't like the idea, huh? She hummed, and her gaze didn't waver. And I was constantly being beaten down to change, and when it didn't work because I inherited the stubbornness of my own father, I was slowly being pushed out. Then I began realizing that I was force-sensitive. Now, they, of course, abhor the Jedi, as it was Grandmaster Luke and Darth Vader, two Jedi who killed the Emperor. So, it wasn't looking good for you, eh? No. And that was the end of it, I said bitterly. They saw it as a stain, a curse. My father tried to pretend my premonitions didn't exist, ordered me to suppress it, to ignore it, hoping it wasn't a sign of being force-sensitive. But I couldn't. It's part of me. When I refused to follow their path, when I refused to be what they wanted, I saw no other option. So, I left before they could make the choice for me. That was brave. She whistled, gazing at me, looking into my eyes. You walked away. Just like that? Yes. I nodded while I met her eyes. It wasn't that simple, though. I stole a ship while doing so, so I probably am still a wanted criminal back home. Ah, ha, 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 ha! That's awesome! She stared at me, laughing, her leku twitching constantly. And you kept this hidden all this time. Damn, I somewhat guessed that your past was something big, but I didn't think I'd be walking next to an Imperial noble. Your Majesty! Ugh. Stop. I flinched, hearing her say that. I am not one of them. Sure, Count Kael, Vila laughed. But it wasn't hurtful. Instead, her typical teasing, acting the same way she always did. It relieved me for some reason. I was afraid she would think differently of me because of it. I guess it is my turn now. Your turn? I asked, surprised. Of what? But she already started. I spent years as a bait for nobles like you. I mean, for beasts that then my owners sold to people who had the money to make my master rich. The ones who thought exotic predators that loved to hunt little kids as snacks were just another luxury to buy. Maybe some of those things ended up with your family, huh? Kyle's stomach twisted. Vila. You don't get to say anything about it, she cut me off, her voice stifling anything I was about to say, letting it be stuck in my throat. You don't get to tell me you're different, or that you walked away because I know. Duh. I am not blaming you, idiot, she said, rolling her eyes. Because it doesn't matter. I hate slavers, the ones like my bastardly owner was. I hate people like that horned idiot HK shot. If you are worried, I would hate you. You are just plain stupid. She reached out, knocking on my forehead with a grin. We are friends. Besties. ... I couldn't help but swallow hard. I had nothing to say to that, none that wouldn't sound hollow. What could I even say? And I knew she was as honest as one could be. I felt it, so I just let myself relax. My body releases its stiffness, and I breathe. With a smile, I looked into her eyes, nodding back at her before giving her a hug. It was good. It was great. It suddenly made her really nervous, but I didn't let go because it felt like the best medicine for my thoughts. In the end, she hugged me back, patted my back, and looked blushed after we let go of each other. Idiot, she mumbled. HK, who had been the silent observer so far, finally spoke, his mechanical voice cutting through the relieved silence between us. Observation. Organic emotional responses are fascinating. Your lack of hostility is noted, Vila. I will refrain from eliminating you. Wait, what? We asked, looking at him with raised eyebrows, one hand on our hidden lightsabers. Clarifying statement. I am programmed to obey and protect my master. Meatbag Kael is designated as that person. Aggression towards him results in my protocols taking priority, eliminating all dangers. Proud clarification, including Jedi. Sure. Vila shot him a glare, shrugging, but it's not the time to boast. HK. Thanks. I guess, I grunted, looking at the droid. Speaking of elimination, that is why you shot the informant. Statement, obviously. Boasting explanation. I had already analyzed his bodily reactions, the change in his pheromone levels, and the different heat signatures in and under his skin. I am fluent in more than 6 million life forms and their habits, easily recognizing murderous intent before it visibly manifests before the subpar photoreceptors of meatbags. Doesn't it sound like C-3PO? Vila asked with a whisper, but loudly enough for anyone to hear. It did, didn't it? I nodded, making Hong Kong fall silent for a moment. Statement. I don't recognize this C-3PO name, but the designation follows the naming protocols of protocol droids. Recognition. I don't take lightly to such insults, Master Meatbag. It isn't an insult if it holds truth in it, I countered, making him fall silent once again. Anyway, next time don't be so trigger-happy. If we can solve it peacefully, we will do that, okay? I said, my tone turning serious. Indignant retort. Master, you didn't stop me. A Jedi should have the reaction time to do so. Conclusion. Master, you allowed me to carry out the dirty deed that Jedi wouldn't be able to. Snark. Remark. Not so Jedi-like attitude, Master, I personally approve. Not, it wasn't, I muttered, unable to refute his observation, but Vila just put a hand on my shoulder, squeezing it. It happened fast. Don't blame yourself. Also, don't blame anybody. He was indeed going to attack us, and if he did, we would have blown our cover. HK did the right thing. Surprised observation. I am starting to appreciate you, female meatbag. Still, Vila shrugged, shooting HK-01 a slanted look. We can decommission it if it starts acting out. Chapter 40. En route. We were waiting back at the ship, sending a simple signal to Master that we had returned, saying nothing more in case someone would be trying to listen in on our messages. We didn't need to wait for long before R2, Master Katarn, and my master returned. Just by looking at them, I got a feeling that they also found something important. A clue, or something even better. We are back, trouble magnets, Master Katarn chuckled, stepping into the hangar from the entryway with a characteristic half-smirk, glancing at Vila. His arms were crossed, but the amusement didn't reach his eyes. Behind him, Master was similarly looking at me, inclining his head, his blue eyes scanning my face as they flicked between me, HK-01, and Vila. The way Ben's fingers tapped a silent rhythm against his forearm told me everything. Our masters had already sensed the disturbance in the Force, or at least the disturbance that we caused. It was nothing serious, Vila shrugged, becoming the picture of nonchalance. After rolling her eyes, she simply tossed her leku over her shoulder, continuing, We went and found an information broker, found something big, but the broker wanted to put us down. It was then when our resident sociopath droid played hero. She jerked a thumb at HK-01. It was not us. He became the all-efficient and murderous machine he is. Did he now? Master Katarn asked, glancing at HK. Clarification. My actions were mathematically precise. Your organic hesitation would have resulted in an 87.6% probability of fatal injury, or the complete failure of the mission, he said calmly as his photoreceptors pulsed with self-satisfaction. Additional observation. Meatbag. Vila's sarcasm registers at 23% higher than baseline. Stress response detected. Probable deduction. She is afraid of possible punishment from the present authority figures. It was indeed not something we anticipated. I moaned as I rubbed my temples, the weight of the cantina encounter returning to me in its entirety, and the fact that I had let HK shoot the man. Can we not do this right now? My following sentence came out even rougher thanks to it than I intended. You're back early. Find anything useful? Yes, Master shrugged, walking up to us, scanning both of us but ignoring HK. We did. His gaze lingered on me a beat too long before finally gesturing toward the common area and boarding our ship. And you're not going to like it. Master Katarn fell into step beside Ben, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by something more guarded as he slowly explained as we entered the ship. Turns out your master got an eye for Sith tradecraft, Kael said, nodding at Ben while glancing at me. All those years chasing Vestara left him with a sixth sense for her tricks. We worked together for a time. Master shrugged, shaking his head. I know most of her fake transponders, hyperdrive masking techniques, the works which way she operates. I thought she would adapt and change, I said with a surprise while the two looked at each other, shaking their head. We too, Master continued. That is why it may be a trap. Whatever the case is, we have found a trail. Huh? Vila's eyebrows shot up, asking in surprise. Wait, you actually found the Sith's ship? Not exactly. Master Katarn took over the explanation. Not hers. We had R2 hack into the base's main computer while we were looking for data, and the details didn't match perfectly. But we did find someone trained in her methods. He activated the holotable, and a star map shimmered to life. The highlighted system made Kael's breath catch, confirming the clues that we also gathered. Iskandar. The word left Ben's lips like a verdict, looking at me at the same time. If it is true, Master Katarn added, also looking at me, and I could feel the two probing me with the Force. It is, I added with a long sigh. The thing we discovered only confirms it. The informant recognized my features and used my older brother's code name. Vestara and the others for sure went there and interacted with my family. It probably happened under the table. I mumbled, closing my finger and forming a fist. My parents don't like Jedi, and they don't really distinguish between who is a Sith or a Jedi. A Force user is a Force user in their eyes. My guess is that this is a power move on my brother's side. So it wasn't something that was advertised. Relax. Vila's elbow touched my ribs, gentle but insistent, pushing on me. Hey. Her voice dropped to a whisper only I could hear. You're broadcasting loud enough that even my master could sense your anxiety and anger. Come on. Breathe. Sorry. I relaxed as I forced air into my lungs and then exhaled. I'm fine. But I wasn't really, and the lie tasted bitter. Well, Master Katarn exchanged a loaded glance with Ben before continuing. We don't have all the pieces yet, but if the Sith is sniffing around Iskandar... He let the implication hang a little. We must go there and follow up on it. The last time the Empire and the Sith merged, we got ourselves a Palpatine. He is right. Ben picked up the thread of his logic. Your parents still hold considerable influence, Kael. Even if they're not willingly involved, others, as you said, will... the remnants wouldn't work with the Sith. The words burst from my throat with more heat than I had intended. Realizing it, I took another, somewhat steadying breath. My father might be an Imperial relic, loving Palpatine's idea of human excellence. But he's not stupid. Those times were over, and he wouldn't risk our place within the Imperial Remnants. He also knows that people wouldn't stand for it, not after Darth Caedus's rampaging, so... Yes, Master whispered, making me stiffen, realizing that I spoke hastily. Darth Caedus, his former master, his uncle, his friend, family, Jacen Solo, The fallen hero who single-handedly destroyed the Galactic Alliance. Annoyed statement. I have been offline for too long. I require fresh input on the past 100 years to understand the weight of the current information being exchanged between you, meatbags. Your father may think like that, Ben continued finally, ignoring HK. But if you are right, and your brother has a different approach to it, then that's another issue. Kael, I know, Master Katan said in a hurry. I will start preparing the ship. We will be on our way soon enough. Thanks. Kael, Ben looked at me. With me. Hearing his tone, it wasn't a request. Following him to his spot on the ship, the small cabin's lighting was subdued, and the hum of the ship's systems was a sign we were online. By the time I sat down, I felt it fly back out into open space. I watched as Ben took a seat on a storage bench, the old palasteel creaking under his weight. He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he studied me with that calm Jedi focus he taught me. I could feel him connecting with my thoughts, but not forcefully trying to read my mind. In response, I let him further in, opening myself to my master. You're conflicted. Ben's voice was softer now. It always felt like it when he was reaching through the Force, as we spoke not with words but with thoughts. It was much faster and much more honest. Yeah, ... My laugh came out somewhat hollow. That obvious? Like a supernova in dark space. Ben leaned forward, elbows on knees. But it's more than just going home, isn't it? Much more. And it was then that the dam I was trying to hold back broke. I didn't stop him, Master. My voice cracked, even in my thoughts. I mean, HK. I saw the moment coming. I felt it in the Force like you taught me. That split second where I could have intervened. I stopped for a moment and stared at my hands as if they belonged to someone else. I just watched. ... Ben didn't flinch, just watched me quietly for a second. Tell me what you felt in that moment. Authority. This admission shocked even me because it came forth immediately, not as a word but as a thought, an actual feeling. I do not know if that feeling had any allegiance. Light, not dark. I just know that it had certainty. A belief that removing that threat was the cleanest solution, that it was the right thing to do to solve mine and many others' problems. I see. To his credit, Master didn't recoil. Instead, he nodded slowly. And afterward? Like I'd failed some fundamental test, I murmured in my head, trying to recall all of it and transmit it directly to him. What kind of Jedi thinks like that? The human kind. Master's response came swift and sure. My father once told me the difference between a Jedi and a Sith isn't that one never feels temptation. It's that we question it when we do. But I didn't question it. I looked up sharply at him. You do now, aren't you? He smiled softly. ... You are connected to others, Kael. Never forget that. I know I taught you well, but your gift is still yours. You can feel others, connect to them, and we never really practiced against negative emotions. He sighed. That is why this trip is important. The feeling you describe can easily be a collective will, an amalgamation of those who he wronged, oppressed, cheated, all of those who would be happy and free after he was gone. If it is, it also means I can be easily influenced, I answered, biting my lower lip. Aren't you worried, Master? Should I be? He countered, a hint of his usual humour returning. You're sitting here tearing yourself apart over a moment of instinct. That's not the dark side, Kael. That is your conscience. We make plenty of mistakes, but we work from them. I will try. I nodded as the tightness in my chest eased fractionally. So what now? I mean, now we go to Iskandar. Master stood, placing a firm hand on my shoulder, speaking actual words. And you remember you're not that scared kid anymore who your family can bully. You're a Jedi. You are my Padawan. He squeezed gently. And you don't have to face your ghosts alone. How's the kid? Kael asked as Ben entered the cockpit, which was occupied by only the two of them. He will be fine. He is just oversensitive. He answered calmly. I also had a talk with Vila. Unlike Kael, her issue is that she doesn't even consider the event problematic. Not that it was, but at least the thought should have occurred to her. Both of them are similar, in a way. Ben chuckled, making Kael shrug, running his fingers through his greying hair. You can say that again. I am now unsure if it was the smart idea to ask you to let me teach Vila. I am happy you decided to do so, Ben said honestly, glancing at the old Jedi. You look younger now. Much younger. Don't try to kiss up to me, kid. Kael laughed, shaking his head. I'm older than your father. Anyway, I do feel like it is my last hurrah before going to sleep. Kael. It's fine. I am old. He waved him away. As I said, it is my second wind taking Vila under my arms. It was a feeling. Maybe in my old age I finally became what Luke always told me I was. A proper Jedi. Chapter 41. Coming Home. A day later, deep into our travel towards the system where I grew up, I was within our ship's leisure area. With nothing much to do but wait, I sat cross-legged on one of the cushioned benches, a casual smirk hanging from my face as I shuffled the deck of Sabak cards. It was my idea to play a few rounds of the cards, but then again, it turns out Vila didn't know the rules. So I spent a few hours teaching her before starting to play for real. Across from me, Vila lounged lazily in her seat, one leg draped over the armrest, her leku twitching slightly as she observed me with narrowed eyes, reaching out with the force to make sure. You're not using your tricks, are you? She asked, pointing an accusatory finger at me, unable to get a proper read. Huh? I raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. What tricks? I'm innocent. Pfft, sure you are. She groaned. You know exactly what I mean. The just so perfect read you can get on others. No peeking into my mind to tell if I'm bluffing. Unfair. I'm not, I swore as I placed a hand over my heart, looking deeply offended. Vila, I would never. I believe in fair play. Uh-huh, she answered, rolling her eyes, looking at me with a deadpan look. That's what you said last time. And yet somehow you miraculously folded right before I was about to go all in with a pretty good hand. You raised too big, too soon. I grinned. Plus, wouldn't it be just a coincidence, if nothing else? There are no coincidences in Sabak. You said it yourself. Vila narrowed her eyes further, then sighed and shook her head. All right, let's just play another round. With a chuckle, I dealt the cards and began our usual back and forth of bets, raises, and inevitable arguments over strategy. Vila, probably because of her new-coming understanding of the game, boosted by her usual bravado, had a Sabak face like an open holy book. Every twitch of her leku, every poorly suppressed smirk when she got a good card, gave her away. I didn't even need to use my powers to read into her feelings. They were visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, I had mastered the art of looking just uncertain enough to lure her into reckless bets, only to reveal a winning hand with a smirk that made her want to throw the deck at my head. If there is something I did learn from my brothers, it was how to play sabak. I will give them that. "You're insufferable," Vila muttered after losing another round. "And yet, here you are, still playing." I chuckled, gathering the credits with a flourish of my hand. Not that it was a big pot, not even big enough to buy lunch, but what is the point of playing for nothing? "You know," I continued, "it is almost like you enjoy losing to me. I enjoy eventually wiping that smug look off your face." Statement: statistically unlikely. Suddenly, a metallic clank interrupted our game. HK01 had shifted slightly from where he stood, watching us with his glowing red photoreceptors, probably standing there for a time now. Observation: your inefficient organic brains appear unable to calculate optimal probabilities. It is fascinating to witness your consistent failures, meatbags. "Oh yeah," Vila snorted. "Thanks for the vote of confidence, HK. "Big talk from a rust bucket," I shot at him as I leaned back. An idea forming in my mind. "You know what? Do you think you're so smart, HK? Why don't you join us for a few rounds?" Query: you wish for me to engage in this rudimentary form of entertainment? The droid's head tilted slightly, and I could swear I detected some kind of challenge in his voice. "Yes, HK," Vila said, grinning as she shuffled the deck. "Let's see if your perfect mechanical brain can handle the unpredictable chaos, which is my genius playstyle." Statement: this will be disappointingly easy. Meatbags, proceed, HK said as he slid into a seat with an eerily smooth motion despite his mismatched body, his metal fingers drumming on the table like a practiced gambler, already excited to earn big or lose it all. Could droids be addicted to it? Or was it just his programming? Huh. Weird, I muttered as I cleared my throat. "All right, since you're new to sabak, here's how it works." Interruption. Unnecessary. I have already accessed the rules via the HoloNet. Sabak is a game of variable card values, shifting hands and psychological manipulation. Primitive but marginally engaging. For a meatbag game, that is. "Right," I said slowly, exchanging a glance with Vila. "Well, just so we're clear, cards can shift values randomly thanks to the randomizer chip in the deck. The goal is to get as close to 23 or -23 as possible without going over. Clarification, or to force opponents into overcommitting through strategic deception. Additionally, the idiot's array, a 2, 3, and a face card of the same suit, instantly wins. Am I correct?" Tisk. Vila clicked her tongue as it took her about half an hour to remember it all. "Okay, yeah, you got it. But knowing the rules and playing are two different things." Smug addendum. For organics, perhaps. And with that, and another snort from Vila, she dealt the cards. The first few rounds seemed even. Vila and I played as usual, and HK simply sat there, motionless, his photoreceptors flickering slightly as his cards stacked up. Did he freeze or something? It wasn't until the fourth round that we realized something was very wrong, because he, this time around, had a pure sabak, and the previous ones were also very close, ending up with hands between 20 and 22. "Wait a second," I said, frowning as HK collected another pile of credits. "How are you winning every hand?" Elaboration: I am utilizing basic statistical analysis, probability matrices, and pattern recognition. Additionally, I have identified Vila's tendency to blink twice when she bluffs, and Kael's micro-expression shift when he considers folding. "You bastard!" I moaned as we exchanged horrified looks. Wait! You've been reading us this whole time? Vila gasped. You were staring at your hand the whole time! Correction. Reading you is unnecessary. Your inefficiencies reveal themselves before you even consciously acknowledge them. My main focus is on other things. ... I couldn't help but groan again, rubbing my temples. He's card counting, isn't he? Affirmation. Of course. Any competent droid would. Additionally, I have been making minor adjustments to the deck's randomization algorithm each time Vila shuffles, ensuring favorable outcomes. You've been cheating? She shouted, half in outrage, half in admiration, slamming her hands on the table. Clarification. I have been optimizing my chances of success. The term cheating is an organic construct irrelevant to superior artificial intelligence. HK calmly collected another stack of credits, showing an idiot's array. Victory assured. Pfft. I laughed as I leaned back in my seat, crossing my arms. Well, that's just great. Serves me right, eh? I glanced at Vila. We invited a murder droid to play Sabak, and he turned out to be a gambling mastermind. Shows us how overly trusting we are, hoping he would play fairly. Let's put its head on a mouse droid. Vila huffed, tossing her cards onto the table. This is ridiculous. I refuse to play against a glorified probability engine. Smug declaration. It is not my fault you lack the computational power to adapt. HK's photoreceptors gleamed with self-satisfaction. I should have ordered you to not even think about cheating, I grumbled, collecting the cards and deciding to end it for the day. All right, that's it. New rule. No droids in Sabak. Mocking response. How convenient for the inferior meatbags. Finally, Vila threw a pillow at him, which bounced harmlessly off his chassis. Not that anything harder would have done any harm at all. Dry remark. Your feeble assault only further proves my intellectual superiority. He is enjoying riling you up, I sighed, pinching the ridge of my nose. Remind me why we keep him around. We can scrap him, Vila smirked. We already have the clues. We don't need him anymore, no? Amused. Observation. Incorrect. You may wish to use me as a bargaining chip, and you would miss my charming personality. Request. Although it would be highly appreciated if you would forget me in a world, granting me my freedom. Fat chance, I answered, standing up. I wouldn't want to release a menace like you onto the galaxy. A few days later, I was sitting in the co-pilot's seat next to my master, watching him pull the lever and drop us back into real space. The moment the ship reverted from hyperspace, I felt it before he saw it. Iskandar, my home. But did it still feel like home? Number. Not really, as I have never felt at home in the past either. The ship's systems beeped once as the Navy computer confirmed our coordinates, and the viewport was filled with the industrial expanse of the Alaris sector's mightiest world, the shipwright world of the Valtherion family. From its center, the twin stars bathed the planet in a pale golden glow, their intensive light refracting against the orbital shipyards that cast long shadows above its surface like giants. Even from this distance, the flickering lights of active docking bays and the slow movements of massive construction arms gave a sense of business. Iskandar had always been a place like this, a never-stopping city of imperial pride. I couldn't help but watch as I leaned forward, resting my hands on the edge of the Navi-computer, my eyes locked onto the world below. I had left this place as a child, exiled by choice, but cast aside all the same. There was no future for me here. Now, I had returned as a Jedi, or at least something close to one. A Padawan. I wasn't sure which version of myself my family would despise more. The returning escapee or the Jedi ... Master. Ben's voice broke the silence as he patted my shoulder, making me flinch. How does it feel? Well, I inhaled slowly, letting the filtered air of the ship fill my lungs before exhaling it. Strange. I turned to face my master, to look into his blue eyes. It looks and feels the same, but I don't think I belong here anymore. I understand. Ben nodded, arms crossed over his chest as he studied me with a quiet understanding. But that's the thing about home. It never changes as much as we do. Maybe? I smirked, though it lacked honesty. Sounds wise, Master. Stole it from my dad, Ben admitted with a flicker of amusement in his blue eyes. Father has a habit of saying things that make sense at important-sounding moments. I was about to answer when the ship's comm crackled as Master Katan's voice cut in. Being at the gunner alcoves with Vila, one of them at the top, one at the bottom, prepared for everything. We're in Imperial space now, kids, transmitting clearance codes. Let's hope your name still carries enough weight to keep us from getting blasted out of the sky for coming in without prior notice. Hearing it, I couldn't help but wince. It was a collective decision to come home in a more subtle way. I was not going to appear as a Jedi not out of the blue. Instead, I would return home as someone who made his own fortune and was now a merchant. Would it work? I didn't know, but Master thought it was best not to introduce us as Jedi, especially after I told him my family hated them. We were here to make contact with my oldest brother and see what we could find out from there. Even then, Iskandar was still under the Remnants' control, and while the family name of Valtherion once commanded deep respect, my absence, my betrayal in their eyes, may have changed the fact that my name has any meaning here. Then, I watched as the comm light blinked as an incoming transmission was received. Switching it on, a crisp, clipped Imperial voice followed shortly after. Unidentified vessel, state your designation and purpose for entry into Iskandar space. Yes, I muttered something under my breath before pressing the comm switch to transmit our fake identification directly. This is the renegade requesting clearance to approach. We're here on diplomatic and personal business, transmitting identification now. And we waited. It was a long pause. Then, the voice returned, this time with a notable shift in tone. Transmission received. Stand by. Just sitting in my seat, I felt my pulse quicken as the silence stretched on. I knew exactly what was happening. My name had set off alarms in the system, and now some officer was scrambling to decide what to do with the info. Think they're rolling out a welcome mat or a firing squad, Vila muttered from the comms, and I could see her arms holding the turbo laser's control rod, her leku twitching with impatience. 50-50, I murmured. Maybe they'll let us land first and shoot me later. Kael! Ben shot me a look. That's not helping. Sorry. Just then, the comm crackled to life once more. Renegade, you are cleared for landing at Docking Bay 32B. Escorting patrols will guide you in. Do not deviate from the assigned flight path. The channel cut off, not waiting for an answer. Huh. I let out a slow sigh. Well, that was dramatic. What are those? Vila asked as I saw a group of TIEs flying by us taking up escorting formation. I never saw a TIE fighter like those. Those are TIE defenders, I answered, looking out at them. It is one of the ships we are equipped to make. One of the reasons my family has some weight behind their name to this day. and the fact that they were usually under the command of my older brother. I wonder, will he be waiting for us? Well, a few moments, and I will know. Chapter 42, Iskandar. Our ship shuddered a little as its landing gear locked into place, the hydraulic hiss of the ramp lowering, getting drowned out by the loud screech of TIE defenders banking sharply overhead of us. Their engines didn't scream like standard TIEs. They were more resonant and roared loudly, giving out a deep, throaty whine that vibrated through the ship's plating. I remembered that sound very well from my childhood. It was the pride of the Valtherion shipyards. Expensive, advanced, lethal. A project that was revitalized under my father's rule and then overseen by my eldest brother. They like to show off, eh? Vila's fingers twitched near her blaster while her lightsaber was hidden away as the TIE escort peeled away, their matte black hulls glinting under Iskandar's twin suns. "Should we be scared or something?" she muttered, leaning close to me. "Well, they're not here to welcome us. I can guess that much," I answered, adjusting the high-collared merchant's coat I was wearing now. The fabric itched. A lot. I was already missing my usual robes. Who would have thought? Wearing regular clothes was already uncomfortable, but I can deal with that. "They're making sure we don't bolt," Master Kael added, looking much more relaxed in his mercenary-like clothes than any of us. "Which is not strange." Master Ben laid a steadying hand on my shoulder. As we began descending from our ship, "Remember the plan. You're a trader now, not a Jedi. Keep your emotions in control." I simply nodded, exhaling through my nose. Yes. I was now just a prodigal son returning with a cargo hold full of, well, nothing really. The docking bay was sterile, all durasteel, and equipped with harsh lighting that almost felt biting to the human eye. Yet we were not alone anymore. Not far from us, we already had a welcoming committee waiting for us. The fact that it wasn't my father was enough to know that my arrival was not relayed up the ladder, stopping straight at the figure there, flanked by a group of soldiers. Kael Valtherion, my eldest sibling. A quick glance at his officer's uniform, he was already a commodore in the Navy. Not a surprise, really. He stood there with his arms clasped behind his back, flanked by 4 stormtroopers in their shining, white armor, holding their blasters in a ready position. Darion's uniform was immaculate, the rank plaque gleaming, but it was the cybernetic implant tracing his temple that caught the light in my eyes. He didn't have that prior to me leaving Iskandar. A quick look told me enough that it was a thin neural interface wire feeding into his skull. Enhanced reflexes, I guess. I couldn't recognize the model or what it really was, but the fact he had one wasn't that much of a surprise. Anything to get better. "Kael." Darion's voice was just as sharp and unfriendly as I remembered. "I'd say it's good to see you, but we both know I don't waste breath on liars." "Long time no see." I forced a smile, noticing the stark contrast between our clothes. "Still charming as ever, brother." "We are not related anymore." He snorted while his gaze flicked over the crew, lingering a half-second too long on HK-01. "You left as a coward. The moment Father learned of your betrayal, you were struck from the family's registry. You are nobody, Kael. And as I see, you didn't achieve much. Now you return with... What? A ragtag crew and a rusting freighter?" He stepped closer, his voice dropping deeper. "Did you think Father would forgive you? Or did you just miss the taste of Imperial discipline? Because even I know you can't be that stupid that you come and look for help here. Are you..." Standing close to me, Vila's Leku twitched noticeably. Almost immediately, Master Kael subtly shifted his weight, ready to intercept her if she suddenly lost her composure. My brother was good at that, getting on others' nerves. It was an innate talent. Yet it was not Vila, but HKO1 who broke the tension with a dry clank. Observation. This reunion is as emotionally stunted as expected. Shall we proceed to the obligatory posturing, or may we skip to the threats? My audio receptors are already clogged after trying to filter the nonsense. ... Darian's eyes narrowed after hearing him speak. At first he was angry, but then I felt the change. Quite a significant shift, in fact. That droid. Where did you acquire it? Traded for it. I couldn't afford a new protocol droid. I shrugged, explaining it calmly. From a junk dealer on Nar Shaddaa. Do you like it? I call him HK. Well, it was what it called itself after I turned it on, and I kept the designation. He's a bit faulty, but does the job. Addition. I am mortified to interact with so many meatbags of inferior cultures. HK supplied, helpfully. As I said, I shrugged. It was cheap because it has faulty programming, but I do with what I can find. ... A muscle in Darian's jaw twitched. Not because he was annoyed. Number. There was more in him. Realization, recognition, greed. He knew of HK, or at least he knew of something similar, which made me guess that he may have seen something similar to HK. If the Grandmaster was right, HK had been touched by the dark side. This also means that maybe parts of it are with the Sith. If so, we will be able to use HK to find them. There are no coincidences when it comes to the Force, are there? How amusing. He turned sharply, jolting me out of my thoughts. Follow me. We'll discuss your business in private. There was little talking as we walked, escorted by the stormtroopers flanking us from both sides. It was hard for the untrained eye to notice the markings on their white armor, but they were there. For them, it was visible thanks to the built-in helmet sensors, but for a regular human, only the imprints were discernible, and only if you knew where to look. These were not regular stormtroopers. They were from the Death's Head unit, my brother's personal shock troopers. It seems that our arrival was strictly his business, and only known by those loyal to him, huh? I wonder what he was planning to use me for. After trekking through the grey corridors, entering the conference room made little difference. It was filled with the same cold durasteel and some holographic projectors, with the Valtherion crest emblazoned on the wall. After the door closed behind us, Darian didn't sit down, only looked at us. At me, as his figure loomed over me, his fingers steepled. So, he began, you've been gallivanting across the galaxy, Kael. And now, suddenly, you return, with a droid whose design hasn't been seen since the Old Republic. Huh? I leaned back, feigning nonchalance, looking into his eyes. Like I said, junk dealer. Convenient. Darian smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Don't take me for a fool, Kael. You could never outsmart me, and you won't start it now. Do you need me to remind you how our sparring went in the past? Or did you already forget the pain? What a crew! He sneered, looking at the others. A twitch! Twi'lek! Vila snapped, her voice sharp and wild. It didn't make my brother flinch, but it did cause the stormtroopers to raise their guns standing at the doorway. A washed-up dancer, Darian repeated before he continued, nodding at Kael. An old spacer and a mechanic. His gaze lingered on Ben after he said that, furrowing a brow, though you don't look like a mechanic. Yet, familiar. I am a mechanic when needed. Ben scratched his chin. But I'm versatile. Familiar? What did he mean by that? Could it be the resemblance to the Grandmaster? I hope not. The last thing we need is for him to discover our identities. Just then, Darian's comlink chimed, and a stormtrooper's voice crackled through it. Yes! He raised it to his mouth, the coming voice from it quiet enough for regular people to miss it, but not low enough for a Jedi's senses. Sir, we've swept the ship. No contraband, but the astromech is unusually resistant to scans. It has multi-layered decryptions in its programming and also resists hand scanners. We can't look inside it without taking it apart. So they found R2-D2, who we left aboard the ship to guard it. Good job, little one. And it seems he had opinions about Imperial inspections because I could pick up his beeping from behind. Bring it aboard and send it to the workshop. Keep looking. He answered, closing the comlink and turning towards us. How curious, Darian mused. Speak. What do you hide on your ship? Before I could answer, HK-01 tilted his head. Provocation. If you suspect treachery, Commodore, perhaps you should search us personally. It isn't rude to ask a trader what he sells, but it is rude to barge into his warehouse and start going through his belongings. At least if you do so, do it yourself. Though I warn you, my chassis contains several sharp surprises. Utter silence. Then, to my surprise, Darian laughed, a sound like ice cracking under weight. Oh, Kael, you always did have a talent for surrounding yourself with interesting company. He tapped his comm. Hold position. I'll deal with this myself later. Then, he looked at me, straight into my eyes. I don't know who called you back, Father Lucas or Lucretia, but you were stupid to come back. What is he talking about? Whatever it wasn't good, and I could feel my stomach drop. Whatever was going on, he was stalling for time. And then the door hissed open, making both of us turn towards the sudden arrival. By the coloured pauldron on his shoulder, it was a stormtrooper captain who stepped in, helmet under his arm. Commodore, urgent news! The Chimera has arrived in system. ... Darian's smirk suddenly vanished. This soon? Yes, the captain swallowed. Grand Admiral Pelion's personal ship. He's requesting an immediate meeting with your father, Moff Valtherion. Kael exchanged a glance with Ben. Pelion? Here? That was unexpected. Very much so. ... Darian's fingers flexed, the neural interface flickering on the side of his head before he glanced at me one last time. Very well. He straightened, locking eyes with the commander. Order a Delta protocol amongst my men. Wait for further instructions. As for us... He waved a hand at me. We'll continue this reunion later. For now, enjoy House Valtherion's hospitality. The stormtroopers didn't lower their blasters as he strode out instead. We were locked into the room when they left. What a prick! The moment the door closed, Vila whirled to face me. That Shabuir is up to something. Obviously, Master Kael muttered. He recognized HK. For sure. Ben nodded, turning towards the window at the far end of the room. And now Pelion's here. That's no coincidence. The old bastard is still kicking, huh? Master Kael chuckled, and I couldn't help but nod. And it seems his visit was an unexpected one. At least, it was unexpected on my brother's side. Something was going on, possibly a power play. Maybe the Grand Admiral's presence was a move that my father pulled against Darian. Outside, the TIE defenders screamed past the viewport a moment later, heading out towards the edge of the system, red to escort the Grand Admiral's Star Destroyer into orbit. It is rare to see him travelling the Remnants' territory. I chimed in, looking out into the darkness of space. Since he was attacked at Fondor when he refused to aid Darth Caedus's faction, He spent multiple years between life and death. He pulled through, but he is old. Conclusion: he only ventures out when it is a must. Yes, Ben mused, crossing his arms, standing next to me. Whatever is going on within your family, Kael, I think the Force wanted us to be here. Seems like it, I agreed. Very much so. Chapter 43. Searching. Commodore Kael Valtherion stood before the massive viewport of his private office aboard the Imperius, his personal Imperial II Star Destroyer flagship. The cold void of space stretched before him, trying to notice the incoming Chimera. At the same time, the massive bulk of Iskandor's shipyard ring hung behind his vessel, illuminated by the system's twin suns. Its skeletal frameworks were always alive with the fire of welding torches and the glow of maneuvering thrusters, flying repair droids, working ceaselessly to work on any ship that was docked in its bays or the new vessels they were building. It was Iskandor's jewel, his property, the power he would claim once his father was removed. But now, with the arrival of Grand Admiral Pellaeon, everything was shifting, faster than a TIE Defender at full throttle and far less predictably. He couldn't help but ponder why the old Admiral had come here. Why now? He should be already dead. Why wasn't he finally giving up and going to sleep like all these old Imperial codgers still clinging to life? It was a new era. It should be his era. Darian's jaw clenched as he turned away from the viewport, his boots clicking against the polished deck of his flagship as he walked back toward the middle of the room. The holotable in the center of his quarters hummed to life at his approach, its display a chaotic web of crimson sigils and scrolling data. It included all fleet deployments, intercepted comms, and the damning absence of his father's usual security lapses. It pointed towards that he was behind this all, inviting the Admiral here, right at this moment, just when his exiled brother also decided to come back. Nothing about the summons or Kael's reappearance made sense to him. Darian feared that he had just swallowed the bait in intercepting Kael. He knew that his father had been content to play the long game, to let Darian maneuver, to test his ambition and resolve, his resources. But why invite a Grand Admiral to Iskandor? This was just their family's natural way of nurturing the best successor. Unless his father had learned of it? The thought flashed through his mind like a vibroblade between his ribs, making him take a sharp breath. He exhaled painfully and forced himself to focus. He had to adapt, anticipate, and control the situation. His family hated the Jedi, no matter which side they took. But since Kael's gift materialized and he left the family, he became curious. He secretly studied. And then, he began searching. And he found them. No, they found him, striking a deal with these dark Jedi. Was it what made his father intervene? Did he learn about it? But how? A quiet chime interrupted his thoughts. The display flickered, revealing the gaunt, razor-edged visage of Commander Varric, his most trusted officer. The old man's cybernetic left eye, a trophy from the Battle of Jakku, glowed faintly as it processed data. "Sir," Varric said, his voice as dry as a desert corpse. A few times Darian wanted to ask him if he had any feelings, but he never got around to them. "Admiral Pellaeon's ship has made contact. Escorts are forming around her. ETA, 15 minutes. Were we the first?" Darian nodded, waiting for his answer. "Yes. No other ship answered as fast as we did, not even your father's." "Where is the Judicator?" he asked about his father's ship. "In its docking spot within the ring." Varric hesitated, a fractional pause that would have been imperceptible to anyone but Darian. "Your father has ordered all ships to hold position." The Admiral is going to dock next to it while they meet aboard the station. Your father's shuttle is already coming up from the surface. Not good! Darian's fingers curled into a fist, his neural interface flaring with a spike of irritation that he ruthlessly suppressed. Keep our officers on high alert. Pelion will expect discipline. We give him nothing to question and make sure our troops are there to welcome him when he comes on board of Iskandor's pride. Understood. Varric inclined his head. And your other arrangements? ... Without saying anything at first, his face crunching up a little. The Sith, these dark Jedi, were gone already, but not all of them. I will instruct them personally. It wasn't much anyway. There were only 2 people, the woman named Vistara's followers. According to their deal, they remained behind to help him organize a proper change in leadership, using their gifts to make sure everyone would fall in line with his ruling after his father was out of the picture. Soon, the transmission cut out. Alone again, Darian's gaze drifted to the unmarked console embedded in the far right end of the wall, its surface matte black, its access ports locked to his implant's frequency. If his father learned about the Jedi, if he did, he would have called Kael back because of it. It was making sense. There was a trap being set for him, and he was sure of it. But maybe intercepting Kael wasn't a trap he couldn't utilize. He already had a new idea of how to use his little brother to maneuver out of his father's machinations. The only thing he missed was that even his father was in the dark, why the Grand Admiral had come to visit him. Oblivious that his eldest son was drawing up connections that simply didn't exist in the first place. The humming of the station's environmental systems was almost meditative in the temporary holding cells where our group was kept, like back in the Jedi Temples. The conference room was within one of many auxiliary chambers tucked deep into the outer service ring of Iskandor's pride. But it wasn't easy to concentrate and meditate while we were inside, waiting for my brother to come back for us or make a decision. Whatever was happening caught him off guard, which, honestly speaking, was probably the guidance of the Force. It was too big of a coincidence. Looking to my left, I watched as HK-01 stood near the door, perfectly still, his red photoreceptors pulsing softly, probably doing something, maybe hacking the door release, or just imagining how to kill his way out of here. Then, I felt something that made me furrow my brows. Master hummed while leaning against the wall with arms folded, watching me. You feel it too? Yes, I answered while I gave a short nod. 2 beings. It was faint, and they came out for only a brief flash. They are trying to mask themselves, and they are doing an excellent job of it. Yep. Master Kaetan grunted, pulling a small calibration tool from his belt and absently turning it in his fingers. I also felt one of them pass by, 2 corridors down. The way it felt was different from those Sith I tangled with in my days. It wasn't artificial like Descent's toys, but definitely not some local cultist with a red glow stick. These had the feeling of proper training, in control of their gifts. Sith, huh? Vila muttered, licking her lips, probably excited to find out if they were like how the stories talked about them in the archives. Are we sure it's just 2? She asked. If they're hiding, that can mean there are more than 2. Maybe they are bait because if you felt them, they felt you too. It is a tactic I am pretty familiar with. Yes, that is possible, Master agreed while he pushed off the wall. But we are on the right track at least. So we flush them out before they can signal anyone for backup. Finally, hearing that there should be action soon, HK-01 tilted his head with a soft whir. Statement. I propose we extract their spinal columns and use them as decorative antennae, efficient and appropriately intimidating to thwart any further ambushes. Addendum. It could also work as a shock. No spines. If we get into a fight, try not to kill them, okay? I said, half smiling despite the tension. We want to capture them to find the rest. Capturing a Sith is not an easy task. Master Kael gave a chuckle, then stopped, turning serious. But seriously, we shouldn't wait. The fact that they are moving is probably a sign that they also felt the sudden changes. My hunch is that something happened that had thrown Kael's family into disarray, disturbing the schemes of multiple parties. That is my conclusion too, Master agreed, nodding his head. If Darian's the one working with them, then they're probably lying low, helping him out from the shadows. But Vestara's people are not stupid, and they will escape if they feel the situation is too hot for them to stay. That's why you don't make deals with the Sith, Vila added sarcastically. They aren't the type to keep to their promises, aren't they? Yeah, I muttered, knowing that those who followed the dark side are usually more self-centered and place their own gains and well-being above the others. So, no matter what my brother offered or threatened them with, he would be left behind given the situation. Let's go. Ben looked at us. We don't have much time. Yes. I nodded as I straightened, blinking my eyes for a moment. Right. Here's what I think. We move quietly, I began explaining. We split the station into quadrants, and we constantly monitor for movement in the Force. If we get even a flicker of something off, we triangulate. HK-01 raised a hand at once while I spoke. Cautionary suggestion, perhaps we should not split up. Organic Jedi have a history of being picked off one by one during such investigations. He's not wrong, Vila muttered. The station is massive. We need to cover as much as we can, I muttered as I looked at my master, who was already next to Master Katarn, who was working on opening the door to our cell. This time, HK is right. He smiled at me. We stay together, silent, no lightsabers unless absolutely necessary. If we encounter others, we will use the Force to influence their minds to ignore us. If we find our Sith, we corner them. We capture, not kill. We want answers. He added, directly gazing at HK. Yes, Master. I nodded, exchanging a glance with Vila. And if they strike first? Then we strike back harder, Kael said without a pause. His tone was nonchalant, but I could feel the heat beneath it. No matter how much experience Master Katarn had raked up throughout his life, he was still a warrior, excited by the thought of combat. HK-01 probably noticed it too, as its servos clicked eagerly. Anticipatory declaration. I have entered combat mode. My targeting subroutines are experiencing joy. Same. Vila smiled and clipped her sabers to her belt, eyes scanning the door that was soon opened up by her master. I know how predators track their prey, and how prey thinks when it wants to remain hidden, she said, nodding toward the empty corridor before us. I think I can track them down even without the Force. And if we're lucky, I muttered, stepping outside, looking around both ways, recalling my memories as to where we were precisely. They'll be exactly where we want them. Question: do we know where we want them? No, Master Katarn answered, stepping outside and smiling behind his beard. But the Force will tell us. Statement: I prefer proper battle plans. The Jedi and their trickery are always hardly precise or calculable methods. Their utilization is the antithesis of my kind. I thought you were already used to it, being as old as you are. Vila joked as we made our way down to the left, following our feelings in the Force. Answer: maybe. But even my damaged memories tell me that working alongside Jedi tends to leave me in shambles and turned off, just to reappear centuries later. Addendum. It is comparable to how you meatbags wake up after a night of drinking, not remembering how you get to where you are, or who you are. Don't worry, I chuckled, looking at his head. This time around, maybe it will be different. Resignated answer. No, Master Meatbag. It won't. Chapter 44. Panic. The Chimera glided silently toward Iskandor's orbiting shipyard, docking into its designated spot. The fact that it could house it was also a showcase of Iskandor's strength, as few places in the current empire were capable of welcoming something of its size. Even amidst the bustling shipyards and orbiting dreadnoughts, the ancient Imperial II Star Destroyer exuded an authority that made the others look insignificant. Yet it was no longer the biggest or strongest ship amongst the current fleet of the Imperial Remnants. Yes, even after 80 years of service, an Imperial II Star Destroyer was still a force to be reckoned with. But what made it feel special and frightening was the history behind this model. Its once pristine hull bore the scars of 100 battles. At the least, the people who once commanded that ship were alone legendary. Amongst them was the same man who right now stood at the heart of its command deck. Grand Admiral Gilad Pellaeon remained still, hands clasped behind his back, which was just as straight as that of a freshly promoted officer, showing no sign of his apparent age. He studied the incoming transmission on the holoprojector. His eyes were just as calm and clear as 50 years ago, serving under the Emperor as the captain of this exact ship, or when he accompanied Grand Admiral Thrawn in his campaign, once again, right here, standing where he was standing now. Pushing the memories away, he watched the Valtherion crest flicker before resolving into a straightforward, visibly hurried message. The Moff awaits your arrival. A private meeting has been arranged as per your orders. The fact that it didn't mention anything more made him smile inside, knowing that his sudden arrival was having the exact effect he wanted. Fear. It was the best weapon against the likes of the Valtherions, who, even a generation later, were still cradling the old ideals of Emperor Palpatine. Huh. Pellaeon's lips thinned. Very well. His voice was a bit hoarse, never really recovering from his almost fatal encounter above Fondor. Captain, he turned towards the current captain of the Chimera, inform the ISB team to use the ship's computers to gain access to the Valtherians' computers. Are we going to slice our own systems? He asked, not because he had misgivings about the order, but simply out of curiosity. Although the source of our information is solid, Pellaeon said, crossing his arms, it is always good to be sure about it. Sometimes the Moffs tend to let their ambitions blind them to the greater picture. I know, I saw it for myself with Moff Dizra. And the Chimera's escorts, Admiral? Keep the ties ready in the hangar bay, just in case. If I need a show of force, I'll summon one, but it should not be necessary. With that, he turned and left the ship bridge, heading towards the hangar bays, where his personal shuttle would take him to the designated section of the orbital shipyard. The Lambda-class shuttle's ride was smooth, while Pellaeon sat ramrod straight in the passenger compartment, his reflection warped in the transparisteel viewport. Seeing his own old visage, he couldn't help but wonder if he would recognize himself, the version of him who had once served under Thrawn. So much changed since then. The Empire had been reformed and was now becoming one of the stronger forces of the galaxy, but it was not achieved through fear or forcing others into servitude. No. The remnants were not the Empire that formed under Emperor Palpatine, and Pellaeon knew that it was for the better. It was what allowed them to survive and come out better in this new era. That is why the information coming from Talon Karrde alerted him. Recalling it, his mind churned once again. He had reviewed it, and then his best people inside the ISB did it too. Then, He had briefs about it multiple times, once upon receipt, twice while the Chimera plotted its course and travelled, and a last time with a magnifier, searching for the telltale brushstrokes of a forgery. But no, Caedus' information, whenever he gave them, was immaculate. No wonder he was, to this day, the greatest and most respected, and feared information broker alive in the galaxy. The accusation he passed on to him was damning, so much so that it made the old admiral make a move by himself and leave Bastion. Before anybody else could, he had to step in. If this situation wasn't handled with care, if it snowballed, if it even got out to the wider galaxy, it would be a blow to the remnants. Would it be fatal? Could be. Maybe it wouldn't damn the Empire, but it would for sure destroy a lot of what they had going for. An imperial family, the Valtherions consorting with Sith. What would everyone think of that? Especially if everyone remembered how Darth Caedus acted, devastating many systems before they could recover from the Yuuzhan Vong attacks. The galaxy had barely survived the last Sith war. It would not survive another. And yet, Pelion's fingers traced the edge of his datapad, turning away from the shuttle's viewport. The evidence was as clear as it can be. A complete audio recording and the transcript of messages exchanged between the Valtherion family's oldest son and the known Sith, Vestara Kai. He wanted it to be fake at first, but, no matter how deep they dug, the recording was authentic. The voices were not fabricated. Everything was real. How deep the Sith, possible followers, and remnants of Caedus's people got into the family was still a question. That is why he arrived unannounced, and that is why he was now on his way to meet the Moff, the family's head, and get to the bottom of this issue before it blew up in their faces. The doors parted with a loud hiss when Pelion entered the simple office. He was flanked by two stormtroopers with red pauldrons, signalling them as his own honor guard, warriors who were amongst the best of the Empire. On the other end of the room, Moff Alric Valtherion, Kael's father, stood near the window, his back turned, hands clasped like a man measuring the distance to his own grave. He wasn't calm, and it was showing in his stance, slightly hunched, almost trembling, but it only lasted until their eyes met in the reflection of the window's glass. His silvered hair caught a glint from the outside, and his military straight posture returned as if it hadn't dulled at all since their last meeting. But no matter how much he wanted to mask it, the air around Alric smelled of ionized anxiety and the too expensive Corellian brandy. No wonder, as its bottle was on the desk, half empty. "Grand Admiral," the Moff said, reining in his nervous voice, turning around. "Welcome to Iskandar. It's been far too long." "Indeed." Pelion offered a nod crisp enough to show that the situation was indeed dire. "It has. I wish this visit were under better circumstances, though." "As do I." Alric moved to a sideboard, pouring 2 glasses of the already opened bottle and offering one of it to him as he handed one to Pelion, who accepted it but let it sit untouched, watching him down his own. "You've heard the rumors, then," Alric murmured. ... At first, Pelion didn't answer, but the fact that Alric had already known about it made him suspicious. The question was how deep he was in it, and why didn't he do anything yet? It was time to dig a little. "I've heard facts," Pelion corrected him. Then he activated his datapad, projecting a hologram of encrypted comlogs and damning evidence, showing it clearly for Alric to read. "These messages are not our only evidence. We have hyperdrive registries of vessels arriving here, vessels that have been traced back to ships that were with Darth Caedus." This was not precisely true, as they were in his flotilla, yes, but so were many Republic ships following his orders, in service right now. But Alric didn't need to know that. It was just another method to put pressure on him to spill everything. ... Alric's glass trembled faintly before he set it down, listening to his words. Are you certain? As certain as I am that someone tipped us off, deliberately. Pellaeon leaned forward. It was sent with the type of encryption that would not trip our inner failsafe, making the sender well-versed, and also someone who has to be high enough to be able to do it. This didn't come to the surface because of an ISB sweep. This was something we were notified of from the outside, Moff Alric. And I don't need to tell you what it could do to us if it gets sent to others. Luckily, it was delivered to my doorstep first. We can still act. A beat. Then... Damn it! Alric breathed. How much do you know? It is better to speak now than later, because by then I won't listen. I don't know the full extent. Alric's face darkened like an eclipse. Darrion thought he could control them. A Valtherion trait. I also only learned about his involvement with them 2 days ago. I was collecting information about it to prepare. It is a ploy against me, Admiral. He wants my position as head of the family and as the new Moff of Iskandar. A fatal mistake. Pellaeon straightened, looming over the Moff like an already made verdict. I want full access to your surveillance logs of what you found. All of them. And I want Darion's personal comms monitored, discreetly. He'll notice. Let him, the Admiral snorted. I won't let the remnants slip from their current position, Moff Alric. And to prove your loyalty to the Empire, you will help me apprehend your son. Understood? Perfectly. He nodded, his resolve apparent in his eyes. He was too slow. The Admiral ignored every call he made, every message he sent. He miscalculated. The Chimera deflected every invitation he made and flew past by his own ship. Then he had to hurry to return to the station he just left behind, cursing along the way. Damn it all! In the end, they moved faster than he could respond. By the time his shuttle arrived, Darrion could only stand in an alcove of a maintenance corridor, watching the feed of it docking from a hacked surveillance cam, his neural interface flaring with fury. Pellaeon's presence was a complication, but he had to force himself to stay calm. Complications could be leveraged. He tapped the side of his head, pulling up multiple files stored only in his neural interface, making sure all damning evidence, at least those he could think about, were secured. Then, with a swipe, he opened a sealed channel. Where are you? We are leaving. The distorted but seemingly female voice answered him. What? You can't! Darrion flared up immediately. We are. Goodbye. And then, the channel was broken. If anger could kill, Darrion felt he would be dead by now. What do they mean? They are leaving. They can't just leave. But they were. The bastards were. Damned Sith. Were they the ones who betrayed him? Are they stupid? He only gave them half of the information they wanted. Their deal wasn't completed yet. Were they the ones who called the Admiral here? Suddenly he felt like he was thinking of the exact explanation of what had happened. The snakes. Kael! He suddenly flinched. Maybe the Sith felt his presence. This damned force, or whatever they were constantly gushing about. If his plans were falling apart, then he would make sure it would be his useless little brother who took the fall. With a flourish, he was heading back, again, toward where he left his little brother and his smuggler friends. He would drag him before the Admiral, and then all would be right again. Chapter 45. Duel. The durasteel corridors of the orbital dockyard would probably be like labyrinths for most people. Luckily, not for us, and not just because we had the Force to rely on, but because I could easily find my way around here. The only issue was that HK-01's footsteps clanked with a loud mechanical rhythm, trailing just behind our group. It wasn't the best for stealth, but oh well, what could we do? For a moment I thought he maybe did it purposefully, wanting me to tell him to go back or wait somewhere else, and then interpret it as me setting him free. Anyway, that won't happen, and I have to concentrate on the task ahead of us. The Sith, we felt, were in hiding, but using my natural gift, I could get a sense of their direction. Focusing, I slowed, my bare hand resting lightly on the wall as if I were trying to sense something resonating via the walls and floors. It wasn't wrong, though. I was simply looking for resonance in the Force, trying to feel the feelings of others. "You've got something?" Master asked, noticing a slight shift in my expression and the twitch of my brows. Hearing him, I didn't answer immediately. My eyes remained closed, my brows furrowing even more as I probed deeper. The faint, somewhat fear-filled mess of dark side energy was there, and whenever I felt it slip, I had to stop and retrace its owner's steps. But this time, it wasn't fading. No, it was stronger than before. So much so that I could get a direct reading of them. "Two," I murmured. "They are hiding well, but we are close now, and I can feel the edges of their consciousness." "Wouldn't they notice you?" Vila asked. "They are too preoccupied." I opened my eyes, sharp with focus. "They're trying to leave, and they are afraid. They sensed you," I added, glancing at my master. "I am not surprised." Ben nodded calmly. "Let's go. We stop them here. If we can take them, it will be easier to find Vistara." A moment later, we moved swiftly through the station's lower service levels, heading towards the underbelly, where freight and maintenance vessels were shuttled in and out without much fanfare. HK-01, remaining silent so far, scanned for motion, tapping into local feeds and low-level patrol chatter, while Master Kaetan quietly disabled surveillance sensors with a flick of his wrist or a careful overload. Eventually, we finally reached a wide service stairwell that fed into Docking Bay 12 without alerting anybody. "I can sense them," Master stopped us, stretching out with the Force. "This is it. They're inside." "If you can, they can too," Master Kaetan added, and I agreed. So we headed forth, not wasting much time trying to sneak up on them. The blast doors to the hangar were half open, and security sensors were offline. Odd, but not if you knew they were trying to escape. As our group stepped through it into the hangar proper, we were met with the sight of chaos barely ending beneath the routine hum of departure, the resonating sound of repulsor lifters being powered up. Inside the cavernous docking bay, several old ships, bulk freighters, a rust-streaked Lambda-class shuttle, and some repurposed starfighters were being stashed away, probably forgotten about. But one of them was being audibly powered up. What was troublesome was that the maintenance droids all were cut apart by lightsabers, lying on the ground, still glowing a little where they were separated into multiple parts. As for humans, at least, they weren't present, so no actual casualties. Yet. "There," I said, pointing toward the rear of the bay, near a matte grey transport ship with no visible markings on its surface. It wasn't hard to find them. The two were in the middle of preparations, probably cursing themselves for disabling most of the droids because now they had to do it manually, which caused enough slowdown for us to catch up. "They have the aura, all right." Master Katan's eyes narrowed. "They're cloaking their presence, but I have killed enough of their kind to sniff out dark side energy when I feel it." "They know we're here," Vila added confidently, her hands hovering near her lightsabers, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Across the hangar, the taller of the two Sith straightened and finally turned towards us. His hood slipped back just enough to reveal a pale face. He wasn't like the Sith in the stories I read. Yes, he was a bit ghostly at first look, but he wasn't scarred or distorted. His eyes were also simple, greenish in colour and not sickly yellowish. Were they actual Sith? Had to be. I could feel their energies and thoughts, and they were nothing akin to how the others felt back home. Jedi Master Kael Valtherion, the one who looked at us, growled, and Jedi Master Ben Skywalker, the shorter figure, masked and wrapped in tighter, more tactical garb, immediately dropped the tools he was holding. Reaching for his side, he brought out his lightsaber without hesitation, igniting it at once and taking up a defensive formation. No more hiding. "Just come with us peacefully," Master Valtherion said, slowly pulling out his own lightsaber, while Vila and I were already standing with ours, ignited, facing the two. "We won't hurt you," Master added. But then HKO-1 had to speak up, didn't he? Observation: I can't make the same promise. I don't know if it was the trigger or not, but the Sith struck first after it. A wave of kinetic force energy surged toward us all. It was akin to a howling storm of pressure and malice taking physical shape. Vila and I threw up our defenses instinctively, gritting my teeth as we were shoved back several steps. Damn, it was the strongest type of force push I have yet to face. It also made me realize we were still Padawans as Master Valtherion met the blast head-on with one hand raised, his body braced like a wall of stone, dispersing it with ease. Beside him, my master did the same, his lightsaber ignited in a fiery snap hiss of blue. Tsk! The taller Sith's saber followed a heartbeat later, crackling red with an unstable edge, but he said nothing more, getting into a stance that I identified as Form 5. "You two are not that well trained." Master Valtherion gave a faint smirk. "Don't make this hard on yourselves." "You won't take us without a fight!" the masked one shouted back at us, his voice distorted because of it. Then, to my surprise, Master Valtherion stepped aside, and so did Ben. "I will, because they will fight you, and we will just watch." I don't know if this was something they planned for us, or if it was born from the fact that they thought our two opponents were a good training opportunity. It was probably both. Still, neither of us questioned it, and Vila and I took the initiative from our enemies. The taller Sith, clearly the more senior, made his decision just a moment later as he lunged at me with a vicious overhead strike. Powerful, aggressive, but controlled. Gem. So it is. Recognizing the movements within my enemy, I braced myself and turned his attack aside. My counter was precise and with just enough strength I needed for it. In the meantime, from the corner of my eyes, I could see Vila clashing with the second Sith, whose masked face hid all of his emotions, only meeting Vila with the same form she was proficient in, as the two were battling like a whirlwind of orange and red. Even amidst our battle, I could hear that in the background, HKO-1 began complaining. Statement: "Oh good. Another chaotic melee with poorly defined rules of engagement. You Jedi should start learning to shoot people. It is much more efficient." What I didn't hear was our master's conversation happening at the same time. "They're holding their own," Valtherion said. "Kael reads his opponent very well, and his form is one of the best amongst the Padawans. It is hard to notice points in his stance where I could make him panic and force a mistake." "He is a good student." Ben smiled and answered him similarly. "And Vila's tempo is excellent. She's guiding the flow, forcing her opponent to overcommit. She managed to interrupt all of her enemy's attempts at changing the tempo and dictating their fight. Of course, we didn't have the luxury to know that. In the heat of the moment, we could only trust in the Force and do everything to stay ahead of our enemies. It was so that the hangar became a blur of light and motion. Crates shattered under our stray blows, and the fuel lines burst in sparks as I redirected one strike right through it, causing the fire to spread backward, blowing a fuel capsule behind us. If nobody realized the fight so far, now they did for sure as alarms began blaring throughout the whole station, but it was no time to stop as I stepped backward as my opponent pressed forward. His red blade crashed into mine once again with a deafening force that I redirected before it could affect me. Each of his strikes carried venom, not just in his saber's bite, but in the words that followed. Insults that were probably said to disrupt my flow and make me commit to something that would give him an advantage. "You have no place in the Force," the Sith hissed. "You should have stayed hidden, weak, discarded, as most Jedi." "I see." I smiled and didn't flinch. "Yet, you sound threatened." Then I sidestepped a lunging blow, pivoted, and scored a shallow cut along the Sith's side. He made the mistake of falling for my trap, expecting me to keep redirecting his attack, unable to be ready for a different counter. Still, it wasn't enough to drop him, but enough to shift the momentum of our duel, as it was my turn to go on the attack. To my right, I could sense through the Force that Vila's fight turned brutal. The masked Sith adjusted tactics, suddenly switching to vicious feints and low sweeps meant to cripple. Vila rolled under one, came up with a flourish and elbowed the Sith square in the ribs, followed by a force push that slammed the opponent into a grounded shuttle. It was loud and bone-crunching. And unlike my opponent, she didn't gloat. She advanced. It was then I heard it, as I could feel she was going in for the kill. "Vila," Katan's voice cut across the chaos. "Remember, this isn't about dominance. It's about clarity. Let the Force speak." "Yes," Ben added, his voice calmer but no less firm. "Don't match their hatred. Make them confront themselves. Ainchi." I don't really know what Vila's reaction was, but I heard the words, and they settled deep inside me. So my saber's blade spun, smooth and fast, not with fury but with the demanded focus of my Makashi. Seeing it, my Sith opponent's rage only deepened, now laced with great anger, thinking I was taking him lightly. I wasn't. "You're no Jedi," the Sith spat. "No," I agreed. "I'm just a Padawan. I am still learning." Then our sabers clashed again, but mine easily slipped past his defenses, grazing his arm. It wasn't cutting it off, but it went deep enough to make him drop his lightsaber before I forced him to kneel, holding my blade against his jugular. It was then I managed to give myself a moment to look towards Vila. Her masked opponent hurled another crate at her with the force at that moment, yet she batted it away mid-air and leaped straight into a flying kick that knocked the Sith back down once again, stepping onto his chest, holding her lightsaber towards his face. Observation: they should have been killed. With the incoming visitors, there is a high chance they will be freed. I wanted to ask what visitors he meant, but then I felt it, from two directions. One felt like my eldest brother and the other, that was my father. Chapter 46. Arrest. The hum of our ignited sabers still echoed faintly in the hangar, their hiss slowly fading into the background of the blaring sirens. My senses finally cleared from the type of battle focus I found myself in, and I realized I was wet. It wasn't sweat, but from the emergency sprinkles coming on, thanks to the fire we caused. Smoke curled from damaged fuel lines and shattered crates around me, and my breath came in sharp pulls, not from any type of exhaustion but from tension, from the fact I realized the two auras heading our way. My brother's current presence was sharp, a bit chaotic, and soaked in incredible anger, more than the two Sith had in them. I was simply glad he wasn't Force-sensitive. As for the other presence, it was colder, older. It was familiar in a way I had tried to forget, because it was calculative and without much emotion. I wondered for a moment if it was the type of state that Iowie was preaching in the past. My father may have been a good Jedi in the old system, huh? I feel them, I said aloud, rising slowly from where I had my saber to the throat of the now disarmed Sith. He remained kneeling, clutching his burned arm, his breathing labored but defiant. Still, he knew it would be foolish to try and run. The only chance they had remaining was if, somehow, my eldest brother could talk them out of it, probably by taking them as his prisoners and then escaping from there. Not that I would let them do so. Now that I caught their fleeting ideas, my senses still locked onto them. In the meantime, Vila also glanced toward the entrance, her lightsaber still at the ready, his body remaining in her battle stance. She kept her boot pressed against her own opponent's chest, sometimes increasing the pressure with the force when the other one tried to wiggle free of her. It only caused the masked Sith to groan under the weight. Huh, stubborn, just like Vila. Maybe that was why they used the same lightsaber form. No matter, Vila was stronger. "They're almost here," she suddenly said, as if asking me if I was ready for a reunion. "I know," I said, catching her look back at me over her shoulder and giving me a smile. Then, a moment later, the blast doors hissed open. Not surprisingly, it was Darien who strode in first, flanked by 6 of his Death's Head troopers in full armor, their rifles raised but not yet firing. Not that he would have any chance, as Master Kaetan and Ben were standing between us, poised to deflect any incoming attacks. He wore his ceremonial Commodore's coat over a sleek combat uniform, his neural interface blinking faintly at his temple, scanning us, probably calculating the best possible method to make sure he comes out of this free of consequences. It's too bad that this time around he didn't have all the data. For a moment I couldn't stop myself from smirking. It was my time to finally pull one on him. Behind him, just a breath later, at a measured pace, came my father. Moff Alric Valtherion, his hair tied back, his boots tapping softly on the floor. He was flanked by 2 officers and, unexpectedly, a figure I recognized from my studies. Grand Admiral Pellaeon. No wonder my brother was so frustrated. The sight of the Admiral made me straighten, and I could feel the Sith soldiers flinch. Ah, I see. Their thoughts were swirling, and without any defenses I could easily tap into them. It wasn't exactly mind-reading, but I managed to get the gist of their plans. They knew my brother was keen on betraying the deal between them. Of course he was. So they tipped off the Admiralty through an intermediary, huh? And they would have gotten away with it if not for the current moment. Too bad. Remaining silent, I watched as Master Kaetan nodded his head in calm indifference while my master did the same, his arms folded behind his back, not even reaching for his lightsaber. I wouldn't be surprised if the two wouldn't even need them for this moment. Then my eyes met with the famous Admiral, Pellaeon's own gaze as he took it all in with a glance. The subdued Sith, the still-burning crates, the exposed lightsabers in our hands. Then the faces of our masters. Of course, there was recognition in his eyes, unlike in the eyes of my brother. While that idiot didn't even think about it, Admiral Pellaeon knew who they were. "Well," he said dryly. This certainly simplifies matters. Grand Admiral, Darrion scowled. Your arrival is most welcomed. These Sith have been trying to infiltrate our empire, led by my bastardly younger brother who ran away all those years ago. I just detained them when you arrived and… What a load of bantha shit! Vila snapped, jerking her thumb at the groaning figure beneath her. These are Sith. Yes, but we. Are you blind? She snorted, waving her orange-coloured blade. Shut up. Darrion's expression tightened, eyes flicking between us and the captured Sith. He was shocked again, realizing it wasn't just me who had access to the Force, Maybe that implant finally began putting it together. In the meantime, Admiral Pelion didn't answer. Instead, he motioned to one of the officers behind him, who brought up a datapad. Then, the Admiral held it out for the Moff. My father took one glance at the projected holo and then nodded, calm, not even a flutter in his emotions. What I could tell was that he was given simply a confirmation, making sure he wasn't going to try and argue against what was coming. Take Kael Valtherion into custody. He finally spoke, making my brother open his mouth and try to say something. His personal guards didn't move, but before their blasters could move to aim at the Admiral, he continued. These are encrypted logs, Pelion explained calmly, holding another datapad in hand. Intercepted by my people and verified through independent channels. They are communications between these two. He gestured at the Sith, and someone who claimed knowledge of this station's infrastructure. Someone who provided them with star charts, classified ones, along with recommended routes beyond Imperial borders. Anything else to add, Commodore Darrion? Slander, he said hoarsely. It is a fabrication. The ploy of the Sith. I was here to capture them and present them to you, Father. They were here to mind control us, maybe me, to take revenge on the family, he said suddenly, pointing to me. Kael has been consorting with dark-side agents for years. Just look at him. He returned here under false pretenses, and I intercepted him before he could execute whatever plot he had. The system logs will back me up. These Sith were his allies. They were just betraying each other as these scum always do. I captured them. Captured them? Master Katarn cut in, raising an eyebrow, probably having enough of this. Sorry, but the ones who captured them are our Padawans. The best you could do was scratch your nose, from the inside. Please stop. Ben stepped beside him. Your framing is sloppy, Commodore. I demand a tribunal, Darrion said sharply, appealing to my father now. Father, you see what they're trying to do. Turn this farce into a Jedi-led inquisition. They've infiltrated us, tricked the Admiral, and now they're undermining House Valtherion. My father, just like usual, didn't speak. His eyes stayed locked on Darrion, examining him with cold indifference, probably weighing the pros and cons of saving him or not. Reaching out. I could feel that it was precisely what he was doing, and the decision was clean, unbothered, uncaring. You disappoint me, Darrion, he said at last. You think I didn't suspect, Alric continued, that I didn't know you were scheming, that I didn't see the trails in the ledger, the sudden redirections in R&D, the quiet disappearance of entire ships from the logs. You insult me. But what I am disappointed about is that you are trying to frame these two. He pointed not at me or Vila, but at Master Katarn and Ben. You could have pulled this off with some other Jedi. But… never mind. These two. He scowled, but he didn't need to ponder for long, hearing the Admiral's voice. Jedi Master Kael Katarn's name should be familiar to you. Also, it has been a long time, Master Skywalker. He nodded at Ben, who simply smiled, returning the greeting. It is good to see you in excellent health, Admiral Pelion. You… My brother gawked, finally realizing He just called a bluff on a pure sabacc hand and lost. "I did it for the Empire," Darrion roared. "You're old, Father. We needed new power, new strength, not empty talks and clinging to Pellaeon's corpse of a command." Hearing it, the Admiral didn't flinch. He just smiled a little. Interesting. "You struck a deal with Sith remnants," my master said simply. "Not for the Empire, for yourself." "Admiral," he looked at the old man, "we are requesting to take the two into Jedi custody. We are on the trail to find the rest of their coven before they take root somewhere we can't reach them." Naturally, the Empire is happy to assist. Being ignored so much, Darrion looked like he might strike right then and there. His hand hovered near his vibrosword. I didn't fear he would be able to do any harm, but as a Jedi, I stepped forward before the moment could turn violent. "Darrion," I said, my voice quiet, "it is over. Give up, and don't hurt the family any longer. You never belonged to this family," he spat, trembling with rage. "You were a curse the moment you touched the Force. And yet here I am," I said, "trying to save what's left of it." I sighed, glancing once at my father, who only gave me one returning look before his eyes moved from my face. For a long moment, no one moved. As I declared, then Pellaeon stepped forward, fearless. "Commodore Valtherion," he said, voice steely, "you are hereby placed under arrest by order of the Imperial Remnant. You will be taken into custody for conspiracy with hostile force wielders, violation of military secrecy protocols, and treason against your commanding officer." Darrion's face went slack with shock, his hand finally slumping from the hilt of his decorative sword. The stormtroopers behind him hesitated, then one lowered his weapon. Then another. They weren't going to die for him, and now he was alone. "No," he whispered, maybe feeling that he could do something, but by then Pellaeon's guards were there to shackle him. It was over. The hangar was really quiet real soon. The Sith were in binders. Darrion had been marched off, no longer screaming about betrayal. The fires had been completely extinguished, and cleanup crews had arrived, while we moved to A. While the others were discussing what happened, Vila stood beside me as I looked out toward the stars from the hangar entrance. "Your brother," she said. "Wasn't that smart? Are you two really related?" "He was always like that," I grinned. "He can be smart, but then he gets overconfident and pushes down those who would overtake him. I know. I was on the receiving end a lot." "Yeah, I can see that." She nodded, moaning and stretching. "Anyway, that fight was good. I enjoyed it a lot." "You enjoy all fights, no?" I joked, making her wink at me. But this was real. Actual danger, an actual dark side user. I want to repeat it. Commentary. It was the most boring moment of my reactivated life. Nobody died. No limbs were cut off. Conclusion. Sloppy, amateur work if I say so myself. Nobody cares. We both answered him at once, but he was unperturbed. Genuine request. At least let me handle the interrogation. If I need to spend another moment doing nothing but shuffling after meatbags, my core processor will automatically self-destruct from the boredom. Chapter 47. Covering up. With everything settled as far as the situation allowed, the two captured Sith were bound, watched closely by Vila and Master Kaetan. The latter was now leaning against the bulkhead, arms folded, keeping one eye on the prisoners and another on the stormtroopers, sweeping the hangar and the ship they wanted to use to escape. Vila, on the other hand, was now guarding the prisoners with all her senses, who, to my surprise, calmed down a lot and remained silent. Of course, she wasn't the only one, as HK-01 had taken it upon himself to pace behind them like a prison warden, occasionally muttering darkly about missed opportunities for creative disassembly and ideas on how to dispose of the human meatbags. Nearby them, Grand Admiral Pellaeon stood beside his honor guard, speaking in low tones with my master. As for what their discussion was about, I had no idea, and I didn't try to listen in on it, not by ears and not via the Force, but I got way too curious. So, with a quick exchange of glances with Vila, knowing she was just as interested in what was going on, I found myself stepping a bit closer, trying to listen in. The Admiral's posture was straight, tall, and with such dignity that it showed that although he was showing great respect towards Ben, he wasn't acting subservient. From what I know, it was a given, as the Admiral had fought against the rebels all his life and was the greatest orchestrator behind the current Imperial Remnants, and why they could be reborn in the way they did after so many decades. And he wasn't even a Jedi. Finally getting closer, I could catch some of the words being spoken between them. My master listened without interruption, arms folded behind his back, his gaze peaceful as he let the Admiral say everything he wanted. "You have my respect, Master Skywalker," Pellaeon expressed as I caught the conversation. "Your actions today likely averted a disaster, both politically and otherwise. But you also have to realize that we, and I mean the whole Imperial Remnants, don't want to take part in any of your Jedi matters. Force wielders have been way too dangerous for this galaxy, time and time again." "We understand." Ben bowed his head slightly. "And I didn't come here for thanks, Admiral." "No," Pellaeon agreed. "I know you did not. But you must understand that for most people, when they learn about Force users coming into contact with one of the leading families of the Remnants, they will think that you came to finish what Caedus started. But from the other side of the line, that is a baseless conclusion." Ben flinched only slightly at the name, but I also caught the slight disturbance in his feelings. "This has nothing to do with his name." "Are you sure about that?" Pellaeon sighed. "The Second Galactic Civil War is only years behind us, and once again, it was caused by whom? The Jedi. You must understand why most people don't care about Sith or Jedi. Force users are the same in their eyes. Your father was exiled from the Republic because of what his nephew did. Your order was exiled because your Force users are, pardon my wordplay, a force to be reckoned with. That is why we decided that we can't take up any kind of position in any government, anywhere in the galaxy. That is our way," Ben said, keeping his voice calm and his emotions even, but only on the surface. "But there are groups who do not follow the same thought process. We are after those." "Good." Pellaeon's voice softened just slightly, an undercurrent of something more human peeking through the facade of an old, hardened Grand Admiral. "But understand me, Jedi Master Ben Skywalker, the Imperial Remnants cannot afford an open collaboration, not with you, not with your order. The memory of Darth Caedus is still raw in many systems, and your surname, however noble, is just not something we want to see mentioned together with us. The moment the galaxy learns about it and sees Jedi and Imperials marching side by side, rumors will spread, factions will ask questions, and we'll have another schism before we finish patching the last." "You don't need to hammer it this hard, Admiral Pellaeon." Master Ben exhaled slowly and nodded his head. "I didn't expect help. I wouldn't ask for it either, as I am well aware of the implications. I just need open space to pursue and capture the rest before they go completely underground." "I agree." Pellaeon gave a short nod. "You'll have it. No pursuit. No interference on our part. Your crew may use our charts to follow the trail if it leads you beyond our borders and after the others. But when this is over, You leave. It is already a big enough issue to deal with the aftermath of this all. I don't need more on my plate. I am old. I want to rest, knowing that the Empire can live past me without anything endangering its existence. Don't worry, Grand Admiral. Ben looked toward me all of a sudden, making me flinch and begin to back away. We have the same goals here. I didn't know what else they talked about afterward, because I quickly pulled back. Just when I was about to go over to Vila and tell her what I heard, someone came up to me, someone I did not expect or want to talk with. My father. Kael, Grand Moff Alric. I nodded back, my arms at my sides, speaking with the man who once called himself my father. I don't know what he expected. Not that I could read his face, and somehow I didn't want to, so I never even tried to reach into his mind with my ability. I just wanted nothing. I studied the situation, he said at last, not even flinching at how I addressed him. This whole debacle is all easily traceable back to one simple issue, the so-called Force. Now you see why I hate people like you. ... What the hell could I even say to something like that? If I said I wasn't stunned by his words, I would be lying through my teeth. This whole debacle could very well damage the Valtherion name. The Grand Moff, whom I refused to even call my father after this, continued quietly. Here's how this will be recorded, he explained. Darrion was manipulated, swayed by outside forces, these Sith. They had infiltrated the station under false pretenses and twisted his healthy ambition into treachery. A tragedy, really, but an understandable one and a reason why no Force users should be trusted. Disgusting. I looked at him, finally, eyes narrowing, trying to hold back the anger that I was starting to feel, which was slightly overwhelming me, but I had to remain calm, at least until I could release it privately. You're going to save face by painting him a victim? I asked sarcastically because I knew that this man would do just that. And lo and behold, he simply told me to my face without ever feeling embarrassed about it. Yes, the Grand Moff declared flatly, and you will be the one who exposed it, a Jedi, unaffiliated with our government, chasing their own brethren sheds light on the truth. Thanks to you and your companions, we and the Grand Admiral caught the ploy, and we resolved the situation cleanly, professionally, with minimal disruption. I felt my jaw clenching, but I didn't respond. What could I say? I wanted to call him something fancy, but I did not have the words to do so. This situation could have destroyed House Valtherion. The whispers alone will have an effect on us, staining our name across every fleet from here to Bastion. The day when you left had already done some damage. Now, your eldest brother's blunder is piling on it. Still, with you both here, I have a scapegoat and a savior. I am glad that I'm not part of this family anymore, I said, squeezing the words out through gritted teeth. Remember? No, you're not. He nodded, raising one eyebrow as if I had just stated something stupid. I already declared you stricken from any family ledgers and from the Imperial Registry, and I will not reinstate you, the Grand Moff continued, tone calm, detached from everything. Even this appearance risks weakening our image, but that is an issue I will deal with. We'll make it clear that while you are a Jedi and acted without ever informing us about your presence, you are an outsider. You did not come here because of family ties, but because of the draw of your brethren. He nodded towards the captured Sith, the corrupted ones. I will be grateful and place emphasis on the fact that your lot thwarted their plans and freed my eldest son from their mind control. But that is all I will do. How gracious of you, I offered sarcastically. You will put all the blame on them, on us, and make Darien into a martyr. A necessary fiction, he acknowledged it without feeling ashamed. One that salvages this mess. I just stood there and studied him for a long moment. On the other hand, the Grand Moff didn't blink once, didn't look away, didn't waver, just like always. You were going to name him your successor, I said quietly. Even knowing what he was becoming. I guess he won't even be in jail for long, eh? He was strong, Alric replied. And strength carries weight in our world. You know that. You walked away from all of it. As for how long he will be in jail, that is to be seen. Even if not for long, his career is over, and he will have to leave his family name behind. I can't risk it, and as nobody will ever trust him, he is as good as dead. How sad, I laughed once, short and bitter. And here I thought you felt some compassion towards him, because he is your son. He was my son, he said firmly. Not any more. I suppose this is where you dismiss me, I interrupted him, raising a hand. Then he said something weird. No, the man added. I thank you. What? That actually made me look at him again, thinking I had misheard him. His face hadn't changed, his voice remaining just as even. What was he on about? I will not welcome you home, he explained. But I will not deny what you did here. We will not interfere with your mission, and I guess the Grand Admiral will also make the same decision. That's at least something, I muttered, shaking my head. This time the Grand Moff didn't respond, so I just nodded, accepting it. It was better than nothing. Without waiting for anything else to come up, I turned and walked away, leaving him behind in the shadows of the hangar lights and joining the others. I realized just then that Ben had also finished his part and was waiting for me just beyond the edge of the security line while the others began bringing the prisoners away. You all right? He asked softly. No. I hesitated before answering, then shrugged. But I got what I expected. I see. Ben gave me a small smile, one filled with understanding, and reached out to squeeze my shoulder. Sometimes, that's enough. It will be enough, I agreed while I let my eyes drift toward Vila, still watching the Sith, walking behind them in line. Let's go, Master. We still need to find out what they were doing here. True. He nodded, walking beside me. Let us see where they lead us next. Chapter 48. Interrogation. The interrogation room we were in was cold by design. Imperial aesthetics didn't change much, and they weren't known for hospitality, so the holding cells of the orbiting station's upper command deck were even less so. The walls were steel grey, embedded with thin lines of security scanners and hidden monitoring devices to make sure there wasn't anyone escaping. It wasn't designed to look at a camera field, as some species could even go invisible. It was designed to measure body heat, the change in the air's composition as beings continued breathing, using data like that to make sure the cells had the correct parameters and nobody sneaked out of them. To my mild surprise, our captured opponents kept still and didn't try to use the Force to facilitate an escape. The two Sith simply sat side by side, their wrists and ankles bound. They looked tense, yes, but not like people who were afraid for their lives. The taller of the two, the pale human man with green-tinted eyes and black-braided hair, stared at the center of the room as if trying to bore through the durasteel wall with his focus alone. Maybe he was trying to do that. Heh. Anyway, the other one, the one with the mask, remained silent, still dressed in tight tactical robes. Of course, the mask came off his head after properly capturing them, revealing the surprisingly young face of a Zabrak boy, maybe 14 or 15. Were they master and disciple? Maybe. I couldn't really tell. Both of them refused to move or speak, waiting for the interrogation, which was about to begin. Master Katan stood near the entrance, arms crossed, his lightsaber clipped to his side, making sure it was visible but inactive. His presence alone was a great pressuring force because he was actually using the force to make the room feel suffocating. Vila paced like a restless wolf, occasionally casting sharp glances at the pair, visibly unhappy with their silence and that they refused to even acknowledge her or her master. She was kinda cute. Then there was HK01, who hovered behind me with an exaggerated show of calmness, his photoreceptors bright and occasionally flickering like he was taking internal notes. I didn't know until now that droids could be this expressive. Anyway, it was time to start the real questioning. "Can I?" I murmured, exchanging a glance with Ben. "Let me, Master." He simply nodded, stepping to the side, letting me take over his role as interrogator. It was planned like this from the start. His questions were basic, blatant even, with answers that we for sure knew already. It was for me. So I can attune myself to the two and catch their reactions and thoughts via the Force. I was ready, so it was time to strike. I stepped forward. The Sith, both of them, didn't look at me, of course, but I could feel their attention shift like a prickling at the edge of my mind. Force users always knew when someone else dipped into the current, and I think they were preparing for me to try and use the Force to pry their lips open. They weren't wrong. "I don't need you to speak," I said softly, "but I know you're already thinking of a dozen ways to resist us." Again, neither moved, but I let my hand drift close to the table. No threats, no pressure, and I closed my eyes. My senses expanded outward, gently brushing the surface of their thoughts. I wasn't invading them, not yet. That was for when I had no other option. For now, it was like sitting in a boat, gently touching the surface of a lake, feeling the ripples passing by me, getting a feeling from them. The taller one thought in sharp, ordered patterns. Military training, probably. Maybe. He was, for sure, focused, trained to resist interrogation methods used by the old Empire and the Hutts. He had seen some serious things, I could feel it. He wasn't afraid of torture nor dying, and he knew that we, as Jedi, would do neither of those. He was confident, but beneath that armor of belief was something more chaotic. As I focused, I could feel frustration, treachery, fear, number. Not fear, not anymore. That part had faded. He threw that part out quick. "You were ready to leave," I said aloud, opening my left eye partially. "You knew the deal would fall through." That got a twitch. It was barely noticeable. Others would probably miss it, but I felt it at the tip of my fingers. But it was there, and I latched onto it. "Darian sold you maps, didn't he?" I went on, my voice even, quiet and firm. I was giving them the impression that I wasn't asking because I was looking for an answer. I was doing it to make them realize we knew it already. Navigation codes, trade routes, maybe even patrol patterns from Iskandor's outer holdings. Again, a flicker in the Force. A ripple of surprise. Yes, they didn't think I'd know that. Well, I didn't, but thank you for confirming it. Navigation codes were the strongest reaction. Now, where to, is the actual question. "Your deal was for 2 parts, I muttered. And sure enough, their feelings answered. "Good. Good. You got the first half." I pushed, invading a little bit deeper, more forcefully, and with their current surprise, they didn't notice it. Darrion wanted his father out, and you were meant to help make that happen. Were you? You made a deal with him, but you knew he would be just as treacherous as you are, so you played him. You made him believe you needed both parts of his information. Oh, I was very much onto them. Their reaction was now even visible to the others. Got you? Got you good. And yet, Vila added, folding her arms as she leaned on the back wall, you were already packing your bags, so you only needed one half and he gave it to you. Ha! She snorted. Finally, the younger Sith turned slightly, unable to prevent himself from doing so, trying to look at Vila. That was all I needed. You knew Vistara was going to betray him, I smiled. You knew she already had the information you needed from the get-go. Darrion was just a tool, useful for his ambition. You were staying behind to see if you can plant some future backdoors if needed. Darrion himself was easy to discard once he turned irrelevant. Humph. The tall Sith finally snorted and began speaking, his voice being low and sardonic. You seem very sure of yourself for someone who only guesses, Jedi. I don't guess, I answered. I'm explaining to you that your resistance is just a front, useless, because we already know it all. Then I opened myself further to the Force, letting their emotions ripple into mine, intertwining them and amplifying their doubts and negative emotions. I was making them paranoid, making them doubt themselves, and also making them feel abandoned. By then, my heart thudded in rhythm with the breath of the Force, and from the taller Sith, I felt a flicker of memory surfacing. They were not full images, not a vision, but more akin to a sensation. Remains of a focus, Kael. It was the remains of a conversation. It was filled with tension. Then, I heard a woman's voice. A name. Vistara. It was her orders. She told you she'd leave you behind if things got too hot, I murmured, holding on to the feeling, trying to pull it out of them. Then, a sudden tug on the feeling. They were finally onto me and began pulling back. But it was too late. She tipped off the Empire, I finished. She realized my master was coming, I added, amazed by the notion, blinking my eyes as to where it came from, but it felt right, felt true. The younger one's hand clenched instinctively. It had to be true. Vistara probably has some kind of power or a ritual to discover it. Whatever it was, she initiated the closure of their deal and warned these two, but she probably doesn't know how much time she got before we showed up. That's why it failed. Got you. Now, to make them speak, I was trying to play on their feelings. Vistara never intended to keep you around, I said softly. The only reason you're not dead is because we showed up first. Still silence. Was it too much? No. Their aura had changed. What was it I was feeling? Not rage, not defense. Resentment. I can feel the anger in you, I continued. Not at us, at her. She used you, Ben suddenly added, stepping up beside me. And we're the only ones who care enough to stop her before she does worse. So tell us, where was she going? We don't know, the young one growled. He was less experienced, and he showed it by beginning to talk. She was careful. Is that not what the Sith are known for? No, I corrected him, my focus moving over. Sith are known for thinking they're the smartest person in the room until they get outplayed. Statement. True. HK01 piped in suddenly, startling everyone, including me, so much so that my concentration almost broke then and there. Clarification. And while you meatbags were clumsily exchanging barbs, I was accessing the memory core of the ship you were preparing for your escape. Everyone turned to him, and it took me a great deal of effort not to get angry. He tilted his head slightly in what might have been smugness, if droids could smirk, maybe even feeling my emotions. Statement: it took longer than I would have liked. My Imperial security protocols are outdated. My processors are dissatisfied with their current state period. And? Katarn asked. Get to the point, Rust Bucket. Revelation. I have retrieved the navigational plotting from the past 12 hours. The coordinates were preloaded, likely to allow a rapid departure without needing confirmation from the station. HK's arm extended, projecting a map of the galaxy in a flickering blue hologram. The outer rim blinked to life, northward from the galactic core, past known Republic and Remnant space, near wild regions skirting the fringes of habitable or charted systems. Statement: here, HK said, an unmarked system in the old Rakatan cliff of no return. The what? Vila asked before I could. Clarification. No actual name is accessible in modern archives. What I know is from old memories, damaged ones. The territory is likely uncharted. Perfect place to hide, Vila muttered. If you didn't want to be found. But what is a Rakatan? Good question, Master Katan said, eyeing HK, but nobody got deeper into the topic. So they are heading out of sight to hide, or to build something, Katan added grimly, and from what we know, it would be an empire of their own. Most likely, I looked back at the Sith, speaking. You don't have to help us find it anymore. Thank you for your cooperation. The younger one didn't respond to my words. But the taller Sith, his gaze finally broke from the wall. He looked at me, then at the map. I felt the conflict in him. It had anger, humiliation for what I did, and something else. Regret. Number, it was opportunity. You need us if you want to get through the veil. The veil? Vila blinked her eyes. What is that? Without us both, you, as Jedi, won't be able to go through it. Yeah, sure, Master Katan snorted, but I felt his words. No, I said. He isn't bluffing. He is deadly serious. Huh, he chuckled darkly. Go ahead. Try it. And get yourself destroyed. Jedi. Threatening observation. If I must, I will use both ends of the stick to make him talk. Hopeful query. Master Meatbag, can I beat them already? No. I snorted, not even looking at him. Remorseful acknowledgement. Typical Jedi Meatbag response. Well then. Master spoke up, his face stern and contemplating something. He knew something. He just didn't want to say it now. Let's get prepared. We need to get on the move and do it fast. Chapter 49. Travelling Forth. The handover of the two prisoners to us happened swiftly and quietly. Grand Admiral Pelion, knowing the backlash it could bring down on the remnants if what my older brother planned to do got to spread, appreciated the clean solution we offered to him. He met with my master at the secondary docking hub just hours after our interrogation concluded, and we had what we wanted. The two Sith prisoners were shackled in regular binders, as even if they wanted to do anything, they were watched over by Master Katan and HK-01, who seemed particularly delighted to be personally entrusted with their containment. This is for the best, Pelion said, his weathered expression giving away a flicker of relief. We want no part in this business. No headlines. No rumors of Imperial Sith breeding in the Outer Rim. "We understand," my master replied in a calm and respectful tone. "We'll take full responsibility for them. They are Jedi business now." "I appreciate it." The Grand Admiral gave a firm nod, glancing at me before looking back at Ben. "I trust you to clean this up, Master Skywalker, for all our sakes." And just like that, the chain of custody was wholly entrusted to my master. By the time the formalities were over, our ship was prepped and cleared for departure. We didn't waste time. The fewer eyes on us, the better it was for everybody. Whatever happened at Iskandar would spread, of course. There were too many eyes and too many moving components to keep it from becoming public. But with the Admiral's interjection and our arrival, the whole conspiracy was snuffed out before it could develop into a proper fire. As for my eldest brother's future, I didn't know what it would be, and I didn't feel any impulse to find it out. I just wanted to leave this place and never come back. How will the Imperials handle the blowback from it? That was also not something I was bothered by. The fact that it would be presented as a Jedi business was the perfect excuse for both parties. They would present it however they felt fit, probably even placing the blame on the Force or something. I didn't really ask, and I didn't want to know. Somehow, I had the feeling it would simply anger me. So, instead of worrying, I was more focused on the captives and what we had learned from them. Leading them onto the ship, Vila stayed near the boarding ramp, one hand resting casually on the hilt of her saber. At the same time, HK-01 marched our prisoners up into the ship with a surprising amount of ceremony, even humming some distorted march tune through his voice modulator, making my eyes slightly twitch. Even more so when I heard him speak. Declaration. I am now your entire world, meatbags. Resist, and I will happily demonstrate my versatile approach to corrective action. Of course, the Sith said nothing. Smart. Silence is their biggest weapon right now, so I would have been disappointed if they began talking again. Once aboard, we locked them into one of the modified cargo holds. Master Katarn converted it into a temporary holding cell, and he rigged extra sensor fields around it, making sure they could do nothing. At least, nothing that we wouldn't notice in time to stop them. Of course, HK took up sentry duty with near maniacal joy, arms folded, red photoreceptors gleaming every time one of the Sith so much as twitched, just waiting for a reason to reach for a blaster we gave him. I argued against the idea, but my master was convinced it would work out, so there he was, finally armed. With the situation stable, we launched, leaving the orbiting station and the whole Imperial Remnants behind. Our ship slipped free from Iskandar's orbit, cruising clear of the security net without incident. Minutes later, the hyperdrive whined to life, and the stars stretched into brilliant streaks of starlight. And we were on our way, toward the uncharted system we had discovered. I didn't even look back. An hour into the journey, Master summoned Vila and me to the conference room just off the main deck. The room was Spartan. A circular table bolted to the floor, a few chairs, and a flickering galactic map projected above the center, examined by Master Ben and Master Katarn. Arriving, Vila slumped into a chair sideways, her leku twitching in restless patterns, probably curious about our current situation. I remained standing, my arms folded, my mind still churning over what the Sith had said, and more importantly, what they hadn't. Since leaving, I couldn't help but replay their words and feelings in my mind, trying to figure out more than we already had. Ben stood at the head of the table, while Master Katarn leaned back against the wall, arms crossed, observing more than participating for now. I know that you wanted to know, Ben said after a moment, about the Rakata. I knew your reaction wasn't that simple, Master. I nodded while Vila perked up slightly, sensing the importance. Out of us all, only you didn't react to the name the same way. There is a reason for that. Ben exhaled slowly, gathering his thoughts, but I rarely saw him do it so seriously. What I'm about to tell you isn't common knowledge. It's not even something that should be recorded. My father decided not to put it in regular text, and it became something that is documented only in his personal holocrons. Not even you knew about it? Vila asked, surprised, looking at her master. There are certain types of knowledge that are sometimes best not to be shared. Master Katarn shook his head. I made a mistake with such a secret once, thrusting the whole galaxy into peril. Wanting to know everything, wanting to know more, is a never-ending pitfall. Many prodigies and talented Jedi fell because of it in the past. There needs to be a balance, Vila, and sometimes one has to be satisfied with what one has, no longer wanting to hoard more, be it knowledge or power. I understand, Master, she muttered, but I wasn't sure she really did. Most of it, what I am about to tell you, is lost history. Ben continued. You won't find it in Republic archives or Imperial records. Why? Vila asked again, frowning. Because, Ben said, there are things in the galaxy so old, so dangerous that the people who survived them made a conscious choice to forget. Or the knowledge was suppressed and deliberately erased, I added, gaining a glimpse through my master's feelings. Yes, he nodded. For example, many Jedi texts, teachings, and knowledge were lost when Emperor Palpatine erased them from existence. My father spent decades trying to rebuild it all, and we are still nowhere near what the Jedi archives had back in the glory days before the Empire, he explained, waving a hand. To the gesture, the holomap shimmered, zooming in on the galactic north, where our course was plotted. It was changed not by the Force, but by R2, understanding his instructions and making a change to the projection. The Rakata, he continued, was one of the first galactic empires, tens of thousands of years before the Republic even ever existed. They were Force-sensitive, the whole species. Worse, they were aligned with the dark side, not only susceptible to it, but they were reveling in a way that was cannibalistic. They did it even before the Sith rose to prominence. And they were conquerors, Katarn added grimly, slavers, tyrants, the usual baggage, coming with dark side afflictions. They were the most successful dark side empires to boot. They ruled the galaxy. Ben nodded. They built technology no one else could replicate, things powered directly by the dark side of the Force. They called them star forges that could create entire fleets, planetary disruptors, mind control devices capable of enslaving species across entire star systems. Is Vistara found something like that? I asked quietly, gulping. A star forge? No, Ben said with profound conviction. No more star forges are remaining in the galaxy. Believe me when I say that. Then what is it? Vila asked, looking at me and then at my master. That is the prize-winning question. Katarn shrugged before Master could continue. It can be a lot of things besides a starforge. The whole species vanished, Ben said. We don't know what else they left behind. As for why they disappeared, we don't know. Some clues allude to the fact that they destroyed themselves. Others believe a plague wiped them out, severing their connection to the Force and collapsing their empire almost overnight. Maybe it was both. Ancient Sith records I once saw with my own eyes pointed towards the fact that the first, original Sith species managed to repel their invasion, defeating them in battle and sending the first cracks through their empire. What matters is this: remnants of their technology still exist, and it's dangerous. Letting us consider his words, he waited silently for us to think it through. Then, as we began stirring again, he tapped a button on the console, and a new projection appeared. Jagged structures half buried in alien jungles, ancient hyperspace gates tangled with corrosion and vines. "My father and I," Ben said, his voice lowering slightly, "encountered Rakatan ruins during the hunt for Abeloth. Vestara was with us. We used both sides of the Force to find the clues, and we found places where the Force felt wrong, twisted, like echoes of a terrible hunger." "Wait, what is Abeloth?" I asked, raising a hand and blinking my eyes. "An amalgamation of dark side energy," he explained, sighing. "The Force is everywhere in the galaxy. As you know, it's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together. The Rakatans twisted that force in ancient times, creating something like a sickness. It is pure dark side energy that corrupts the minds of Jedi and Sith alike. Maybe that is the reason why they also disappeared." "Bruh, I do hope that thing was dealt with." Vila shivered visibly. "Father extinguished it for good." Master smiled, letting me also sigh in relief, allowing me to ask what I was thinking about. "So, searching with you, Vestara also learned about it, probably gathering clues, finding something. And that's where she is heading right now." "Most likely," Master said with a nod. "If she's anything like she used to be." He stopped himself, grimacing. "You knew her." "Very well," I muttered, realization dawning on me, feeling the emotions in my master's chest. "I did," Ben admitted, "but not enough to sway her from the grip of the dark side. But it is not too late," he added with a soft smile. The air grew heavier a little, but I understood, and I hoped Master was right. Something that I learned while reading the records back home was that believing in redemption is a key point in Master Skywalker's new Jedi Order. "Vestara Kai," Master continued, "was once close to me. She was a Sith apprentice raised under the lost tribe of the Sith, but for a time she fought alongside the Jedi against Abeloth, and even learned things from my father." "A failed redemption story?" Vila asked, her voice somewhat skeptical. "Almost." Ben's smile was thin and bitter. I tried, but in the end, the darkness had its claws too deep. She chose her people, her survival, over the light side." He explained while he folded his hands behind his back, staring at the projected map. "If Vestara is after Rakatan technology, it's not just about survival anymore. It's about power, authority, maybe control, maybe even creating something the galaxy can't fight against." "Like the Starforge," I mumbled, making them look at me. It is not out of the question," Ben said. "And if she's trying to rebuild something even half as dangerous." "We have to stop her," Vila finished for him, sitting up straighter now. "Understood. So this is no longer about not letting the Sith go underground and disappear for another millennium or so." "Yes," Ben said simply. "Before she disappears beyond the reach of any Jedi, any government, and builds a new empire in the ashes, to repeat a cycle this galaxy had seen dozens of times, we must step in." "That we are good at." Master Kaetan finally pushed off the wall, walking over to the table. "Question is," he said, "what are we walking into?" "Well," Ben looked at me, and for a moment I felt the full weight of the future settle on my shoulders in his gaze. "Something dangerous for sure," he chuckled. "Something forgotten, and something that was never meant to be found." The ship shuddered slightly, normal turbulence through the hyperlane, but it still made my heart beat faster. We were heading into literal darkness, into history the galaxy tried to erase. How exciting. Wait, that last part wasn't my thought. It was Vila's. I knew because I heard it in her voice and looked at her. She was indeed excited. Well, at least one of us doesn't worry at all, eh? Chapter 50. Intermission. I wandered out from the conference room after the big talk, still mulling over everything Master Ben had laid on us. The Rakata, their dark side weaponry, or, well, the possible chance to have some ancient weapon hidden somewhere in the galaxy. It was already partially fascinating and terrifying to think about an ancient empire that made modern Sith look like angry toddlers with glow sticks. Great. Even better was the thought that the Sith had the same knowledge about them. I wonder why nobody did anything about it earlier. Not that overthinking it would help, so after a quick shower and a change of clothes I decided to relax. It was always good to let the mind rest, as constant tension would not do any good to it. And I had plenty of unwanted excitement. Heading back, I found Vila slumped across a couch in the lounge section, just off the main hallway, tossing a small hydrospanner up into the air and catching it one-handed over and over, using the force to make it do spins and twirls while travelling through the air. Her leku twitched every so often in the rhythm of her thoughts, something that always made me smile. Of course, she spotted me the moment I got close and grinned, scooting over to make room for me. "Come on, Kael. Don't tell me you went to hide in a broom closet to process all that info. I was half bored waiting for you to come back up." "Heh, sure." "To be honest, I thought about it," I said, flopping down beside her, "but I figured I'd rather enjoy the 5 minutes of not being worried about what will happen, while I can afford it." Wise choice. She tossed the spanner a little higher and caught it behind her back this time around, still grinning like a kid. "So, ancient dark side empire, huh? Fun time." I can already see that it won't end in a simple talk or confrontation. Not that I'm worried. "Yeah, I can see that. This is just a regular day, Just your standard galaxy-conquering slave masters powered by weaponized hatred. Or something." "I always agree with disposing of some slaver scum, you know that," she said with a deadpan look. "It really makes you appreciate the simpler things in life, like not being shackled or, in this case, possibly not devoured by ancient force plagues. Or turned into mind-controlled zombies by these Rakatan relics," I added. "Don't forget that turned into a robot also counts as being enslaved." "True," she laughed a little. "Imagine that. Congratulations, Padawan. You are now an unwilling henchman to an ancient space horror. But I am not worried. I escaped that fate once. I can do it again." "What about me?" I asked jokingly. "I'd make a terrible minion," I said, stretching out my legs. "Not to mention, I'm way too good-looking to be standing silently in the background. You know how I am. I need to be the focus of everyone's attention." "Keep talking like that, and the ship's hull will crack." She looked at me, holding back her laughter. "It won't be able to handle your humble aura, or you will summon Iowi from the shadows to reprimand you." Again, she nudged my boot with hers. "Maybe he can bring reinforcements," I offered, before we kept sitting in companionable silence for a moment, the hyperdrive's hum cocooning us. "You think Master Ben's scared?" she asked quietly after a while. I glanced over at her, recognizing that her tone wasn't teasing now. Her emotions were genuine, and she was showing real curiosity and concern. Yeah, I answered honestly. Not in a running for the escape pods way. More like he knows what could happen, and he doesn't want us stumbling into it blind. He also has concerns regarding the Sith leader. I think he loves her. Well, Vila said, trying to inject some bravado, it's a good thing we've got all this Jedi training and wisdom. We can help him out if it turns out her girlfriend is unsalvageable or something. I guess. I don't know. I was never in love before. Same. I shrugged. So don't look for my advice either if it comes to that. Okay? Sure, I know that. What does that supposed to mean? I asked, feigning to be hurt by her words. That you are bland? She hummed, putting a finger on her lips, making me roll my eyes. Says who? You? I shot back at her. I bet if you wanted someone, you would ask him to come and spar with you. That does sound fun, though. But like that one session where Master Kaetarn threw fruit at us while we practiced deflecting with training sabers. That was truly formative. Would that be something like your ideal rendezvous? Hey, don't knock it, she said, mock serious. It would be unique, for sure. And I'm still undefeated at the fruit challenge. That's because you cheated. I did not cheat, she gasped, putting a hand dramatically to her chest. Strategic use of the environment is not cheating. You force-shoved the whole fruit basket at me. I grunted, pursing my lips. Tactical deployment of available resources, she corrected me, grinning. I shook my head, smiling despite myself. Vila always had that effect on me, to be honest. When everything started to get too heavy, she yanked it back down to ground level with humor, with simple stubbornness. I don't know how she does it, especially knowing her own past. Maybe that's why. You ever wonder, I said, leaning back against the cushions, what we actually are going to find? Besides guaranteed trouble. Besides that, I nodded, laughing. She tilted her head back, staring up at the ceiling for a long time before answering. I don't know. Maybe we'll find some weird alien temple still powered after 20,000 or how many years later, just waiting for someone dumb enough to poke it. And then it goes kaboom! Or turns us into bantha droppings. That sounds about right. Or maybe, she added, eyes twinkling, looking at me, there will be a giant dark side kraken made out of pure force energy. No, there won't be. I stared at her. Please tell me you're joking. Why not? Sounds like that Abeloth thing that the Grandmaster and Master Ben pursued. She answered innocently. You'll find out when it eats the ship, if I am right or not. Don't worry. We will die before we feel any pain. You're the worst! I know. She leaned her head against my shoulder lightly. It was not romantic. I think… I don't even know if it was particularly intentional. Just… familiar. However, I didn't move. It felt right. And relaxing. Honestly, she said, voice softer now, I don't really care what's out there. Not if you're around. I blinked my eyes in surprise. Maybe she realized what she had done and said. Maybe my emotions jolted so violently that she felt it. I don't know. I was indeed a bit taken aback by it, though. I mean, she said hurriedly, realizing how it sounded. If we're all together, Master Ben, Master Katarn, you and me, we can handle it. We always made a good team. Didn't we? Yeah, I said quietly. We do make a great team. You and me. Somehow that led to another pause, another breath of quiet. It was a bit embarrassing, but in a good way. Besides, she said, pulling away just enough to nudge me in the ribs, if we find some ancient dark side artifact that makes you start talking in evil monologues, I get to hit you with the back of my saber's hilt. Repeatedly, I know how much force to use to knock you back to your senses. Wait, what? It's only fair, she said innocently. You're tall. Evil Kael would be terrifying. Orange eyes, pale skin, evil smirk, huh? It would look a bit cool on you, but that type of cool factor would also make you not look like yourself. Whoa, are you implying that I am not cool? Yeah, you aren't. Sorry, you are too friendly and light-hearted to be cool. Cool guys have that spaz, that roguishness, you know, a bit of dark side that makes it exciting, like in Master Catan. You can tell he has that, but under control. That's why he is more charming than other old masters. Sisk, so you have a crush on your master? I shot back, making her twitch. No, I don't. Sure. I grinned. Don't worry, I won't spill the beans. I do not, she snorted again, then mumbled something I could not hear well. That doesn't mean I like people like that. What was that? Nothing. Idiot. Truth is, you are more idiotic than roguish. Yep. Sure. I gave her a flat look, watching her face go pinkish and her leku twitching like crazy. Anyway, if some old force thingy turns me into a Sith, your plan for dealing with it is to hit people with tools. Simple, elegant, effective. She beamed. Easy and quick. Trust me, a good slap on the back of the head always works. Force help us, I muttered. Force helps those who help themselves, she chirped at me, making me shrug. Then we both laughed again, the tension that had been building for hours slipping away. For a long time we just sat there, trading ridiculous ideas about what ancient Rakatan horrors might await us. A temple was full of self-aware killer vines, a hyperspace gate that teleports you to random embarrassing memories. A droid army that only accepts command inputs in interpretive dance, which would make Hong Kong O one more angry than we could actually imagine. All right, Vila said, sitting up straighter, eyes gleaming at the end when no more ideas came to mind. I propose a competition. Uh-oh. Whoever finds the weirdest, most insane artifact first gets bragging rights for a whole month. A whole month? That's dangerous power you're offering. I hummed, raising an eyebrow. Do you accept the challenge, coward? She said, sticking out her hand. Of course. I grinned and shook it firmly. Deal. But when I find a force-powered accordion that controls minds, don't cry about it. Dream on. I'll find a dark-side-powered CAF machine that brainwashes people into starting galactic wars. Again? Geez, you need something with more originality, but sure, that's truly terrifying. Finally, we sealed the deal with a firm, exaggerated handshake, both of us grinning like idiots. But then, eventually, the ship's intercom crackled to life. We are approaching our destination, came Master Ben's voice with R2's cheerful, mechanical chirp from behind him in the cockpit. Prepare for real space reversion. Let's go! Vila sat up, stretching and moaning while standing before me. Well, time to go poke history with a stick. You mean with your lightsaber? Exactly. She winked at me, looking back over her shoulder. Together we headed toward the cockpit. Master Ben and Master Catan were already there, checking readings and prepping for our arrival. Of course, this was not yet the system that was still lost before us, but it was the point where they would supposedly meet with Vistara. As for what awaited us here, we would soon find out.